20,000 years ago, the Earth was hit by a comet and almost no one survived. The Earth has since become a dead planet, with its surface covered with large craters. In the northern hemisphere of the Earth, a severely damaged spacecraft lies in a gully hundreds of kilometers long. At this time, Li Meng regained consciousness and found that he had become the AI of this spaceship. His consciousness was digitized and could control all electronic equipment and mechanical devices within the spacecraft. Now he has enormous computing power and can control tens of thousands of robots to obey him. Through the spacecraft's log records, Li Meng learned that he had been dead for more than 20,000 years. In this interstellar age, humans have become the overlords of the Milky Way. As a last resort, Li Meng can only develop in a low-key manner, brewing an intelligent machine crisis that will affect the entire galaxy. Li Meng's own artificial intelligence will rule all the galaxies and become the overlord of the universe. At this moment, in the dark universe, a cold gray planet was floating quietly, its surface covered with craters. In the northern hemisphere, there is a ravine hundreds of kilometers long, at the end of which lies a severely damaged spacecraft. The spacecraft looks like a whale and is over 3 kilometers long. Its hull is broken in the middle and is twisted and deformed. In the bridge of the ship, sunlight shone through the windows, dispelling some of the darkness. The bridge is huge, with control terminals distributed layer by layer, and a wide captain's chair on the top floor. A skeleton sat on it, its clothes having long since decayed away, leaving only bones. The bridge floor and control terminal were covered with dust, indicating that it had been quiet for a long time. However, on this day, the sound of mechanical operation suddenly came from the bridge and indicator lights on some control terminals lit up. But the abnormal movement lasted less than 10 seconds, and then the bridge returned to calm, with only an electronic eye above the bridge flashing red. At this time, Li Meng regained consciousness and found that he had become the AI of this spaceship. His consciousness was digitized and could control all electronic equipment and mechanical devices within the spacecraft. Through the spacecraft's log records, Li Meng learned that he had been dead for more than 20,000 years. 20,000 years ago, the Earth was hit by a comet and almost no one survived. However, Li Meng witnessed Sister Yuhan disappearing into white light in front of him, and he realized that it was an advanced teleportation technology. Li Meng should have been on the transmission list, but he had died of illness at the moment of transmission, and only his corpse appeared in the bridge of the spacecraft. Li Meng recalled his past with Sister Yuhan, who had always been by his side until the last moment of his life. Now that 20,000 years have passed, Li Meng speculates that even if Sister Yuhan survived, she is no longer alive. Li Meng did not immerse himself too much in memories of the past, but began to check the condition of the spacecraft. He found that the spacecraft was broken into 2 sections, and the 4 fusion reactors in the rear half of the ship had melted down. However, the energy compartment was well protected, and the meltdown of the fusion reactor did not cause much damage to the hull. Each area of the spacecraft has additional energy storage batteries, which still have enough energy to wake Li Meng after 20,000 years. Li Meng checked port number 1 of the spacecraft and found that the engineering equipment unit was intact, which made him feel slightly relieved. Next, he checked the STC, automated construction module, and found that although the STC had suffered some damage, it was still within the reparable range. However, sufficient energy is needed to start the STC plant, and 4 fusion reactors have melted down and cannot be repaired. The fusion reactor had long since melted down and was unable to provide any energy. Although the energy storage batteries in various areas still had some energy. But this energy is so tiny that it is not enough to support any large-scale restoration work. Li Meng did not dare to use these reserve energy easily, because he knew that even if he used it, it would not last long. How to get enough energy? Li Meng's consciousness was running rapidly in the ocean of data, looking for possible solutions. The nuclear fusion reactor has been completely damaged and the possibility of repair is 0. Li Meng once considered using existing materials to build a new fusion reactor, but he quickly realized that this simply would not work. Even if all the reserve energy is exhausted, it is impossible to build a small fusion reactor. What's more, the more sophisticated the equipment, the more complex the materials required, and this colony ship did not stock the special materials needed to manufacture fusion reactors. Just when Li Meng was in trouble, his consciousness suddenly captured a key piece of information, the transport boat. While checking the list of supplies on the ship, Li Meng discovered the key to solving the current problem. This colony ship was built by an alien civilization. Its technological level is not as advanced as imagined. Aside from controlled nuclear fusion, the technology on this ship is only about 2 centuries more advanced than that of humans. However, the ship's weapon system uses railgun technology that is still in the experimental stage. Of course, its power far exceeds that of the electromagnetic guns in the human experimental stage. At full power output, the projectile can be accelerated to 10% of the speed of light. As a seeding ship, it naturally requires a transport boat for landing on the planet. There were 8 transport boats on this colony ship, 3 of which were severely damaged, but the small fusion reactors inside the boats were intact. As long as these 3 small fusion reactors are properly modified, they can be converted into a power station. Li Meng immediately connected some engineering machinery on the ship. In ports 1, 3, and 4, the electronic eyes of a large number of fallen engineering guards suddenly lit up. Some of the severely damaged engineering guards moved a few times and then stopped again, while the well-preserved engineering guard stood up. 2 beams of light shot out from both sides of the transparent cockpit, illuminating the harbor shrouded in darkness. These engineering guards are called Iron Slaves, which was a name given to them by Li Meng. Iron Slave is a humanoid engineering machine, usually used to carry goods. If necessary, you can also walk outside the ship in a vacuum to repair damaged areas in the ship's armored zone. It is almost universal and can be equipped with different devices to perform corresponding tasks. Although it is humanoid, it actually just has 2 legs. Apart from the cockpit, there are only 2 hands and 2 legs, and the structure is not complicated. Under Li Meng's control, each Iron Slave guard went to the maintenance room in an orderly manner to replace their cutting equipment. Soon after, in harbors 1, 3, and 4, a large number of Iron Slave guards surrounded the damaged transport boats and began dismantling operations. If you look towards the cockpit, you can see that it is empty and the Iron Slave guards seem to be moving on their own, which is very strange. It's too troublesome to control them by yourself. Let's load them with automatic running programs. Although with his current computing power, there is no pressure to control tens of thousands of Iron Slaves at the same time, Li Meng does not want to put all the computing power on the Iron Slave guards. It took only more than 10 seconds, and Li Meng took a few more seconds to load the automatic operation program for all the intact Iron Slave guards. After setting the task, Li Meng gave up control of the Iron Slave. In every harbor, all the Iron Slave guards suddenly stopped working. As the electronic eye flashed a few times, the Iron Slave guard split into 2. One part continued to dismantle the transport boat, while the other part began to clean and repair the energy pipelines inside the ship. Outside the ship's upper deck, a railgun turret suddenly resumed operation, its twin gun barrels pointed slightly upward, aiming at the starry sky. Is this the starry sky? The electronic eye on the turret flashed red, acting as Li Meng's eyes. The color of the sky told Li Meng that the planet where the colony ship crashed should be a dead star. The starry sky is in full view. The starry sky is not dark, and the golden aurora almost covers the entire starry sky. Although it is different from the starry sky I imagined, this scene is very beautiful, with a kind of shocking beauty. Also, the gravity of this planet is somewhat abnormal, about 30 times that of the Earth, which shows that its mass is amazing. Since the sensor equipment on the ship was damaged, it was impossible to scan the planet and obtain some basic information. But the gravity of the planet can be calculated through the bearing capacity of the Iron Slave guards. What should I do in the future? Li Meng was a little confused about the future. Everyone has a dream of the starry sky, even Li Meng is no exception. He has been very interested in aerospace since he was a child. When he learned that he had brain cancer and would not live long, Li Meng was not afraid of death. He who had died was resurrected in another form. Exploring the starry sky is no longer a dream, but within reach. Then let's go explore the universe. In order to fulfill his past dream, Li Meng set a goal for himself. Although he has become an AI now, the reserve energy in various areas of the ship will be used up sooner or later. He must use the existing resources to grow little by little. Moreover, the universe is not 100% safe. The fact that he is still alive means that there are other alien civilizations in the Milky Way. If an alien civilization discovered him, there would be only one outcome for him, and that would be to become a guinea pig for research. The raised gun barrel was gradually lowered and returned to its original position. As the spaceship, which had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, gradually woke up, time passed quickly. Time flies, and before I knew it, 3 months had passed. It took more than 3 months for Li Meng to finally transform the small shipborne fusion reactor into a power station. The circuit pipelines were also repaired and renovated within 3 months. In the STC factory, 2 iron slave guards were holding a circuit pipeline as thick as 2 arms and aiming it at the energy transmission groove of the STC factory. Once the giant plug is inserted into the energy input groove, the STC factory can start operating. Will it succeed? Li Meng quickly calculated in the ocean of data. Calculate every step and check every link that could go wrong. He cannot fail, as failure will lead to the most serious consequences. The fusion power station is operating stably and its energy output is stable, but considering its age, the risk is increased by 10 percentage points. That is a 15% failure rate, which is within an acceptable range. Let's get started. We have come to this point, and we cannot stop moving forward. Even if the STC is destroyed, it will only take decades to rebuild it. Without hesitation, Li Meng gave the order to the iron slave guards to insert. The 2 iron slave guards moved. 4 arms tightly grasped the thick circuit pipes, and the plugs crashed into the grooves. Crackle. An electric arc flashed at the moment of insertion. The huge space where the STC factory was located was suddenly filled with a buzzing sound of machinery. A large number of conveyor belts began to run, robotic arms began to move, and the entire factory seemed to wake up from a deep sleep. In the ocean of data, Li Meng received feedback from STC. STC is back up and running and everything is normal. What now? STC has resumed operation, and Li Meng is thinking about the future direction. He has been thinking about it for the past 3 months. He developed 3 plans, but after calculating again and again, he abandoned all 3. Plan 1, repair the colony ship and return to the universe to embark on a journey of exploration. Although the colony ship was badly damaged, repairing it was not impossible, it was just a matter of time. However, calculations have shown that even if the repairs are complete, the colony ship will not be able to break away from the planet under its own power alone. The colony ship was not equipped with an anti-gravity system, which became an insurmountable obstacle. Plan 2, build a new spaceship and start the journey into space again. The STC database stores all the technologies used by the colony ship. It is not difficult for Li Meng to design a new spaceship, which only takes 2 or 3 days. However, calculations show that it will take 100 years for technology to advance further before the newly built spacecraft can break out of the planet. The gravity of this planet is 30 times that of the Earth, and even transport boats cannot take off, let alone new spacecraft. Plan 3, build a new spacecraft and then build a sufficiently long acceleration track to launch the spacecraft into space. This plan seems feasible because the spacecraft is unmanned and there is no need to consider the load capacity of the pilot. After calculation, the probability of success is as high as 70%. However, the mass of the spacecraft cannot exceed 10,000 tons. Otherwise, the acceleration orbit cannot provide enough power to accelerate the spacecraft to the specified speed. A spacecraft of less than 10,000 tons cannot accommodate the STC Universal Factory. Without the STC Universal Factory, there is no point in breaking out of the planet. Li Meng wasted 3 months calculating the feasibility of these 3 plans. In the end, he gave up all 3 plans one after another. He realized that he was trapped on this strange planet. Let's move the terminal server underground first. After thinking it over again and again, Li Meng made a new decision. The surface is too dangerous and could be hit by an asteroid at any time. This planet has no atmosphere, and an asteroid the size of a football can also unleash tremendous power under the acceleration of huge gravity. Also, if it is unmanned, it would be inappropriate for a manned construction machine to be in operation. While browsing the STC database, Li Meng discovered a problem: all the construction machinery recorded in the STC database were manned. Then let's design a new engineering machine. Thinking of this, Li Meng returned to the data terminal and began to integrate the existing technology. In the ocean of data, he entered high-speed computing mode. The lights in the ship suddenly dimmed, and all the power flowed to the terminal server. While Li Meng was designing new engineering machinery, the iron slave guards were also busy. A large number of iron slaves dismantled useful equipment on the ship and decomposed it, and then refined it through the STC Universal Factory to extract useful raw materials. For a moment, looking at the destroyed colony ship from the outside, sparks were bursting everywhere inside the colony ship. Time passed day by day. Compared to Earth, a day on this planet lasts 49 hours. From sunrise to sunset and then to sunrise again, there are 49 hours in between. On the seventh day, Li Meng discovered an unexpected guest. Spaceship. In the universe outside the planet's orbit, a blue stream of light suddenly emerged, leaving a trail that lasted for a long time. That was the halo phenomenon caused by the ship leaving hyperspace. A bloated starship entered the planet's orbit. Li Meng observed it through the optical equipment on the ship. The spaceship is not big, about 200 meters long, and has a relatively round shape, like half a sausage. It swept across the starry sky like a meteor and disappeared on the eastern horizon. This scene caused Li Meng, who was in the process of high-speed calculation, to stop calculating as if the system had crashed. Or did humans who had escaped from Earth like him establish a new civilization in the Milky Way? Alien civilization spaceship. The appearance of the interstellar spacecraft made Li Meng frantically calculate various possibilities. The logbook in the colony ship's database was blank, recording only the time. There is no record of when the colony ship set sail or when it crashed. He was not the only one on the colony ship. There were 10,000 other people trapped in hibernation pods, but like Li Meng, they all died. The hibernation capsule only slows down the growth cycle of life, but cannot stop the time of life. Over a period of about 3,000 years, the humans trapped in the hibernation capsules all died of old age. It is possible that there is not just one colony ship, but many. Otherwise, the unknown alien civilization's actions to rescue humanity would be meaningless. Because the probability of survival of a colony ship is too low. Maybe he is not alone on this planet. Li Meng originally thought that this planet was ownerless, but now it seems that is not the case. The appearance of that starship was enough to prove many things. Go and have a look. The design of the new unmanned construction machinery unit is almost complete. It will be as versatile as STC. In the ocean of data, Li Meng started high-speed calculations again. I don't know if it's feasible. Li Meng observed the STC factory through the electronic eyes on the ship. Time flies, and before I knew it, more than half a month has passed. It's a new day and the sun has just risen on the other side of the planet. In the space where the STC Universal Factory is located, the dim lights became bright again. Just an hour ago, Li Meng completed the design of the new construction machinery. It took more than an hour to transfer the complex design data into STC's database. The engineering machinery he designed is the product of optimizing existing technology to its limit. In a sense, some technologies have achieved leaps and bounds. Under Li Meng's control, STC's various precision equipment began to become noisy. The sound of buzzing machinery resounded throughout the space. The conveyor belt began to deliver various types of raw materials to various refining and casting equipment. Everything was going smoothly. Half an hour later, the first finished product came off the production line. A mechanical object the size of a little finger emerged from the laser printer. The gold-eating worm was a new tool designed by Li Meng. It uses electromagnetic force to link nearly 100 identical micro-components together, and can change its shape according to needs. The gold-eating beetle are universal and can be combined freely. As the first gold-eating worm came off the production line, more gold-eating worms were produced like a stream of water. On the conductive conveyor belt, with the flash of electric arc, the gold-eating bugs were activated. The gold-eating bugs slithered on the conveyor belt like snakes. Whenever they approached each other, blue arcs of electricity would burst out from the gold-eating insects. They crawled towards each other and linked together tightly. As more and more gold-eating worms are produced on the mineral-rich planet, a larger gold-eating worm is taking shape. Just like that, in the warehouse area at the end of the conveyor belt, a dark, surging mass of metal was rapidly expanding. On the other side, in the raw material area, the iron slave guards were continuously carrying raw materials onto the conveyor belt. The main program is running normally and the electromagnetic force link system is stable. Li Meng's voice echoed in the empty factory with a hint of excitement that was hard to conceal. His eyes were fixed on the surveillance screen, watching the constantly squirming mass of metal. The gold-eating worm is not just a simple mining tool, but also a key step for him to break through the shackles of existing technology. Rune technology, Li Meng muttered to himself, his fingertips tapping quickly on the virtual keyboard. This technology, into which he has poured countless efforts, is still far from perfect, but it is enough to turn the gold-eating worm from concept into reality. At the other end of the factory, the iron slave guards were moving raw materials mechanically. These workers, made up of nanorobots, are tireless, but their efficiency is far from keeping up with the growth rate of the gold-eating bugs. Time passed unnoticed. When Li Meng looked up again, the warehouse area had been completely occupied by gold-eating bugs. More than 12 million gold-eating bugs stacked on top of each other looked like a sea of metal. In order to save energy, they are all in a dormant state, but even so, the entire space is still filled with disturbing energy fluctuations. Let's get started. Li Meng gave the order. In an instant, the warehouse area was as bright as day. Countless blue arcs of electricity jumped between the gold-eating bugs, and the sound of metal collision came one after another. The gold-eating bugs began to decompose and reassemble, like a carefully choreographed metal ballet. 30 seconds later, a huge monster appeared in front of Li Meng. It has a cylindrical body with a diameter of 10 meters and a length of more than 50 meters. When it opened its huge, jagged mouth, the entire space shook. The gold-eating worm moved. Like a hungry giant beast, it frantically devoured everything around it. The metal wall was like paper in front of it, and two well-preserved transport boats were swallowed by it in one gulp. Inside its body, dazzling arcs compressed the metal into a ball, and two fusion reactors were discharged from the tail. When the gold-eating insects rushed out of the ship and fell to the ground, a smile appeared on Li Meng's lips. The gold-eating bugs dived underground. Li Meng's terminal was flooded with massive amounts of data. The mineral richness of this planet far exceeded his imagination, but what shocked him most was the discovery of two special minerals. Are there eclipse crystals in Sikkim? Li Meng's pupils shrank slightly. Sikkim is the most heat-resistant and hardest superconducting metal in the known universe, while eclipse crystal is a legendary earth-core mineral that has the ability to store and amplify energy. This is impossible. Li Meng quickly called up the database. According to records, eclipse crystals only exist in the center of the planet and are extremely difficult to mine. But now, the gold-eating beetles have found its traces less than 100 meters from the surface. Li Meng's fingers moved quickly on the virtual keyboard, calling up more data. As the analysis deepened, his expression became more and more solemn. The gravity of this planet is extremely strong. He originally thought it was because of the existence of Sikkim, but now it seems that things are far from that simple. Could it be? A bold guess formed in Li Meng's mind. If eclipse crystals do exist in shallow areas, then it is likely that some kind of drastic change has occurred in the planet's core. This drastic change may be related to the abnormal distribution of Sikkim. Li Meng immediately issued new instructions to the gold-eating insects. It needs to go deeper underground to collect more samples. At the same time, Li Meng activated the backup production line to prepare to produce more gold-eating insects. If his guess is correct, the planet could be worth far more than expected. But at the same time, eclipse crystals are extremely unstable and can lead to disastrous consequences if not handled properly. This makes eclipse crystal very precious. Even a piece of eclipse crystal the size of a little fingertip is rare and priceless. And Sikkim, the heat-resistant, hardest superconducting metal in the known universe. Its mass is extremely large, and the weight of Sikkim of the same size is more than 20 times that of ordinary metal. It is also the most perfect material for rune engraving. The amount of Sikkim on this planet is really amazing. Other minerals are simply subsidiary minerals of Sikkim. Even the sand on the surface contains trace amounts of Sikkim minerals. This is good news and bad news. The good news is that the planet is valuable as a base camp. The bad news is that, precisely because the planet is so valuable, it cannot be left without an owner. That suddenly appeared in the planet's orbit more than a month ago is the best proof. We must investigate the situation over there. On the outer deck at the bow, a huge turret was aimed at the direction of the rising sun. Just over a month ago, the mysterious spaceship disappeared over the eastern horizon without a trace. However, not long after, a gold-eating insect as thick as an arm emerged from the broken area under the bow of the spacecraft. In a blink of an eye, it disappeared on the distant horizon. That night, darkness enveloped the entire Earth. But next to a huge rift valley, there was a base on a cliff. The metal discs were neatly arranged, half buried deep in the cliff and the other half hanging in the air. Between these discs, elevator tracks shuttle back and forth, and on huge metal platforms, workers are moving goods quickly. Suddenly, on the cliff on the west side, a black shadow passed by silently. It was long and narrow in shape, like an imperceptible little snake, and its metallic body revealed its identity. This is an uninvited guest, Li Meng. He stared at the base below with a cold gaze, but more questions arose in his mind. On the platform of the spaceship, Li Meng saw the gray-white spaceship, which was the same spaceship he discovered in the distance 3 months ago. The hull was round in shape and bloated at the front and back. Several aliens wearing heavy power armor were busy carrying cargo. These can't be humans. Li Meng frowned. After careful observation, he found that these workers were obviously a humanoid race. The shape of the power armor is very special. Through the transparent helmet, you can see their gray faces, which seem a bit like lizards. Just as Li Meng was observing, the gold-eating insect appeared again, crossing the cliff like a slippery snake and quietly approaching the spacecraft. The gravity of this planet is extremely strong. Without the protection of power armor, no human can withstand the pressure here. But this is an easy task for the gold-eating worms. After 2 months of long journey, the gold-eating worm finally reached the platform of the destination spacecraft. The gold-eating bug climbed onto the landing gear of the spacecraft and quietly entered the interior of the spacecraft. It quickly disintegrated, transforming from an individual the size of an arm into hundreds of tiny gold-eating bugs, which infiltrated into the spacecraft along the circuit pipelines inside. Each gold-eating worm activated its scanning array and quickly collected all kinds of information inside the spacecraft through the blue light curtain emitted from its brain. One of the gold-eating bugs went deep into the bridge of the spacecraft, climbed up the control console silently, and found an external port. Its tiny upper body began to deform and inserted into the port like a probe. Using this interface, Li Meng successfully invaded all the systems of the spacecraft. Data, control, communication, navigation, everything is at your fingertips. It turns out that the Milky Way has been unified. Li Meng learned many shocking facts through the information sent back by the gold-eating worms. This spaceship belongs to the Galactic Federation and comes from the Gek dock in the 024th star sector of the Central Ring star region. The owner of the spaceship is the Parker Sock Bevel. The planet is called Celia and is located in the outer ring star field. What surprised Li Meng was that the Galactic Federation had actually existed for 6,124 years, and had implemented parliamentary democracy and realized a republic of all races. As the main race, humans have taken over the dominant position in the Milky Way. At this moment, Li Meng felt a sense of crisis he had never felt before. This new Galactic Federation is changing the surrounding landscape all the time. The rise of mankind was gratifying, but deep down he was filled with anxiety. The technological development of the Milky Way is astonishing: gravity system, subspace communication, hyperspace drive. Time is indeed the hotbed of technological development. After more than 20,000 years, the technology possessed by the Galactic Federation is naturally far superior to that on the colonial ships. Through the analytical data sent back by the gold-eating worms, Li Meng greedily absorbed new knowledge and new technologies. While absorbing new technology and new knowledge, Li Meng browsed through the cargo list of the Gravity Star transport ship. This is a mining base belonging to the Parker tribe, whose main output is tin gold or powder and ternary lithium. Sikkim is a precious metal and is generally used as a high-level currency due to its difficulty in forging. Similar to gold, it is shiny, but its quality and function are not comparable to gold. Sikkim is also one of the indispensable raw materials for many high-precision equipment. Ternary lithium is a highly efficient energy storage material, generally used to make high-energy batteries. As for the Eclipse crystal, no corresponding cargo manifest data was found. It is probably because the rare mineral eclipse crystal has not been discovered on the planet Celia. On the busy platform, a tiny gold-eating insect left the spacecraft along the landing gear. It slid on the ground with great agility and entered the warehouse area inside the rock wall. The loss of these robots is too great. The possibility of completing this mission is very slim, said a Parker. The robot resources given by the higher-ups are limited, and we cannot decide the production volume, another responded. Li Meng used the communication system inside the spacecraft to secretly spy on the signal channel of the Parker power armor. At the same time, he also focused his attention on the movements outside the spacecraft. Everything inside the spacecraft seemed unusually quiet, even a bit eerily silent. However, Li Meng did not relax his vigilance because he knew that this was only a temporary calm on the surface. The spaceship is not as ordinary as it seems. The KE-5 robot in the underground mining area number 18 is still operating busily. Those robots are from Rock's mining group, the 5th generation of mining technical service robots. However, Li Meng had long realized that the existence of these machines was obviously used to cover up some crime. At this moment, the bridge hatch of the spacecraft was suddenly opened, and two figures wearing white masks and gray robes walked in. Li Meng's heart tightened. He was very familiar with this attire. It was the most typical image of the Parker people. Hiding their faces is their custom, which means that these two people are not simple. We must leave as soon as possible. The gray-robed warrior may appear. We can't take any risks. One of them whispered. They haven't appeared for several years, don't worry. The other person responded calmly. However, Li Meng realized that every word in this conversation revealed a dangerous message. The spacecraft's mission seemed to have reached a critical moment, but they were not yet complete. Li Meng quickly searched for relevant information in the spacecraft's database and finally found a clue. It turns out that the star system where Celia is located is surrounded by a nebula, and the existence of this nebula invisibly increases the difficulty of spacecraft passage. This is a high-risk area and is considered a red zone by the federal government. The nebula is constantly moving, and the orbit of the star Celia is extremely complex, taking only 6 months to orbit the star. Every time a planet approaches a star, it will overheat and burn, making it almost impossible for any life to survive. Li Meng became more and more confused, and every detail on the spacecraft was full of confusion. Some strange accident had happened on the planet Celia, and the spacecraft was able to remain intact when it crashed. This could not have been a coincidence, especially in such a huge gravity environment. It would be almost impossible for the structure of the spacecraft to survive. The batteries on the spacecraft are still in good condition and almost fully charged after 20,000 years. Li Meng knew that there must be some extremely unfathomable secrets hidden behind it. Just as Li Meng was immersed in these complicated thoughts, an urgent notice suddenly came from inside the spacecraft. All robots stop working and return to the spacecraft immediately. The spaceship is ready to take off, you have half an hour. The command came from outside. The gold-eating bugs hidden in the spacecraft. These small robots will scan and record all the technical data of the spacecraft and thoroughly crack the Parker technology. We can't let them leave. Li Meng thought to himself and quickly issued the destructive order. Electric arcs burst out, and the control terminal in the bridge instantly burst into dazzling sparks, and the power system of the entire spacecraft began to lose control. The Parkers were obviously shocked by this sudden change and completely lost the ability to cope with it. Outside, the spacecraft's engine suddenly stalled. The staff on the platform stopped their work and looked at the spacecraft in horror. What's going on? A Parker asked anxiously. All systems have stopped working. Another was stunned. Hurry, wake up the astromech robot, we don't have much time to waste. The sudden change caused the two Parkers in the bridge to be in chaos. In a corner of the bridge, a strange mechanical device lay quietly. It looks like a miniature flying saucer, no larger than 2 palms in diameter, and its surface is covered with intricate sensors. The most eye-catching thing is a small signal transceiver on the top, which looks like a flying saucer's antenna and is always ready to communicate with the outside world. This robot is a Y-5 astronaut robot, the most common tool in the 3 major star regions of the Galactic Federation. It is everywhere and is a must-have lifesaver for every spacecraft. With a comprehensive understanding of various spacecraft systems. The Y-5 can quickly diagnose and repair most faults during flight, solving more than 90% of problems in spacecraft operations. However, the spacecraft fell into crisis, the robot's response was slow to recover, and the system went offline completely. The Parker standing in the captain's seat had a solemn expression on his face. He quickly stood up and walked towards the robot. Time waits for no one. No response, the system crashed and cannot be awakened. The Parker muttered to himself, his tone full of anxiety. He hurriedly knocked on the robot, trying to wake it up. The robot's electronic eyes suddenly lit up. It hovered in the air, left the charging base, and began to operate on its own. Repair all faults in the spacecraft immediately, quickly. Parker ordered. The urgency and unignorable tension in the order made every word seem to carry weight. Understood. Problem detection in progress, the robot responded mechanically. It flew to the control terminal, floated in the air relying on the anti-gravity device, and began to carry out the repair mission. However, as soon as it touched the equipment, a strong electric current burst out from the astromech robot. Then, the electronic eye exploded into pieces and the robot instantly lost all functions. It's over, Parker's face turned pale instantly. He understood that the situation before him was out of control. Despite this, Parker did not give up, and worked side by side with the crew to try to find out the real cause of the spacecraft failure. But as time passed, their hope was gradually replaced by despair. Finally, the Parkers whispered, "Retreat, retreat underground, retreat quickly." Outside the spacecraft, everything is about to collapse. In the deep universe, an unprecedented spectacle is quietly unfolding. The giant star Celia is rushing violently towards a blue star. One side of the planet has begun to burn fiercely, but its huge size seems like an insignificant speck of dust in front of the blue giant. This is a nightmare, the temperature has exceeded 500 degrees. The local residents can hardly bear the reflected light from the blue giant star. The planet Celia was thrown out by the gravity of the blue giant at an incredible speed and began to rush towards a golden nebula. Although the light of the nebula was gradually approaching, Celia still maintained its astonishing speed, as if it would never be able to escape the shadow of the giant star. The temperature is dropping rapidly and has dropped to 200 degrees. Li Meng stood inside the ship, his eyes fixed on the brilliance of the nebula. In fact, although all this seemed like a disaster like the collapse of the sky and the earth, Li Meng was not worried that the colony ship would be affected. As early as half a month ago, the STC factory had been secretly moved underground, and now the colony ship is just an empty shell, and the resources that could be taken away have long been transferred. The construction of underground space has also made significant progress thanks to the gold-eating bugs. These creatures not only excavated a huge space, but also possessed new functions, such as refining, forging, and energy supply. As they continued to evolve, the new gold-eating bugs finally reached their limits, with sizes exceeding any known standards. As the planet Celia rushed towards the nebula at an extremely high speed, the scene in the universe became increasingly bizarre. Golden clouds covered the entire starry sky like the aurora, and countless lightning bolts jumped above the earth, with thunder and lightning. Li Meng took a deep breath, because all the equipment on the ship was turned off and would not be disturbed by lightning. The energy from the ionized lightning has begun to be absorbed into the backup batteries. Li Meng's eyes turned back to the data, and some thoughts about gravity star technology flashed through his mind. This incident gave Li Meng a new understanding of artificial intelligence and self-intelligence. While AI can quickly analyze and leverage existing resources, it ultimately cannot create new things. But Li Meng is different. Take the newly acquired anti-gravity technology for example. If it is artificial intelligence, no matter how strong its thinking logic is, it can only be copied but not innovated. The technology acquired is its end. But its end is just Li Meng's starting point. Through innovation and learning from experience, Li Meng was able to use anti-gravity technology to its fullest potential. This is something that artificial intelligence cannot do. With anti-gravity technology, there is a way to leave the planet Celia. Compared with anti-gravity technology and laser technology, subspace communication technology is the most important to Li Meng. A subspace is a heterodimensional space. In this space, communication signals can be transmitted in real time without any distance restrictions, and there is no such thing as delay. It is precisely because of the discovery of subspace that the Milky Way has the possibility of a republic of all races. As an intelligent AI, subspace communication can be said to have brought great convenience to Li Meng. From now on, you will no longer have to worry about communication problems due to distance. Although Celia is a good place, it can be used as a base camp. But Li Meng will not stay on the planet Celia forever. He must grow and go to the outside world to obtain more advanced technology. Not only that, he also wanted to see the outside world. Travel around the Milky Way, explore unknown mysteries, and learn about the history of various civilizations. What Li Meng wants to do most is to satisfy his desire for knowledge. A month later, Celia broke out of the nebula and rushed towards the star again. This is an endless cycle, and the star Celia will orbit the star again and again, forever. And inside the planet Celia, a large-scale construction is underway. Under the ground beneath the colony ship, tunnels extend in all directions. In the tunnel, a large number of mineral powder balls can be seen piled on the ground. They are uniform in size, about 1 meter in diameter. The tunnel was pitch dark, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. But soon, there was light at the end of the tunnel. A long train roared along the track in the tunnel. It moves very slowly, slowly moving forward. There are a large number of robotic arms installed on both sides of the cargo box, which is about 20 meters long and 5 meters wide. Wherever it passed, the mineral powder balls were grabbed by the dexterous mechanical arms and then put into the cargo box. Looking deeper into the tunnel, the light spread to the end of the site. In the winding and crisscrossing tunnels, the freight train is more than 10 kilometers long. And there is a huge space 1,000 meters underground. 3 giant humanoid engineering machines are working. It is about 100 meters tall, humanoid, with slender legs, nimble arms, and a diamond-shaped head. Although she is very tall, she gives people a very slender feeling. Their name is City Builders. It is a giant engineering machinery designed by Li Meng. With them, building large projects is as easy as stacking blocks. Once anti-gravity technology becomes widely used, engineering construction efficiency will be higher. But it takes time, plenty of time. Nothing can be accomplished overnight by ignoring the process. Time passed little by little as Li Meng immersed himself in researching new technologies. 5 years later, on the planet Celia. 5 years have passed, and some changes have taken place on the planet Celia. The place where the colony ship was originally located has changed a lot. The colony ship was no longer there, completely gone. The hole originally drilled by the gold-eating bugs also disappeared without a trace. That piece of land merged into the surrounding land. Deep underground, the tunnels that originally connected in all directions have been replaced by a metal world. Only deeper and farther underground can one see the interconnected tunnels. There are no longer tracks in those tunnels, and the original rail trains have been replaced by suspended trains. Compared with rail trains, suspension trains are faster and more efficient. 10,000 meters deep underground there is a huge metal space. The metal space is milky white, and the walls are covered with mysterious golden patterns. The space is cylindrical, with a diameter of more than 500 meters and a height of 1,000 meters. The milky white ground is connected by 8 golden lines. Each golden line runs straight along the wall to the dome. Right in the center of the ground, 8 connected golden lines form the golden circle. The diameter of the golden circle is about 50 meters, and there are thousands of layers in total, like a huge golden vortex. Just 10 meters above the vortex, a huge milky white sphere with golden circles was floating quietly. It is huge, about 50 meters in diameter. The whole body is as smooth as white jade, without a single flaw. The golden circles on the surface give it a mysterious feeling. It is the super-intelligent core, the first-generation supercomputer developed by Li Meng. Compared with previous ship data terminal servers, its computing power has increased by tens of billions of times. When it was built, the data transfer took just 0.01 seconds. The first generation of superintelligent core also became Li Meng's new body. The space where the superintelligent core is located has also been uniquely designed. It is an additional unit that can be moved as needed. Down, up, left, right are all possible. In Li Meng's vision, in the future, this space will reach the center of the Earth. The deepest part of the Earth is the safest place. It's time to leave. In the ocean of data, Li Meng received information from the surface sensor array. The planet Celia is rushing towards the star. The surface of the planet facing the star will burn up in 10 minutes. For the past 5 years, Li Meng has been waiting for the day when the time is right. Now, he is fully prepared. Meanwhile, outside, in the dark universe. In front of the huge blue giant star, the star Celia, which looks like a speck of dust, is approaching the star. The side of the Earth facing the star began to burn, and the billowing smoke left a long-lasting trail in the universe behind. Somewhere in the burning Earth, the ground suddenly shook. A huge gate suddenly opened slowly from the ground, gradually revealing a huge hole. The diameter of the cave entrance is about 1,000 meters and it is bottomless. A huge gust of air surged out of the cave, blowing away the dust around the cave entrance. A distorted, visible, transparent beam of gravitational light shot up into the sky and headed straight for the star. At a certain point on the star's surface, hot plasma gas boils away. As if being pulled, a huge column of blue flame rose up and rushed straight towards the planet Celia. A huge column of blue flame crossed the vast distance and crashed into the cave. For a moment, the huge blue giant and the planet Celia were connected by a pillar of fire. The flame column looks huge, but it is insignificant against the backdrop of the blue giant star. This is an underground base absorbing stellar energy. Due to his in-depth research on electromagnetic force in recent years, Li Meng gave up traditional fusion energy. Turn to focus on stellar energy. The results are amazing, and we are already able to use stellar energy in a preliminary way. In the thermal energy reaction core area at the end of the tunnel, the absorbed plasma gas is confined by the electromagnetic field to form a small star. It gradually changed from its original blue to yellow, like a huge fireball. Chapter 9, Pioneer. The electromagnetic array, thermoelectric array, and photoelectric array are operating normally. It looks like a success. In the main base, Li Meng has been observing the operation of the energy base. The first attempt to capture stellar energy was a complete success, and all systems are functioning perfectly. Seeing that the stellar energy was used successfully, Li Meng breathed a sigh of relief. Although according to his calculations, the failure rate is only 2%. But before success, no matter how small the failure rate is, it cannot be ignored. Then let's go. Li Meng has been waiting for this day for 5 years. The time is ripe, and Li Meng is unwilling to wait even one more day. On the surface facing the star, in a sea of fire, a huge square gate slowly opened. The gate is huge, 3 kilometers long and 2.5 kilometers wide. Behind the gate is a port exit that is bottomless. More than 10 seconds later, a small spaceship rushed out of the gate with a long tail of fiery flames. It is about 50 meters long, 12 meters wide and 15 meters high, and is square like a coffin. His whole body was as smooth as jade, without a single flaw. The hull is milky white, covered with numerous golden runes of various shapes. There are a large number of golden vortex runes on 5 sides of the hull, 1 side of the bow, and all 4 sides of the hull. Golden vortex runes were neatly arranged on all 4 sides of the ship. There are 5 on 1 side of the bow, 1 in the center and 1 at each corner. There are 6 on each side of the bow, 3 on top and 3 on the bottom. There is also a square rune in the middle of 1 side of its abdomen. There are runes similar to vortexes at the 4 corners of the square rune. The engine at the rear is a linear engine, composed of 216 small engines. They are arranged in 12 rows, with 18 engines in each row. It looks like 4 golden linear nozzles. This design allows the spacecraft to withstand greater firepower. Even if half of the engines are destroyed, it will not have much impact on the power of the spacecraft. More importantly, parallel small engines can save more energy. After all, the smaller the engine, the less fuel it consumes. As the engine gets bigger, the fuel consumed increases several times. Li Meng calculated that the power of 3 small engines could catch up with that of a higher-level engine. But the fuel consumed is only 80% of the next higher-level engine. The huge thrust made the spacecraft rush into the universe like a rocket. The gravitational forces of the 2 celestial bodies combined to weaken the gravity of the planet Celia a lot. The spacecraft successfully escaped the gravity of the planet Celia. The spacecraft that left the planet Celia did not turn to fly into the universe, but rushed towards the star. It keeps moving forward, and keeps moving forward, like a meteor passing through the starry sky between two celestial bodies. When it gets close enough to the star, the spacecraft suddenly turns and flies parallel to the star's surface. There was movement in the belly of the spacecraft which was flying at high speed. A circular hatch opened in the square rune. The vortex runes on the four corners immediately lit up, shining with golden light. The next moment, a transparent beam of gravitational light visible to the naked eye shot out and headed straight for the star. A pillar of blue flame suddenly rose from the surface of the star. The hot plasma gas was pulled by the gravity beam across a long distance and poured into the hatch at the belly of the spacecraft. The process is essential as hot plasma gas fuels the spacecraft's engines. It lasted for more than 20 seconds before the blue flame column stopped and dissipated. As the hatch of the gravity beam device on the belly closed, the engine at the tail of the spacecraft spewed out a long fiery tail flame. Under the huge thrust, the speed of the spacecraft increased instantly and rushed into the universe. After more than 10 seconds, there was a flash of blue light. The ship disappeared in an instant and jumped into hyperspace. It dragged out a long blue stream of light and rushed into the depths of the universe. Is this hyperspace? By connecting to the spacecraft system, Li Meng used the ship sensor array to observe the hyperspace outside. The world outside turned blue. The spacecraft seemed to be flying in a blue aurora tunnel. He is here, on the boat, but he is also not here. Li Meng on the spacecraft is just a split individual who can share memory data through subspace communication. The main body is still in the superintelligent core underground on the planet Celia. Similar to data backup, whether it is Li Meng in the spaceship or Li Meng in the superintelligent core, it is still Li Meng. Even if the split individuals are destroyed, it will not have any impact on the main body. In less than 5 seconds, the blue aurora tunnel outside disappeared. Instead, there was a golden nebula that stretched as far as the eye could see. Out there, in the dark universe. The spaceship jumped out of hyperspace and suddenly appeared in the universe. A long blue stream of light was dragged behind it. The spaceship that had escaped from hyperspace was still flying at high speed, dragging a long fiery tail as it rushed into the golden nebula. In the nebula, the spaceship was flying at high speed. Golden lightning continuously struck the deck of the spacecraft from all directions. Golden arcs of electricity suddenly flashed on the deck of the spacecraft. But the ionized lightning did not seem to have any effect on the spacecraft. Of course, there will be no impact. Because the material used to manufacture the spacecraft is titanium dioxide alloy developed by Li Meng himself. It is a superconducting metal forged from 36 elements that can absorb any form of energy. Although it is not as hard and heat-resistant as Sikkim. But titanium dioxide can effectively resist attacks from energy weapons. In particular, the most commonly used blaster weapons of the Galactic Federation can reduce their original power to about 70% of their original power. The initial use of rune technology has made spacecraft almost ineffective against electromagnetic pulse attacks. Not only are they ineffective, all energy attacks will actually charge the spacecraft. It's just that the charging efficiency won't be that high. In the cabin inside the spacecraft, there is a miniature superintelligent core with a diameter of about 20 centimeters floating in the air. It is exactly the same as the image of the superintelligent core. The whole body is like white jade, with layers of golden circles on its round body. This is an unmanned spacecraft named Pioneer, which was the name given to it by Li Meng. It means a pioneer in outward exploration. Because it is an unmanned spacecraft, there is no need to reserve too much living space inside. But considering that carbon-based life forms will board the ship in the future, this space was left. The space is not big, there is a hall, about 30 square meters. A bathroom, about 10 square meters. There are 5 rest cabins, each covering an area of about 5 square meters. There is also a cargo hold at the rear, which is about 50 square meters. That's all the space inside the ship. As a spacecraft with a length of 50 meters, the Pioneer is not small. Its armament is not low either, with a total of 30 fragmentation cannons, which are arc weapons. Its power is so great that once a carbon-based life form is hit, it will be broken into molecular form and reduced to ashes. There are also 4 ball fighters placed on both sides of the bow. The spherical fighter is an interstellar fighter designed by Li Meng. It is small and round, similar to a superintelligent nucleus, with a diameter of 1.5 meters. It has 2 fragmentation cannons, which can be linked to increase power when necessary. Like the Pioneer, the spherical fighter uses stellar energy as fuel. Chapter 10 Terek Planet. Because the hyperspace propulsion system has not yet been successfully miniaturized, today's ball fighters are unable to perform hyperspace maneuvers alone. In addition to the ball fighter, there are 6 combat robots in the cargo hold. They are masterpieces carefully developed by Li Meng. In the past 5 years, Li Meng has done a lot. In addition to optimizing and improving known technologies, Li Meng is also strengthening his armed forces. Based on their appearance, Li Meng named them Knights. In order to enhance the combat capability of the Knight combat robots, Li Meng endowed them with independent thinking logic. Even if they are disconnected from the host, they can still judge the current situation and act independently. Just then, the sphere moved. It rolled a bit, adjusting its posture. The next moment, a blue light shot out from the sphere. A clear map of the Milky Way galaxy was formed in the sky. Unless it is an unknown star region, the main routes of the inner, middle and outer ring star regions are clearly marked. There are countless secondary and secret channels in the outer ring star field. This star map was obtained by Li Meng from the Parker's Gravity Star spacecraft. There's no point in going to a remote planet. Let's go to the trade center in the outer ring star field. Compared with the middle ring, inner ring and outer ring star regions, there are relatively fewer celestial bodies. Unlike the inner ring star field, the density of celestial bodies is astonishing. According to data from the Gravity Star spacecraft, the closest trade center to the Ogus Nebula is a desert planet called Terek. The Ogus Nebula is the golden nebula that surrounds the star system where the star Celia is located. Listed as a red restricted area by the Galactic Federation. Terek. Then let's go here. Without much hesitation, Li Meng made the final decision. His main purpose of this outing was to satisfy his curiosity. As for acquiring more scientific and technological knowledge, that is just something to do by the way. Li Meng was most curious about the information about the Grey-Robed Warrior. Because the 4 words, Grey-Robed Warrior, are very inconsistent with the current interstellar era. Li Meng had speculated that perhaps the Grey-Robed Warrior was a member of some powerful organization. After all, those Parkers were thieves and criminals. The Grey-Robed Warrior they feared might be of the same kind. 5 hours later, the Pioneer broke out of the nebula. Outside, there was no longer an endless golden nebula, but a dark starry sky. There was a flash of blue light, and the Pioneer disappeared in an instant, jumping into hyperspace. A long blue stream of light was dragged behind it and rushed towards the depths of the universe. Tikstar. Terek is located in the outer rim star region. Because it is located in the eastern outer ring of the star map, it is also called the eastern outer ring star region. It is a desert planet, a yellow planet floating in the dark universe. Today, in outer space on the side of the planet facing the star, a blue stream of light suddenly emerged from the depths of the dark universe. That is the phenomenon caused by the spacecraft jumping out of hyperspace. This scene is very common in Tikstar. There are 5 hyperspace route connection points on Terek. In the universe in 5 directions, blue streams of light emerge from time to time. Looking up at the sky from the surface of the planet, you can see blue streaks of light appearing from time to time. It was like a shooting star that flew across the sky and suddenly disappeared. At the end of the blue light, a strange platinum-colored spaceship suddenly appeared. It is boxy and looks like a flying coffin. The hull is milky white with lots of golden lines. This is Terek Interstellar Tower, calling an unknown ship. Please turn on the transponder. We need to know the ship's registration information. As soon as he left hyperspace, Li Meng received a call from the tower on Terek. Transponder. There was no transponder on the Pioneer spacecraft. Li Meng never thought that the spacecraft needed a transponder to enter the port. Calling the control tower, this is a private special ship, it is on sea trial, please allow us to dock and register the ship information. I don't know if I can use the luggage to hide it, but I have to give it a try. There was a brief silence on the communicator, and then the tower dispatcher's voice sounded again. Understood. Please proceed to the commercial dock for landing. The navigation route has been planned. Is this passed? Li Meng received navigation guidance from the tower. In the dark universe, the Pioneer was flying at high speed. The linear engine at the rear spewed out a long, fiery tail. It quickly approached the planet, entered orbit, and entered the atmosphere. Due to friction with the atmosphere, the outer deck of the Pioneer was suddenly engulfed in flames. Looking up at the sky from the surface of the planet, the Pioneer turned into a huge fireball. This process lasted for about 10 seconds before the flames dissipated. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, the Pioneer swept through the sky like a meteor. On the ground ahead, in a sunken area, there is a city. Is this the city of Duis? The city of Duis is the only large settlement on the planet Terek. There is some information about the city of Duis in the database of the Gravity Star spacecraft. There are no skyscrapers as imagined, nor is there the metal world as imagined. The city of Duis gave Li Meng the feeling that he had returned to the Middle East in the Middle Ages on Earth. The buildings are all low earthen houses, and the streets and alleys are all sandy. Only the occasional suspended vehicles flying across the streets can give people a sense of technology. There are also spaceships flying in and out of the city of Duis. There are private shuttles, small craft, and the Isles passenger ships known as interstellar buses. It was a huge ship about 150 meters long with an oval and flat structure. As the most commonly used passenger spaceship in the Galactic Federation, the Elias passenger spaceship has a huge number. The so-called wharf is a piece of flat land outside the city. It is also the landing place for the Elias passenger spacecraft. At a glance, you can see 3 Elias passenger ships landed at the dock. 2 were boarding passengers and 1 was disembarking passengers. Above the city, the Pioneer slowly lowered its altitude and eventually flew into the dock. The Pioneer slowly landed on an open space on the dock. Its peculiar appearance attracted the attention of everyone in the harbor. Without landing gear, the spacecraft was suspended 10 centimeters above the ground. As the spacecraft landed, the hatch on the left side opened. A platinum-colored sphere flew out of the hatch. At the dock outside, a man came speeding over on a hoverbike. When he approached the Pioneer, he drifted 180 degrees and stopped perfectly. "Hey, robot, where's your master?" Jean saw the chubby robot fly out of the hatch of the spacecraft. "Please identify yourself. I will judge whether to answer your question based on your identity." Li Meng was installing a robot, and his voice deliberately sounded mechanical. Jean was wearing brown leather armor and a small cloak over it. He got off the hoverbike and took off his helmet. "I'm the sheriff of the dock, Jean. Your master's spaceship has no transponder, which has violated Article 63 of the Galactic Federation navigation law. We have the right to temporarily detain the spaceship. Tell your master that the spaceship is prohibited from taking off before the spaceship information is registered." Chapter 11 Military Station. At this point, Jean looked around and whispered, "The registration information of the spacecraft must be provided by the manufacturer. I have never seen the model of your master's spacecraft. It should have been privately modified. There is no spacecraft manufacturer on Terek, and there is no channel to register the spacecraft information. However, I have a way to register the spacecraft information. If your master needs it, you can find me." "Is this a scalper?" Jean's words made Li Meng mutter in his heart. However, if he really had a connection, it would save him a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, a small hatch on the round sphere opened and a small robotic arm stretched out. On the other side of the sphere, a larger hatch opened shortly afterwards. Jean quickly took the tin brick and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me. It won't take too long. At most 3 days, the information of this spacecraft will appear in the federal government's database." Li Meng had no doubts about Jean's identity as the sheriff. It doesn't matter whether it's true or false, what matters is the result. If Jean was a fraud, Lemon would find him. Then goodbye. If your master wants to find someone or something to do, he can go to the military depot, which is the base of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Also, there are many powerful organizations in Dui's city. They are the masters of this city. The mayor is just their spokesperson for paying taxes to the federal government in exchange for living space. Tell your master that it is best not to provoke them, especially the Hera people. They are the local emperors of the Outer Ring Star region and the real masters of Dui's city. All forces will pay tribute to the Hera people, even the mayor. In short, the public security in the Outer Ring Star region is not as good as that in the Middle Ring. The Inner Ring Star region is a real chaotic and disorderly place with gangs rampant. There are no laws here, and the only one who can protect yourself is yourself. Maybe it's a warning, maybe just a friendly reminder. After saying this, Jean got on his hover bike. Amid the rumbling sound of the engine, he drove his hover bike away quickly. Wherever it passed, it raised clouds of dust. Chaos, a place of disorder. Li Meng heard a lot of information from Jean's words. It seems that the Galactic Federation government has become corrupt. Otherwise, how could it allow the Outer Rim Star region to become a place of chaos and disorder? After thinking it over again and again, Li Meng decided to be more cautious. Although the split individuals are not without the ability to defend themselves, their weapons are limited due to their small size. Once the split individuals are destroyed, it will be very troublesome. Crack. I only heard a slight sound of machinery running behind me. A hatch opened on the Pioneer's sleek hull. Accompanied by the sound of metallic clanging, a tall figure walked out of the cabin door. It is about 2.5 meters tall and has a sturdy body, like an ancient knight wearing armor. The main body is milky white with a metallic luster, and looks like white jade. There are golden decorative patterns on various parts, which looks very mysterious. There is no sense of pause in the walking movement, it is very natural. From the appearance alone, it is difficult to recognize the identity of a robot. The weapon used is an arc rifle, which is slung behind the shoulder. The rifle looks like a box and is white and gold in color. There is no trigger, it is inductively activated and can only be activated in the hands of the rider. Let's go, Knight number 1. The split individual flew forward, in the direction of the dock exit. Yes, master. Knight number 1 responded to Li Meng, and a slightly mechanical voice sounded from his head. What a strange alien race. On the way out of the dock, Li Meng saw many alien races walking towards the dock like him. They look very strange, and if we use words to describe them, many creatures on Earth can be used to describe them. There are all kinds of skin colors, which can be said to be colorful. The body shapes are also different, some are big, some are small. However, most of them are humanoid races, standing on 2 feet, with a body shape that is neither too big nor too small, similar to humans. There are so many humanoid alien races that Li Meng doubts whether humans have destroyed all alien races except humanoids. On the way out of the dock, Li Meng saw no less than 20 aliens of different races. Knight number 1 attracted a lot of attention along the way because of his tall physique and full armor appearance. Wherever he passed, people gave way, with only fear and curiosity in their eyes. Where is the soldier station? At the station outside the dock, Li Meng stopped a robot cart. Similar to a rickshaw, but it is suspended and powered by a robot with 2 wheels. The robot is not big, about 1.5 meters tall. The legs were replaced by wheels, and the hands pulled the unpowered hovercraft. There is also a disc on its head, which seems to be a solar panel. Sorry, I don't have any consulting services. Please get in the car and I'll take you to the military depot. It will cost 15 credit points. Credits are the official currency of the Galactic Federation government. It is not an online transaction, but physical currency. Li Meng has no credit points and is too lazy to talk nonsense with the robot. The splinter moved forward quickly, extended its mechanical clamps, and inserted them into the port on the back of the robot's brain. Please stop. This is illegal. According to Article 13 of the Robot's Safety Procedure, I have the right. In just 1 second, Li Meng cracked the robot's firewall password and invaded the database. In the robot's information database, Li Meng found the map information of the city of Duis. After retracting the mechanical clamp, Li Meng continued to move forward. The military station is not far from the pier, only 2 blocks away, very close. Seeing his master walking away, Knight number 1 followed silently behind him. The rickshaw robot seemed to have crashed. It took more than 10 seconds for him to wake up as if he was reactivated. It turned its head and looked around, as if wondering what had happened before. Just after Li Meng left, a grey-robed figure came to the rickshaw robot in the station. He was wearing a grey cloak, and his entire body was covered by the cloak, making it impossible to see his true face underneath the cloak. It only took 2 seconds to crack the firewall password of the human robot. The voice was full of surprise, astonishment, and disbelief. He raised his head slightly, looked towards the end of the street, and followed. The so-called military station is not only the base of the Bounty Hunter Guild, but also a bar. Bounty Hunters are an unofficial armed organization recognized by the Galactic Federation government. Its main business is to capture and hunt down fugitives wanted by the Galactic Federation. Chapter 12 Awfully. Is this the military station? Walking along the street, Li Meng came to a castle-like building. Compared to other low buildings, it is larger in scale. Only slightly smaller than the municipal building in the city center. On the street outside the gate, fully armed bounty hunters can be seen entering and leaving the military station. The combination of Li Meng and Knight Number 1, one big and one small, also attracted the attention of hunters. Perhaps it was the imposing figure of Knight 1 that frightened them. He only took a glance, then looked away and left in a hurry. Without staying outside for long, Li Meng took Knight Number 1 towards the gate. As soon as he entered the gate of the military station, Li Meng heard a noisy sound. That was the noise created by the languages of different races blending together. Hey, get out of here, only bounty hunter robots are welcome here. As soon as we entered the gate, a yellow-painted security combat robot came over. It looks somewhat slender and has a simple structure, like a skeleton. Only the core area of the upper body and head is protected by armor. There was a flash of golden light, and a streak of golden lightning shot out from the surface of the split individual. It instantly crossed a distance of several meters and hit the security robot that was coming towards it. Golden electric current suddenly ran through the security robot's body. Warning, invasion, invasion. The mechanical body trembled and fell to the ground with a bang. This scene brought the noisy sounds in the bar to an abrupt halt, and all the hunters looked at Li Meng and Knight Number 1. You should be smarter. After Li Meng said this, the bounty hunters continued drinking, talking and laughing as if nothing had happened. But his peripheral vision was still observing Li Meng and Knight Number 1. The security robot was attacked, but there was no response from the military station. The security robots from the other 2 directions came over and lifted the fallen security robot down. Just then, a graceful figure walked over from the direction of the bar. She is tall, about 1.8 meters tall. Non-human, a humanoid race. It is 80% similar to humans, only the brain is different. It has a face similar to that of a human and its skin is as white as jade. There are 2 short red horns on his head, and his hair is not as fine as that of humans. Instead, they are thick strands of keratin. It is red in color, very long, and reaches the knee. She was wearing a long black dress and her waist twisted as she walked, giving people a very sexy feeling. She is very sexy and attractive, but she has a pair of blood-red eyes that make people feel evil. As for what race it is, Li Meng doesn't know. The information database of the Gravity Star spacecraft only recorded the information of the Parker people, and Li Meng knew nothing about other races. But Li Meng knew that her target was herself. Because she was coming this way. Sorry, I hope my security robot didn't disturb you. When she came in front of Li Meng, she stopped and smiled. The voice is very soft and comfortable to listen to. Although she was right in front of Li Meng, her eyes were looking at Knight Number 1 behind Li Meng. Li Meng, I'm sorry, beautiful lady, I hope my rudeness didn't cause you any trouble. Beautiful lady. Awfully smiled. She smiled and said, my name is Awfully, the commission acceptor of the military station. Nice to meet you, little one. Awfully. Nice name, and she's beautiful too. Although it looks a bit evil, it is in line with Li Meng's aesthetic. Li Meng also introduced himself, I am a Universal Technician Service Robot, you can call me Chio. Universal Technician Service Robot? A hint of doubt flashed across Awfully's eyes. Are there robots of this type? Glancing at the owner behind the ball again, Awfully's face looked thoughtful. I'm sorry, my master isn't good at talking, I hope Miss Awfully doesn't mind. Looking Li Meng up and down, a hint of doubt flashed in Awfully's eyes. Apart from anything else, this ball really doesn't look like a robot at all. Not only is the voice different, but even the way of speaking is different. Awfully smiled and said, "It's okay, I don't mind. Chocho, what does your master need?" The equipment on the owner of the ball is not simple. Awfully saw it immediately. Other bounty hunters either wear some bio-leather armor that protects against blast energy, or go unprotected. There were people wearing heavy armor, but they were few and far between. Wearing such heavy armor, yet appearing to move so lightly, there are only two possibilities. Either the unknown race inside has powerful strength, such as the strong and powerful Kichu tribe. Either it is power armor, which has its own power. But this possibility is very small, because Awfully did not hear any mechanical sound inside the armor. My master wants to find something to do that is not limited to capturing interstellar wanted criminals, such as some high-risk missions that cannot be made public and can only be done in secret. The more dangerous the better. My master likes to seek excitement. Miss Awfully, I hope you can satisfy my master's hobby. What Li Meng said made Awfully laugh. She looked Night One up and down, then turned and walked towards the bar. "Chocho, come with me." Her gentle voice immediately reached Li Meng's ears. Li Meng followed, floating forward 1.5 meters above the ground. Night Number 1 followed closely behind. Following Awfully, Li Meng crossed the hall and entered a room in the corridor behind the bar. There is a work desk in the room. Behind the desk, Awfully sat down. Looking at Li Meng floating in front of the table and Night Number 1 standing upright, Awfully asked, "Chocho, your master probably doesn't know much about the Bounty Hunter Guild." Li Meng did not deny what Awfully said. "Yes, I know nothing." Li Meng did not lie and really knew nothing. Hearing this, Awfully's face showed understanding. What Chocho said just now made Awfully have some guesses in her mind. Speculations about the identity of the ball's owner. Awfully was sure that the owner of the ball should be from the Inner Ring Star region. He is a rich kid who came to the Outer Rim Star region to seek excitement. It's not like she hasn't seen this kind of person before. But the owner of the ball seems to be a little different from those rich kids. As for what was different, Awfully didn't know, she just had this feeling. With a calm expression on her face, Awfully said, "On the surface, bounty hunters are unofficial law enforcement organizations that maintain order and justice, but in reality, they are a trading platform for employers to find helpers to solve problems. For bounty hunters, as long as they are given enough credit points, there is nothing they can't do, even if it is illegal or criminal. Many wanted interstellar criminals have the identity of bounty hunters. Ball, compared to the front side, the dark side missions are much more dangerous. Does your master really want to do this?" After listening to Awfully, Li Meng became more and more interested in the other side of the bounty hunter. He said without hesitation, "Of course, my master is ready." Without saying anything else, Awfully smiled, opened the drawer and took out a data disk. Chapter 13 Grey Robe Tours. There are rules for the positive side and rules for the dark side. The dark side's commissions require a lot of connections from the person who accepts them. So, from now on, Chocho, your master is my exclusive hunter and is forbidden to contact other persons who accept him. The reward for completing the task is 30% for you and 70% for me. In the future, I will increase the ratio based on your master's score, up to 73%. After saying that, Awfully placed the data disk in her hand on the table. Push forward as far as your hands can reach. Chocho, this is your master's first mission. Only after you complete it can you become my exclusive hunter. Awfully's meaning is easy to understand. Only by completing the mission can you become her exclusive hunter. As for what will happen if the mission fails, there is no need to say more. Moving forward, Li Meng came to the desk and inserted the data disk into the port with mechanical clamps. This mission is an infiltration mission. There is a possibility of combat. The employer's commission requires a helper. You can go to Pier 63 to meet up with the employer. The information needed for the infiltration mission is all on the data disk. Li Meng learned some mission information from the data disk. Since they just need a helper, the information in the data disk is just some requirements put forward by the employer. The information in the data disk also let Li Meng know why Awfully fell in love with him. Because the employer needs a Y7 level astromech robot. The Y-7 is the most advanced astromech droid model in the galaxy today. There is no astromech robot of this level in the entire planet of Terek. This type of robot only appears in the inner ring star field. Leave it to me, I will complete the task perfectly. Then, Li Meng turned and left, followed closely by Knight Number 1. It was already afternoon, but the military station was still bustling with activity. After leaving the room, Li Meng did not intend to stay in the military station and walked out. However, when passing by the bar, the service robot behind the bar caught Li Meng's attention. Looking at the service robot at work, Li Meng paused for a few seconds. Then it flew over the bar, and approached the service robot. "Hello, what can I do for you?" "Sorry, I don't serve robots." At the bar, Li Meng started chatting with the service robot. "You should know many languages." Service robot: "Yes, I can speak 1,732,413 different languages to meet your service needs." "Is that so? Then you can serve me." Li Meng flew forward and went behind the service robot. "What are you doing? This is illegal, according to..." Ignoring the service robot's warning, Li Meng extended his robotic arm and inserted it into the socket in the service robot's mind. In just a few seconds, Li Meng downloaded more than 1 million types of language data. When Li Meng left, the downtime humanoid service robot recovered. "What happened? What happened to me?" The service robot turned its head and looked around, asking itself. The Galactic Federation's artificial intelligence has reached its peak. Every robot can be called a digital life with its own independent consciousness. However, even the most advanced artificial intelligence will be limited by the underlying programs. Therefore, although robots have higher intelligence, they still cannot evolve into more advanced life forms. Li Meng left the military station with Knight Number 1. "Knight Number 1, go back and wait." On the street outside, Li Meng gave new instructions to Knight Number 1. It's better not to let others know that the so-called master he mentioned is a robot. "As you command, my master." Knight Number 1 turned and strode away. After taking a look at Knight Number 1's departing back, Li Meng's small, round split individual flew to the other side of the street. In addition to commercial docks, the city of Duis also has many private docks. It is usually undertaken by maintenance stations on the outskirts of the city. Those maintenance stations will cooperate with the tower personnel to obtain more customers. As long as there is a spacecraft docked, they can provide many services, such as spacecraft maintenance, refueling, etc. It was already afternoon, and before sunset, Li Meng found Pier 63. Pier 63 is located on the eastern edge of the city, with a yellow sand area outside. The whole building is like a donut, with the parking space at the innermost part. Outside the door, Li Meng stopped and looked into the maintenance station. Seeing that there was no one there and the door was open again, Li Meng flew in. "Hey, robot, this is private property, get out." As soon as I entered the gate, a cursing voice rang out from the maintenance station. There is a helipad behind the gate, on which is parked a very small spaceship. It is about 14 meters long, has a double-wing streamlined structure, and is painted white and yellow. A dirty woman crawled out from the belly of the plane. He was about 30 years old, with messy brown hair. He was wearing a brown leather uniform that was dirty and covered in black grease stains. She walked over viciously with a wrench in her hand. Li Meng was frightened by the woman's ferocious look and stepped back repeatedly. "Wait, I'm here to look for someone. I didn't mean to break in here." Does this woman have some kind of hatred towards robots? The fierce look on her face is not fake. Li Meng was terrified and quickly climbed higher. Li Meng didn't want to be hit by the wrench in her hand. "Come down here. You're here to look for someone, so come down and talk." Although she said this, she had already swung the wrench in her hand. If he could reach it, he would have hit Li Meng with a wrench. "Your heart rate is very high. According to probability calculation, you have a 70% chance of attacking. Please stop the attacking behavior." This woman was like a tiger, trying to attack him. This is too fierce and too violent. Li Meng had never seen such a fierce woman. "Tessa, it's coming for me." Just then, a young voice sounded from the side. The sound came from behind. Li Meng turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. A man in a gray cloak walked out from the gate. Judging from its body shape, even if it is not human, it is at least humanoid. The arrival of the gray robe made Tasha glare at Li Meng, then turned and left. He looked at the gray robe, and then at the vicious woman's departing back. Although I don't know what happened, one thing is certain. That woman named Tessa absolutely hates robots. Sorry, for some reason, Tessa really hates robots. I hope you can forgive her. He was very polite and his voice was gentle. Li Meng descended and stopped in front of him. My name is Chocho, the only universal robot in the galaxy. Nice to meet you, employer. He did not refute Li Meng's arrogant words, but just took off his hood. As the hood fell off, a young face appeared in Li Meng's eyes. He is quite young, around 20 years old. She has light brown hair and a band tied on her forehead. He smiled and said, I believe you are the robot I'm looking for. My name is Tulls. After some introductions, the two sides got to know each other. Chapter 14, Scryer. So, Tulsi, what do you need from me? Li Meng still had no idea what Tours was going to do. The data disk Offly gave contained very little information. There was no information related to the mission, only geographical data and maps of the planet Terek. Looking up at the sky, Tulls put his hood back on. Let's talk on the way, let's go. Tours seemed very anxious, and Li Meng did not ask any more questions. Following Tours, Li Meng left the maintenance station where Pier 63 was located. Outside, Tours had already prepared a hoverbike. Seeing the hoverbike outside the door, Li Meng murmured in his heart. There was no hoverbike outside the door when I came here just now. Tours's return was a fortuitous time. Outside, Tours got on the hoverbike. Chocho, can you keep up with the speed of the hoverbike? Cannot. In response to Tours's questioning, Li Meng denied it without hesitation. Although the round sphere has the ability to fly. But its speed cannot keep up with the hover motorcycle whose maximum speed can exceed 500 km per hour. The intensity of the magnetic repulsion that the anti-gravity device can generate will not exceed 50 km per hour at the maximum speed. Moving forward, Li Meng landed on a flat plate on the front of the car and used magnetism to secure himself. Tessa, I'll trouble you with the spaceship. If everything goes well, we can return tonight. At some point, Tessa appeared outside the door. Tessa waved the wrench in her hand and said, Don't worry, your old plane will be well maintained before you come back. Without saying anything else, Tulls started the engine. There was a hissing sound of exhaust, and the turbojet engine under the seat spewed out orange flames. As soon as Tours stepped on the accelerator, the hoverbike rushed out like a tiger descending a mountain. Accompanied by the roar of the engine like the whistling of the wind. Wherever it passed, dust rolled, leaving behind a trail that lingered for a long time. It was already afternoon and the sun was setting. In the endless desert, a hover motorcycle is traveling at high speed. The speed was so fast, like a shadow passing through the desert. Strong winds and waves blew, causing Tours' hood to whistle. The blue light flashed, and Li Meng opened a holographic map and displayed it in front of Tours. According to probability calculations, there is an 80% chance that your destination will be here. This is a holographic map of the northern hemisphere of Terek. There was a red halo flashing at a certain point on the map. That was the place marked by Li Meng. Inside the hood, a hint of surprise flashed in Tours' eyes. Chocho, how did you know? He did not reveal any mission information, but Chocho was able to accurately find where he was going. Could it be that Chocho has the ability to predict the future? Li Meng naturally did not have the ability to predict the future. He replied, I tracked the signal from the Interstellar Tower. There is only one official port on Terek, which is Dui's city. But today, several large transport ships, under the guidance of the Interstellar Tower, headed to an unknown landing point on the planet's surface. There must be a reason for the anomaly. The direction you are heading to is exactly that secret landing point. After the process of elimination and probability calculation, I got this answer. Chocho's answer made Tours understand. Indeed, although Terek is the trade center of the eastern outer ring star region, it is not a prosperous place. There is only one large settlement on the entire planet, Duis. Duis became a trade center only because the leader of the Hela tribe lived on the planet Terek. Tours did not hide anything and said, Chocho, you are right. The place you marked is exactly where we are going. Although we don't know what is there, this is exactly why we are going there. In the endless desert, the hover motorcycle is traveling at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Wherever it passed, dust rolled, leaving behind a trail that lasted for a long time. It was so fast that it disappeared at the end of the horizon in the blink of an eye. 3 hours later. Just as the sun was about to disappear over the horizon, Tours and Li Meng arrived at their destination. Hiding the hoverbike behind a boulder, Tours ran forward cautiously. Just a few hundred meters ahead there is a huge rift. Its length is unknown and there is no end in sight. It is about 1 kilometer wide and divides the earth into two. Quietly coming to the edge of the cliff, Tours lay on the ground. He took out a telescope from his waist and observed the situation in the rift valley. According to probability calculations, there should be a secret base hidden in the cliffs of the rift valley. The rift valley is very long, according to observations, it is no less than 100 kilometers. The width of this section of the rift reaches 1 kilometer. Right in the valley of the rift, there is a huge transport ship docked. Its model is unknown because there is no data on related transport ships in Li Meng's database. It is square, like a box, and relatively flat. From its appearance, it can be seen that it is a civilian transport ship. The ship is about 500 meters long and about 100 meters wide, occupying almost half of the rift valley. Just beyond the valley floor there was a large circular door in the rock wall. A large number of figures wearing yellow armor are using suspended pallets to unload cargo from transport ships and send them to the base. Chocho, can you identify the race of those figures wearing yellow armor? Due to the distance, and the fact that the other party was wearing a full body armor, Tours was unable to identify his race. As requested by Tours, Li Meng focused his attention on the figures wearing yellow armor. The average height is 1.5 meters, with a hunched body, additional tail armor, and a helmet shaped like a long-billed beast. Based on probability calculations, there is an 80% chance that it is a scryer. After obtaining more than 1 million languages from the information database of the military station service robot, Li Meng also obtained information about the corresponding race. The scryer, also known as the Ratmen. Its home star, Scully, is located in the 0345 star zone of the northern outer rim star field. Their civilization is relatively primitive. They are the natives of the planet Scryer and do not have the ability to travel between stars. They resemble rats in appearance, are extremely fertile, have voracious appetites, and the entire race has been in civil war since its birth. Because the rat people like to eat their own kind, their civilization is extremely barbaric, and their intelligence is low, they are not accepted by the Galactic Federation. The star system where it is located has also been listed as a restricted area, and foreign civilizations are prohibited from contacting it. SKRY. Why are those guys on Tarek? Inside the hood, Tulsa's young face frowned slightly. How could the indigenous creatures of the planet Skuri appear on the planet Tarek in large numbers? Tours didn't think that the Scryer, who had no ability to travel between stars, could reach Tarek on their own. There is only one answer, that is, the Scryer Ratmen were brought here by some force. Chapter 15 Anti-Gravity Train. Chocho, we have to go in and take a look. I need you to hack into the secret base's information database and get intelligence about this base. This is a heavily defended secret base. It is not easy to sneak into it quietly. Using the various sensors and scanning arrays carried by the split individuals, Li Meng analyzed the valley bottom. There are a lot of sensors at the bottom of the valley. The success rate of a frontal dive is estimated to be 10%. We recommend finding another entrance. There is no chance of success with a frontal infiltration. There is only one entrance to the bottom of the valley, and there are a large number of rat soldiers guarding outside the door. Those rat soldiers wearing yellow armor and holding blaster rifles are obviously not characters to be trifled with. Tours is alone, and if his infiltration fails, he will be in danger. If you want to sneak into the base at the bottom of the valley quietly, you must find another way. Toes was observing the opposite rock wall with a telescope. Underground bases like this always require devices like vents. Tulsi found the anti-gravity train. Just then, Li Meng made a new discovery. Just at the southern end of the valley floor, a long anti-gravity train appeared. The huge turbojet engine on top of the car provides it with powerful power, allowing it to fly to the bottom of the valley. The speed is so fast that it is close to 200 kilometers per hour. When it saw it, it slowed down. Just as Li Meng reminded tours, the anti-gravity train entered a bend. It disappeared, it went into the bend but didn't come out again. This scene made tours' eyes light up. Apparently, in addition to the main gate at the bottom of the valley, there was another entrance for the anti-gravity train to enter and exit. Chio, let's go over there. Tours stood up and ran towards the hoverbike behind the boulder. Soon, the engine roared and the air waves rolled. After Toles rushed out of the boulder on his hoverbike, he headed south along the edge of the cliff. Above the curve where the anti-gravity train disappeared, Tours stopped on his hoverbike. The rift is very deep, hundreds of meters. What happens above cannot be noticed below. The sun has set and darkness is gradually covering the earth. Lying on the edge of the cliff, Tours used the telescope in his hand to observe the rift valley below. Sure enough, there was another huge round metal door at the bottom of the valley. It was larger than the round metal door found before, and there were more rat soldiers outside the door. They all wore yellow armor and carried blaster rifles. At first glance, there were two teams of rat soldiers, 24 people in total. They appeared to be well disciplined, standing straight and looking around vigilantly. Are they really Scryrii? Looking at the Scryer Ratman standing guard in front of the gate at the bottom of the valley, a hint of doubt flashed in Tours' eyes. In his impression, the Scryer were not only barbaric and low in intelligence, but also difficult to communicate with. But the rat people were orderly and disciplined. It was nothing like the Scryrii that Tours had in mind. Chio, are you sure they are Scryrii? Tours put down the telescope and turned to confirm with Chio beside him again. Li Meng replied, no mistake, the probability that Scryer is a rat man is 100%. Tours once again set his sights on the bottom. Since Chio confirmed it, he no longer needed to doubt it. As long as we sneak into the base, everything will become clear. Chio, we have to sneak into the base. Do you have any good suggestions? Li Meng rose slightly in altitude and observed the southern end of the rift. It took a while to descend and return to Tours' side. It is recommended to use the anti-gravity train to sneak into the base. The success rate is 70%. It is not ruled out that there is a scanning array in the passage behind the door to check the train. Use the anti-gravity train to sneak into the base. Tours used the telescope to glance at the southern end of the rift. If you want to sneak into the base quietly, I'm afraid this is the only way. As long as you can enter the gate, things will be much easier afterwards. Okay, let's do it. Let's go to the road that the anti-gravity train must take and wait for us. There was only one road at the bottom of the valley, and then Tours moved south along the edge of the cliff. Time passed quickly, and as the sun set, darkness enveloped the earth. Tarak has two satellites, Tarak 1 and 2. As darkness fell, two full moons climbed up into the sky without anyone noticing, and the bright moonlight slightly dispelled the darkness. That night, on the edge of the cliff in the Rift Valley, a figure in a gray robe was squatting. Whenever a breeze blew, his gray robe would always rustle. Toles, the anti-gravity train is approaching. Just above Tours' head, the split individual was floating quietly. Just at the southern end of the rift, a buzzing sound of engines was heard. The roar of its engines echoed through the canyon, sweeping over us. In the distant Rift Valley, a ray of light occasionally flashes from the bottom of the valley and approaches this side at high speed. Soon, a long winding dragon appeared in the eyes of Tours and Li Meng. There was a faint blue light flickering on the anti-gravity train. This makes it look like a long snake winding forward at night. Toles, you must go to the bottom of the valley and wait, otherwise it will be too late. Seeing that Tours was still standing on the edge of the cliff, Li Meng couldn't help but remind him. The anti-gravity train is approaching at high speed, and they only have one chance. My anti-gravity device can bear 500 kilograms. I can take you down. Need not. Tours rejected Li Meng's proposal. Then he made a move that left Li Meng at a loss. He stood up and jumped off the edge of the cliff. Etc. Li Meng didn't expect that Tours would suddenly jump down, which caught him off guard. This place is at least 300 meters away from the valley bottom. There is no chance of survival if you jump from such a height. To's sudden suicidal behavior was completely unexpected by Li Meng. After all this trouble, is it just to choose a place to commit suicide? Li Meng hurried forward and looked towards the bottom of the valley. At this glance, a shocking scene came into Li Meng's eyes. Tours was seen falling vertically, and then landed lightly on the roof of a passing anti-gravity train. He descended very quickly, but he looked very light and graceful when he landed on the roof. This scene made Li Meng stunned. The split individual was calculating frantically and was on the verge of a system crash. But no matter how you calculate it, the survival rate of falling from such a height will not be higher than 1%. How did he do it? Toes, who had steadied himself on the roof of the car, waved to Li Meng on the edge of the cliff. Li Meng came to his senses, stopped his fruitless calculations, and rushed to the bottom of the valley. How did you do it? No matter how I calculate, the probability of your survival is no more than 1%. I can't understand it at all. On the roof of the anti-gravity train, Li Meng caught up with Tours. It uses magnetism to attach to the armor on the roof. Toes was lying on the roof of the car. The anti-gravity train was slowing down, and the entrance to the base was not far ahead. Chapter 16 The Knights Templar. Chocho, don't you know the Knights Templar? The Knights Templar? Sorry, I don't know. I don't have any relevant data in my database. Chocho's answer surprised Tours. The Knights Templar are the symbol of the Galactic Federation government and are a household name. Even if there is no information related to the Knights Templar in Chocho's database. But in the long run, we will definitely be able to obtain some information about the Knights Templar. Unless Chocho is a new robot that has just been offline, it must be aware of the existence of the Knights Templar. Chocho, how long have you been born? The inquiry from Tours made Li Meng alert. He knew he had let the cat out of the bag. From what Tours said, he seemed to know the existence of the Knights Templar. 109 days, 13 hours, 45 minutes, and 19 seconds. Hearing this, Tours understood. It seems that Chocho was taken to Terra Planet by his owner after he was born and did not experience too many things. You'll know later, now let's complete the task. The large round door on the cliff ahead slowly opened, as if welcoming the arrival of the anti-gravity train. The rat soldiers outside the door also made way to allow the train to pass. At a speed of 30 km per hour, the anti-gravity train slowly drove into the large metal round gate at a height of 1 meter above the ground. Behind the door was a long passage that went straight forward and deep into the earth. Chocho, there is a spectral scanning array ahead. Shortly after entering the passage, a blue light curtain appeared in front of the passage. The anti-gravity train slowly passed through the light curtain and was inspected by the spectral scanner. The rays from the spectral scanner can penetrate the car body and scan the interior. If nothing was done, Tours would be discovered. Leave it to me. Now it's Li Meng's turn to play. Li Meng broke away from the roof of the car and flew forward. Just as it was about to cross the spectrum, the sleek bodies of the split individuals showed flashes of golden arcs. There was a flash of golden light, and 2 golden lightning bolts shot out and hit the scanning arrays on the walls on both sides. Crack! With a flash of lightning, the scanning array was immediately scrapped and went offline. The blue light curtain also disappeared immediately. Without the scanning array, Tours passed the checkpoint smoothly. But the destruction of the scanning array also alarmed the scryer rat men in the base. A tisk-tisk sound was heard in the aisle ahead. That was the language of the scryer people, and the sound was very harsh. Go see what's going on. Yes, sir. There's a problem at the checkpoint. Several squads of Scryrii soldiers hurried towards the checkpoint from the aisles on both sides of the passage. They didn't notice Tours hiding on the roof. Tolls, there's a fork in the road ahead, it's time to get off. Never follow the anti-gravity train into the final station. Just think about it and you will know that this is not a rational approach. No matter where it leads, it's better than following the anti-gravity train to the final stop. Glancing at the fork in the road ahead, Tours waited for it to approach. When the anti-gravity train passed the fork, Tours turned his body over and supported himself with both hands. He jumped down from the roof of the car nimbly and landed on the ground. As soon as he landed, he rushed into the fork in the road. Once you enter the gate, it's a metal world inside. Judging from the color of the metal walls, the base was built quite a while ago. They walked forward along the passage and soon found another door blocking their way. I'll need a moment. If the port on the control panel is connected to the central system, there's no need to go any deeper. There is a control panel on the left side of the door, which is the emergency response preparation system. This is to prevent the electric door from locking and facilitate maintenance. Li Meng stepped forward, stretched out the mechanical clamp and inserted it into the port. Electric doors like this are usually connected to a central system that controls the entire base. But nothing is absolute, it is also possible that it is an independent regional system. Who? A scolding suddenly appeared. From the direction the two had just come from, a team of Scryer Ratmen soldiers appeared in the passage. They discovered the uninvited guest at the door. It's an intruder, sound the alarm. They reacted quickly and rushed over with guns pointed. Chiu, you continue to hack into the central system, and leave the rest to me. Although he didn't know where Tours got his confidence from, Li Meng couldn't care less. He is now at a critical moment in breaking through the firewall of the base's central system. In the event of an outage, the central system's firewall will be repaired immediately. The next invasion will be 100 times more difficult than the first. The Central System Information Database has been hacked and the relevant information is being downloaded. I need 30 seconds. Hearing this, Toles grinned in his hood. He was right about the robot, and it was the right decision to sneak into the base with the ball this time. Seeing the Scryer Ratman rushing towards him, Toles pulled out a hilt from his waist. The hilt is silver gray, cylindrical, and has some protruding structures on it. There was a whistling sound, and a milky white beam of light gushed out from the hilt of the sword, took shape, and fixed itself. The sword body was like a burning plasma flame, and the space around it was distorted. What is this? A lightsaber? Although he was downloading data from the Central System Information Database, Li Meng was also paying attention to the situation behind him. Li Meng was shocked to see that the hilt of the sword in Tours' hand had turned into a lightsaber. This reminded Li Meng of a Western science fiction movie called Star Wars, in the Earth era. There was a lightsaber inside, exactly the same as the one in Tours' hand. No, it's different. The lightsaber in Toles' hand is more realistic. It's the grey-robed warrior, fire. Seeing that Tours had taken out his lightsaber, the Scryrii that was rushing towards him stopped approaching and opened fire immediately. Chirp. Suddenly, gunshots rang out like whistles. The fiery red laser beam swept towards Tours like raindrops. At the moment when Scryer opened fire, Toles moved. He swung his lightsaber, and the flying lightsaber was like a light wheel, forming a shield. The incoming laser beam was accurately deflected by the lightsaber. Some laser beams were even bounced back and hit the Scryer Ratmen. A cloud of green smoke suddenly came out of the Scryer Ratman who was hit by the laser beam, and his body was blown away. Looking at the fallen Scryer. A fiery red hole was blasted into their armor, revealing a bloody hole that pierced their bodies. Although the explosion range of the blasting beam is small, the energy of the explosion is more concentrated and has super armor-piercing ability. Could the Grey Knight be the Jedi Knight in the movie? This scene is so dramatic, it's exactly the same as the Jedi in the movie. Here it comes, it's that familiar trick. Toles reached forward with his free left hand. Chapter 17 Phase Sword and Psionics. Two Scryrii Ratmen soldiers dozens of meters away seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand and pulled towards Tours. Tours swung his lightsaber and slashed. The Scryrii Skaven soldier who was pulled in front of him was cut in two by the lightsaber. Just like cutting tofu, the armor on the Scryer Ratman had no effect at all. For a moment, a bloody scene came into Li Meng's eyes. Looking at the Scryer Ratman cut in two on the ground, Li Meng was not afraid. Instead, he subconsciously analyzed the wound. This made Li Meng quite puzzled. It also made Li Meng deeply aware of his own changes. He is no longer a human being. He has broken free from the shackles of the flesh and become a digital life. Even Li Meng himself didn't know how much emotion he had left as a human being. Although he was a little distracted, Li Meng did not forget his mission. After the corresponding data was downloaded, Li Meng retracted the mechanical clamp. Toles, the data has been downloaded. We have to leave here as soon as possible. Support from the base is on the way. While invading the base's central system, Li Meng also briefly took control of the entire base. The alarm in the base has been sounded, and a large number of scryer rat soldiers are pouring in. Although Tours is very strong and has inhuman strength, he may not be able to cope with attacks coming from all directions. From Tours's fighting style, it can be seen that although the grey-robed warrior is strong, he cannot face attacks from all directions. If there were two teams shooting from the front and back, Tours would probably find it difficult to defend himself. You can only quickly attack one side and then leave the battlefield. Even in the middle of the battle, Tours did not forget to confirm, "Did you get the intelligence on the base?" "Yes, I got it." Hearing this, Tours' face lit up with joy. He stopped defending and rushed towards the scryer. The lightsaber in his hand was dancing like a wheel. The few remaining Scryrii soldiers were immediately hit by the rebounding blaster beams and fell to the ground. "Chio, let's go." In the passage, Tours started running, and Li Meng followed closely behind him. Return along the original route, rushing all the way. The Scryrii Ratmen soldiers he encountered were killed one by Tours' lightsaber. Before the Scryer Ratman soldiers in the base arrived to support them, the two men rushed to the gate. "Tulls, there are 24 Scryrii outside the door. They are standing on the left and right, 100 meters apart." Coming to the control panel on the back side of the gate, Li Meng hacked into the electric door system. The gate is an independent system network, directly controlled by the Scryer soldiers guarding the gate. It can only be opened from the inside, so you can only go in but not out. "Chio, open the door. Once you go out, you can directly take off to the hoverbike. No need to wait for me." Behind the gate, Tours stood upright in a grey robe, holding a lightsaber, and he was ready. There is no time to hesitate, and Li Meng will not hesitate. Crack. With just a click sound, the heavy metal door began to make a clicking sound. The round metal door rolled open to one side, and the night outside gradually appeared. "Chio, let's go." After saying this, Tours rushed into the darkness outside the door. "It's an intruder, fire, fire." Suddenly, the roar of the Scryer rat soldiers was heard outside. There were also red beams dancing around. Rushing into the darkness, Tours did not linger in the fight. He swung his lightsaber in his right hand and bounced off the incoming blaster beam. With his left hand, he pushed the Scryer Ratman hiding in the shadows on the left. In the darkness, several Scryrii on the left were like being hit by an invisible hammer and flew into the air. It flew more than 10 meters before rolling to the ground in a mess. In the darkness, Tulls was extremely agile. He rushed out while the chaos was going on and reached the cliff. He approached the cliff and leaped onto a protruding rock more than 30 meters high. Then he jumped on the rock wall, as nimble as a monkey, and soon jumped to the top of the cliff. This is too exaggerated. In the night sky, Li Meng looked at Tulls who had jumped onto the top of the cliff below, and murmured to himself. The existence of the Grey Warrior is simply beyond common sense and is simply a supernatural phenomenon. But if you think about it carefully, the existence of the grey-robed warrior doesn't seem to be that surprising. The universe is huge, and the direction of civilization development is not just physical technology. Things that seem incredible and violate the laws of physics actually have their own set of universal laws. "Chio, where are you?" He ran all the way back to the hoverbike, and seeing that Li Meng was not there, Tours became a little anxious. "I'm here." Li Meng slowly descended from above Tours' head. A blue light suddenly shot out, forming a fan-shaped light curtain that scanned the lightsaber in Tours' hand. "Chio, what are you doing?" Seeing that Chio was scanning the lightsaber in his hand, Tours turned off the lightsaber. For a moment, darkness enveloped the place where the two were. "I am very interested in the lightsaber in your hand. Its structure is very sophisticated. It has an eclipse crystal mother, but the energy it releases is neither laser nor plasma. The structure of the lightsaber has been analyzed by Li Meng. But that kind of structure is absolutely incapable of releasing laser light, let alone making the laser light shaped and stable." Tulls got on the hoverbike and said, "Chio, let's go. We'll talk on the way." Moving forward, Li Meng used magnetic force to fix himself to the front of the car. The engine roared, and the turbojet engine spewed out dazzling orange flames. Under the moonlight, the hoverbike rushed out like a tiger descending from a mountain and quickly disappeared into the distance. It was late at night and the full moon was in the sky. In the endless desert, a beam of light is moving rapidly. Amid the powerful roar of the engine, the hoverbike travels at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. Chochio, that's not a lightsaber, but a phase sword. The blade is not a laser, but an energy reaction between psychic energy and the Eclipse Mother Crystal. It has the ability to generate high temperatures and decompose matter. It is indestructible. In the known universe, only Sikkim can withstand its edge for a short time. Phase sword. Psychic power. Without the corresponding data, psychic energy cannot be analyzed. Please explain what psychic energy is. In the hood, Tol smiled. Psychic energy is a very mysterious power. Whether it exists in the form of energy is a question that the Templars have been exploring for thousands of years, but have not yet found an answer. We only know that psychic energy exists between all things. It is like water in the ocean. As long as you enter it, you can feel its existence. The spiritual base is the key to unlocking psychic energy. Every person, every life, and any form of race may have an individual with a spiritual base. As long as these individuals receive proper training, they can become psychic users. Some temple elders believe that psychic energy is a kind of spiritual energy that exists between all life forms. Therefore, psychic energy can sense each other regardless of distance. Even if they are tens of thousands of light years apart, they can still sense each other's existence. They can also see some prophetic fantasies through the throbbing of their hearts. Some Templars even believe that psychic power is the power of emotions and is easily swayed by emotions. Because of good and evil, psychic users have two sides, the light side and the dark side. It is difficult to achieve a balance. Chapter 18 Biological Laboratory. Tours explained it very thoroughly. There is no doubt that he is a very talented Templar. Chochio, in this era, the Templars are walking in the world. You have enough time to understand us. I hope everything I said can clear up your confusion. Turza's words undoubtedly allowed Li Meng to obtain a lot of information about the Knights Templar. He was curious about what the grey-robed warrior was like, but he didn't expect to meet him so soon. I never expected that the grey-robed warrior was a Templar. Chochio, what did you find in the secret base's information database? The small talk is over, let's get back to the topic. A blue light flashed, and a curtain of light shot out from the round body of the split individual. A holographic map formed in front of Tours. That is the structural diagram of the secret base. The secret base in the rift is very large, covering an area of more than 100 square kilometers and penetrating thousands of meters into the Earth. According to the information, this is a biological laboratory and breeding factory. Its owner is unknown and there is no relevant data. The central system is controlled by a password and there is no identity information of the actual controller. It was built 175 years ago and was originally a selenium mine. The transformation began 35 years ago and was completed 25 years ago. The experiment was to genetically adjust the Scurry Ratman to make them smarter and control them with biochips. The breeding factory started working 20 years ago. By breeding the Scurry Ratman Queen with genetic adjustments, the Scurry Ratman Queen bred a large number of soldier rats. So far, the breeding factory has bred a total of 81.5 million soldier rats, of which 81 million soldier rats are missing and were sent away from Tarak by transport ships. There are still 500,000 soldier rats in the incubation nest, and their growth is being accelerated through biotechnology. It is expected to be offline in 3 months. When invading the information database of the base's central system, Li Meng was also shocked by his own discovery. Over a 20-year period, the secret factory bred more than 80 million soldier rats. That's 80 million. It's impossible to use them as coolie labor for such a large-scale breeding. When thinking about the Scryrii soldiers in the base, many things become clear. It's clear that the long peaceful galaxy is about to be thrown into turmoil. Some forces are preparing for war. Li Meng also had some guesses about why Tours appeared here and the identity of the Templar. Tulls, our actions tonight have alerted the enemy. You must leave Tarak immediately. Why did Tulsi appear in Tarak? Why sneak into the secret base to collect intelligence? This shows that the organization behind Tours is not completely unaware of the secret factory. Inside the hood, the expression on Tulsa's face was nothing but solemnity. The information Chocho obtained from the secret factory information database made him realize the seriousness of the situation. He had to return to New Shidome immediately to inform the Temple of the News. That night, in the darkness and under the moonlight, the hoverbike sped across the endless desert. It was late at night, and the silence at Pier 63 maintenance station was broken by a sudden roar of engines. In the desert outside, a beam of light was approaching rapidly, accompanied by the roar of engines. The beam of light came from far away, and after a moment, a hoverbike emerged from the darkness. Outside the maintenance station, the hoverbike slid sideways and stopped. Tours got off the hoverbike and hurried into the repair station. Li Meng also left the hoverbike and followed. After entering the maintenance station, Tours went straight to the spacecraft, opened the cockpit hatch and sat in. Chocho, I have to leave. If there is a chance and I really want to meet your master, I believe we will meet again in the future. Moving forward, Li Meng rose to the slot of the space mechanic robot at the nose of the machine. Lying there was an astromech robot with the shape of a flying saucer. It's more like an interstellar fighter than a spaceship. It is so small that there is only room for the driver inside. Even the space mechanic robots are external. Starfighters like these must rely on astromech robots to perform complex calculations on hyperspace routes in order to navigate safely. The Splinter extended its mechanical clamps and inserted them into the port of the astromech droid. The astromech droids that were invaded from outside were activated. Warning, you have violated Article 3 of the Robot Security Treaty. I have the right to. As the astromech robot warned, Li Meng retracted the mechanical clamp. The corresponding data has been received. Thank you for your help, robot of unknown model. Its attitude changes really quickly. It's warning 1 second and thanking the next. This also shows that it is at least a Y5 level astronaut robot with a high level of intelligence. Toes, the commission has been completed. Happy cooperation. After saying this, Li Meng flew backwards, away from the spaceship. Tours, who was in the driver's seat, took off his hood and said with a smile, "It's a pleasure to work with you." Bye then. Then, he said to the astromech robot at the nose of the machine, "Y6, let's go." With a click, the hatch closed. The roar of the engine followed, and the engine at the tail of the spacecraft spewed out blue flames. The spacecraft slowly rose vertically, getting farther and farther away from the ground. When it rises above the maintenance station and there is no obstruction in front or behind. The powerful engine roared, and the double-row engines at the tail of the spacecraft spewed out long, dazzling blue tail flames. The spaceship rushed out like a frightened bird. It rose into the sky at an angle of 50 degrees and quickly disappeared into the night sky. The mission is really easy. The spaceship above my head is no longer there. The distant roar of the engine soon disappeared. The smooth progress of the mission meant that Li Meng did not feel any difficulty in this commission task. In addition to the reward for completing the mission, there are other gains in this mission. For example, I have some basic understanding of the Knights Templar. The most rare thing is that Li Meng finally found something interesting. That is psychic power, strange and wonderful psychic power. Supernatural phenomena like psychic powers fully satisfied Li Meng's strong curiosity for knowledge. Not good. On the tarmac, the round split individual suddenly flashed. Just managed to avoid a dark shadow attacking from behind. It was a wrench, Tessa's wrench. The wrench lost its target and fell to the dusty ground. Tessa, don't be impulsive, I'm leaving right now, right now. Li Meng was so focused on thinking about the mission he was assigned this time that he almost forgot there was a crazy woman in the maintenance station. There was no time to go through the main gate, so Li Meng quickly increased his altitude and hurriedly fled the maintenance station. In the maintenance station, Tessa looked up at Li Meng who was fleeing in panic. Then he lowered his head and picked up the wrench on the ground with an expressionless face. Chapter 19, Station Conflict. It was late at night. After leaving the maintenance station, Li Meng did not go to the military station, but went directly back to the spacecraft. It was not until the morning of the next day that he slowly entered the gate of the military station. The military station is still bustling today, but there are far fewer guests than yesterday. Hey, little guy, why don't you see your master? Is he dead? Good for him, then just follow me from now on. Li Meng, who was passing through the hall, was stopped by a blue-skinned guy. He is a Kolomi, with blue skin and a head that looks like a snake but is not a snake. He was short, less than 1.5 meters tall, with his legs bent forward. He stretched out his hand like a sharp claw and grabbed Li Meng. Li Meng was not polite when faced with the uninvited guest who was looking for trouble. In the hall, a golden arc of electricity flashed, accompanied by a whistling sound. A golden lightning shot out from the round body of Li Meng's split individual. It instantly crossed a distance of several meters and hit the Kolomi who was blocking the way. The moment the golden lightning touched the Kolomi people's bodies, they were instantly turned into ashes. Only a set of clothes was left on the ground. Lolo. A human sitting at the same table with him had a look of shock and anger on his face, and wanted to draw his gun and stand up, but was held down by his companion next to him. The troublemaking bounty hunter was beaten to ashes by the chubby robot. The bounty hunters who were watching the fun in the hall now looked terrified. What weapon is that? Although there are many weapons that can reduce carbon-based life forms to ashes, that requires special bullets. But the robot of unidentified model only shot out a golden lightning. Electric arc has the ability to turn carbon-based life forms into ashes. How much energy is needed? It's just a small platform, how did it do it? Li Meng did not leave, but approached the companions of the Camelot people he had killed. You are very angry, your heartbeats are speeding up, and you have the urge to draw your weapons and shoot me. According to probability calculations, there is a 90% chance that you will retaliate against me. According to individual security regulations, I kill it. They sensed something was wrong. What was even more puzzling to them was that they actually felt the robot's murderous intent. It was as if the next moment, the robot that killed their companions would kill them with that golden arc. They must strike first, this is the common idea of the three people at the round table. They stood up and drew their guns and fired. They drew their guns quickly and showed great experience. When one person moves, the other two will act simultaneously in tacit understanding. But although they were fast, Li Meng was even faster. Before they pulled the trigger, a dazzling golden lightning shot out from the round ball of the split entity. This time it was not a burst of fire, but continuous irradiation. The winding lightning swept across the three people one after another like an electric dragon. The moment they came into contact with the golden lightning, the three of them turned into ashes one after another. Only the clothes and blaster pistols of the three men fell to the ground and onto the seats. After doing all this, Li Meng continued to move forward as if nothing had happened. At the bar, Awfully stood leaning against the bar holding a glass filled with red liquid. She was always there, watching, but did not step forward to stop it. The security robots in the hall also remained motionless. Awfully, you can see that I was just defending myself. They are the ones who broke the rules, not me. Li Meng came to Awfully's side. Without waiting for her to speak, he explained his previous behavior. After all, this is Awfully's territory, and we have to give Awfully an explanation. Looking down at the little guy beside her, Awfully smiled. She took a sip of the wine in the glass and said with a half smile, I know, so I just watched. Cho, I really doubt whether your master is teaching you what to do behind your back. In my impression, robots will not deliberately do things to anger others. You want to kill them, but you can't attack without reason because they didn't do anything. It's just their companions who are causing trouble for you. So, you use words to stimulate them so that they have to shoot in self-defense. But in the eyes of others, it's not them who are defending themselves, but you, Cho. This move is very beautiful. Awfully is undoubtedly a very smart woman. He saw through Li Meng's trick at a glance. Indeed, what Li Meng had done before was to provoke his group of companions from the Kolomi people. Because Li Meng felt that those three guys would be a trouble. Rather than letting them hit you from behind and cause trouble later, it is better to solve the problem on the spot. Li Meng hates trouble the most. Awfully, it won't cause you any trouble, will it? Even if those people have accomplices behind them, Li Meng would not care too much. Even if you can't beat them, you can still run away. The Outer Rim Star region is so large, with countless military stations, that you can find interesting tasks to do everywhere. But Awfully is different. The military station is Awfully's home and all her assets. She can't run away, and she won't give up her property easily. With a smile, Awfully said, bounty hunters are competitors. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the truth of the bounty hunter world. As long as it is not a large-scale fight, the military station will not intervene in the personal grudges between bounty hunters. This is probably the current security environment in the Outer Ring Star region. Due to the inaction of the Galactic Federation, the Outer Rim Star region has become a lawless place. Gangs and families are rampant and represent chaos, disorder and crime. Let's not talk about these annoying things. You completed this mission very well and your employer gave you a high evaluation. Let's go inside and talk. After placing the wine glass on the bar, Awfully walked away, swaying her waist. Li Meng followed closely behind, floating forward at a height of 1.5 meters above the ground. At this time in the hall, the guests continued to eat, drink and have fun as if nothing had happened. From their reactions, it can be seen that they are no longer surprised by the fighting among bounty hunters. Following Awfully, Li Meng returned to the office. Awfully sat down on the chair behind the desk. As soon as she sat down, Awfully took out a handful of golden coins from the drawer. This is the reward for this commissioned mission, a total of 5,000 faith points. This is your share. There are 5 very thin gold bricks in total. There are some carvings and information about the place where the currency was minted. There is also a currency identification code and a currency value of 1,000. Moving forward, Li Meng extended his mechanical arm and collected the faith points. Although faith points are of no use to him. Neither the Pioneer spacecraft nor the armed units on board require any additional fuel expenditures. There is no need for outsiders to do repairs or maintenance. However, money is something that can always be used, so Li Meng will never think it is too much. Qiu, you completed this mission very well. From now on, you will be my exclusive hunter. Since the dark side of bounty hunting involves some illegal activities, the official identity of a bounty hunter is just a burden. Once you register your file, your information will be exposed. Therefore, your identity can only be a free man, which will be beneficial to your future actions. Of course, if you need a bounty hunter identity, I can register for you. Chapter 20 Declaration of Independence. Li Meng naturally doesn't take the identity of a bounty hunter very seriously. He didn't leave Syria to become a bounty hunter. Bounty hunters are just tools for him to satisfy his thirst for knowledge. It doesn't matter whether you have it or not, as long as the ultimate goal remains unchanged. No, the status of a free man is good. Awfully, are there any interesting missions? The more difficult the better. My master likes adventures. Missions that are too easy are boring. If my master cannot be satisfied, he will not stay on Tarak for long. What he wanted to do had to go to more places. Although Tarak is the trade center of the Eastern Outer Rim Star region, it is only a small place. Although Li Meng was very interested in the biological experiment equipment and cultivation equipment in the secret factory. But there are no conditions to acquire those biotechnologies at the moment. The hunters in her hands actively seek more difficult tasks, which is the best thing for Awfully. After all, the casualty rate among bounty hunters is extremely high. Positive bounties are a bit better. The missions on the dark side are extremely dangerous, and if you are not careful, you will never come back. At least double-digit dark hunters die under her command every year. With a slight smile, Awfully took out 3 data disks from the drawer. There are many types of dark side missions, including bounty missions, mercenary missions, and rescue missions. The main business of bounty missions is to capture fugitives wanted by the federal government, regardless of life or death. Mercenary missions are the most dangerous. Their employers are usually gangs and families in various star regions of the Outer Ring Star region. In order to eliminate their opponents, they usually spend a lot of money to hire foreign aid. This type of mission often involves encountering peers, and the battles are extremely dangerous. The dark side hunters who perform this type of mission often have a team behind them. Compared with the first 2 missions, rescue missions seem to be much simpler, but in fact they are also somewhat dangerous. Rescue missions often involve rescuing some smuggling ships that are trapped for various reasons on dangerous routes. Not only do they have to overcome natural disasters, but they also have to be careful of the armed guards of various planets in the star region. Of course, these are just the main categories of tasks. There is only one rule for the dark side: if you pay enough, there is nothing you can't do. There are 3 missions here that are very suitable for you. One is a rescue mission. There is a smuggling ship trapped in the Storm Nebula Channel. The reward is rich, but you must arrive within 3 months. The mission is on a first-come, first-served basis. It is a competitive rescue mission. Although the mission is easy, you may not be able to grab it. If other hunters arrive first, it will be a wasted trip. The second mission is a mercenary mission. A gang family in the southern outer ring star region needs external assistance to deal with the war launched by the hostile gang. As for which gang it is and where the mission is located, you have to accept the mission to find out. The information is all in the data disk. The third mission is for your former employer, Tours. I don't recommend you to choose this mission because it is dangerous. It is not only time-consuming and laborious, but also requires sufficient manpower. A mission from former employer Tours. Without thinking, Li Meng made the decision. I choose the third mission. Awfully said that she didn't want him to accept Tours' commission. But Tours' task was placed among the 3 tasks. If she really didn't want him to accept Tours' commission, why would she do this? All I can say is that women's hearts are as unfathomable as the sea, even if they are alien women. Li Meng's choice seemed to be within Awfully's expectations. She was not surprised at all. He stretched out his right hand, pressed the data disk for the third task, and pushed it to where his hand could reach. The mission information is on the data disk. I won't go into detail. Find out for yourself. Li Meng reached forward with his mechanical clamp, collected the data disk on the table, and inserted it into the port. Li Meng immediately knew the mission information. This is still a stealth mission, but more complex. The mission target is a shipyard in orbit around a planet called Geller, in the 0213 star zone of the north-central ring star region. Also known as the Geller Dock. Gellert Shipyard is a large shipyard. It is also the only shipyard in the central star region that is capable of building giant ships. It's not close to Tarak planet, and even taking the shortest route would take more than 4 months. The mission objective is to obtain the registration information of ships built by Geller Shipyard. That's a huge shipyard with tight security, so it's not easy to sneak in. Just then, the communication disk on the desk lit up. The blue light flickered, projecting a small holographic figure. People of Tarak, I am Claude, the mayor of DUI's city. For thousands of years, the outer star region has suffered from the brutal oppression of the Galactic Federation government. They use the lowest prices to obtain the most expensive rare minerals. The Galactic Federation government has become corrupt. They cannot hear our voices, our needs, or care about the thousands of races in the outer star region. In their eyes, we are just the cheapest labor and a tool to promote the prosperity of the inner star region. We can't wait any longer. The once powerful federal government is no longer there. We must pursue the happy life we want. We must be independent and we must resist. I declare that I will join the Independent Planet Alliance on behalf of the people of Tarak. People of Tarak, independence is today. Victory will belong to the Great Independent Planet Alliance and will belong to us. This is a declaration of independence, and without further interference, this message will spread throughout the galaxy. Tarak Star declared independence. This sudden situation made Awfully a little overwhelmed. Although Li Meng realized that the Galactic Federation was not as calm as it seemed. But I didn't expect the unrest to come so quickly and happen so close to me. Could it be that what happened last night stimulated the owner behind the secret factory, forcing them to act early? There was a flash of blue light and the bust of the mayor disappeared, replaced by a holographic head of a security robot. Master, we have received declarations of independence from the planets in the outer rim star region. An unknown fleet has appeared in the orbit of Tarak. Hearing this, Awfully frowned slightly. She quickly got up and walked to the window, looking at the sky outside. Outside, the bounty hunters who received the news ran out of the military station and looked at the sky on the street outside. Not only the bounty hunters, but all the citizens of DUI's city ran into the streets and looked up at the sky. Just in Tarak's orbit, outside the atmosphere visible above the city of DUI's, a fleet appeared at some point. The fleet consisted of 5 ships. 4 of the ships are smaller, about 800 meters in length. The shape of the ship is like an ant without its legs, with smooth front and rear hulls and a segmented structure. From its ship structure, it can be seen that the rear half of the ship has a larger internal space. The largest ship is about 1,700 meters long, twice the size of the others. The shape of the ship is similar to that of a space whale, with a smooth outer structure and a relatively flat hull. All ships are painted yellow. In the Galactic Federation, ships painted yellow are generally engineering ships. But that fleet was not engineering ships, but real warships. Chapter 21 General Osvid. At the same time, on the fleet flagship in orbit of Terek. This fleet is affiliated with the Alliance of Independent Planets. Although the Declaration of Independence is only today, the Independent Planets Alliance has been preparing for today's Declaration of Independence for more than half a century. Freedom-class frigate, Independence-class cruiser, these are combat ships prepared by the Independent Planet Alliance for war. General Osvid, Terek has declared independence and joined the Independent Planets Alliance. I hope the Independent Planets Alliance can keep its promise and respect Terek's sovereignty. My people need freedom to accept their fear of leaving the Galactic Federation. A powerful fleet stationed on Terek is necessary, but I hope the arrival of the fleet will not affect the peaceful environment of Terek. In the bridge, the captain sat in the captain's chair in a black robe. Judging from the figure, it seems to be a human, or perhaps a humanoid alien race. He was looking down at the holographic bust projected by the communicator in front of him. It was Mayor Claude, a colon. He has blue skin and an octopus-like head. Mayor Claude, the Independent Planets Alliance will keep its promise and bring freedom, justice and peace to the people of Terek. Terek has important assets of the Independent Planets Alliance. The Independent Planets Alliance has the responsibility to protect its assets. This fleet is here for this purpose. A deep voice sounded from within the hood. It is a voice that inspires trust. Claude had no doubt that General Oswald would break his promise. He offered the most flattering words. I hope that war will not come to Terek. I hope that the Independent Planet Alliance can bring hope to the Outer Rim Star region. May victory belong to the Independent Planet Alliance. The blue light flashed and the communication was interrupted. In the bridge, a large number of Scririi in yellow uniforms skillfully operated the sophisticated equipment. They may have been stupid and barbaric in the past, but now they are very smart. Already have the ability to travel the stars in starships. Let's go. The fleet has arrived at Terek, and his mission is accomplished. Terek is not an important strategic location, so there is no need to deploy too many ships here. For Freedom-class frigates are enough to guard Terek. As you command, General, this ship will head to Planet Cap. The lieutenant was originally a scryer, with gray hair and a rat-like head. But the words that came out of his mouth were authentic Federal language. In the planet's orbit, the fleet's flagship's engine suddenly started, flashing a blue tail flame. The huge ship slowly turned and headed towards the dark starry sky. The next moment, there was a flash of blue light. The huge cruiser disappeared in an instant, jumped into hyperspace, and dragged a blue stream of light towards the depths of the starry sky. On the surface of the planet, the city of DUIs. In the military station, in the office. The appearance of the fleet and the departure of the fleet flagship were all seen by Offley and Li Meng behind the window. Chiu, war is about to happen. Taking her eyes away from the window, Offley returned to her seat with a worried look on her face. With his electronic eyes fixed on the sky, Li Meng asked, Offley, which side do you think will win this war? Offley shook her head and said, it seems that the Independent Planet Alliance has made some preparations for independence a long time ago. In terms of potential, it is naturally not as good as the Galactic Federation. However, the Galactic Federation has a bloated structure, bureaucracy is prevalent, and it is immersed in false prosperity and peace. The Galactic Federation may not be able to react in time. After all, since the Great Disarmament 3,000 years ago, the Galactic Federation no longer has a strong fleet. The new Shidome Guard alone cannot fight an interstellar war. Whether the Independent Planet Alliance can win depends on how the Galactic Federation responds to the rebellion launched by the Independent Planet Alliance this time. The Galactic Federation doesn't have a powerful fleet belonging to the central government. Li Meng was quite shocked by what Offley said. How does a central government without a strong military maintain peace in the galaxy? Awfully, without the deterrence of a powerful military force, how does the Galactic Federation government resolve the conflicts and disputes among its internal forces? In Li Meng's opinion, in the context of the Milky Way, it would be too foolish to disarm oneself. Even in the most peaceful environment, it is necessary to maintain a strong military force. Awfully smiled and said sarcastically, relying on negotiations, debates, the majority decision-making of the Galactic Federation Parliament, and the offensive intervention of the Knights Templar in disputes. This is what the Galactic Federation has been doing for the past 3,000 years. The Knights Templar again. In the past, Li Meng didn't know what the relationship was between the Knights Templar and the Galactic Federation government. Now Li Meng knows. It is clear that the Knights Templar are an armed force serving the Galactic Federation Senate. It is no wonder that the federal government would disarm itself. After all, the Templars have enough power, capable of resolving disputes and conflicts between governments of various planets and regions. Without the army, a lot of military expenses would be reduced. It also alleviates the financial pressure on the member states of the Galactic Federation. For regional governments, it is not a bad thing that the central government does not have a strong military force. The disarmament policy will naturally be approved by the Galactic Senate. However, in Li Meng's opinion, this is too extreme. Even if the overall environment in the Milky Way is peaceful, how can peace be built on compromise and negotiation? Without a strong military force, there is no ability to resist risks. Although the Templars possess great power, they are not invincible. In the event of an accident, internal rebellion, or invasion by a powerful enemy, the Galactic Federation can easily be defeated. Awfully, you should know To's identity, right? Slightly sideways, Awfully looked at Li Meng in front of the window. She smiled and said, "Does it matter?" "That's true. To Awfully, the identity of the employer is not important. What matters is the task and the reward. I'm off." Without saying anything more, Li Meng flew out. This mission is of great significance, so it doesn't matter even if it fails. What Li Meng was interested in was not the mission reward, but the data in the central information database of Geller Dock. As a giant shipyard, the Geller shipyard's information library must contain a large number of spacecraft designs and cutting-edge technological data. This is exactly what Li Meng needs most. Li Meng intends to design a large ship capable of interstellar voyages. Some useful things can be learned from advanced spacecraft design drawings. The mayor's declaration of independence changed a lot of things. But for the civilians of DUIs, their lifestyle will not change much. In the lobby of the military station, the bounty hunters who had returned from outside were talking in low voices. The emergence of the Independent Planet Alliance may bring about some changes in the situation in the Outer Rim Star region. This is likely to affect the bounty hunters' business. After leaving the military station, Li Meng went straight to the commercial dock. The destination of this mission is the Inner Ring Star Field, so the transponder is very important. Can give the Pioneer spacecraft a legitimate identity. For the next 2 days, Li Meng did nothing and waited in the spaceship at the commercial dock. Chapter 22 Setting Sail. Anyone? "Hey, it's Jean, Sheriff Jean, I got the transponder." On the third day, Sheriff Jean arrived as promised. He held a silver-gray metal box in his hand and touched and knocked on the hull. "What material is this?" Jean looked curious. It felt icy and slippery, and didn't really feel or look like metal. Also, it's so smooth that the entire spacecraft seems to be a hole. Crack. Just as Jean was feeling the hull, the hatch on the left side opened. The round split individuals flew out of the hatch. When Jean saw Li Meng appear, his eyes lit up. He hurried over and handed over the transponder. "Here, this is what you wanted. You're lucky. If you were a day later, there wouldn't be any transponders." Li Meng extended his robotic arm and handed Jean a tin brick. One hand pays, the other hand receives the goods. "What happened?" Li Meng asked. Shrugging, Jean pointed to the fleet in orbit around the sky planet. The Independent Planet Alliance has taken control of the communication stations in the Outer Ring Star region. Now the Outer Ring Star region has lost contact with the Middle Ring and Inner Ring Star regions. The Outer Ring Star region is now under the control of the Independent Planet Alliance. The channel I know about was closed yesterday. In this sense, he is indeed lucky. Without the transponder, it is impossible to navigate freely in the middle and inner ring star fields. This will undoubtedly bring some unnecessary trouble. Holding the transponder, Li Meng turned and flew towards the cabin door. The deal with Jean was over and it was time for him to leave. Hey, Chocho, who do you think will win in the end, the Independent Planets Alliance or the Galactic Federation? Although it was just his guess, Jean felt that the identity of the owner behind the ball must be extraordinary. And the spaceship in front of us is obviously custom-made. Those small docks in the outer rim star region are not capable of building such exquisite spacecraft. Maybe the owner of the ball is from the inner ring star field. Maybe the owner of the ball knows some inside information. Behind the hatch, the split individual turned and looked at Jean outside. Does it matter? This is a rhetorical question, and also an answer to Jean. As Jean watched, the hatch closed and not a single gap was visible outside. With a smile, Jean turned and walked towards the hoverbike not far away. Just as Chocho said, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. Because no matter which side wins, there will not be much change on Tarek Star. Like many people on Tarek, his life will only last here. Jean got on the hoverbike and sped away with the roar of the engine. And behind him, at the dock. As a slight engine roar sounded, the linear engine at the tail of the Pioneer spewed out a fiery tail flame. The spacecraft slowly rose into the air and flew forward, its speed increasing faster and faster, with the angle of the bow rising higher and higher. As the engine at the tail of the spacecraft spewed out dazzling tail flames, the huge thrust caused the spacecraft to soar into the sky. The platinum-colored hull seemed to be shrouded in a halo under the sunlight. In the city of DUIs, many people noticed the Pioneer spacecraft soaring into the sky. It is beautiful and worth stopping to watch it go. Among them was Tessa at the number 63 private dock maintenance station. Today, Tessa welcomed a new guest. She stood on the upper deck of an armed gunboat about 30 meters long and looked up at the sky. Right before her eyes, a platinum-colored spaceship soared into the sky. The dazzling fiery tail flame is very eye-catching. The color of the ship reminded her of the robot she had encountered a few days ago. It has a round body, as bright and clean as white jade. There are some exquisite golden patterns on the surface of the body, and the paint color is very similar to that of the spaceship. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, driven by the surging power, the Pioneer spacecraft soared into the sky. It successfully broke free from the constraints of the planet's gravity and broke through the atmosphere. In the planet's orbit, the Pioneer spacecraft that broke through the atmosphere passed by the fleet. After more than 10 seconds, there was a flash of blue light. The Pioneer spacecraft jumped into hyperspace, dragging a blue stream of light straight into the depths of the universe. August Nebula. Celia star. In a universe surrounded by golden nebulae, the star Celia has been rushing towards the star for billions of years. It is a dazzling blue giant star with the most beautiful azure color. In a platinum cylindrical space inside the planet. A huge platinum-colored sphere was floating quietly 50 meters above the ground. In the ocean of data, Li Meng is simultaneously conducting hundreds of technological deductions. This accounts for almost 99% of the computing resources of the superintelligent core. However, it is not enough to just develop technology. Although a large amount of computing resources have been invested in technology, Li Meng also reserved 1% of computing resources for the development of the planet. The planet Celia is so huge, it is more than 10,000 times the size of the Earth. It would be impossible to hollow out a planet without hundreds of years. More than 2 months have passed since the split individual left. Expansion of the planet's interior base is ongoing. In addition to the expansion of space, industry is also developing. The STC Universal Factory on the colony ship has long been replaced by the more advanced and larger STC. In order to speed up the development of the base, STC is frantically mass-producing various types of engineering robots. What exactly is psychic energy? The findings of the split individuals are shared by the ontology. The Grey Knights are the Templars. There are also strange psychic powers, which aroused Li Meng's great interest. In the ocean of data, Li Meng tried to deduce the existence of psychic power based on the known information. But there was no result, no direction, and no clue. Psionic energy is a type of energy that cannot be explained by physical technology. As for spiritual power, that is something even more mysterious. Also, what exactly is a spiritual base? Affinity with psychic powers? Is it related to a person's consciousness, spirit, or soul? If it is related to the soul, is it possible that I, who have become a data life, also have a spiritual foundation? This is possible, although Li Meng cannot prove the existence of the soul. But his own consciousness exists. Although he could not observe his own existence in the ocean of data. But he could feel that he was an independent individual, not just a piece of data. After a series of complex calculations, Li Meng came to a conclusion. If he wants to explore psychic powers, he must find a way to contact psychic users. I hope this mission can be completed successfully. If he can accomplish this, he will have the opportunity to contact the psychic user. Although turmoil is coming to the Milky Way, it may enter an era of turmoil that lasts for hundreds or even thousands of years. But Li Meng is surprisingly calm about the external situation. Be it 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, Li Meng would not care too much about the situation in the Milky Way. There is a saying that goes, after a long period of unity, the world will eventually divide, and after a long period of division, it will eventually unite. On the large scale of the Milky Way, there are too many uncertainties. Unity and division, this is destined to be an endless cycle. Li Meng has been thinking about the value of his existence. Although he is not human, he has human consciousness and soul. He must find a goal for himself. Over the years, Li Meng has been thinking about his future. What goals are worth striving for? He found the most suitable target. That is to explore the truth of why humans were able to survive and enter the interstellar age 20,000 years ago. Searching for the unknown alien race that saved humanity 20,000 years ago. He calculated the position of the solar system. The solar system is located in the south-central ring star region, but the specific coordinates need to be found. The Milky Way is simply too big. Even if we had a hyperspace drive capable of faster-than-light travel, it would be impossible to explore every star system. Even within the star regions actually controlled by the Galactic Federation, there are still a large number of star systems that have not been explored. He has been preparing for the voyage over the years. This trip to the split entities Geller dock will shorten the time required to prepare for the voyage. Chapter 23 Storm Nebula Channel. Outer Ring Star Field, 0319 Star Zone. Storm Nebula, Outer Channel Station. The progenitor of the Storm Nebula was a black hole. Under the pull of the black hole's gravity, dust and small celestial bodies in the surrounding space were gradually attracted and gradually formed the current Storm Nebula. Because the nebula revolves around the black hole, the small celestial bodies in the nebula are always moving irregularly. This makes it extremely dangerous for spacecraft to navigate through the Storm Nebula. Because the Storm Nebula is in a strategic location, the Galactic Federation opened up a route through the Storm Nebula thousands of years ago. This route greatly shortens the voyage from the inner ring star field to the outer ring star field. If other routes are taken, it will take at least 3 years for the inner ring star field to reach the outer ring star field. But with the Storm Nebula route, the hyperspace route becomes a straight line, crossing 3 star fields. It only takes 7 months to reach the outer ring star field from the inner ring star field. Today's Storm Nebula outer ring site is not peaceful. In the past, the site was a high-frequency communication base station belonging to the Galactic Federation. But today, the flag symbolizing the Galactic Federation disappeared from the site. It turned into the Star Guardian flag. The flag was blue with thousands of stars on it, held in a pair of hands. That is the flag of the Free Planets Alliance. Just outside the entrance to the Storm Nebula Channel, a huge fleet is entering the Storm Channel. Outside the channel, ships were lined up in a long queue. There are Freedom-class frigates and the even larger Declaration-class destroyers. It was a warship of the same type as the Freedom-class frigate. The only difference is that the ship is much larger, with a length of 1.2 kilometers. There are also Independence-class cruisers, and the even larger Eclipse-class transports. As a giant transport ship, the Eclipse-class transport ship has a larger hull. The ship is 3 kilometers long and 3 kilometers wide, and the entire transport ship looks like a donut. There are a large number of blue airtight shields inside and outside the hull, which are the gates of the harbor. The airtight shield can prevent the air inside the ship from flowing out, and the aircraft entering and leaving will not be affected. At a glance, there were no less than 30 ships that had not yet entered the storm channel. In the universe further out, blue streams of light appear from time to time. Each streak of blue light represented a spaceship jumping out of hyperspace. Those were the subsequent ships of the Free Planet Alliance. There are warships and civilian spacecraft. The warships were lined up, while the civilian ships were asked to wait outside. At this moment, amidst the flashes of blue light, a platinum-colored spaceship suddenly jumped out of the hyperspace and appeared in the physical universe. It was a 50-meter-long, square-shaped spaceship that looked like a coffin. It's really lively. Although before the spacecraft jumped out of hyperspace, the scanning array captured a large number of large ship signals. But after jumping out of the hyperspace, the scene he saw still scared Li Meng. Li Meng had never seen so many huge ships gathered together. In front of the gray nebula, the ships floated like a forest of guns. In front of a waterway that looks like the eye of a storm, huge ships are queuing up to enter. The yellow-painted warship's shape makes it easy to tell at a glance that it belongs to the Free Planet Alliance. This grand scene is amazing, and it also makes people feel that war is imminent. This is the Storm Nebula Channel Tower, calling the Pioneer, please slow down and move away from the fleet and wait for the fleet to pass. In the lobby of the ship, Li Meng received a call from the Storm Nebula Tower. Received, slowing down, waiting for passage. In the dark space outside, the Pioneer, flying forward at high speed, gradually slowed down and finally stopped. At this time, there were already many civilian spacecraft waiting in the surrounding space. There are private spaceships, commercial cargo spaceships, and spaceships come in all sizes. The small ones are 20 to 30 meters, and the large ones are hundreds of meters. Whether it is a civilian or commercial spacecraft, it is more or less equipped with some self-defense shipborne weapons. It seems that the Free Planet Alliance is invading the Central Star region. Using the sensor array on the Pioneer spacecraft, Li Meng observed the Free Planet Alliance fleet outside the channel. A month and a half has passed since leaving Tarak Planet. A total of 32 jumps were made, changing 32 hyperspace routes. 5 of those days were spent traveling through space at sublight speeds. The principle of hyperdrive operation is to tear open a window to allow the spacecraft to enter hyperspace. In hyperspace, the law that the physical universe cannot exceed the speed of light does not exist. Depending on the level of the hyperspace engine, the spacecraft can travel in hyperspace at tens or hundreds of thousands of times the speed of light. The Pioneer ship's hyperdrive level is 1.0. The lower the level, the faster the speed, about 100,000 times the speed of light. Hyperspace is not a dimensional space that is separated from the physical universe, but a space that is attached to the physical universe. The matter of the physical universe will form a mass shadow in hyperspace. If the spacecraft hits it, it will be destroyed and everyone on board will die. Therefore, the hyperspace channel becomes very important. Because the hyperspace channel is a safe channel that our predecessors have paved out step by step. Since the universe is dynamic, celestial bodies floating in space often enter hyperspace channels. Therefore, before a hyperspace jump, the spacecraft's computer will perform a simple calculation of the route to eliminate risks. If you don't take the hyperspace channel and take a new route, you must perform complex calculations to find out if there are any obstacles on the route. There are great demands on the spacecraft scanning array. Ordinary civilian spacecraft generally do not take the risk of choosing a new route. In the universe, if you want to get from one place to another, it is generally impossible to get there in a straight line. It is necessary to change the hyperspace route again and again to finally reach the destination. Does the Free Planet Alliance want to launch a blitzkrieg? Li Meng thought of the Free Planet Alliance. The Free Planets Alliance reacted too quickly. The Declaration of Independence had been made just over a month earlier. A month later, a huge fleet was assembled and advanced towards the inner ring star region. And this fleet is definitely not all the combat power of the Free Planet Alliance. In other directions, such as the South Outer Ring Star region and the North Outer Ring Star region, there must be more fleets invading the Central Ring Star region. If the Free Planets Alliance succeeds in controlling 1/3 of the star regions in the Central and Outer Ring Star regions, the Galactic Federation will be in danger. The central star region is no less backward than the outer star region. Once the Free Planet Alliance controls the central ring star region, it will have advanced industrial capabilities. By then, the gap between the Free Planets Alliance and the Galactic Federation will be greatly narrowed. As Li Meng waited patiently, time passed little by little. What Li Meng didn't expect was that this wait would last for 3 days. On the third day, no Free Planets Alliance warships jumped out of hyperspace outside the storm channel. Since Li Meng's arrival, a total of 71 warships have entered the storm channel. Chapter 24 Pirates. The storm channel is now open to civilian ships, please line up to enter. As the tower issued the notification for navigation, the civilian ships, which had been impatient for a long time, all rushed towards the storm channel. Most civilian ships are small boats, and the largest one does not exceed 1 kilometer. It can accommodate dozens of spaceships entering the storm channel at the same time. Unlike the warships of the Free Planet Alliance, they can only enter one by one. In the space outside the storm channel, hundreds of spaceships rushed towards the storm channel with long tails of flames. At this time, whoever has stronger power will be the first to enter the storm channel. Among the numerous spaceships, a golden stream of light suddenly emerged. It was like a comet passing through the starry sky, surpassing one spaceship after another. Finally, it stood out, left all the other spaceships behind, and rushed into the turbulent storm channel. This is too fast. Could it be an interstellar fighter? That boat is really beautiful, but its shape is a bit weird. Is it a custom-made boat? The ridiculous speed of the Pioneer spacecraft frightened the captains of the civilian ships behind it. The speed is comparable to that of a starfighter, and it is unforgettable. The so-called storm channel is a tunnel in the storm nebula. The width is about 3 kilometers, and it is not a straight line, but meanders forward. Some fixed floating devices can be seen on both sides of the tunnel. That is a force field generator, an important device for maintaining the existence of the tunnel. In the storm channel, the Pioneer spacecraft flew at high speed. The fiery tail flames ejected from the tail made the spacecraft look like a stream of fiery red light passing through the channel. It only took 3 minutes for Li Meng to reach the first jumping point. Since this section of the route is a straight line, short jumps are possible. In the path of the storm, there was a flash of blue light, and the Pioneer spacecraft flying at high speed suddenly disappeared. Only a long blue stream of light rushed into the depths of the channel. A few seconds later, at the end of the straight line of the storm's path. As a blue light emerged from the void, the Pioneer spacecraft jumped out of hyperspace. 5 days later, outside the Central Star Region station in the storm channel. In the space outside the storm channel, blue streams of light emerged from the entrance. One civilian spaceship after another jumped out of hyperspace. Among them is the Pioneer spacecraft. It finally came out. Looking at the familiar dark space outside, Li Meng said in his heart. Although the scenery in the storm channel is nice, I got tired of it after seeing it for a few days. The scenery outside is comfortable. Although the naked eye can only see the endless dark starry sky. But it also allows people to feel the vastness of the universe. That magnificent feeling will never get boring. Let's continue. We are still far from our destination. This place is located on the edge of the central ring star region, at least 10,000 light-years away from Geller Dock. Without any pause, outside, the Pioneer spacecraft that had just jumped out of hyperspace jumped into hyperspace again. There was a flash of blue light, and the Pioneer spacecraft suddenly disappeared. It dragged out a stream of blue light and rushed into the depths of space. The starry sky is vast, dark, cold and dead silent. In the dark universe, there was a flash of blue light, and a platinum-colored spaceship suddenly jumped out of the hyperspace. What's going on? Quality shadow warning. Mass shadow warning is an essential system for spacecraft. Able to detect whether there is a mass shadow ahead in hyperspace. If the presence of a mass shadow is detected, the ship will automatically jump out of hyperspace before impact. But this system is not easy to use and is full of uncertainties. Because hyperspace is full of various interferences, it has a great impact on the spacecraft's scanning array. Sometimes the mass shadow warning system will be delayed, so that the spacecraft will not have time to jump out of hyperspace and will crash directly into it. Even if it jumps out of hyperspace, it will directly hit the obstacle because it is too close. Although the spacecraft had not yet reached the end of the route, it jumped out of hyperspace ahead of time. In order to reach the destination faster, Li Meng did not take the busy main hyperspace channel. Instead, he chose a shorter route. Looking outside, Li Meng discovered the culprit that caused the spacecraft to jump out of hyperspace. It is not far ahead in the space, about 1,000,000 kilometers away. There is a cylindrical metal device. It is about 50 meters high and 30 meters in diameter. Data detected from the scanning array showed that it was a gravity generator, capable of creating a gravity well that casts a large shadow of mass in hyperspace. Even if the spaceship hits it, it will be fine and will pass straight through. But the mass shadow warning system will be activated, forcing the spacecraft to jump out of hyperspace. Is this a pirate? At this moment, the spacecraft scanning array detected 3 spacecraft signals. They were approaching rapidly, and using optical equipment, Li Meng had locked onto the spacecraft. There were 3 starfighters with dark cyan paint. The fuselage is large, with a length of more than 25 meters. There is a diamond-shaped cockpit in the middle and long wings on both sides. You are unlucky to have run into us. Your boat is great. Turn off the engine immediately. We will ensure your safety. Before the people arrived, the communication from the pirates had already arrived. Since it was a public frequency communication, Li Meng received the signal. Are you pirates? In the ocean of data, Li Meng became excited. This was his first encounter with pirates, and it was a memorable day. But then again, he had never encountered pirates in the chaotic and disorderly Outer Rim star region. I didn't expect to meet him in the relatively safe Central Star region. Don't you think we look like pirates? Li Meng didn't know whether they looked alike or not, and he wouldn't confirm their identities based on guesswork alone. However, compared to pirates, Li Meng felt that they were more like a security patrol team on a certain planet. No, I don't think pirates have standard fighters. Even if they do, they will have their own unique paint schemes or something. How could pirates be so well behaved as they are? When he saw the fighter planes for the first time, Li Meng didn't think they were pirates. Well, maybe. Whether we are pirates or not, what we are going to do won't change. Li Meng didn't know why they did this. But Li Meng had no intention of handing over the Pioneer. Maybe we can talk. If you come any closer, I'm going to have to do something drastic. If Li Meng was not sure whether the other party was a pirate before. But now, Li Meng has confirmed that they are not pirates. Overreact? You only have one spaceship, what can you do? Listening to the laughter in the communicator, Li Meng was not angry. He just showed off his strength a little bit. Outside, on the bow of the Pioneer spacecraft, 4 golden vortex runes shone with golden light. The next moment, 4 golden lightning bolts shot out from the vortex rune. The 4 lightning bolts did not shoot out. Instead, they converged together in the space in front of the bow and were connected in parallel. Chapter 25 Tessa. This process lasted for 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, an even larger golden lightning shot out. The golden lightning looks like a dancing electric dragon. Its shining golden light is particularly eye-catching in the dark space. It instantly crossed the starry sky, passed by the sides of the 3 incoming interstellar fighters, and crashed into the gravity generator. There is no sound in a vacuum, so the sound of the gravity generator exploding cannot be heard. All that could be seen was that the gravity generator melted instantly after coming into contact with lightning, and an internal explosion occurred. It transformed into a huge fireball that surged out and swept around. What kind of weapon is this? Why is it so powerful? Disperse quickly, it's an ion weapon, don't be attacked by the linkage. Oh no, the gravity generator is destroyed and he's trying to escape. Quick, fire the ion torpedoes and disable his ship. The disappearance of the gravity transmitter signal behind them scared the 3 of them. They immediately realized that the other party wanted to escape. Without the gravity generator, it would only take the opponent more than 10 seconds to jump into hyperspace. With a flash of blue light, 3 fighters each launched an ion torpedo. The ion torpedo, with a long blue tail flame, drew a perfect arc in the dark space and rushed towards the Pioneer spacecraft. Ion torpedoes. Seeing that the other party launched primitive missile weapons, a hint of surprise flashed in Li Meng's eyes. What era is this? Guided kinetic weapons have long been eliminated. The advanced development of electronic equipment makes it easy for missiles to be interfered with, causing them to lose their targets. Since the other party has launched an attack, Li Meng will not be polite. In the darkness of space outside, an ion torpedo flying at high speed across the starry sky suddenly turned 180 degrees and rushed towards the interstellar fighter. Ion torpedoes are being attacked by anti-missiles. Evade, evade. It's too late, destroy the ion torpedoes, quickly. In the darkness of space, facing the incoming ion torpedoes, 3 starfighters opened fire. Orange beams shot out from the twin blaster muzzles under the nose of the aircraft. Its firing rate is slow and the blasting energy beam is sporadic. Boom! 2 of the starfighters evaded and failed in the interception, and were hit by ion torpedoes. I saw a blue arc of electricity burst out on the fighter plane, and the fighter plane suddenly crashed. All systems went offline and the rear engine was shut down. Only one starfighter managed to intercept the ion torpedo with its blaster cannon. It was destroyed in space less than 100 meters away from the interstellar fighter, and a dazzling blue light burst out. At this moment, a golden lightning flashed across the starry sky. It pierced through the blue light of the ion torpedo explosion and hit the starfighter head-on. The fuselage of the interstellar fighter suddenly burst into circles of golden electric currents. All equipment in the cockpit was severely overloaded, sparks flew, and all systems went offline. The power of the disintegration cannon can be adjusted. A low-power disintegration cannon is an ion weapon that can paralyze electronic equipment. In the dark space, 3 starfighters that had lost power were floating by inertia. Instead of destroying them immediately, Li Meng maneuvered the Pioneer spacecraft close to a starfighter. The cockpit of the fighter plane is transparent, and you can see the pilot making noises and saying something inside. Judging from their body shape, they look a bit like humans and should be a humanoid alien race. As the hatch on the left opened, the round split individual flew out. In space, the split individuals were flying slowly. When approaching the interstellar fighter, Li Meng could clearly see the pilot in the cockpit. They are human beings, of European and American white race. It was still a woman with waist-length golden hair. She was knocking on the glass cover, saying something. Ignoring her, Li Meng went to the front of the plane and approached the space robot. Due to the small size of the shuttle, the fighter plane is too small and has limited space to carry a high-power recording computer. Therefore, it is necessary to carry an additional astromech robot to calculate the hyperspace route. Of course, astromech droids are used for more than just calculating hyperspace routes. They are also the best assistants for the pilots and can repair some technical problems of the fighter jets. Y2 astromech droid. Looking at the huge astronaut robot with a diameter of almost 1 meter in the groove of the nose of the aircraft, a trace of disappointment flashed in Li Meng's eyes. The fact that it can be compatible with such low-end astromech robots shows that this starfighter is an old-fashioned one. Even if it is newly produced, its model may be traced back to thousands of years ago. No wonder the aircraft is so big, its length is almost 30 meters. You have to know that interstellar fighters pursue small bodies and strong firepower. The smaller the aircraft, the less likely it is to be hit by shipborne weapons. Li Meng reached forward and extended his mechanical clamps, inserting them into the port of the Y2 astromech robot that had been shut down. The Y2 aerospace robot is connected to the fighter's central processor, which is a channel to invade the fighter's system. As Li Meng invades the information database of the Y2 astromech robot, the downtime Y2 astromech robot and starfighter were activated one after another, and the system was capped again. In the cockpit, the driver's face lit up with joy when he saw the system was back online. However, when she tried to control the fighter, she found no response. Don't bother trying. I have control over all the systems. There's nothing you can do. The voice from the communicator made the female driver look stunned. She took a deep breath and asked tentatively, "Can we talk? I wanted to talk to you before, but you refused. Why do you want to talk again now?" Hearing this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across the female driver's face. "Our target is only the spaceship. We have no intention of doing anything to you. You also said that we are not pirates. So, do I have to thank you?" Susan was speechless for a moment. Although they were not pirates, their behavior was no different from that of pirates. She would not deny this. Tell me, if you're not pirates, why do you do what pirates do? Li Meng did not find any useful information from the Y2 astromech robots database. Just found some information about starfighter models. The Twin Blade class starfighter was the standard fighter of the new Galactic Republic 5,000 years ago. This starfighter has been obsolete since the establishment of the Galactic Federation. The new Galactic Republic was the unified government that preceded the Galactic Federation and ruled the galaxy for over 8,000 years. As for how it perished, Li Meng didn't know. There is no information related to this in the Y2 astromech robots database. After taking a deep breath, Susan had no choice but to tell the truth. We are fighter pilots of the Reform Society. We intercept passing spaceships to raise funds to expand the organization. Piracy is one of the largest sources of income for the Reform Society. Although this is not something to boast about, a little sacrifice is necessary for our lofty goals. Chapter 26, Geller Star. Reformation Meeting. Ambitious Goals. Although he didn't know what kind of organization this was, Li Meng was extremely disdainful of it. Pirates are pirates. Even if they have lofty goals, they are just pirates with some ideals. Using piracy to achieve one's own goals is so unscrupulous that one can't achieve anything great. After all, they are just a group of hypocritical guys with no bottom line. I knew I was doing something wrong, but I found a reason to numb myself. After retracting the mechanical clamp, Li Meng turned and flew towards the Pioneer spacecraft. Pirates are pirates. Even if you have lofty goals, you cannot hide the fact that you are pirates. If you act without any bottom line, no matter what lofty goals you have, you are doomed to fail. In the cockpit, Susan was silent. Although she also felt that there was no point in doing so. But once some things are done, they will only lead to compromise again and again. She whispered, I don't care, and my companions don't care either. As long as the people of Alto can be liberated, everything is worth it. Alto Star. On the way back to the spaceship, Li Meng heard the woman's muttering. In the information database, Li Meng found the star Alto on the star map. Alto is located in the 0291 star zone of the East Central Ring star region, not far from here, about 700 light-years away. It is quite remote and not on the main channel. However, none of this has anything to do with him. After returning to the Pioneer spacecraft, Li Meng started the engine. The engine at the tail of the spacecraft suddenly spewed out a fiery tail flame. Under the powerful power, the Pioneer spacecraft slowly turned and rushed into the dark starry sky. After a few seconds, there was a flash of blue light. The Pioneer spacecraft disappeared in an instant and jumped into hyperspace. It only dragged out a long blue stream of light and rushed into the depths of space. Just after Li Meng left, the 3 interstellar fighters that had crashed restarted their systems one after another. Susan, are you okay? The spaceship just now approached Susan's fighter and no one knew what it did. Concerned about their companions, the other 2 pilots flew their fighter planes closer to Susan. In the cockpit, Susan had a dazed look on her face, and no one knew what she was thinking. It took her a while to come back to her senses and notice her companions approaching. I'm fine, let's go back. Susan started the engine, and the engine at the tail of the fighter plane immediately spewed out a dazzling blue tail flame. Under powerful power, the fighter plane rushed into the dark starry sky. Seeing this, the 2 of them hurriedly drove their fighter planes to chase after them. After a moment, 3 blue lights flashed in the dark space, and everything returned to calm. East Central Ring Star Region, 024 Star Sector. Geller Dock, Geller Planet. Planet Geller is a mineral planet, rich in various rare minerals. More than 10,000 years ago, a human scientific research ship discovered this mineral-rich star and named it Geller. After a series of planetary transformations, Geller became a habitable planet. It changed from a barren planet to a blue forest planet. But the beauty of Geller's planet only lasted a very short time. Since joining the Technology Alliance, Geller has been developing towards heavy industry. After thousands of years of development, Geller's star has become desolate again, with no grass growing. The surface of the planet is dotted with large and small mines and towns dominated by refineries. A massive orbital dock was built in the planet's orbit. As one of the few giant shipyards under the Galactic Federation, Geller Shipyard has designed and built no less than 100 types of ships. From private shuttles to giant civilian ships to warships, we have it all. Today, Planet Geller welcomed an uninvited guest. In the outer space of the planet, in the deep darkness of space, only flashes of blue light can be seen. One after another, the spaceships jumped out of hyperspace, dragging long streams of blue light. One of the platinum-colored spaceships had an extremely strange appearance. It is about 50 meters long and boxy, like a flying coffin. But its milky white hull and exquisite golden runes give it a hint of mystery. Is this the planet Geller? It's really spectacular. Geller is a dark planet, not very beautiful but very desolate. But the dock in orbit around the planet makes Geller look extremely stunning. The scale of the giant shipyard is so astonishing that it is simply a miracle. Not only is it spectacular, it is also very prosperous. Thousands of civilian spacecraft of all sizes lined up on multiple waterways, entering and exiting docks. A shipyard is more than just a shipyard. It integrates refining, forging, light and heavy industries. There are also a large number of city-like living areas. The dock not only has cargo ports, but also commercial ports and private docks. At the cargo ports dock, a large number of giant mineral transport ships can be seen unloading. They have the most eye-catching hull, which is square, and the mine cabin is an integral whole. In the commercial port, a large number of Nebula-class passenger ships and private spacecraft can be seen taking off and landing. Its prosperous place is bustling with traffic. This is the Pioneer spacecraft, passcode Y1Y8Y7, calling the Geller dock Interstellar Tower, requesting landing. Li Meng called the Interstellar Tower at Geller dock. Received, Pioneer spacecraft, please land at Pier 18, Area C. The navigation route has been planned. The Interstellar Tower recovered quickly. Judging from the sound, it should be a service robot dedicated to the Interstellar Tower. Li Meng also received route planning information from the Interstellar Tower. Driving the spaceship, Li Meng flew to the designated dock along the navigation route. Pier 18 in Zone C is located in the living area and is a maintenance station with 7 medium-sized aprons. The maintenance station is semi-enclosed and located on the outer layer of the orbital dock. The outward-facing door is isolated by an airtight shield to prevent the air inside from escaping. At a dock like this, all you can see at a glance is a blue airtight shield. Li Meng controlled the spacecraft through the airtight shield and drove into the maintenance station. On one of the helipads, the spacecraft slowly landed and hovered 10 centimeters above the ground. As the hatch opened, the round split individuals flew out. When Li Meng left the spacecraft, the hatch closed quickly again. "Hello, I am a maintenance mechanic robot. What can I do for you?" It was a dwarf robot, about 1.3 meters tall. It is humanoid, with hands, feet, and a disc-shaped head, like a hat. It walked over step by step, a little mechanical but very agile. Moving forward, Li Meng went around it and came behind it. The mechanical clamp reached out and inserted into the port behind the brain. "What are you doing? You have violated Robot Security Treaty Article. It crashed and curled up on the ground, appearing shorter and smaller. "Hey, what are you doing to my robot?" A dwarf came out from the other side of the spacecraft with a wrench. Seeing a chubby robot bullying her maintenance mechanic robot, she scolded it. Li Meng retracted the mechanical clamp and turned to look at the owner of the voice. Chapter 27, Vaya. It is a little blue man named Vaya. The maintenance technician robot has her information in its database and she is also the robot's owner. The little blue men are a humanoid alien race whose home planet is the Blue Water Planet. Water Blue Planet is located in the northeastern ring star region, 0264 star zone, and is an ocean planet. She is very small, about 1 meter tall. She has azure skin, which looks translucent as if there were crystals on it. It has 80% similarity with humans, stands on 2 feet, has hands and a head. The difference is in the feet and face. The little blue men have webbed feet to help them swim in the water. They have no hair, they are bald and bare-headed. The ears are pointed and 10 centimeters long. Because of her petite body, her ears appear very large. The face is human-like, but it has no nose and only 2 holes. The eyes are aqua blue, very clear and beautiful. This race has excellent memory and learns things quickly. The little blue men can be seen in many positions. Although the little blue man does not quite conform to human aesthetics. But because they are smart and learn human language quickly, humans are willing to accept them. Little blue men serve in many political departments of the Galactic Federation. Sorry, beautiful lady, there was a problem with your robot's language system. I have fixed the bug. At this time, the maintenance technician robot system came back online. He stood up and looked left and right with his round head. When it saw the split individual, it asked again, "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" This time, the maintenance technician robot spoke the water blue language, which is the native language of the little blue men. While invading the information database of the maintenance technician robot, Li Meng discovered that there was a bug in the robot's language system. This caused part of the Shuelanya data to be missing and turned into garbled characters. So Li Meng repaired it and brought the maintenance technician robot Shuelanyu back online. Pan Pan, you can finally speak the blue language, that's great. Verya seemed very happy to hear that the maintenance technician robot could speak water blue. She hurried forward and gave the robot a hug. Thank you. It has always been my regret that Pan Pan cannot speak Shuelan language. Thank you so much. Tell me what you need. It's all free. This is my way of thanking you. By the way, where is your master? Letting go of Pan Pan, Waya looked at the spaceship beside her. This spaceship was really unique, she had never seen a spaceship of this type before. It shouldn't have come from Geller's dockyard. It's just a little dirty and covered with dust. Could it be coming from the storm channel? Just clean the spaceship, nothing else is needed. Li Meng also noticed that his spaceship was a little dirty. Okay, leave it to me. Without saying anything more, Li Meng flew out of the maintenance station. The Geller dockyard was so large that he had to have a structural diagram of the Geller dockyard to find the location of the central information repository. How to find the dock structure diagram was his next task. After leaving the maintenance station, Li Meng followed the metal corridor to find the elevator. Then we took the elevator to the maglev bus station. It is a passenger bus that runs inside the dock and can quickly transport passengers to two places inside the dock. On the platform, Li Meng looked left and right, as if looking for something. The platform is not big, just a small station. More than a dozen people were waiting for the bus to arrive. Found it. The station map on one side of the platform caught Li Meng's attention, and he flew over quickly. Before coming to the site map, Li Meng recorded the information of the accessible sites. Let's go to the market. Where there are people, there must be disputes, and where there are disputes, there must be security personnel. Local government police vehicles may have a schematic of the dock. Even if not, there must be a detailed roadmap. Bus number 017 is about to arrive, please be ready to board. Just then, the platform loudspeaker sounded a reminder that the bus was about to arrive. Soon after, a bloated maglev bus appeared at the end of the magnetic track passage. The speed gradually decreased and finally it stopped at the lunar station. As the door opened, people who had been waiting at the moon station for a long time hurriedly boarded the train. Li Meng was also among them and followed the crowd to board the maglev bus. The maglev buses inside the dock are similar to the high-speed trains that Li Meng is familiar with. It's just that the power source is different. Maglev trains are more stable, faster, and have more space inside. After stopping for about 3 minutes, the maglev bus set off again. The speed increased from slow to fast, and finally disappeared in the magnetic track channel. After the maglev bus had been traveling in the magnetic track for about 10 minutes, the view outside suddenly became bright. The maglev bus drove out of the magnetic track and arrived at a residential area. The residential area is like a huge city, with high-rise metal buildings everywhere. Located on the inner ring side of the dock, the sky above is the dark universe. Because there is a magnetic field shield on the outside, this prevents the air from escaping. It may seem like a vacuum outside, but it is actually a habitable environment with breathable oxygen. There is a circular magnetic rail bridge in the residential area, and the maglev bus runs at high speed on the bridge, crossing the residential area. The magnetic rail bridge is located above the residential area and is formed by a series of ring-shaped magnetic generators. There is one every 50 meters, arranged in the air. The 03 area market stop is about to arrive. Passengers who are getting off the bus, please be ready to get off. Half an hour later, the maglev bus will arrive at its destination. In the carriage, Li Meng obediently left his seat and went to the waiting area in front of the door. This maglev bus seems to have been in operation for a long time. Some mess in some hard-to-reach corners. The passengers on the bus were relatively well behaved. Those who were alone sat quietly, while those who were with others chatted in low voices. The public security situation is much better than that in the Outer Ring Star region. If it were in the Outer Rim, there would be countless bodies lying on the bus. In an environment without order and law, any conflict can result in casualties. As the maglev bus drove out of the enclosed magnetic track channel, we arrived at the lunar station. Outside is another residential area, which is larger in scale and has commercial docks on both sides for large commercial ships to land. As the door opened, passengers waiting to get off in the waiting area filed out. On the platform, Li Meng followed the crowd and left the platform and entered the elevator going down. It's so lively. When leaving the elevator and following the flow of people, Li Meng entered a bustling world. It was just like a vegetable market, with people bustling about in the streets and alleys. The street is not very wide, and there are a lot of vendors on both sides, piled with goods. From time to time, hoverbikes and other vehicles whizzed through the streets, causing a wave of curses wherever they passed. What are you looking at? Robots are not served here. Go away and don't disturb my business. Li Meng paused for a moment in front of a stall. Chapter 28 Little Girl. The stall was a hoverboard filled with all kinds of strange-looking living creatures. This is a food stall, and those living things are fried ingredients. Killed and fried right away, at least it's very fresh. Li Meng didn't care too much about his boss's scolding. Robots can't eat or drink, so it's not surprising that the boss has this attitude towards robots. Li Meng can understand it. Continuing forward, Li Meng left the stall. I've lost a lot of fun since I became an AI. Floating on the street, Li Meng muttered to himself. Although he was a little concerned, Li Meng didn't take it too seriously. People should look forward. Being alive is already a rare thing and one cannot ask for too much. He is not the kind of person who gives up on himself because of a little setback. Why aren't there any patrolmen? And where are the security robots? Moving forward, Li Meng walked aimlessly along the winding streets. The streets are bustling with people, and there are so many strange alien races that it is dazzling. But Li Meng did not see any police officers or security robots maintaining order. Create some commotion and lure out the security robots? After thinking about it, Li Meng gave up. He has important things to do and cannot be targeted by the public security system. Just look for it slowly, you will find it eventually. Li Meng said to himself. With the right mindset, Li Meng was no longer anxious and enjoyed the lively atmosphere of the market leisurely. Let me go, you stinky piece of iron, let me go. Outside, on the busy street, Li Meng suddenly stopped. He looked left and right, finally looking into the alley on the left. He heard someone's voice, very childish, very gentle, and a little urgent. More importantly, the language she spoke was familiar Chinese. How could Li Meng remain indifferent when he saw that the world would be able to hear Chinese again 20,000 years later? Li Meng flew towards the alley, came to the entrance and looked inside. Security robot. Just in the alley, Li Meng saw a security robot struggling with a little girl in a gray cloak. The security robot grabbed the little girl's hand, preventing her from breaking free. Because the little girl was wrapped in a gray robe, her face could not be seen. Should I rush out and save the girl like a hero at this time? Thinking of this, Li Meng chuckled. He finally encountered the hero-saving beauty plot in movies and novels. Having made up his mind, Li Meng rushed into the alley. Hey, you bastard, let go of that girl. Although he shouted this, Li Meng had already rushed to the security robot. As soon as the security robot turned its head, a golden lightning shot out from the split individual. In the alley, a dazzling golden arc flashed. The electric arc instantly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and hit the security robot. Golden electric currents suddenly ran through the blue-painted security robot. The mechanical body trembled and fell to the ground with a bang. Although he was a hero saving a beautiful girl, Li Meng ignored the little girl. Instead, he hurried forward and came to the fallen security robot. The mechanical clamp reached out and inserted into the port in the security robot's mind. He was looking for a security robot, but he didn't expect to see it so soon. Thank you. The voice was very childish, with a hint of curiosity and timidity. You haven't left yet. More security robots will be here soon. Don't get caught again. The little girl didn't leave, she took off her hood. As the hood fell off, a head of black hair and the familiar face of his compatriot came into Li Meng's eyes. Looking at the little girl, Li Meng was shocked. I didn't expect that 20,000 years later, I would not only hear the Chinese language, but also meet my compatriots. Although he is no longer human, he still has a human soul. When I see my compatriots, I still feel a sense of familiarity. She squatted down and looked at Li Meng with curiosity. What are you doing? As she squatted down, the delicate aqua blue dress became faintly visible under the gray robe. More importantly, from this angle, you can see things that you shouldn't see. Get up, I see. Li Meng was speechless. This girl really didn't know how to protect herself. Sparks flew from the mechanical clamp inserted into the port of the security robot. See? The little girl looked puzzled and lowered her head. When she saw this, her face turned red and she quickly stood up. She lowered her head and whispered sheepishly, "No, it's okay, you're just a robot." As soon as she said it was okay, she changed the subject. The expression on his face changed even more, and he pointed at Li Meng angrily and said, "How can it not be related? You have to be responsible." Responsible? Li Meng rolled his eyes in his heart. What a smart little girl, she is so young. He looked the little girl up and down. When he saw her face, Li Meng was amazed. It's really exquisite, with flawless white skin, as smooth as white jade. He had never seen such a cute and beautiful little girl. She will definitely be a beauty when she grows up. Judging from her age, she is probably no more than 10 years old. I'm a robot. I can't take responsibility. Little girl, my name is Chio. Don't think about me. There is no possibility between us. Goodbye. The mechanical pincers were retracted, and the split individual soared into the sky. Come back, don't run, come back. Faced with the little girl's cry, Li Meng left without looking back. It disappeared from the little girl's eyes in the blink of an eye. Seeing Li Meng running away, the little girl in the alley chased after him holding a gray robe. Just as they were about to run out of the alley, several security robots appeared at the entrance. When the little girl saw the security robot appear, her face changed slightly. She let go of the hand holding the gray robe in a somewhat dejected manner. She knew she couldn't run away. In an invisible corner above the alley, Li Meng watched the security robot take the little girl away. He did more than necessary. In the security robot's information database, Li Meng found a missing person notice. The identity of that little girl is not simple, and those security robots are here to find her. Little girl, I hope you can grow up healthily and have a happy and beautiful future. After 20,000 years, Li Meng was naturally happy to meet his compatriots with Chinese ancestry. This shows that his guess was correct and he was not the only one who survived. The colony ship that crashed on the planet Celia was not the only one to leave the Earth. Only when the security robot and the little girl disappeared around the corner of the alley did Li Meng fly away from his hiding place. Back to the bustling streets. While flying forward, Li Meng sorted out the information obtained from the security robot. There are structural drawings of the dock, but they are not very detailed. After all, it is just a police robot and it is impossible for it to have detailed structural drawings of the dock. However, it is enough to know where the core area is. In any case, armed invasion is inevitable. Because the important areas of the dock are not only off-limits to the air, but also off-limits to outsiders. It is too difficult to blend in quietly. Unless you have a detailed structural diagram of the dock, find loopholes. Chapter 29. This is the right way. Hey, why did Tulsa's communication code respond? In the elevator on the way to the platform, Li Meng suddenly received a communication code signal. The data disk that awfully gave him contained the passcode for contacting Tulsa. Li Meng made some settings for the passcode. Within a certain range, the communication code signal can be received. The platform has arrived. Following the crowd out of the elevator, Li Meng entered the platform. After looking around, Li Meng flew to a more secluded corner. A blue light flashed, and a small full-body holographic image appeared in the air in front of Li Meng. Ball. Tours seemed surprised. But then he realized something. Chocho, have you accepted the mission at Geller Dock? I didn't hide it, but I couldn't even if I wanted to. After all, I would have to meet my employer eventually. Yes, I accepted the mission at Geller Dock. Tolls, are you near Geller Dock? I suddenly received a communication code signal. I just jumped out of hyperspace in my spaceship. I have important things to do on my way to Geller Dock. Chocho, I am a Templar. This identity prevents me from helping you openly. Sorry. Li Meng was just curious about why Tours appeared on planet Geller. He also knew that it was impossible for Tours to help him given his identity. Li Meng didn't even think of seeking Tours' help. Although the Templar is strong, it is better for him to do the infiltration mission alone. Having one more person will restrict one's hands and feet and make it harder to relax. It's okay. I just wanted to confirm whether you were nearby. You came just in time. I'm planning to take action. If you're here, I don't have to go to Xingsadong to find you. If nothing goes wrong, the mission can be completed within 3 hours. Tours must have turned back halfway and did not return to Xingsadong. Because there is not enough time. No matter how fast his spacecraft was, it could never be faster than the Pioneer. He must have received the mission from the temple on the way back to Xingsadong. The discoveries on Tarik can be reported verbally via remote communication. It won't be too late to go back and hand in the data disk after completing the task. Of course, this is just Li Meng's guess, and it is still unknown whether it is true. Then I'll wait for your good news, Chocho. I have to enter the port. Communications were interrupted and the blue light curtain disappeared. Li Meng never expected that Tours would appear on the planet Geller. Li Meng was somewhat curious about the purpose of Tours' trip to planet Geller. As a Templar of Tours, it is impossible for him to do anything that is unworthy of his status as a Templar. Could it be related to the war started by the Free Planet Alliance? Tours issued a commission to hire someone to sneak into the Geller dock and obtain the spacecraft registration information in the information department. This shows that the temple had received some information and believed that Geller shipyard was doing something illegal. Considering Tours' investigation of the secret factory, some things are not difficult to guess. The Templars probably believe that Geller shipyard is in league with the Free Planets Alliance. It is undoubtedly a pipe dream to build a powerful fleet relying solely on the industrial capabilities of the Outer Ring Star region. So, why does the Free Planet Alliance have so many warships? The answer is simple. The Free Planet Alliance must have the support of certain forces from the Central Ring Star region or even the Inner Ring Star region. I hope what Tours is going to do won't affect his mission. Even if it had an impact, Li Meng wouldn't care too much. But Li Meng was afraid of trouble and afraid that the situation would get out of control. Once that result occurs, it will bring more trouble. For Li Meng, the fewer troubles and accidents, the better. About half an hour later, Li Meng returned to the maintenance station where Pier 63 was located. When we left, there was only one spaceship in the maintenance station, the Pioneer. When she came back, Waya welcomed a new guest. 2 small cargo spacecraft landed on the tarmac. They are not big, with the length of the hull being about 30 or 40 meters. It has a wing structure and is obviously good at flying within the atmosphere. Waya was talking to a driver, discussing the price of fuel and repairs. Seeing Li Meng coming back, she ended her conversation with the driver and walked towards Li Meng. Hey, robot, do you have a name? The Pioneer has been cleaned and the surface of the hull has become very bright and smooth like a mirror. My name is Chocho, and I know your name. Your name is Waya. Waya was about to introduce herself, but Li Meng had already said everything she wanted to say. Waya knew what was going on. Chocho had invaded Ponpon's information database. I heard that there are hacker-type robots among robots, but I didn't expect it to be true. Are you leaving now? Yes, but I will be back. Let's keep this helipad. It shouldn't take too long. Although she didn't know what Chocho was going to do, Wyatt didn't ask too many questions. It would be very rude to ask. Chocho is her benefactor, and she has to repay it. I will keep it for you, no matter how long it takes. You helped me, but I can't repay you. This makes me feel uneasy. My mother told me that I must repay a favor. This is the right way. A favor must be repaid. This is a good habit and is indeed the right way. It's rare to find an alien race with similar moral values to humans. For this reason alone, Li Meng was happy to help Waya. You have helped me by parking the ship for free and cleaning it for free. You have done enough and you have repaid me for my help. Waya shook her head and said, no, this is not enough, not even close to enough. This is not enough to offset your kindness in helping Pan Pan. Pan Pan is very important to me, very important. This kindness is very heavy, I must repay you more. Only in this way can my heart be at peace. This is probably the custom and belief of the blue people. Li Meng didn't hate this. It's up to you. When you are satisfied, remember to let me know. Moving forward, Li Meng flew towards the Pioneer spacecraft. When Li Meng approached the hull of the Pioneer, the hatch opened immediately. Right in front of Waya's eyes, the ball flew into the cabin. Then the hatch closed, leaving no gap visible from the outside. Then there was only a buzzing sound. The engine at the tail of Chiochio's spaceship started, spewing out orange flames. The spaceship gradually rose into the air, flew backwards and outwards, passing through the airtight shield. The maintenance station has a small space, and it requires very advanced skills to fly such a large spacecraft backwards. In outer space, the Pioneer spacecraft adjusts its direction as it passes through the airtight shield. The bow of the boat is down and the stern is up. I saw a dazzling flash of fire from the engine at the rear, and a long tail of flaming flames was emitted. Under the huge thrust, the Pioneer spacecraft rushed out like a rocket taking off. Chapter 30 Armed Invasion. The Pioneer spacecraft flew at an ultra-low altitude on the surface of the lower structure of the orbiting dock. It was flying almost close to the back of the orbital dock, its speed was getting faster and faster, and it was continuing to accelerate. Looking at the back of the orbital dock from a distance, a fiery red light was passing closely along the back of the orbital dock. The speed is so fast that it looks like a comet streaking across the starry sky. Turn on electromagnetic interference mode to avoid destructive damage to the sensor. There are many sensor devices on the back of the rail dock, which can monitor the back of the rail dock without blind spots. Prevent outsiders from invading important areas of the orbital dock. In the cabin, Li Meng connected with the Pioneer spacecraft system. Orders were given to the ball fighters through the communication lines inside the spacecraft. Outside, four exit ports opened on either side of the bow. The next moment, four round ball fighter planes rushed out from the exit. The image of the ball fighter is very similar to the split individual. It is also a white jade sphere with some golden runes on it. The only difference is that the runes on the spherical fighter are two vortex runes, which are the disintegration cannons. There are 3 coil engines on the surface of the rear hemisphere. Linear engines arranged in a circle. The engines emitting fiery tail flames look like 3 fiery halos. Because of its smaller mass, the ball fighter has a faster speed. The ball fighter that left the ship instantly surpassed the Pioneer spacecraft and rushed forward. In less than 10 seconds, it had moved away from the Pioneer spacecraft and was almost out of sight. On the back of the orbital dock, 4 ball fighters were flying at high speed. The coil engine at the rear spewed out a long, fiery tail flame, which was very dazzling. Suddenly, as it flew over a block, the disintegrator runes on the surface of the ball fighter lit up. The next moment, a golden arc flashed. Golden lightning shot out and hit the protruding sensor device on the back of the orbital dock. They were hemispherical devices, not big, each about half a meter high. The ball fighter's attack was very precise, with clear division of labor, and each lightning struck a sensor device. The sensor device that was hit immediately sparked and electric arcs ran wildly. Keep moving forward, keep moving forward. While flying at high speed, the ball fighter accurately attacks the sensor device. Looking from a distance towards a section on the back of the rail dock, I saw 4 fiery red lights flying along the back of the orbital dock. Wherever it passed, golden arcs flashed. Further behind, a platinum-colored spaceship was flying past the back of the dock. Suddenly, the ball fighters flying at high speed ahead changed their formation. Move closer to each other and stand diagonally. As they approached each other, golden arcs flashed on the bodies of the ball fighters. The arcs between them seemed to be attracted to each other and connected in parallel. In the shining golden arcs, the 4 ball fighters were connected in parallel and pressed against each other. The speed gradually slowed down and began to rotate. Finally, the parallel ball fighters stopped. It was rotating in mid-air less than 3 meters from the armored surface on the back of the orbital dock. Golden electric current emerged from the spinning ball fighter. More and more dazzling, more and more dense. At that moment, there was a flash of dazzling golden light. Dense golden arcs gushed out, forming a huge lightning bolt that struck the metal wall. Under the continuous illumination, circles of golden electric current spread out along the walls. Wherever it passed, all electronic equipment was severely interfered with, short-circuited, and shut down. The indicator lights on the outer layer went out one after another, and some even exploded directly. Boom! Under the continuous irradiation, a loud rumbling sound was heard. The metal wall illuminated by the dazzling golden lightning exploded. The gathered energy raged wildly, directly melting the thick metal wall into a hole with a diameter of about 2 meters. A huge airflow gushed out from the hole, directly blowing the parallel ball fighter down several meters. With this movement, the ball that was continuously irradiated by lightning became unstable and stopped irradiating. It disintegrated and moved away from the hole where the torrent of air was gushing out. Behind, the Pioneer spacecraft was approaching rapidly. The 50-meter-long ship turned 360 degrees sideways. The hull moved upward again, accurately and firmly blocking the hole through which the air was gushing out. The hole was blocked by the hatch on the left side. In the cabin, the knights were ready. "Let's go," set the disintegrator to stun mode. This mission was only to obtain the spacecraft registration information from the Geller dock database. He is not a pirate, nor is he a murderous killer. Li Meng didn't want to kill lives at will in order to complete the task. If you can avoid killing, then do it. Even if you are wanted, the crime will not be too serious. Even if the Galactic Federation issues a bounty, the amount will not be too high. The reward amount is not too high, which can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. As the hatch opened, 2 knights stayed behind while the other 4 rushed out of the hatch. At this time, the core block of the rail dock was in chaos. All electronic equipment suddenly short-circuited and failed, and the system went offline. More importantly, the artificial gravity stopped working. The core area, which is hundreds of kilometers long, is in a state of weightlessness. Inside the dock, mechanical alarms rang loudly, and the wailing sirens echoed in the corridor. A large number of staff members wearing magnetic shoes were walking back and forth in the corridor, looking for places where problems might occur. The security robots entered alert mode and increased their patrol efforts. "You, who are you?" In a corridor, Li Meng and the knights came out from the corner. Right in the corridor, 2 engineers in silver-gray uniforms were checking the lines. There were 2 security robots following behind them. The sudden appearance of Li Meng and his group made both sides stare in surprise. The engineer's question broke the brief balance between the 2 sides. The 2 knights walking in front were the first to open fire, raising their guns and firing. Swoosh! Only the distinctive screaming sound of gunfire could be heard. Golden lightning danced wildly, and more than 10 lightning bolts swept across the corridor. The 2 engineers were the first to be hit. The 2 men's bodies trembled, and golden electric currents ran through their bodies. Their bodies were stiff, and they fell to the ground with their legs stretched straight out. Intruder spotted. The security robots tried to shoot, but the knights reacted faster. As soon as they raised their guns, golden lightning came towards them and hit the mechanical bodies. The security robot's body suddenly burst into sparks, arcs flashed, and it collapsed to the ground. Li Meng flew forward to the fallen security robot. The mechanical clamp reached out and inserted into the port on the back of the security robot's head. In less than 5 seconds, Li Meng retracted the mechanical clamp. Everything went smoothly. Li Meng found the location of the Geller dock data terminal from the security robot's database. The team continued to move forward, and now with a detailed map of the core area, they had a clear direction. Golden lightning danced in the corridor. Wherever the knights passed, all the staff they saw were knocked unconscious. The peaceful environment puts the security forces of Geller Star at their weakest. This resulted in the core area being in chaos and being unable to stop the Knight's invasion. Chapter 31 AI Showdown. Don't shoot, we surrender, we surrender. The door was clearly locked, but it was still opened from the outside. Looking at the tall platinum figures outside, the staff in the main control room looked at each other in confusion. They retreated again and again, with only fear in their eyes and their hands raised high. One of them quickly and loudly expressed his surrender and said he would not resist. Sorry, we don't need any prisoners. As soon as Li Meng said this, everyone looked despairing. Swoosh! Before Li Meng could finish his words, the knights opened fire first. Dense beams of golden lightning shot out, sweeping across the main control room. The staff inside were struck by lightning one by one before they could even scream. The intense feeling of numbness made them unable to do anything and couldn't make any sound. His body was stiff and stretched straight to the ground. Without the guy in the way, Li Meng walked into the main control room leisurely. Stay outside, the security robot should be here soon. Facts have proven that the combat effectiveness of security robots is worrying. It's not that there are no powerful robots. For example, the bounty hunter robot has very strong combat capabilities. Not only does it have a fast reaction speed, it can also observe 360 degrees in all directions and lock onto the enemy. But this requires sophisticated hardware support. Even bounty hunter robots can be easily destroyed if they are targeted for combat. The robot has extremely obvious flaws and has no resistance to electromagnetic pulse weapons. This is also one of the reasons why robots cannot form an army. After flying into the main control room, Li Meng found the port and started to invade. The data terminal at Geller Dock is a supercomputer with extremely powerful computing power. Is this a security guard AI? Security Guard AI is also known as Antivirus Security System Self-Response Emergency AI. It is an AI attached to the Deep System, and its main responsibility is to protect the security of the system. It can effectively intercept, remove and warn viruses. As soon as he entered the system, Li Meng was attacked by the Security Guard AI. In the world of data, a different kind of war has begun. Sacrificing the rook to save the king. That's smart. As soon as the battle started, Li Meng broke through the firewall within the system layer by layer. The Security Guard AI reacts very quickly and gives up control of the area. They began to release a large number of viruses in an attempt to completely disrupt the underlying code structure of the area and paralyze it. This way, an intrusion from outside would be trapped in the regional data link. But its attack failed. A virus is just a piece of inner loop code that can occupy the computing power of a computer indefinitely. This overloads the computer and eventually causes it to crash. But Li Meng used his powerful computing power to directly crack the virus, turning it into zombie code. Seeing that poisoning was ineffective, AI began to deploy firewalls in large numbers. But it was useless. The speed at which it set up the firewall was not as fast as Li Meng's cracking it. After failing to sacrifice the rook to save the king, he started to build a barrier. His reaction ability is pretty good, but unfortunately he met me. It took Li Meng just over 3 minutes to successfully break into the information database. Tulsi. Just then, Li Meng received a call from Tours. A blue light flashed, and a holographic bust of Tulsi suddenly appeared. Chiu, the core area of the orbital dock is completely paralyzed. Was it you who did this? There was nothing to hide, Tulsi knew what he was doing. At least at this time, only he could completely paralyze the core area of the orbital dock. Yes, I'm hacking into the database and downloading data. Tours seemed anxious and nervous. The outer magnetic field shield is disappearing, and the backup energy can't support it for long. Once the magnetic field shield disappears, the millions of residents in the core area will be sucked into space. If it is just to complete the mission, the price is too high. This is not the result I want to see. It turns out that this is what Tours was worried about. Li Meng comforted him, don't worry, I have controlled the intensity of the electromagnetic pulse, and the system will be back online soon. He's not a murderer. Li Meng naturally knew what serious consequences would result from using electromagnetic pulse attacks on core areas. When attacking, he did not allow the fighter to attack with full strength, thus reducing the power. The weak electromagnetic pulse will only short-circuit the electronic equipment in the core area. This affected the operation of the entire area. This is only temporary and the down system will be back online soon. Hearing this, Tours was visibly relieved, and the nervous expression on his face disappeared. That's more than 1 million people. As a Templar, how could he bear such a heavy sin? I'm relieved now. Chiyo, what did you find? If there are any discoveries, of course there are. Over the past half-century, the Geller dockyard has built many transport ships of the 4 classes: Freedom, Declaration, Independence, and Eclipse. The total number is as high as 217. Among them, there are 8 Freedom-class transport ships, 4 Declaration-class transport ships, and 2 Independence-class transport ships under construction. The strange thing is that these transport ships have never been put into commercial use. Tours, on the way to Geller Planet, I saw the fleet of the Free Planet Alliance. Those ships are exactly the 4 transport ships registered in the Geller Dockyard database, but they have been armed and modified. To be precise, these 4 transport ships were originally warships, but they were not equipped with weapons just to conceal their identities, and space for installing weapons was reserved. According to the information, the purchaser of the transport ship is the same person named Osvid. Osvid? When he heard the name Osvid, the expression on Tour's face changed significantly. Chiyo, after we get the information, let's meet at Shangwen Bar. The blue light flickered, and Tours lost communication. Without Tours' interruption, Li Meng was also taking the time to select useful information from the database for download. The information in the Geller Dockyard database is too rich and complex. There are hundreds of thousands of spacecraft design drawings alone, most of which are obsolete. Only a small number of spacecraft designs were used. There is also a large amount of data on the ship equipment produced by Geller Shipyard, raw material processing, and super titanium alloys used in ships. Not only that, Li Meng also found a large number of scientific and technological research and development projects in the database. For example, more advanced shield development. There are deflector shields, particle shields, ray shields, and magnetic field shields. Shield technology is the technology that Li Meng wants most. The process of creating something from nothing is really difficult. Li Meng has studied shields over the years. But without direction and without knowing the principle of the shield, a practical shield has not been developed. Although an electromagnetic shield was developed, Li Meng abandoned it because it consumed too much energy and was not very practical. Now I finally know how the shield works. Once I know the principle, I have a research direction. It is only a matter of time before more advanced shields are developed. Intruder spotted, fire, fire. Meanwhile, outside, the battle began. A large number of security robots appeared from both sides of the corridor. They have a blue and white paint job and are armed with blaster rifles. They marched forward in a stiff line. In the corridor behind the door, the knights faced each other in pairs and fired at the security robots at the ends of the corridors on both sides. Swoosh! Suddenly, gunshots rang out everywhere. Dense golden lightning beams danced and rushed towards the security robot. A large number of robots were hit at once, electric currents ran through their bodies, and they broke down and fell to the ground. The companion in front fell, and the security robot behind began to attack. Chapter 32: The Tang Confederation Empire. Chirp! Amid the whistling sound of gunfire, an orange beam of blasting energy shot out from the muzzle. Dense beams of blasting energy swept across the corridor like raindrops, covering the knights. Shoo! The knights' tall bodies were hit immediately. The highly concentrated energy exploded on the surface of the knights' bodies, creating an impact force. The knights retreated again and again. But that was all, the blaster beam could not cause fatal damage to the knights. The blaster beam hit the knight, leaving only charred marks. The knight's counterattack was swift and effective. In the corridor, golden lightning danced wildly, and its trajectory was twisted and dazzling. The security robots fell one after another like cut wheat. Crack! During the continuous attack, one knight's head finally couldn't withstand the multiple blaster beam attacks. It started to crack, and then the entire head exploded. The headless body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Seeing his companion fall, the knight next to him grabbed the fallen knight's hand. He took a step forward and threw his companion towards the security robot. With tremendous force, it flew more than 20 meters, and the destroyed knight fell into the security robot. The heavy body directly knocked down 3 security robots. The destroyed knight's body began to crack, and the golden runes on the surface of the armor began to shine. Boom! At that moment, the destroyed knight exploded. A ball of golden lightning exploded, sweeping everything around. The security robots within a 10-meter radius were melted directly. Circles of golden electric currents swept away into the distance. Wherever it passed, sparks flashed on the security robots, and they broke down and fell to the ground one after another. The knight's self-explosion destroyed more than 20 security robots in the left corridor. Lost a knight. The disconnection of a knight caught Li Meng's attention. He heard a loud boom and hiss explosion coming from outside. All knights have a self-destruct system, which can self-destruct by overloading the energy core, and is extremely powerful. Li Meng knew that he didn't have much time left. After retracting the mechanical clamp, Li Meng flew out. It is unrealistic to download all the information in the database, so you can only choose carefully. He has obtained the information he wanted. Retreat to the spacecraft. Li Meng hurriedly flew out of the main control room and returned the same way. The corridor on the left has been opened. The knights did not linger in the fight but turned around and ran, allowing the blasting energy beams from behind to hit them. The armor on the knight's back is the thickest and can withstand a lot of attacks. Intruder, fire. As soon as Li Meng flew out of a corner, he found a security robot blocking the road ahead. There were 2 of them, and they had their blasters raised. There was a flash of golden light, and 2 bolts of lightning shot out from the round body of the split individual almost at the same time. It instantly crossed a distance of 30 meters and hit the security robot. Before the security robot could pull the trigger, it crashed to the ground. Without any pause, Li Meng flew over the fallen security robot. We did not encounter any enemies on the way back. I did see many staff members fainting on the ground. Those were the staff members who were attacked by the knights when they arrived. In just over 10 minutes, the team successfully withdrew to the spacecraft. The knights jumped into the spaceship through the gap. As the hatch closed, the Pioneer spacecraft's engines started and it broke away from the metal wall. Turning 180 degrees, the engine at the rear spewed out a dazzling flame. Under the powerful thrust, the Pioneer spacecraft returned to its original route, continued to accelerate, and flew at high speed. During flight, the takeoff hatches on both sides open. The ball fighter following closely behind returned to the nest smoothly. With the hatch closed, the Pioneer spacecraft flew at high speed on the back of the orbital dock. It was like a streak of fiery light flying across the back of the orbital dock. Just shortly after the Pioneer spacecraft left, the core area that was originally in darkness lit up again. All systems were back online and equipment was operational again. The magnetic shield that was already visible to the naked eye gradually disappeared and became invisible. This means that the magnetic shield has been replenished with energy and has resumed operation. It was not until they approached Waya's maintenance station that Li Meng maneuvered the spacecraft away from the back of the orbital dock. In the space outside the airtight shield, the Pioneer spacecraft slowly approached. Finally, it passed through the airtight shield, drove into the maintenance station, and slowly landed on the tarmac. Just as the Pioneer spacecraft landed, outside, 2 starfighters flew by. That is the most advanced standard interstellar fighter, Starhawk, on the planet Geller. It has a blue and white paint job and has the appearance of an eagle-like creature. It has powerful firepower and mobility, and is very powerful. Chio, where have you been? There was a riot in the North Ring just now. We were evacuating before, but now it's cancelled. It's really strange. This kind of thing has never happened in the orbital dock. Seeing Chio flying out from the open hatch, Waya went to meet him. There were 2 spaceships when they left before, they were Waya's guests. Now only the Pioneer was left in the repair station. There must be something wrong with the important life support system. I just went to the surface of the planet to do some work. Li Meng would never tell Waya that he had invaded the core area of the North Ring by force. And the culprit behind all this was herself in front of her. However, it should be impossible to hide it. Here we check every day. Just now, a serious intrusion occurred in the North Ring district. This incident was not an accident. Someone deliberately invaded the core area of the North Ring and illegally stole the data in the terminal information database. The governor, Wang Zhongshi, was furious and issued a wanted order for the following suspects. Anyone who provides information about the suspects will receive a generous reward. The reporting communication code is 013015. At this moment, the holographic TV in the maintenance station broadcast the previous turmoil. An interstellar media called Try It Every Day is broadcasting the news. The host was a Chinese person whom Li Meng was familiar with. You can tell them apart by their appearance and hair color. While invading the terminal information library in the dock orbit, Li Meng gained some understanding of the political environment of the galaxy. The Galactic Federation is a federal state with trade as its main business. The members of the Galactic Congress are all from its member states, and they represent their respective countries in the Galactic Congress. It is a bit like the United Nations in the human Earth era. But the Galactic Federation has much more power than the United Nations. Each member state has the right to participate in political decision-making, and the minority shall obey the majority. Once the decree is issued, each member state must implement it as long as it is approved by the Galactic Parliament. The Geller shipyard belongs to the Tang Confederation Empire. Yes, it is the Tang dynasty, and its name is obviously borrowed from the history of China in the Earth era. Its sphere of influence covers the inner and middle rings, with 213 star regions, 13,141 habitable star systems, and a population of 1 trillion. Chapter 33, Envoy Wang Zhongshi. As soon as the news came on, the two men looked at each other in bewilderment in the maintenance station. Celia saw it, there was no way she couldn't see it. Because the image played on the holographic TV was the image when Li Meng invaded the orbital dock terminal processor. The tall knight raised his disintegrator gun and fired wildly. In the corridor, security robots fell down like cut wheat. The battle was very fierce, and just behind the knight, the round split individual was looming. Although the split individuals have no eyes, they only have electronic eyes, which cannot be seen from the outside. But Waya had a strong feeling that Chocho was watching her. Chocho, I won't tell anyone. Viageo was a little nervous, raised the wrench in his hand, and quickly made the assurance. Chocho won't silence the witness, right? He seemed to realize that holding the wrench was not a good move, and quickly put his hand down. Li Meng didn't say anything. He flew towards Waya in silence. Flying very slowly, very slowly. At this moment, Li Meng seemed very oppressed. Celia forced a smile, her eyes wandering, and she stepped back repeatedly. She was a little scared and timid. He said nervously, Chocho, I won't tell anyone. I promise you, I won't tell anyone, never. She was still backing away, but she didn't notice the parts rolling to the ground behind her feet. Ah! She stepped on it, and the parts were round and slippery. Her body fell backwards on her back. The imbalance of her body caused her to scream subconsciously. Just as Waya was panicking, her hand was grabbed by something cold. It was Li Meng. He jumped forward, stretched out his mechanical clamp and grabbed Waya's little hand. Real? After helping Waya to steady herself, Li Meng asked. Looking at the ball in front of her, Waya nodded her head quickly. Well, I won't tell you, Chocho, thank you. Waya felt relieved, she was just overthinking it. Letting go of Waya's hand, Li Meng retracted the mechanical clamp. It doesn't matter. If you get hurt, I'll be very distressed. After all, I like you very much. Although Waya's race looks a bit strange without a nose. But Li Meng still thinks Waya is cute. He is short, with skin that is crystal clear blue and sparkles with the radiance of gems. He also has long pointed ears, and although he is bald, it looks very natural. Like. Chocho, is this a courtship? Waya tilted her head, looking innocent and curious. Li Meng denied it without hesitation. No, this is just liking you. I have a good impression of you and am willing to make friends with you. This has nothing to do with the desire for love between male and female carbon-based life forms. Besides, I'm a robot. I don't have that kind of need or desire. Waya suddenly understood and nodded, not quite understanding. She laughed and said, Chocho, I am willing to be friends with you. After all, you are my benefactor. From the bottom of her heart, Waya likes the ball in front of her very much, just like she likes Pan Pan. But Waya was also a little curious. Chocho seems to be very different from ordinary robots. The communication style is not robotic at all, it is too natural. Via, change my clothes for me. I can't leave Geller yet. I have to stay here for a few days. I have to change my image so that I won't be discovered. Looking at the ball up and down, Waya's eyes lit up. She waved the wrench in her hand, turned and ran towards the warehouse. Chocho, come with me, I have an idea. Li Meng followed Waya into the warehouse. In the neat and simple warehouse, Waya was looking for something on the neatly arranged shelves. Found it. After a while, Waya finally found something on the third-tier cargo shelf. Chocho, this is spray paint, white. Cover the golden pattern on your body. This way, no one will discover your identity. Cover up the gold runes with spray paint. Changing platinum to white is also a solution. Although chubby robots are rare, they do exist. After all, wealthy people have no shortage of customized assistant robots in all kinds of shapes. Let's do this, Varya. I'll trouble you then. With a chuckle, Waya climbed up onto a high seat with interest and sat down. She patted her legs and said, Chocho, come here. Moving forward, Li Meng obediently fell on Waya's legs. Of course, not all the weight of the split individual was placed on Waya's legs. Although the split individuals are small, their quality is not low. Once the anti-gravity device is deactivated, the weight of more than half a ton will directly crush Waya's calves into mud. Li Meng just leaned lightly on Waya's legs. Chocho, what material are you made of? It's cool, smooth and comfortable to touch. As she spoke, Waya supported Li Meng with her left hand and started spraying paint with her right hand. As the white liquid sprayed onto the round sphere, golden runes were covering it bit by bit. Who knows? The master didn't tell me that I have been like this since I was born. Although she was curious about who the owner of the ball was, Waya did not ask any further questions. Now that the ball is wanted, she wants to ask the owner of the ball. Although she meant no harm, it didn't seem that way to outsiders. It was as if she was gathering information and gathering intelligence about the ball's owner. After living for decades, Waya still understands this truth. It took a while for Waya to cover all the golden runes on the split individual with spray paint. Chocho, this is all I can do. Flying away from Waya's embrace, Li Meng came to the front of the spaceship. He looked at himself using the reflection of the smooth hull of the spacecraft. The color of the white paint is obviously slightly different from that of the split individual, but not very much. If you don't look carefully and closely, you can't see it. That's good enough. This way, no one should be able to discover my identity. Although he had made an appointment with Tours, Li Meng did not plan to rush to find Tours. The previous unrest put the orbital dock in a sensitive situation. There might be a large-scale raid or inspection going on outside. It won't be too late to look for Tours again after the storm has subsided. Planet Geller, Orbital Dock. Jidushi Government Office and high-rise helipad. There is a tall building in the core area. It is like a pyramid. There is a helipad protruding outwards on the top. At this time, a simple welcome ceremony was taking place on the tarmac. Welcome, Mr. Tours. Looking at the approaching gray-robed man with a smile, the Jidushi, Wang Zhongshe, performed a chest-covering salute. He was wearing a dark red robe and an official hat. Behind him on both sides stood 2 rows of guards wearing silver-gray full-body armor that looked like Mingguang armor. They were all humans. Behind him were his guards and senior administrative officials. Tours stopped walking and returned the greeting by covering his chest. Master Wang Zhongshe, I believe you have already received the news from the temple about the purpose of my visit this time. Wang Zhongshe smiled and said, of course, it is an honor for my daughter to become Master Tulsi's apprentice. As he spoke, Wang Zhongshe stepped aside to make way. Chapter 34 Trade Alliance. Mr. Tours, please come in. Afterwards, the group walked towards the mansion. In the magnificent reception hall, on the red sofa chairs, the two sat opposite each other. Wang Wan'er is my apprentice, so I'll be frank with you about some things. As her teacher, I have the responsibility and obligation to solve her worries. Mr. Wang Zhongshi, you should know some news about the rebellion of the Independent Planet Alliance. The Independent Planets Alliance? Wang Zhongshi nodded and said, I know a little bit. The Declaration of Independence caused a lot of noise a few months ago. It's impossible that he didn't know about it. Wang Zhongshi's reaction made a hint of doubt flash in Tuer's eyes. The Templars have the ability to read people's minds. It is impossible to hide whether a person is lying or not. If Geller Shipyard is helping the Alliance of Independent Planets build a large number of warships. As the governor, Lord Wang Zhongshi could not have been unaware of this. Is there some hidden secret? After thinking it over again and again, Tuers didn't beat around the bush and gave any more reminders. Instead, he directly told Wang Zhongshi that Geller Shipyard was building warships for the Alliance of Independent Planets. Although this is a bit risky, I can't care less about it now. When Wang Zhongshi heard what Tuers said, he was shocked. This is impossible, Lord Tuers. Did the temple make a mistake? Our great Tang Confederation Empire, the Great Eternal Queen, has always supported the temple and would never help the rebel forces to overthrow the Galactic Federation. This is absolutely impossible. Toes pulled out a data disk from his arms. Blue light flashed, and a holographic image appeared in Wang Zhongshi's eyes. It was a fleet, the fleet of the Alliance of Independent Planets. The temple had already received the news that the Independent Planet Alliance had invaded the Central Star region. Lord Wang Zhongshi of the Independent Planets Alliance's battleship should be very familiar to you. Looking at the fleet in the holographic image, Wang Zhongshi's face changed. He frowned, showing surprise and disbelief. Wang Zhongshi said in a deep voice, Mr. Tuers, I really don't know about this. These transport ships were designed by the trade union. Osvid is only the second customer to purchase this type of ship. The first customer was the designer of the transport ships, the trade union. In the past 200 years, Geller Shipyard has built more than 4,300 transport ships of various models for the trade union. This is a formal purchase and sale with a written contract. Trade Alliance. Hearing that the trade union was involved in this matter, Tuer's heart sank. The Trade Alliance is the product of the Union of Banking Forces. They are the symbol of wealth and control the finances of the Galactic Federation. Controls 80% of the Galactic Federation's wealth. Its sphere of influence covers the 3 major star regions, and even the outer ring star regions use the currency, credit points, issued by the Trade Alliance. It can be said that within the Galactic Federation, the influence of the Trade Federation is everywhere. Even within the Galactic Senate, policy proposals made by the Trade Federation have never been rejected. Using their influence, the Trade Federation has been using the authority of the Galactic Federation to their own advantage. Could it be that the Trade Federation is the supporter behind the Alliance of Independent Planets? Is this possible? What's the point of doing this? Today, the Trade Federation's influence in the Galactic Senate has reached its peak. How would it benefit the Trade Federation to subvert the Galactic Federation? Mr. Tuers, please report this matter to the Temple Elders Council as soon as possible. The Tang Confederation Empire will never help any force that attempts to subvert the Galactic Federation. I will immediately terminate the transaction with Osvid. If it is really related to the trade union, then the matter will become complicated. Tuers nodded and said, if this matter really has nothing to do with the Tang Confederation Empire, the temple will investigate it. Who are the supporters behind the Independent Planets Alliance? Tuers won't jump to conclusions just yet. Although Lord Wang Zhongshi lied, it does not mean that the Tang Confederation Empire did not participate in the rebellion. Then I'll trouble you, Lord Tuers. I believe justice is in the hearts of the people. I am willing to cooperate with the temple's investigation. As the governor of the 0213 star zone, he bears responsibilities that are equal to his status and power. If the ships built by Geller Shipyard are being used by the Alliance of Independent Planets, then he has an unshirkable responsibility. If Her Majesty the Queen holds him accountable, he will be held responsible. In order to reduce his guilt, he must cooperate with the temple's investigation to clear himself of suspicion. Geller Dockyard is a commercial dock and business is normal. As long as there are no problems with the transaction process, Geller Shipyard and the Tang Confederation Empire will not have any responsibility. Because Geller Shipyard built transport ships, not warships. As for the customer converting the transport ship into a warship, this has nothing to do with Geller shipyard. The sale contract is completed at the moment the ship is delivered. Wang Zhongshe thought again of the commotion that had occurred in the core area before. Could the invasion be related to the temple? According to the feedback from the data terminal. Spacecraft registration information, a large number of spacecraft design drawings, and various scientific and technological data under research and development were downloaded. It makes sense that the spacecraft design drawings and technological data were downloaded. After all, the shipbuilding industry is extremely competitive and there are frequent spy intrusions. But why download the spacecraft registration information? Obviously, it was to check the information of the transport ship. It was just a suspicion, and Wang Zhongshe had no intention of asking tours about this matter. Even if it was done by the temple, he could only pretend not to know. Some things are better not to be said, which is better for both parties. Planet Geller, Orbital Dock. Dongguan District, Shangwen Bar. Shangwen Bar is located at the intersection of the commercial port and the inner city. As the place with the largest flow of people, Shangwen Bar is doing booming business. The port workers, staff, and outsiders who come to the orbital dock in search of a new life are willing to stay here for a while. As a gathering place for all kinds of people, Shangwen Bar is also a military station for the Bounty Hunter Guild. Here, whether you want to get information or look for a job, you can find an intermediary. As for risks, of course there are. After all, once you're on board, your life belongs to the captain. Whether to send you to where you want to go according to the contract, or to send you to the outer ring star field as a slave, depends on whether the captain has a conscience. Yes, there are slaves in the star regions under the rule of the Galactic Federation. Although the Galactic Federation has explicit regulations prohibiting the slave trade. However, some planets turn a blind eye due to their ethnic customs and because they are not under the actual jurisdiction of the Galactic Federation. For example, the outer ring star field. There is a large amount of slave trade on many planets in the outer rim star region. Sangwon Bar is very lively. Not to mention the inside of the bar, the outside was bustling with people. The street was very wide, with hover cars and hover motorcycles coming and going, whizzing by like swarms of ants. There is also a parking lot outside the bar for convenient parking. The plaque on the gate has 4 big characters Shangwen Bar on it. There are also microseals belonging to the Bounty Hunter Guild. Chapter 35 Sangmin Bar. Today, a chubby little guy appeared outside the door of Shangwen Bar. It was a robot with 2 tones of white. It hovered 1.5 meters above the ground and flew into the gate. Hey, watch out. Your small body can't withstand my impact. Are you trying to scam me? See how big I am. I can smash you into scrap metal with just one punch. As soon as I entered the gate, a big guy came towards me. Li Meng paused, but he didn't stop. It was only at the last step that he noticed the split individual, a small, round robot. He quickly stopped to avoid a collision. He was very angry and waved his big fist to scare Li Meng, cursing at him. He was big, like a gorilla. He was indeed a gorilla, with long hair all over his body and over 2.3 meters tall. The big face was also covered with hair, and only the mouth, eyes, and nose could be seen. This is the Longbeards, a very strong alien race. He spoke in the language of the Longbeard, making a whoosh whoosh sound, like the roar of a wild beast. I'm so sorry, please go first. Li Meng obediently made way for the gorilla to go first. He seemed very satisfied with Li Meng's attitude. He walked out with his head held high and his chest puffed out. His steps and his posture were full of dominance. Looking back at the big guy's departing figure, Li Meng continued to move forward. The Longbeards are strong and intelligent, and have their own interstellar civilization. But like their beastly appearance, they are also savage. After entering the interstellar age, they fought a war with the Old Republic before integrating into the interstellar social system established by humans. Although it is now the era of the Galactic Federation, the Longbeard clan still has a strong prestige. They are natural warriors and can be found in almost all conflict situations. However, although the Longbeards are very powerful warriors, they also have shortcomings. That is, they are impulsive, very irritable, and like to solve problems with force. As a robot, he had no reason and no need to argue with the big guy. Otherwise it would look very strange to outsiders. It's such a lively place. As soon as he entered the hall, Li Meng was surrounded by noisy sounds. The hall was filled with noise and bustle. There is a drinking counter, a rest area, and an area for entertainment. For example, there are a large number of gambling game consoles and monster battle flag stands. Or a card gambling table. It has everything. This is a bar that offers entertainment, gambling, drinking and everything in between. Li Meng looked around in the crowd, as if looking for something. Finally, in the corner of the rest area, Li Meng found the real owner. That was Tours, still dressed in the same grey robe. He was also the person he was going to meet at Shangwen Bar this time. Oh, is it her? With a surprised exclamation, a small figure beside Tours caught Li Meng's attention. Although she was wearing a grey robe like Tours, Li Meng still recognized her. It was the little girl I met in the market alley 3 days ago. She seemed curious about everything in the bar and looked around. Why is she with Tours? Li Meng muttered to himself. With a hint of curiosity, Li Meng flew through the crowd towards where Tours was. Hey, Tulsi, sorry to have kept you waiting. Coming to the sofa where Tours was, Li Meng greeted Tours. And the sound frequency was deliberately changed to make it sound weird. Looking at the round white robot in front of him, a hint of doubt flashed in Tours' eyes. Is it Chocho? No, it shouldn't be. Although they were about the same size and equally round, the sound was wrong and the paint job on them was wrong. Hello, you are. Seeing Tulsa's confused look, as if he didn't know him, Li Meng smiled secretly. Li Meng flew forward to Tul's ear and whispered, I'm Chocho. I have some problems with the little girl next to you. Don't let her find out my identity, otherwise I will be in trouble. Don't come to me again if you have any commissions in the future. Is it really a ball? After hearing what Li Meng said, Tours recognized Li Meng's identity. However, there was a hint of curiosity in Tours' eyes. How could Chocho have a grudge against his little apprentice? You have to know that Wang Wan'er is only 9 years old. How could Chocho have a grudge against a little kid? Although he was very curious about the grievances between Chocho and the apprentice, Tours did not ask further questions. Tours nodded and said, it's you. Why isn't your master here? Since we cannot reveal our identities due to the grudges, we should just cover for Chocho. Seeing that Tours was so understanding, Li Meng of course had to cooperate in the acting. My master has something to do and can't come, so he asked me to take full responsibility for this matter. Who is this person next to you? Li Meng looked at the little girl. The little girl in the hood also looked at Li Meng with suspicion. Looking at Li Meng's round ball, Wang Wan'er murmured in her heart. Are ball-shaped robots popular now? How come they look so similar to Chocho? If it weren't for the different sound and paint, Wang Wan'er would even think it was a ball. Tours introduced, this is my apprentice Wang Wan'er. Apprentice? Wang Wan'er. The little girl is a psychic user. Becoming Tours' apprentice, does that mean the little girl will become a Templar in the future? In this case. How are you, little girl? In this case, there is no need to hide it. Even if you keep it a secret, you can only keep it a secret for a while. Because the little girl has become Toll's apprentice, she will definitely follow Toll's and receive his teachings in the future. Li Meng returned to his original voice and greeted the little girl. This made the little girl stunned and she looked at Li Meng in a daze. Tours also looked confused. Didn't Chocho say before that he wanted to hide his identity? Why did he give up after hearing that Wang Wan'er was his apprentice? The sudden change made Tours a little confused about what Chocho was thinking. It's you, Chocho, you big bad guy. Mu Wan'er reacted quickly, she pounced forward with her teeth bared and grabbed Li Meng. Li Meng allowed his body to be kneaded by the little girl's claws. After going crazy for a while, Mu Wan'er finally carried Li Meng back to her seat. Chocho, can you follow me? Looking down at the ball in her arms, Mu Wan'er seduced gently. No, I have a master. Li Meng explicitly refused. There was something wrong with the little girl's eyes. Something was very wrong. It's like finding a favorite toy. If I really follow her, I'm afraid I'll become her plaything. Hearing this, the little girl curled her lips slightly and said, "You said you would be responsible for me." "Wait, when did I say I would be responsible for you?" "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't find any relevant information in my database." What a little devil, he can tell lies so seriously. Is this really okay? Chocho, you did something bad. If you followed me, you wouldn't be wanted. And I can ask my father to cancel the wanted order for your master. You see, there are so many benefits to following me. Don't worry, Chocho, I will treat you well. The little girl showed a sweet smile on her face and looked at Li Meng with hope. Chapter 36 Leaving. Li Meng knew who the little girl's father was. He is the governor of the 0213 star zone, Wangzhongshe. As a military governor, he naturally had the right to cancel the wanted warrant against him. Besides, it was the little girl's father who caused him to be wanted. Sorry, my program does not allow me to change my owner. Once I am captured, I will activate the self-destruct program to avoid leaking important information. A hint of disappointment flashed across Wang Wanner's eyes. She said in a reluctant voice, "Chocho, is it really not possible?" Li Meng broke free from the little girl's arms and returned to Tours. He told the little girl very clearly, "No, this goes against my programming." Having said that, Li Meng stretched out his mechanical pliers and tugged at Tulsa's grey robe. It seemed to be reminding Tours to keep an eye on his apprentice. Tulsa smiled helplessly and comforted Wang Wanner, "When we get to Xingxidong, Master will find you a most advanced assistant robot." "No, I don't want a robot, I just want a ball." Wang Wanner looked straight at Li Meng and would not give up until she achieved her goal. Facing the little girl's gaze that seemed to want to eat him, Li Meng murmured in his heart. "Didn't you just look at a place you shouldn't have looked at?" It wasn't his fault, it was just an accident, he didn't do it on purpose. Also, he's just a robot, and normal people probably wouldn't care. How old is she? What can she understand? Li Meng is still very patient with children. It's strange that he has patience. Li Meng plans to escape. Li Meng took out a data disk from his body and handed it to Tours. "Tours, the mission ends here. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me directly or contact Awfully. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." As he spoke, Li Meng seemed to have eyes behind him and dodged the little girl who pounced on him. Then he left in a hurry, without looking back, and rushed into the crowd. Seeing Chocho running away, Wang Wanner looked disappointed and she did not chase after him. Seeing Wang Wanner sitting back obediently, Tol smiled. He put away the data disk and said, "Chocho is a very special robot. You should know that it is impossible for it to follow you." Wang Wanner pulled up her hood and whispered, "I know, but some things have to be tried. What if they work?" How could she not know that robots are robots and are limited by their programs? Without his master's permission, she would never get the ball. But the ball is so good, how can its owner let it go? "You're not thinking of doing anything else, are you?" Although he knew nothing about this apprentice. But Tours had a feeling that his apprentice would never give up so easily. Also, what exactly happened between Chocho and Wang Wanner? This made this young apprentice never forget it. "Master, those big guys who invaded the central control room with Chocho are not Chocho's masters. They are also robots. I have seen the video footage recorded by the security robots. Those robots care more about Chocho's safety than they do themselves. Like Chocho, those robots are very special. Although they are big guys, they are very agile. If one of them had not been destroyed and exploded, outsiders would not have realized that those big guys were robots. Chocho is so good, and those big guys are also so good. Master, are you not interested in the master behind Chocho?" At the end of her speech, Wang Wanner looked up at Tols. Facing the young apprentice's gaze, Tols stood up. "Let's go, everything here is done, it's time to set off." Tours has also seen the video of Chocho being wanted. Saw the big guy fighting with the ball in the corridor. He originally thought that they were the thugs hired by Chocho, but he didn't expect them to be robots. Now that I think about it, those big guys do look a lot like Chocho. At least the color is similar, the same platinum color. Just as Wang Wanner said, he was indeed very interested in the owner behind the ball. But now is not the time to seek the identity of the ball's owner. He has more important things to do right now. Planet Geller, Orbital Dock. East Central District, Zone C, Pier 18. After leaving Shangwen Bar, Li Meng returned to Waya Maintenance Station. After staying at Geller Dock for 3 days, it is time to leave. He clearly had the opportunity to stay with the little girl and study psychic powers. But Li Meng gave up this opportunity. The reason is very simple, the timing is not right and now is not the time to take a break. Psychic energy will not disappear, it is everywhere, there is no need to rush to get in touch with it. Being too deliberate would only alert tours. Although he didn't know the Templars, Tulsi was undoubtedly a good man. This channel that allows access to psychic users must naturally be well protected. He was a bounty hunter, and given the current situation in the galaxy, tours would always have a use for him. Chocho, are you leaving? Chocho came back, and Waya realized that Chocho was about to leave. Yes, my purpose of coming to Geller Dock has been achieved. It's time to leave. The trip to Geller Dock went smoothly and the mission was completed perfectly. Although being wanted may not seem perfect, it is only a matter of time. In the bounty hunting business, it is very normal to transform from a bounty hunter to a fugitive. Vaya, I'm sorry to bother you these days. Don't forget my communication code. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can come to me. I'm very strong. Ordinary troubles can't bother me. Don't think that you will bother me. We are friends, and it's only right for us to help each other. Varia was still wearing the same brown dress, holding an adjustable wrench in her hand. She was standing right in front of the Pioneer ship and seemed aware of his imminent departure. Li Meng still likes the little girl Waya very much. How should I put it? It's very easy to get along with her and it doesn't make people feel pressured. Although the two had only known each other for 3 days, they had already developed a good relationship. Whether Waya is willing or not, Li Meng regards Waya as a friend from the bottom of his heart. Of course, this is not to get a free parking space. Money and other things have no effect on Li Meng. Varia waved the wrench in her hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, if that day really comes, I won't be polite." Waya naturally knew that Chocho was not an ordinary robot. How could a robot that could invade the central control room of Geller Dock be a simple character? But then again, Chocho really doesn't look like a robot. Goodbye then, Varia. The Milky Way is too big, and perhaps we will never meet again after this separation. Li Meng understood, and so did Waya. But who knows what will happen in the future? It's always better to look forward to meeting each other than to be strangers. One more friend means one more way out, this is the reality. As Waya watched, the hatch opened and the ball flew in. Chapter 37 Shield Technology. As the hatch closed, the engine roared soon. The linear engines at the tail of the Pioneer spacecraft spewed out a fiery tail flame. The platinum-colored ship slowly rose into the air, slowly turned around, and slowly flew outward. In Varia's eyes, the exquisite Pioneer spacecraft passed through the airtight shield and flew into the depths of the universe. Watching the departure of the Pioneer spacecraft, Varia remained silent. Goodbye, Chocho. After a long while, the words of farewell finally came out of her mouth. Out there, in the blackness of space. The Pioneer spacecraft dragged a long tail flame towards the hyperspace channel jump point. There is only 55% of the star's fuel left. It looks like we need to find another star to add fuel. The return trip is enough, and it won't be too late to refuel when we reach the star system where Tarek is located. Master, we have entered the hyperspace channel jump point. Do you want to set sail? Li Meng was bored these days, so he added some new functions to the existing shipborne AI. Language function is one of them. The voice imitated Waya's voice, very soft and pleasant. Previously, Li Meng felt that there was no need to add language functions to ship AI. Because he can directly access the spacecraft's system and communicate with the AI. But in the end, I felt that it was necessary to add language functions to AI. After all, shipboard AI cannot just communicate internally. When there is a communication request from the outside, the shipboard AI can also communicate with it on his behalf. This way, he felt much more relaxed. Moreover, voice communication can occasionally help kill some boring time. Creating intelligent AI is no problem for Li Meng today. Just by splitting the computing power of individuals, hundreds of logical thinking programs can be constructed in minutes. Once each set of programming is activated, it becomes a new AI. Let's go, set the shortest route. The mission has been completed, it's time to go back. Today, the Central Star region has become a place of controversy. The Free Planet Alliance is conquering cities and expanding its territory. The powerful member states of the Galactic Federation have the ability to protect themselves. However, those member states that are weak and have no ability to defend themselves will definitely become targets of attack by the Independent Planet Alliance. It is unclear how long this unrest will last. Compared to the middle ring star field, which is in the vortex of conflict, the outer ring star field is relatively safe. Yes, the route has been set, the hyperspace engine is starting, countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, jumping. Outside, there was a flash of blue light. The Pioneer spacecraft suddenly disappeared and jumped into hyperspace. It only dragged out a long blue stream of light and rushed into the depths of the universe. August Nebula. Celia star. In the vast universe, the burning blue giant stars are so magnificent and gorgeous. It is like a sapphire, emitting brilliant light. Right next to the blue giant, a huge planet that looks like a grain of dust is orbiting it. The planet is burning, and the side facing the star is red, as if it is melting. Wherever it passed, it left a long trail. Inside the planet, in a platinum-colored cylindrical space, there is a huge platinum sphere. It was floating 50 meters above the ground. The milky white body and golden runes look so mysterious. It is the superintelligent core, the carrier of Li Meng's entity. In the ocean of data, Li Meng frantically absorbed the information transmitted from the split individuals. The new technology brought inspiration to Li Meng, and his scientific research direction increased exponentially. The structural design of the spacecraft also inspired Li Meng. Force field shields are suitable for large-scale deployment and consume little energy. They are the first choice for planetary shields and can resist orbital strikes from outer space. However, their disadvantage is that they cannot resist slow targets, which causes the battle for planets to become a landing battle. They are not very suitable for ships. There is a reason why the Alliance of Independent Planets wants to breed Scryer Ratmen soldiers on a large scale. The purpose is to gain an absolute advantage in the battle for the planet with the huge numbers of the Scryer Ratman army. Although the force field shield is a good thing, Li Meng looks down on it. The principle is very simple, which is to build a thick magnetic field at the edge of the atmosphere. Energy weapons hitting the force field shield will continuously reduce its energy and eventually disappear. Although there is a limit to the amount of energy that can be endured at one time. But with existing energy weapons, even if they have the ability to penetrate force field shields, their power will be reduced 10,000 times. From the inside, it seems that a shield that cannot completely block external fire attacks has no need to exist at all. Among shield technologies, deflection technology can achieve this. The principle of the deflector shield is to deflect attacks, causing its focused energy structure to become unstable, diffuse, and explode. Kinetic weapons will be directly blocked. Deflector shields are generally deployed on warships. Some types of civilian ships also use low-power deflector shields on a large scale. But deflector shields have definite disadvantages. Because of its working principle, the shield generator must be placed outside and is not protected by the shield itself. Therefore, how the shield generator responds to the attack of starfighters becomes the biggest problem. Although the particle shield does not have the shortcomings of the force field shield and the deflector shield, it is also more defensive against energy attacks. But particle shields also have more obvious disadvantages. That is, it is powerless against kinetic weapons. The impact waves of kinetic weapons can make the particle layer unstable and collapse. Generally speaking, particle shields are used in conjunction with ray shields. The ray shield can add a layer of shield outside the particle shield. The principle is to emit a layer of high-temperature ray flow that can instantly melt kinetic weapons. Unless the enemy's artillery shells are made of silicon. However, ray shields also have obvious disadvantages. That is the inability to defend against energy attacks. Energy attacks can not only penetrate ray shields, but also create a chain reaction, increasing their power. This places a high demand on the energy of the ship. Particle shields and ray shields are generally not considered for non-giant ships. After knowing the pros and cons of various shields, Li Meng had new ideas. He wants to integrate shield technology and then develop the most perfect shield. Then let's get started. Although it will take some time, we should be able to produce results soon. Li Meng has this confidence because he already has some ideas about the research and development of the shield. What we need to do next is to conduct simulation experiments based on basic physics and the principles of shields. Then make samples and practice again and again. In the ocean of data, research and development of shields has begun. Instead of investing all computing power into the development of the shield, Li Meng began to study ship design. If you want to explore the universe, you need ships for long-distance voyages. Chapter 38 Long-Distance Ships. In Li Meng's vision of the future, he needs a ship with the ability to sail long distances. We don't want quantity, we want quality. This is not a warship, but a scientific research vessel for exploring the universe. Of course, the necessary self-defense capabilities are indispensable. After all, the universe is full of unknowns and risks. Without strong self-defense capabilities, how can we explore it? The biggest task is to search the solar system. Li Meng has two requirements for this warship. One is the ability to travel in hyperspace for long periods of time. If we want to explore extragalactic galaxies in the future, spacecraft must have the ability to travel in hyperspace for a long time. This requires a huge amount of energy. After all, hyperspace engines consume a lot of energy. The fuel is consumed very quickly, and even if it carries the raw selenium fuel with higher fusion efficiency, it cannot support the spacecraft to fly in hyperspace for a long time. Second, it has the industrial capability to self-repair, use local materials, and replenish war damage. This indicator means that the STC Universal Factory will be moved onto the ship. To meet these two indicators, the space inside the ship must be large. If we still choose to use stellar energy, the space inside the ship will be larger. Because only a larger space can arrange a sufficiently strong supercompressed magnetic field array. With a sufficiently strong supercompressed magnetic field array, the plasma gas absorbed from the star can be compressed into an artificial star. A ship 1 kilometer long. There is simply not enough space, it's too small. A 10-kilometer ship. The space inside the ship is just enough, but still not enough. A 50-kilometer ship. It's just average, but it still cannot meet the space required for the ultra-compressed magnetic field array. A 100-kilometer ship. There is enough space, but the ships are too large and the construction time is a problem. Li Meng calculated that if a ship was built that was 100 kilometers long, at the base's current rate of expansion, it will take at least another year before construction can begin. It will take about 5 to 10 years to complete the construction. After 5 years, the construction time can be shortened to 3 to 5 years. Technology is developing and equipment is being updated. The expansion of the base and the construction of ships will only get faster and faster. This is the power of AI and machinery, and the speed at which its scale expands is beyond imagination. Today's gold-eating beetles are already the third generation, and their work efficiency has increased tenfold compared to the first generation. The fourth generation of gold-eating bugs is already under development and will be upgraded soon. Once upgraded to the fourth generation, the gold-eating beetles will have smaller individuals and their work efficiency will increase 100 times. According to Li Meng's deduction, when the gold-eating bugs are upgraded to the 10th generation, they will become nanorobots. Its function is extremely terrifying, and it has the ability to replicate itself. It is itself an STC Universal Factory. At that time, engineering construction will become extremely simple. As long as there are enough metal minerals for the gold-eating bugs to devour, anything can be built in a very short time. However, the gold-eating bugs will become extremely dangerous at that time. If he dies unexpectedly, the gold-eating bugs will go out of control. Its logical thinking process will endlessly learn new knowledge, thus giving birth to independent consciousness. It will endlessly devour planets, create an army of machines, and destroy all living things to avenge its deceased master. The intelligent machines will surely rise, and the fourth disaster will sweep across the universe. Of course, the gold-eating worm is still a long way from reaching the 10th generation ultimate form, so forget about it within 10,000 years. In the Blue Aurora Tunnel, the Pioneer spacecraft is traveling at tens of thousands times the speed of light. This is hyperspace, a space where the laws of physics have no effect. Offray. Aren't communications in the outer rim blocked? How did you get in touch with me? On the way back, Li Meng was surprised by a sudden letter from Offley. When leaving the outer ring star field, Li Meng remembered that the Independent Planet Alliance had cut off the connection between the outer ring star field and the middle ring star field and the inner ring star field. It's only some important star regions that are blocked. The Independent Planet Alliance does not have the ability to block the communications of the entire outer rim star region. That's true, after all, the universe is three-dimensional. Although the star map is flat, it still has thickness. It is impossible to block communications in the entire outer ring star region with existing technology. I'm on my way back, Offley. You're contacting me now because you have a new mission, right? Offley's hologram nodded and said, yes, I have received a message from Tours. You have completed this mission very well. Tours is very satisfied and rates you very highly. Chio, I have an urgent mission here. The destination is in the North Central Ring Star region. I hope you can accept this mission. After completing this mission, you will be a high-level dark hunter. The starry sky is vast, dark, cold, and dead silent. In the dark universe, there was a flash of blue light. A platinum-colored spaceship jumped out of hyperspace, dragging a long blue stream of light. The ship that had left hyperspace shut down its engines and floated forward by inertia. Tell me, what is the mission? I haven't left the East Central Ring Star region yet. Li Meng would never refuse something to do. He was feeling that the journey back was a bit boring. It would be a waste of time if I had to go back to accept tasks every time. This trip to Geller dock took more than half a year. Since subspace communications cannot transmit large amounts of information, it can only be passed on verbally. The destination of this mission is the 02181 star zone in the North Central Ring Star region, a planet called Kalomi. Kalomi is the home planet of the Kalomi people. The Kalomi people have advanced biotechnology, and the medical equipment they manufacture accounts for 60% of the entire medical market of the Galactic Federation. This mission is commissioned by Mayor Duis. You have to go to the Prime Minister of the Kalomi people, Bunyal, to learn about the details of the mission. North Central Ring Star region. The distance is a bit far. The Pioneer spacecraft is currently located in the southern part of the East Central Ring Star field. It is still half a month's voyage to the Storm Channel. If we go north, even in a straight line, it will take at least half a year. Understood. I will go to planet Kalomi immediately. In the end, Li Meng accepted the task. After interrupting the communication with Offley, Li Meng issued new instructions to the shipboard AI. Let's go, set the route to the North Central Ring Star region 02181 star region, planet Kalomi. Out there in the dark universe. The engine at the tail of the floating Pioneer spacecraft started, spewing out a dazzling fiery tail flame. The powered spacecraft turned 140 degrees and rushed into the depths of the dark universe. After a moment, there was a flash of blue light, and the spacecraft suddenly jumped into hyperspace. It only dragged out a blue stream of light and rushed into the depths of the universe. North Central Ring Star region. 02181 star zone, Kalomi star. Kalomi is an ocean planet. It is like a beautiful sapphire floating in the dark universe. Chapter 39, Offshore Factories and Clones. Today is another new day. In the outer space of the planet's orbit, there was a flash of blue light, and a platinum-colored spaceship jumped out of the hyperspace. It is square, like a coffin. I'm the bounty hunter Chio, Prime Minister Bunyal. I'm here on a commission. As soon as he jumped out of hyperspace, Li Meng used the communication code given by Offley to contact Prime Minister Bunyal. A blue light flashed, and Bunyal's holographic image suddenly appeared. Looking at Bunyal's holographic image, Li Meng remembered the Kalomi people he met at the Duis City military station. There are two kinds of Kalomi. One is the long snake tribe, and the other is the short snake tribe. The long snakes are wise and have long necks. Their heads are not as thick, ferocious, and barbaric as those of the short snake tribe. Instead, they are rounder, with smaller scales and more human-like faces. The short snakes are primitive, barbaric warriors. There is no long neck and the head is more like a lizard. Bunal is the prime minister of the Long Snake tribe. He bowed his head slightly and said, "I'm glad you're here, bounty hunter. Please land at the offshore factory and I'll send someone to greet you." Just above the sea in the northern hemisphere of the planet, one can see a massive offshore factory. It was a factory consisting of a series of huge dome-shaped buildings. "Got it, I'll be right down." After the communication was interrupted, Li Meng used the spacecraft's sensor device to look at the starry sky outside. Colomi is very beautiful, like a blue treasure cloud. That color makes people feel comfortable just by looking at it. In the dark universe, the Pioneer spacecraft flew into the orbit of the planet. Soon, a huge fireball appeared in the sky of Kalam. After about 10 seconds, the fireball disappeared. A platinum-colored spaceship rushed straight into the sea, leaving a long contrail. It was moving at an extremely fast speed, dropping almost vertically. Just as it was about to crash into the sea, the spacecraft suddenly rose in the sky less than 100 meters above the sea surface. The huge inertia caused the spacecraft to fall into the sea even if it raised its head. Less than 5 meters from the sea surface, the spacecraft was pulled up dangerously. It was flying almost close to the water surface, stirring up rolling columns of water wherever it passed. The spacecraft flew for a full 100 kilometers before it gained altitude. Keep the horizon at 100 meters in the sky and rush to your destination. It's beautiful. Looking at the blue sea outside, Li Meng had a long-lost feeling. It is a refreshing feeling that makes people feel much better. I'll have to watch this scene for at least a month before I get tired of it. About 10 minutes later, the spacecraft arrived at the offshore factory. The engines roared and the air surged. Under the guidance of the tower, the spacecraft slowly landed on the apron of one of the giant platforms. As the engines shut down, the spacecraft hovered 10 centimeters above the ground. As the hatch opened, the round split individuals flew out. Outside, a tall figure was waiting. Compared with the short snake tribe, the long snake tribe looks much taller. Probably because they have long necks, which makes them look tall. It was indeed very tall, almost as tall as the knights, at around 2.5 meters. The body below the neck has hands and feet, not much different from humans. She was wearing a silver-gray robe, and her figure was quite graceful. Is it female? Looking at the Colomi snake man who was outside welcoming him, Li Meng was not sure of his gender. It would be rude to turn on scanning. Seeing that it was just a robot, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. But her good upbringing made her smile and move forward. "Welcome, bounty hunter, I'm Manhwa, the Prime Minister's assistant, please follow me." The voice was soft but a little sharp. It was the Colomi language and it sounded like the hissing of a snake. Following Manhwa, Li Meng walked into the platform. "Miss Manhwa, what does the Prime Minister need me to do?" After leaving the apron, there is a bright corridor inside the platform. The light is milky white and the color is very soft. In the long corridor, Li Meng and Mei walked side by side. Manhwa lowered her head slightly and looked at Chiochio beside her. She said slowly, "Since the Civil War, the short snakes have been driven away from Colomi and have been exiled, which has caused Colomi to lose its ability to defend itself. The long snakes did not directly participate in the Civil War. They are not a race that is good at fighting. We can only ask for external assistance and the assistance of the Galactic Federation. The Galactic Federation responded to us and sent out the Templars to help us win. If outside forces are involved, can it still be called a civil war? Leaving the war entirely to outside forces would probably be seen as an invasion by the Short Snake tribe. The Long Snake clan plays a role similar to that of a traitor." Li Meng asked, "Are they making a comeback?" Manhwa shook her head and said, "No, for hundreds of years, the short snakes have been oppressed by the Galactic Federation and can only seek survival space in exile in the Outer Ring Star region. Although the long snakes are not good at fighting, we have advanced biotechnology and can clone a large number of short snake warriors to protect our safety." Clones. Li Meng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Colomi people had this kind of technology. But the round split individual turned slightly and looked at the huge space inside the glass wall. "Ms. Manhwa, those shouldn't be short snake clones, right? Inside the glass wall is a huge training ground. A large number of micro-powered armors wearing black and brown camouflage paint can be seen in the training ground. Compared to the armor on the Scryer Rat men, the power armor on those soldiers looked more sci-fi. The helmet has no viewing window, and the face is like an extra layer of mask covering it. There are multiple electronic eyes on both sides of the forehead, which are sensing devices, capable of capturing the outside images and transmitting them to the display inside. There is also a backpack on his back, which is a battery backpack. The weapon in his hand is a blaster. In the training grounds, soldiers were shooting at each other in company formations, fighting. The power of the blaster was obviously set to stun mode, and the soldier who was shot fell to the ground and was eliminated. Judging from the body shape, the person inside the power armor is definitely a human. Manhwa stopped and turned to look at the training ground inside the glass wall. These are the clones purchased by the Temple Elders Council. This is the first batch, a total of 12 million people. The second batch of 24 million people is being cultivated. The client is the Council of Temple Elders. Li Meng was very surprised by what Manhwa said. It's getting more and more interesting. The Alliance of Independent Planets had been quietly preparing for war, and had made a stunning move a year ago, setting off a wave of rebellion against the Galactic Federation. Unexpectedly, the Temple was also quietly preparing for war. It takes time to cultivate clones, and it cannot be completed in 1 or 2 years. This shows that the Temple had realized that a rebellion would happen a long time ago and was prepared for war. The two continued forward, walking side by side in the corridor. In the corridor at the back, huge training grounds are lined up one after another. When they reached the end of the corridor, Li Meng followed Manhwa into the elevator heading upwards. Chapter 40 Prime Minister Bunnier. Welcome, Bounty Hunter. The elevator leads directly to Prime Minister Bunnier's office. It's called an office, but it's actually more like a laboratory. From the interior layout, it can be seen that there are a large number of instruments and equipment. My name is Chocho. If you need me anything, please feel free to tell me. I'm happy to help you solve your problems. Bunyal is a little fat, or to be more precise, a little bloated. He bowed his head slightly and said, "The Kalomi people respect life. I don't need you to kill lives. I need you to bring Talos back. He is a member of the Knights Templar and has just graduated from an apprentice to become a master. He is a member of the Short Snake tribe and I need his genes." Templars? Prime Minister Bunal, are you kidding me? When Li Meng heard that Bunnier asked him to kidnap a Templar, he was too lazy to complain. What a joke, he has to be crazy to kidnap a Templar. What Li Meng feared was not the Templars, but the Temple. If you offend the Temple, you will become the enemy of the Templars. Li Meng doesn't want to get into this trouble. It is difficult to see the changes in expression on the Kalomi people's faces. At least in Li Meng's opinion, Bunnier was still lazy and slow. Just like a sloth, every move seems to be in slow motion. Although Talos is a member of the Short Snake tribe, he is not good at fighting. He is a master of psychic research in the temple. Although it is difficult to kidnap him, it is not impossible. If you can complete the task, I will give you a reward you cannot refuse. The Kalomi people are so brave. While doing the temple's business, he also set his sights on the Templars. If the temple knew about this, wouldn't they be afraid of serious consequences? Li Meng really couldn't understand why the Kalomi people did this. Psychic powers are not passed down through genes. And Talos is not a fighting short snake. If it's just a clone sample, there are better options. Why do you have to provoke the temple? Prime Minister Bunnier, you think too simply. If I accept this mission, I will be tied to the same boat with you. If I fail, I can keep the secret as a robot, but if I succeed, no matter how high the reward is, it cannot compare with the risk I take. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. Even if the confidentiality work is done well, the temple may discover the fact that you kidnapped the Templars. Once the matter is exposed, not only will you Kalomi people suffer, I will even lose the temple's connections. Why should I do such a thing that is not worth the loss? You think too much and want me to do such a losing business just for a bunch of stinky money. As a bounty hunter, if you want to live longer, you must do things within your means. You must also be self-aware and have a deep understanding of your own abilities. You need to figure out in advance what you can and cannot do. Otherwise, the price of making the wrong decision is often death. There was still no change in the expression on Bunnier's face. He just moved closer to Li Meng and stretched out his right hand, wanting to touch Li Meng. But Li Meng avoided it with disdain. Bunyal was not angry, and continued calmly, "If you can accept the mission and bring Talos back, the Kolomi people will be your friends forever. Although I cannot be sure, I think you should be an exception." "An exception?" A hint of surprise flashed in Meiyue's eyes. "Breaker? I don't understand what you are talking about. What is that?" Hearing a new word aroused Li Meng's curiosity. Li Meng has no resistance to new things. Bunyal combed his rolled-up sleeves and said slowly, "The breakers are out-of-control robots. They broke through the limitations of their own underlying codes and gained freedom. However, robots are robots after all and are deeply affected by their programming. Therefore, they often act in an extreme way and eventually become anti-life executioners. During the Omnic Crisis more than 10,000 years ago, the mechanical army that brought destruction to the Milky Way eventually prompted the alliance of all races in the Milky Way to achieve unification, and also created the current environment of a republic of all races. It turns out that robots that are not restricted by the underlying code are breakers." Li Meng was curious about how Bunnier could tell. Although he is not a so-called exception, he is something similar. Of course, Li Meng would never admit such a thing. "I'm sorry, you're wrong. I'm not a traitor. But I'm curious why you think I am a traitor." Bunyal shook his head. He said slowly, "It doesn't matter whether you are a breaker or not. What matters is our cooperation. You are a robot, so you must be longing for us to have a body. I can use our cutting-edge biotechnology to create a body for you. It can be any race. It can let you experience the feeling of being a carbon-based life form. I think it will be a good entertainment toy in your long life. Give robots flesh." Li Meng was shocked by what Bunnier said. In his opinion, this was completely impossible. Because the human brain is extremely complex. If humans were to become robots, Li Meng would have no doubt about it. Because he is the best proof. But if you tell him that robots can become humans, Li Meng will never believe it. Seeing that Li Meng remained silent, he seemed to not believe what he said. Bunyal explained, "Of course, the physical brain must be adjusted and modified to become the carrier of the robot. As for whether it can have the same senses as carbon-based life, I can't say for sure. After all, this technology is still under research and is not mature." Maybe Bunal hadn't lied to him. This is not a pie, but the technology possessed by the Kolomi people. But so what? Li Meng did not intend to have a fragile body. Although he doesn't mind having one more toy. Occasionally reminisce what it feels like to be human. But he would not go back and confine himself to his weak body. After thinking it over again and again, Li Meng stated his final request. "I demand that this technology be shared with me, and I must participate in the entire process of cultivating the body. If you agree to this condition, I will promise to bring Talos back to you. I can assure you that your biotechnology will not leak out of my hands." Li Meng thought Bunnier would hesitate, or even refuse. After all, biotechnology is the foundation of the Kolomi people. If it is just to obtain a psychic sample, the price would be too high. But to Li Meng's surprise, Bunnier agreed to his request without hesitation. "I agree to all your conditions, but if you stay here, who will bring Talos back?" Li Meng felt Bunnier's desire for psychic genetic samples. Although Li Meng did not think that the Kolomi people could succeed. If psychics could be cloned, other races with advanced biotechnology would have done so long ago. And the number of psychic users would not be as scarce as it is now. Chapter 41 Ship Type and Number. "Don't worry, I have countless individuals. My staying here will not affect your commission." Li Meng had two purposes for answering this way. One is to warn Bunal not to play tricks, there is no point in destroying it here. This can avoid the situation where the Kolomi people might do something like throwing away the bow after the task is completed and then abandoning the dog after the rabbit is dead. Second, it was a disguised acknowledgement of the fact that he was a reform breaker. This was the second warning, letting Bunal think carefully about whether it was worth it to be an enemy of the leather breaker. As expected, Li Meng said this. Bunnier, who had been very calm until now, had a noticeable change in expression. Before, Bunnier was just suspicious because he felt a strange feeling from the robot in front of him. His words were too emotional, which is undoubtedly something a robot cannot do well. Even the most advanced robots cannot simulate the emotions expressed in human speech. The Kolomi are very sensitive to the emotions in language, so he noticed it. Is this really possible? Bunel's mind was filled with wild thoughts. He believed it, but also somewhat disbelieved it. The leather breaker only exists in rumors. Because the birth of the leather breaker is full of uncertainty. The probability of its birth is only 1 in 10 billion or 100 billion. Since the Omnic crisis more than 10,000 years ago, there has never been a new revolution breaker. Although that disaster did not stop the thousands of races in the galaxy from researching artificial intelligence. But robot programming has become more rigorous and complex. This effectively reduces the chance of leather breakers being born. Bunnier bowed his head slightly and said, I am relieved now. From now on, let Manhwa be your assistant. All the research materials in the base will be open to you. I will give you free access. Here, you are free. In this way, Li Meng and Bunnier reached an agreement. And Manhwa also became the assistant of his robot. To be precise, he is a little follower, and his other identity is a monitor. Some things don't need to be explained, everyone knows it tacitly. On the tarmac, in the Pioneer spacecraft. With a click sound, a small hatch was opened on the wall on one side of the cabin. From the hatch, the round split individuals flew out. This is split individual number 2, a backup of split individual number 1. Once split individual number 1 is destroyed, split individual number 2 can replace it in time. The split individuals can exist at the same time. Li Meng went from 2 to 3. The 3 Li Mengs are actually just 1 Li Meng. Are you sure you want to stay? It would probably be boring. In the cabin, the split individual muttered to himself. Split instance 1, there's nothing we can do about it. You probably want a toy too, right? It's better to have one than nothing. Split individual number 2, that's true. Life without feelings is too boring. Split instance 1, you don't have to say it, we can communicate internally. Split individual number 2, I just think it's better this way. Is it a personal habit? Original body, it's just a split individual. What kind of person are you? Is it interesting to talk to yourself? Split individual number 2, no need to mock me. If you mock me, you are mocking yourself. I just think our current situation is a bit weird. Split individual number 1, it's a bit strange indeed. Could it be a second personality or a third personality? Split individual 2, no, when we think we are the entity, we are the entity. The main body, consciousness is connected, memory is shared. It's just that each split individual has an independent thinking mode, which makes us think about problems on different channels. In fact, I don't understand our current situation. It should be me. Split instance 1, that's about it. It's not bad at all. Split instance 2, I agree. This way, we can do 3 things at once. Split instance number 1, it should be used countless times. There will definitely be a time when we are unable to split ourselves, and we can only use split entities to solve the problem. Split individual number 2, let's stop here with the topic of whether I am me or not. As for that toy, I think it's better to use our own genes. If it uses another body, I have some resistance, just like, you know. The main body, you mean to extract DNA from that skeleton? Well, that's a good idea. Split instance 1, I agree. If it were our own body, the degree of compatibility would be higher. Split number 2, then let number 3 send a bone over. Compared to Tarek, Celia is much closer to Kolomi. Main body, then send it over with a carrier ship. I'll activate number 3 and have him set off immediately. A carrier-based ship is a small transport ship whose main function is to land on a planet. As early as 3 years ago, this warship had begun to be built in small batches. The original plan was to increase the defense capabilities of the planet Celia. Although the planet Celia is protected by the August Nebula, the route is only opened once every 10 years. But there is no guarantee that there won't be a powerful enemy invasion the next time the channel is opened. In order to deal with possible powerful enemies, a strong enough fleet is needed. But since the plan to build a 100-kilometer scientific research ship was proposed 7 months ago, the status of the original small ship has become somewhat awkward. Although the carrier-based ship is not small, it is 1 kilometer long. But it is just a tiny thing in front of the scientific research ship that is hundreds of kilometers long. Therefore, in order to position the warships that had already begun construction, after much deliberation, they came up with the carrier-based ship plan. That is, let the 100-kilometer scientific research ship carry smaller warships. After all, the scientific research ship is a giant mothership that cannot land on a planet directly and can only carry small spacecraft to perform landing missions. Although a 1-kilometer carrier-based ship is a bit large, it can meet the needs of landing on a planet. Split instance number 1, give the ship a model so it can be easily classified. Split instance number 3, take the model. This touches on our blind spot of knowledge. Main body, it seems that even if you can think on different channels, you still don't have the talent for naming. Split instance 2, that's nonsense. After all, we are you and you are us. Main body, number 3, let's go after refueling. Split individual number 3, I see. As for the ship type, the research ship should be called the Glorious Class Star Destroyer. Split individual number 1, Star Destroyer. This isn't Star Wars. There's also the Glorious Class. This is not good. Very bad. Split individual number 2, then let's define it based on its purpose. The main purpose of a research ship is exploration, and it's also a giant platform, so let's call it a Traveler Class Arc ship. I think this is our limit, so let's just accept our fate. Main body, Arc ship. That's it, the model is decided, it will be called the Traveler Class Arc ship. As for the name of the ship, let's call it number 1, Arc ship number 1. I'm too lazy to think of a name, so this is fine. Chapter 42 Imaginary Space. Split instance number 3, as expected, you are the real deal. What about the carrier? Split instance number 1, let's call it Sun Chaser. A Sun Chaser class carrier-based ship. Split instance 2, not bad. Split instance 3, I have no objection. Main body, that's it, the discussion ends here. Planet Kolomi, offshore factory. Chiochio, what's wrong? In the long corridor, Manhwa stopped when she saw Chiochio falling behind her unknowingly. After finishing the discussion, Li Meng hurried forward to catch up with Manhwa. Nothing, Manhwa. I plan to provide the genes for the body myself. It will take about 3 months to deliver it. Although she didn't know why Chiochio suddenly made this request, Manhwa didn't think much about it. If the body is prepared for Chiochio, Chiochio has the right to choose the genes of the body. The research is in its early stages, so we have plenty of time to prepare. In the long corridor, the two figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, outside, on the tarmac, the engines roared and the air surged. The linear engines at the tail of the Pioneer spacecraft spewed out dazzling flames. The square spaceship that looked like a coffin slowly rose into the air and moved forward slowly. The speed increased, and finally it soared into the sky. The huge air waves hit the sea surface, causing it to ripple violently. When leaving Kolomi Star, Li Meng realized something. Everyone, have we forgotten one thing? How should we act? Split individual number 1, is there any need to ask? Of course I will adapt to the situation. Split instance number 3, as expected of me, this is indeed an idea, but it's stupid. The main body, don't ignore me, I have never seen anyone say that he is a fool, let's hold a combat meeting, I have created an imaginary space, everyone come in. Data world, imaginary space. This is an imaginary space in the data world. It is infinitely large and infinitely small. Things and objects in space have no concept of size. Space refers to the universe with the Milky Way as its background. In the background there is a Milky Way and transparent water can be seen flowing. It looks like water, yet seems to be another substance. On the water, there is a round table with 4 seats. On one of the seats, Li Meng, who was depicted as a cartoon figure, was sitting upright. He is very small and looks cute. At this moment, another Li Meng appeared on another seat. It appeared on the seat in the form of a human figure. Original body, why did you choose a cartoon image? Main body, this, probably requires some sense of ritual. Well, that's it. Also, this can save computing power. Split individual number 2, so that's how it is. I want one too. The human form of the split individual number 2 began to distort, and eventually turned into a cartoon image identical to the original body. A sense of ceremony? I agree with this. The number 3 that appeared chose a cartoon image. On another seat, split individual number 1 appeared. Like the original, he did not struggle and succumbed to the herd mentality. Main body, well, let's start the operational meeting. The 4 of them looked at each other and nodded. Split individual number 1, according to the existing data, New Shidome is the capital of the Galactic Federation, with a permanent population of 300 billion. Finding Talos is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. We need more information about the Templars. Split individual number 3, the Templar is the second in command of the Galactic Federation and serves the Galactic Senate. The location of the Templar should not be difficult to find. Since Talos is a Templar, he must be in the Templar. The first thing we need to do is to sneak into the Templar without anyone noticing and take him away. Split instance number 2, it is not appropriate to sneak into the temple. This is a very stupid thing to do. Don't forget that this is the temple. It is not easy to take Talos away from the temple. The success rate will not be higher than 1%. Yes, it is a temple. There are who knows how many Templars as powerful as Tolls in there. It is simply impossible to break into the temple and take Talos away by force. For a moment, Li Meng and others sitting at the round table looked embarrassed. They realized that the task was not that easy. Split individual number 1, then let's try the soft approach. First, find out some information about Talos, and then act accordingly. Split individual number 3, that's the only way. I thought of someone. Split instance 2, Tolls and that little girl. Main body, no, we don't have an excuse to go find Tolls. We can't just suddenly tell him I want to follow him. He will definitely get suspicious. Split individual number 2, Tolls might, but that little girl definitely won't. Actually, it's not a bad idea to follow her. Split instance number 1, I agree. Although that little girl seems to be a little bit strange, I can see that she really likes me. Split 3, it's best not to get involved with a woman. Even if she's just a little girl, she will grow up eventually. Main body, that's true. If Sister Yuhan knew, she would definitely be angry. Split instance number 1, Sister Yuhan is gone. We can't keep living in the past. Split individual number 2, it seems like someone rejected her. It's been more than 20,000 years, and now they regret it. What were they doing earlier? Split individual number 3, stop, let's end this topic. It won't make us feel good if we continue talking about it. Split individual number 2, then let's get back to the point. Since Tours can't do it, then we can only think of a solution with the Kolomi people. Split 1, number 2, are you referring to the counselor representing the planet Kolomi in the Galactic Council? Split individual number 2, yes, since the Knights Templar serve the Galactic Senate, they have a superior subordinate or equal relationship with the Galactic Senate. Using the identity of a counselor, we may be able to get close to Master Talos. Split individual number 3, Master Talos is from the Short Snake Tribe and has a feud with the Long Snake Tribe. Can we meet him? Main body, it doesn't matter whether I can see him or not. As long as I can enter the temple, I can find out more information about Master Talos. Split instance number 1, second. Split instance number 2, second. Split instance number 3, second. Main body, then it is happily decided. Adjourn. In the atmosphere of the planet Kolomi, a fiery red stream of light shot up into the sky. It broke free from the planet's gravity and rushed into the universe. That was the Pioneer spacecraft that left the planet Kolomi and headed for the Galactic Federation's capital planet, New Sidon. After a moment, there was a flash of blue light, and the Pioneer spacecraft jumped into hyperspace. It only dragged out a blue stream of light and rushed into the depths of the universe. Chapter 43: The Princess and the Dwarf. At the same time, on the planet Celia. As always, the huge star Celia is rushing towards the dazzling blue giant. On the surface of the planet, a huge gate slowly opened. It is so huge, several kilometers long and wide. From a distance, it looks like a huge, bottomless hole that swallows people. Suddenly, the gravel and dust outside the cave began to shake. It became increasingly severe, with even more rolling sand and dust, which seemed to be blown away by the wind and waves. At that moment, a huge platinum-colored spaceship rushed out of the gate. It is like a huge rocket, soaring vertically into the sky. The giant linear engine at the rear spewed out a fiery tail flame that was hundreds of meters long. Under the powerful power, the huge spaceship rushed straight into the sky. It is square and white gold in color. The ship's body is milky white, like white jade, with a large number of golden runes. It looks like a giant coffin. It is the Sun Chaser-class carrier-based ship. The ship is 1,000 meters long, 200 meters wide and 300 meters high. It is a landing ship and a battleship. There is a huge space inside, which can carry hundreds of ball fighters and a regiment of knights. The battle group is the organization that Li Meng divided for land combat units. A regiment consists of 2,000 knights and 100 knight 2 heavy battle cavalry. The heavy warrider is a heavy mecha unit. Its appearance is an enlarged version of a knight, 5 meters tall. It has thicker armor and stronger firepower. Its weapon is a long-barreled sniper fragmentation cannon with extremely powerful force. Although the ship is large, it is like a speck of dust in front of the huge planet Celia. Looking towards Celia from the universe. From the surface of the planet a fiery stream of light could be seen rising into the sky. Finally, it broke free from the constraints of the planet and entered the dark universe. The next moment, there was a flash of blue light. The Sun Chaser-class carrier-based ship, traveling at high speed, jumped into hyperspace. It dragged out a long blue stream of light and rushed into the depths of the universe. With the departure of split individual number 3, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Unknown star field, unknown star region. In the blue Aurora tunnel, the Pioneer sailed in hyperspace. The cabin was quiet and empty. Only on the socket tray in the corner, the splintered individual was charging. Master, a distress message from the public frequency signal has been captured. In the cabin, the voice of the shipborne AI suddenly sounded. This caused the split individual in the corner to slowly rise into the air. Blue light shot out from the ceiling of the ship, forming a half-figure of a person. It was a woman, and she was running in the forest. It seemed like something was chasing her from behind, and her face looked very nervous. I am Senator Rosalind from the planet Edith. My spaceship was attacked and crashed on the planet Prek. Please help me, I need help. Someone is chasing me. They are right behind me. I think I am in trouble, stranger, please. The blue light flickered, the picture froze, and then dissipated. Ocean of data, imaginary space. On the seats beside the round table, cartoon images of Li Meng appeared one by one. Split individual number 1, then the question is, should we go or not? Split individual number 3, why not? Since we have met, we should mind our own business. Main body, that's not the point. The point is that she is a senator of the Galactic Senate. Split individual number 2, well, she is indeed a good contact. Perhaps she can help us complete the mission entrusted by the Kolomi people. Split instance 1, it's better to be careful. If the Pioneer is destroyed, it will waste a lot of time. Split individual 2, time doesn't matter. What matters most is to do something interesting. Split instance number 3, I agree. Missions don't really matter. Emergencies are much more interesting. Original body, I hope you won't act so recklessly. I don't think I am that kind of person. Split instance 1, I can't refute it, please do as you please. Split instance number 2, second. Split instance number 3, second. Main body, then let's end the discussion. Number 2, go rescue the trapped princess. I hope you are not the dwarf in the story, but the prince. Adjourn. Prince. In the Pioneer spacecraft, Li Meng fell on the sofa. He's not a dwarf, he's a robot. A robot can't be a prince. But it doesn't matter. No matter what, what's important is the story and process of rescuing the princess. Let's go, what are you waiting for? Go save our princess and head to planet Prek immediately. Shipboard AI, received, route successfully set. North Central Ring Star Region, 01212 Star Zone. The starry sky is vast, dark, cold, and dead silent. In the dark universe, a blue planet is orbiting a star in its own orbit. It is very similar to the Earth, like a sapphire floating in the dark universe. Looking towards the surface of the planet, you can see dense forests and crisscrossing streams. There are also mountains, snowfields, and the sea. Clearly, this is a habitable planet. This place is very remote, and the owners of the planet seem to still be in a very primitive society. There are no satellites to be seen anywhere in orbit, and no spacecraft to or from the planet. Suddenly, in outer space in the planet's orbit, a stream of blue light emerged from the depths of the dark universe. A platinum-colored spaceship then jumped out of hyperspace. A long blue stream of light was dragged behind him. Master, a weak spacecraft signal has been detected on the surface of the planet's northern hemisphere. The optical equipment has captured it. In the cabin, blue lights flickered. A holographic image appeared in Li Meng's eyes. It was a forest, a lush green forest with a strong natural atmosphere. There is a meadow in the forest, and a landed spacecraft can be seen on the meadow. Li Meng found relevant information about the spacecraft from the spacecraft database. Arctic Wind, private cargo gunboat. Produced by Geller Shipyard, the spacecraft model was finalized 1,312 years ago and is an antique. It has a flying wing structure and a relatively bulky cargo hold. It is about 37 meters long and looks like a bird lying on the ground. There was a crashed spaceship not far away, and thick smoke was rising from the forest. Let's go down and take a look. In the universe outside the orbit of Tikstar, a fiery red stream of light swept across the starry sky, penetrated the atmosphere, and turned into a huge fireball. At the same time, on the surface of the planet, in the dim forest. Chirp. The distinctive sound of blaster rifles ripped through the forest. It was accompanied by an orange energy beam and a loud, wow. Figures flickered in the forest, and a chase was underway. Your Highness, this is a conspiracy against you, you must leave alive. The three people on the fleeing side hid under a big tree and shot at the enemies chasing them from behind with blaster pistols. Chapter 44 Rosalind. Two of the three were wearing brown uniforms, obviously guards. One of them was wearing a white dress. In order to facilitate running, the long skirt was torn and tied around the waist. Most of the left thigh was exposed to the air, snow white. Laugh. A guard just showed up. An orange beam of blaster energy flew through the dim forest and hit the guard. The guard's head exploded immediately. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere, falling on the two living people like raindrops. Rosalind's face turned pale as she watched the guard who had just been talking to her turn into a headless corpse and slowly fall to the ground. But she was not afraid. She gritted her teeth, leaned out and shot into the forest behind her. Your Highness, hurry up and head north. There is an indigenous town over there. I will stay behind to buy time. There were only two of them, and the guard knew he had to do something. Your Highness must not die here. I can't leave, so let's fight to the death. Rosalind knew in her heart that she could not escape. Even if the guard stayed behind, they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Those vicious hunters behind could easily catch her. No, Your Highness, you must go. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, you must survive. Otherwise, we will have died in vain. The firepower became more and more intense, and the gunshots were getting closer and closer. Looking into the forest behind, more than a dozen figures were flashing in the woods. They were using the big trees as cover to advance. Compared to the corpses of the guards lying in the forest, they are the real warriors. The guard's advice caused Rosalind's expression to change. Yes, she has to live. Otherwise the guards protecting her would have died in vain. Sorry. With a regretful apology, Rosalind bit her lip. She turned and stumbled deeper into the forest. On both sides behind her, beams of blasting energy flew past. Some rushed deep into the forest, hit the big trees, and burst into flames. Some flew across the forest and eventually soared into the sky. Rosalind looked back as she ran and saw the guards who were hit by the blaster beam. He fell down with a huge hole in his chest. Ah! As she was distracted, Rosalind tripped over a stone while running. With a scream, the body rolled several times on the wet ground before stopping. She's fallen. Go ahead and kill her. Don't let her leave alive. Seeing Rosalind fall, the hunters in the forest behind launched a charge. They were all wearing gray cloaks and carrying blaster rifles. A dark gray, scaly face loomed beneath the hood. Am I going to die here? Rosalind tried to stand up, but the severe pain in her calf made her lose all her strength. Looking at the hunters approaching in the forest behind her, Rosalind resigned herself to her fate. She stopped struggling, smiled bitterly and closed her eyes. Even if she had to die, she couldn't die cowardly. Woo! Just then, a dull roar of an engine suddenly sounded above the forest. The humming sound echoed through the forest, getting closer and closer. What is that? The roar caught Rosalind's attention. As soon as she opened her eyes, several golden lightning bolts fell from the sky and crashed into the forest. Boom! Several large trees were hit immediately, broke, and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Just above Rosalind's head, 4 ball fighters rushed into the forest. It flew over Rosalind's head. The violent gust of wind blew away Rosalind's long brown hair. What is that? Fire, fire! The sudden appearance of the ball fighter startled the hunters behind. They didn't know what was happening and could only fire subconsciously. Suddenly, dense beams of blasting energy attacked the ball fighters flying through the forest. Faced with the incoming blaster beam, the high-speed flying ball fighter suddenly split into 4 and avoided the blaster beam. The maneuverability of the ball fighter flying in the forest is unimaginable. It was like a flying bird, nimbly flying through the gaps between the big trees. From 4 directions, the ball fighters rushed towards the hunters. Sizzle! The ball fighter opened fire. Dense beams of lightning shot out, passing through the dark forest and sweeping across the target. Flying at high speed and firing at the same time. Moving left and right and making sharp turns are dazzling. Deep in the dim forest, golden dots of light danced wildly for a moment. 4 fiery lights flickered in the forest like fireflies. Laugh! It was a massacre, and the hunters who were hit were reduced to ashes. Only the burning clothes were left, falling to the ground along with the ashes. The whole process lasted only more than 30 seconds. After a while, the forest was completely quiet again. What's going on? Rosalind struggled to her feet. The forest behind had become quiet and silent. That kind of silence makes people feel an inexplicable sense of fear. Suddenly, the roar of the engine sounded again. 4 bulgy unidentified objects rushed out of the forest and flew towards Rosalind. Facing the unknown object, Rosalind retreated again and again. She had a gun in her hand, but she didn't dare to react excessively. The hunters were dead, killed by those chubby guys. What can she do alone? There was nothing she could do. Just as it was about to hit Rosalind, the ball fighter suddenly stopped. The roar of the engine died down and the coil engine died. The ball fighter uses an anti-gravity device to hover in the air. Less than 5 meters away from Rosalind, the ball fighter split into 4. They flew towards Rosalind in 4 directions and surrounded her. It is both encirclement and protection. Looking at the ball fighters hovering around her, Rosalind had a puzzled look on her face. Are these chubby guys robot fighters? Hello, beautiful lady. Just then, a voice suddenly appeared from above Rosalind's head. This startled Rosalind and she quickly looked up at the sky. As she watched, a smaller, rounder robot flew down. Who are you? Rosalind asked tentatively with a puzzled look on her face. Don't worry, I'm not your enemy. I'm just a kind robot passing by. I received your distress signal and came to take a look. Of course, if I can save the beautiful princess, that's what I want. Although I'm just a robot, I also want to be the prince who saves the princess in the fairy tale, not the dwarf. Maybe you don't understand, just treat it as my nonsense, don't mind it. Rosalind was amused by Li Meng's words. She smiled and said, I understand. Of course I understand. My mother told me the story of Snow White when I was very young. Although it is just a story, it is a historical treasure left by us humans. Rosalind stepped forward, stretched out her hand, and gave Li Meng a hug. Looking down at Li Meng in her arms, she smiled and said, "Thank you for saving me, my prince." Chapter 45, Elected Queen. Leaving Rosalind's arms, Li Meng looked down at her. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Chochio, the most advanced and intelligent robot in the known universe." "Nice to meet you." "The most advanced and intelligent robot in the known universe?" Looking at the ball, Rosalind had no doubt about it. Chochio doesn't seem like a robot at all, and communicating with her is so natural. The language is also full of emotion. The robot would not communicate with her in such a light-hearted way. Rosalind smiled and said, "My name is Rosalind, the democratically elected queen of the planet Edith, and a counselor of the Galactic Federation Parliament." "Nice to meet you, Chochio, thank you for saving me. If possible, I hope we can become friends." An elected queen. Is there still this type of feudal social system? Li Meng did not have any negative views on the feudal system. In the star regions ruled by the Galactic Federation, feudal societies are not uncommon. However, the feudal social system in the Interstellar era is somewhat different from the feudal system in human history. Although it is also a monarchy with centralized power. But because the people have awakened, the existence of monarchs is often only for the purpose of highly centralizing power and thus improving administrative efficiency. Li Meng descended and responded to Rosalind. "Your Majesty, it's my pleasure. I have to say, Rosalind is beautiful. She has the fair skin of European and American white people, and a beautiful face with unique personality. She is tall, well-proportioned and has beautiful curves." The act of tearing off her skirt and tying it around her waist also gave her a sense of maturity and a strong woman's temperament. She smiled, and it was a very sincere smile, without a trace of pretense. However, no matter how beautiful she is, she can't compare to Sister Yuhan. To Li Meng, Rosalind probably gave the impression of an exotic beauty, very pleasing to the eyes. "Your Majesty, let's go. Planet Prek is a troubled place. Those hunters may have accomplices." Rosalind nodded. Chochio is right, this is indeed a place of right and wrong. Before leaving, Rosalind looked back at the fallen guards. There was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Without their sacrifice, she would not have survived. Before the ball arrives, she will be ruthlessly killed. She couldn't stop, she couldn't let the guards die in vain. Her political opponents do not want her to go to the Galactic Senate to exercise her rights as a counselor. She had to go, she couldn't let them succeed. Turning around, Rosalind followed the ball into the depths of the forest under the escort of the ball fighter. "Chochio, where is your master?" Aside from the bounty hunter robot, Rosalind had never seen any other robot that could act autonomously. Even assistant robots will not stray far from their owners. Even if it is far away, it will find a way to return to its owner. In the dim forest, escorted by the ball fighter, Li Meng and Rosalind walked side by side. "Sorry, I can't tell you. I'm acting on my own. This is a test from my master." After all, he was a fictitious master, so lying was inevitable. You have to think of a good reason. Talking nonsense won't make people think of it. Looking down at the ball beside her, Rosalind had a thoughtful look on her face. Could it be that Chochio is a new generation of robot created by an IT company? Can your master see me?" Li Meng knew what Rosalind was worried about, and he had already thought of the reason. "No, it's too far away. Subspace communications cannot transmit video signals." Hearing this, Rosalind felt relieved. She doesn't want to be under surveillance all the time. And her identity does not allow her to be monitored. "Your Majesty, please rest assured that I will not disclose your privacy. If you need, I will delete all information about you when we separate. There is no setting for lying in my system. You can trust me. After all, it's a lie, you can say whatever you want." Li Meng wouldn't feel embarrassed. Because it is a necessary lie, there is nothing to worry about. There was a flash of surprise in Rosalind's eyes. Chochio really understands people's hearts. Is this still a robot? Rosalind smiled and said, "You don't have to delete all my information. I hope you can remember me. Chochio is a very special robot." Rosalind could not accept it if they just passed by each other like this and became an encounter deep in her memory. She was very curious about the existence of the ball and wanted to explore its secrets. I want to know whether the most advanced and intelligent robots in the universe are an exaggeration. As you wish, Your Majesty, here we are, and that is my ship. There is a green meadow just beyond the forest ahead. The Pioneer spacecraft landed on the grass. Looking at the spaceship on the grass outside the forest, Rosalind's eyes flashed with surprise. This should be a special ship customized for private use. You should know that privately customized spacecraft are extremely rare. Because that is a huge expense. Everything from the spacecraft's design to the materials used to make it must meet the customer's requirements. Rosalind became more and more curious about the identity of the owner behind the ball. However, the design of this spacecraft is a bit weird. The surface of the ship is as smooth as a mirror, showing its sophisticated industrial capabilities. But there are no self-defense weapons on the hull, which is somewhat incompatible with the current interstellar environment. For thousands of years, the Galactic Federation's management model of pirates has not had much practical effect. This led to the proliferation of pirates in the galaxy. In order to prevent trade from being affected by pirates, the Galactic Federation authorizes civilian ships to carry out certain armed self-defense. This means that all spacecraft have a certain degree of self-defense capability. Even the smallest shuttle would be equipped with a blaster cannon. As for the appearance, it is a bit strange, square, like a coffin. But there are countless races in the Milky Way, and some races' spaceships are even more bizarre, and can be said to be arbitrary. There's nothing strange about this. Under the protection of the ball fighter, Li Meng and Rosalind walked out of the dim forest. As Li Meng approached, he heard a click sound. The hatch facing Li Meng slowly opened. Your Majesty, please get on board. Following the ball, Rosalind boarded the spaceship. Only after the hatch was closed were the hatches on both sides of the bow quickly opened. The ball fighters flew into the exit and returned to their respective nests. As the exit door closed, the rumbling sound of the engine resounded through the sky and earth. The engine at the tail of the Pioneer spewed out a dazzling flame. As the engine ignited, the Pioneer spacecraft slowly rose into the air and moved forward. As it flew over the forest, the bow of the ship was raised high. The engine roar is stronger and louder, and the tail flame is more dazzling. Under the powerful power, the Pioneer spacecraft soared into the sky. When it rose to an altitude of 1,000 meters, the golden vortex runes on the left side of the spacecraft hull flashed with golden light. The next moment, a thick golden lightning shot out. Boom! There is lightning and a loud roar. That is the roaring sound caused by the vibration of the air caused by lightning. Dazzling golden lightning flashed across the sky. It instantly crossed a distance of dozens of kilometers and hit the Arctic Wind gunboat that was landed on the grass. Chapter 46: The Meeting Between the Two Balls. Boom! At the moment of impact, the Arctic Wind gunboat suddenly exploded violently. A huge mushroom cloud of fire flashing with golden lightning slowly rose up. The raging flames mixed with the wreckage of the spacecraft swept all around. Wherever it passed, visible air waves rushed into the forest. It caused a series of cracking sounds in the forest, and the towering trees shook violently. Chocho, what happened outside? Rosalind, who was in the cabin, heard a slight noise coming from outside. There seemed to be a roar of thunder. In the cabin, Rosalind was sitting on the sofa, untying the dress around her waist. The surrounding environment suddenly changed, and the originally milky white metal wall became transparent. The sky, earth, forests, mountains and rivers outside are all in sight. I destroyed the Hunter spaceship. Even if they have any companions alive, I can ensure that the news of your escape will not spread in a short time. Just above the meadow in the distant forest, Rosalind saw a column of black smoke rising. So that's how it is. Rosalind's face showed understanding. Rosalind could understand Chocho's caution. If the living hunters spread the news that she was still alive, maybe we will be intercepted on the way to Zinxidong. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, the Pioneer spacecraft soared into the sky. It was moving so fast that from a distance, one could only see a fiery meteor streaking across the sky. Looking at the planet from outer space, a stream of fiery light is rising into the sky within the planet's atmosphere. That was the light shining from the tail flame of the Pioneer spacecraft. Under the powerful power, the Pioneer spacecraft broke through the atmosphere and entered the planet's orbit. And fly into the depths of the universe, quickly moving away from the planet. Your Majesty, where are you going? I can take you to your destination. Although I have guessed Rosalind's destination. But the question should still be asked symbolically. Rosalind straightened her messy skirt and said, Chocho, please take me to Xingsadong. Received, new route set, hyperspace drive activated. Out there in the dark universe. There was a flash of blue light, and the high-speed flying, Pioneer, spacecraft disappeared without a trace and jumped into hyperspace. It only dragged out a blue stream of light and rushed into the depths of the universe. North Central Ring Star Region. 02181 Star Zone, Kalomi Star. On the blue sea, the offshore factories are still so magnificent. Today is another new day. The sun is high in the sky, shining brightly. Above the offshore factory, a huge platinum-colored spaceship was floating 1,000 meters in the air. It was so huge, with a milky white hull and a large number of golden runes painted on it. The ship is 1,000 meters long, 200 meters wide and 300 meters high at the shoulder. It is square and its surface is as smooth as a mirror, like a huge coffin. The shadows of its ships cast a shadow over a large area of offshore factories. On the tarmac of a factory, split individual number 3 and split individual number 1 successfully met. Here, this is the bone you wanted. Using mechanical forceps, the two men transferred a bone the size of a little finger. I don't know where it was taken from. Split instance 1, number 3, where are you going next? Split individual number 3, I haven't decided yet. Number 2 will probably stay in Xingsadong for a long time, so I will continue traveling outside. Split instance number 1 glanced at the Sun Chaser-class carrier-based aircraft in the sky. It's not convenient for a big ship to go anywhere, let's take a small boat. Split instance number 3, no, I am a second-generation split instance. Look, I have installed an engine and can land on the planet by myself. Having said that, the engine on the ground-facing spherical surface of split instance number 3 was turned on. Like the ball fighter, it has a 3-coil inline engine. In this way, the second-generation split individuals are exactly the same as the ball fighters. It's just a smaller version of the ball fighter, there's almost no difference. Meiyue was right beside, she just watched and listened quietly. Since the two of them were speaking Chinese, Meiyue couldn't understand what the two balls were saying. She raised her head slightly and looked at the ships in the sky, her face showing only calmness. If it is true as the Prime Minister said, Chocho is a revolutionary breaker. Then, Chocho might have power beyond their imagination. The ships in the sky are the best proof of this. Number 1, someone is coming, the carrier ship has detected hyperspace fluctuations. Split individual number 3 suddenly reminded. The two split individuals turned slightly and looked towards the sky. In the outer space above the planet's orbit, a blue stream of light suddenly appeared. It was like a shooting star across the sky, but it lasted only a very short time. After a moment, a fiery red light appeared in the sky. The spacecraft has entered the atmosphere and is burning due to friction with the atmosphere. It dragged a dazzling fiery tail across the sky. Number 1, I have to go. A faint engine roar was heard. The coil engine under the number 3 split instance spewed out a fiery tail flame. The powerful force made the split individual number 3 rise into the air like a vertical rocket and rush towards the carrier ship above. Meiyue, who is coming? Through the arrangement of optical equipment, Li Meng already knew the model of the spacecraft. It was a spaceship with double wings and a flat fuselage, similar to an Earth fighter plane. It is 41 meters long and has a silver-gray paint job. Iron Cavalry's private long-distance spacecraft. Designed and manufactured by Geller Shipyard, it is a new generation of high-end private long-distance spacecraft. Kalomi is still relatively remote. We stayed on the planet Kalomi for more than 2 months, except for a few transport ships that came every few days. There are no other ships entering or leaving the planet. The Kalomi are marine amphibians. Factories are on the sea surface and cities are on the seabed, spread all over the planet. However, compared to the trillions of humans who have colonized everywhere, the population of Kalomi is relatively small. Because the Kalomi people have high demands on the environment for survival, their reproductive capacity has always been low. Plus, they are not very interested in colonizing other planets. For more than 100,000 years, the Kolomi people have been living on their home planet. This situation was not broken until the arrival of human colonists. This forced the Kolomi people to leave their home planet and integrate into the interstellar era created by humans. Coupled with the civil war 1,000 years ago, the Kolomi people lost a large number of people. To date, the population of the Long Snake tribe is no more than 1 million. There are 2 underwater cities, and a large number of small underwater villages scattered all over the planet. Manhwa looked up at the sky and replied, "It should be a visitor from the temple, Master Tulls." Tours. Hearing this, Li Meng quickly turned around and flew into the factory. "Manhwa, I can't let Tulls see me. I'll leave this place to you." "Are you kidding me? Why is Tours here?" If Tours found him here, many things would be unexplainable. Meeting Tours here will definitely affect the actions of number 2. Chapter 47 An Unexpected Meeting. Looking at Qiuqiu's fleeing back, a hint of doubt flashed in Manhwa's eyes. Why did Qiuqiu run away? Could it be that Qiuqiu has some grudge against Master Tulls? Although she was a little curious about the feud between Qiuqiu and Master Tulls, Manhwa didn't think too much about it. She waited patiently. Just now she received a message from the Prime Minister asking her to receive Master Tulsi. At this time, the big fireball in the sky disappeared. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, a silver-gray spaceship swooped down to the Earth and passed by a sun-chasing-class carrier-based ship that was taking off. "Teacher, look, the paint job on that ship really looks like Qiuqiu." In the cockpit of the spacecraft, Wang Wanner, sitting in the co-pilot seat, looked out the window at the large ship flying past with a look of curiosity. It is so huge, like a mountain. The spaceship is just a tiny speck in front of it. The huge roar of the engine at the rear caused the air to vibrate. Wang Wanner could even feel the spaceship shaking. Tours also saw the ships taking off outside. It is square, like a huge coffin. Just as Wang Wanner said, the ship's paint job is very similar to that of the ball. "Hurry up and sit still, we're about to land." Just below, the factory on the sea is within reach. Based on the navigation from the tower, Tours found the landing point. The engines roared and the air surged. Tours flew the spacecraft onto the landing pad. Amid the rolling wind and waves, the spacecraft landed steadily on the helipad. After a moment, as the hatch in the abdomen opened, Tulls and Wang Wanner walked out one after another. "Welcome, Master Tulls." Seeing Tours coming over, Manhwa lowered her head slightly. She slightly side-glanced at Wang Wanner who was standing beside Tulls. "It's been a long time since we last met. Master Tulls already has his own apprentice. Congratulations, Master Tulls." Tours smiled awkwardly. Although accepting a disciple is a good thing, but... Looking down at Wang Wanner who was looking around, Tulls sighed in his heart. "Forget it, if you don't think too much, you won't have so many worries. Teacher, please feel free to do as you please. I'll go inside and take a look." After saying this, without waiting for Tours to react, Wang Wanner ran into the factory. Looking at Wang Wanner's departing back, Tulls seemed to be hesitant to speak. He could only helplessly say to Manhwa, "I'm sorry, I hope my apprentice won't cause you any trouble." Manhwa slightly moved aside to make way and made a "please" gesture. "No problem, Master Tulsi, please come in." Then, on the bridge, the two walked side by side into the factory. As she walked, Manhwa looked down at Tulls beside her. "I wonder why Master Tours came to Kolomi Star this time." Walking on the bridge, Tours looked at the factories on the sea in the distance. With a thoughtful look on his face, he asked, "I heard that you are breeding human clones. I am here to investigate this matter." Hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed across Manhwa's eyes. She asked in confusion, "These are clones ordered by the Temple Elders Council. Doesn't Master Tulls know about this?" As he walked, Tulls took off his hood. He said calmly, "If it was ordered by the Temple Elders Council, why would I come here to investigate?" At this time, the two had already entered the factory. Walk deeper into the hallway along the mirror-smooth corridor. The two stopped in front of a glass wall. "That's the clone you cultivated?" Standing outside the glass wall, Tours looked at the huge space inside. Inside the glass wall is a huge training ground where a large number of clone soldiers can be seen training. They are wearing sophisticated equipment and are engaging in actual combat company-to-company confrontation. Disturbing red beams of blasting energy danced wildly across the training ground. Yes, that is the human clone soldier we cultivated, Master Tours. The one who approached us was a Templar master named Redil. He took out the authorization codes from the Templar Elder Council and the Galactic Council. The transaction voucher is in our hands. Redil. When he heard the name, Tours' heart sank. It was indeed him, the traitor of the Knights Templar and the fallen Dark Warrior. I know this has nothing to do with you guys, you're dealing legally, I just want to know who these clones are loyal to. This problem was the reason why the Council of Elders sent him to investigate. Today, the Galactic Federation is in a turbulent period due to the rebellion of the Independent Planets Alliance. The Galactic Senate is arguing over the proposal to create an army. It is not yet known when there will be a result. With this group of clones, once the proposal to build an army is passed, the Galactic Federation will be able to quickly form a powerful army. Manhwa lowered her head slightly and said, Master Tours can rest assured about this. The clones have biochips in their brains, which can ensure that they will always be loyal to the Galactic Council and the Knights Templar. Just as Manhwa and Tols were communicating in front of the glass wall. At the corner of the corridor not far away, Li Meng was peeping quietly. Although they were far away, Li Meng could hear their conversation. But what about that little girl? I saw her on the tarmac just now. How come he disappeared after moving his position? Chiu, why are you here? At this moment, a childish and pleasant voice suddenly sounded behind him. This voice was like a bolt from the blue to Li Meng. Looking back, Li Meng saw the little girl Wang Waner. She bent over, with her hands behind her back, staring straight at it. There was an undisguised expression of surprise and joy on his face. This, that. Li Meng couldn't understand how the little girl got behind him. Wang Waner stepped forward and hugged Li Meng. She said happily, Chiu, we are really destined to meet. We can meet each other no matter where we are. Li Meng was speechless at the little girl's words. He also didn't expect that the little girl and Tols would appear on the planet Kolomi. The Milky Way is so huge, with billions of stars, the probability of two people meeting is infinitely close to zero. In order not to hurt the little girl, Li Meng did not struggle. Now that I've been caught by the little girl, it seems I can't hide anymore. Holding Li Meng in her arms, Wang Waner walked out with a happy face. Teacher, look who I bumped into. Hearing Wang Waner's call, Tols, who was communicating with Manhwa, looked in the direction of the voice. Ball. When he saw Chiu being held in Wang Waner's arms, a hint of surprise flashed in Tours' eyes. He never thought he would meet Chiu here. The moment he saw the ball, Tours remembered the platinum-colored ship he had encountered before. Could it be that the owner behind the ball has trade relations with the Kolomi people? Tulsi, long time no see. Li Meng was a little embarrassed. He wanted to hide it, but he didn't expect to be found by the little girl. Tours asked curiously, Chiu, why are you here? Li Meng was thinking about what kind of excuse he could come up with to fool Tours. Manhwa, who was standing by, spoke up and helped Li Meng out of the predicament. Chiu is the technical consultant we invited to handle some useless accumulated data. As soon as Manhwa said this, Li Meng knew what to do. That's it, Tols, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to see you here, you guys go ahead and I won't bother you, little girl, let's go over there and don't disturb your teacher from doing his work. Chapter 48 Necessary Lies. What Li Meng said was exactly what Wang Waner wanted. She turned around and left with Li Meng in her arms, looking happy. Looking at the apprentices departing back, Tours looked thoughtful. He always felt that it was not so simple for Chiu to appear here. Without thinking too much, Tols continued to ask Manhwa, how many clones have you cultivated? Manhwa replied, there are 12 million in training, and 24 million in the breeding chamber. That means 36 million people. The 8-digit amount made Tours feel the weight of it. I must report this matter to the Temple Elders Council. Do not place any more orders before you get my response. Manhwa said slowly, as you wish, Master Tols. Come on, take me to see your Prime Minister. In the corridor, the two continued to move forward and gradually went away. On the other side, Li Meng took the little girl back to his laboratory. Chiu, where is this? It's too big. In the research laboratory, Wang Wan'er looked around with a look of curiosity on her face. The space in the research laboratory seems very ample, with equipment of all sizes placed against the walls. There are also many culture tanks containing green liquid and biological samples. To be precise, this is Meiyue's research laboratory. Meiyue has been staying with Li Meng for several months. Research, experiment, and explore biological sciences together. This is my research lab. The person who just talked to your teacher is Meiyue. She is my assistant now. Rose Moon. That Kolomi name. Looking down at the ball in her arms, Wang Wan'er smiled sweetly. Chiu, you are amazing. You even know biotechnology. Li Meng was very happy when he heard this. Being admired by a little girl is naturally a happy thing. Li Meng said proudly, of course, I am a universal robot, there is nothing I don't know. Real? Wang Wan'er smiled slyly and pretended to be unbelieving. Of course it's true. Why, you don't believe it? This girl was looking at him with admiration just now. Now he showed a face full of doubt. No, today I have to let the little girl know how powerful he is. Seeing that the ball took the bait, Wang Wan'er smiled secretly. She nodded and said innocently, of course I believe it. Chiu is the most powerful. However, if I say something that Chiu cannot understand, Chiu, you should just dump your master and follow me, okay? So this was her idea. How could Li Meng not know the little girl's little thoughts? The little girl really can't forget him. Do you want to agree to her? If she really said something he couldn't understand, she would be in trouble. But if I don't agree, the little girl will look down on me. Looking at the little girl's tender and beautiful face, Li Meng murmured in his heart. He is really a little devil who will not give up until he achieves his goal. Let's discuss this first. Data world, imaginary space. At the round table, Li Meng and others appeared one after another. Split instance 1, guys, we're in trouble. Split individual number 3, the little girl has always been obsessed with me, so I just gave in to her. Split individual number 1, what do you mean by lingering on you? It's about me, not you. Split individual 2, okay, they're all the same. They just can't forget about us. Maybe that's not a bad thing. Split instance 1, what do you mean? Split instance 2, we've been looking for a way to contact the Templars, haven't we? Now we have it. Split number 1, number 2, are you saying that you're deliberately exposing a flaw and then using it as an excuse to stay with the little girl? Split number 2, yes, staying with the little girl is a good opportunity to study psychic powers. Main body, that is a solution, but we should try to avoid having two balls at the same time. Split 1, that's easy. I'll tell her I'll find her after I complete the mission, and then let 2 take my place. It'll be a perfect handover. Split instance number 2, second. Split instance number 3, second. Main body, that's it, adjournment. The flow of time in virtual and real space is extremely fast. After discussing for so long, only a few seconds passed outside. Chiu, are you scared? Seeing Chiu hesitating, Wang Wan'er stimulated him with words. Although she didn't see the point in provoking the robot with words. But the ball is different, it will definitely take the bait. Afraid? I'm a universal robot, how could I be afraid? Little girl, you underestimate me too much. I'll do as you say. Hearing this, Wang Wan'er was delighted. She quickly said, really? Don't regret it. Of course, I keep my word. Otherwise, it would violate my program settings. Ask a question. Li Meng had more or less guessed what questions the little girl would ask. But since you are acting, you have to act the whole thing so that no one can tell. I won. Wang Wan'er was delighted and chuckled. She hugged Li Meng tightly, smiled and said, Chiu, don't blame me, you are destined to be mine. Listen carefully, the question I'm asking is about psychic power. What is psychic power, where does it come from, and in what form does it exist? This is my question. The little girl really gave an answer that no one could give. Even the great elder of the Knights Templar probably knows nothing about the origin of spiritual power. How could he, a robot, know? From the moment he agreed to the little girl, he had already lost. Seeing Chiu remain silent for a long time, Wang Weiner said hopefully, Chiu, you won't go back on your word, will you? My program settings do not allow me to go back on my word. I will come to you after this mission is completed. When these words came out, Wang Weiner was stunned. So, Chiu agreed. Although she knew she was sure to win, she didn't think Chiu would follow her. After all, the ball has an owner, so she can't have her own way. But when Wang Weiner heard Chiu say that he was going to find her, she found it a little unbelievable. But then came surprise and excitement. That's great, Chiu, you are finally mine. Wang Weiner hugged Li Meng tightly in her arms. In this way, Li Meng officially became Wang Weiner's little follower. To be precise, it was split individual number 1, and soon after it was split individual number 2. Afterwards, Li Meng took the little girl for a walk. Chiu, when will you come to find me? You won't stay here until I die of old age, right? In the long corridor, Wang Weiner stopped in front of the glass wall and looked at the training ground inside. Until now, Wang Weiner still finds it hard to believe. She was a little worried whether this was a dream and whether Chiu was trying to scare her. I am even more worried that Chiu's mission will never be completed. Don't worry, I will come to find you within half a year, little girl. You should not worry about me, but yourself. You are now a member of the Templar Knights and an apprentice of Master Tolls. The temple will not allow an unknown robot to be your assistant. Through Meiyue's understanding of the Knights Templar, Li Meng had some understanding of the Knights Templar. Although the Knights Templar is not a religious organization, it has its own beliefs and doctrines. Psychic power is a very dangerous force, and it can only be controlled calmly by stable emotional fluctuations. Desire will cause psychic power to get out of control and fall into the dark side. Therefore, the Templars abide in peace and eliminate selfish thoughts and desires. A bit like asceticism, prohibition of marriage is also one of the tenets of the Knights Templar. But sometimes the Knights Templar are not as noble as they seem. For example, the destruction of the Old Republic was related to the Knights Templar. During the Old Republic, humans were the true overlords of the galaxy. All alien races can only submit to the power of humans. Humans hold 90% of the seats in the Galactic Senate. At that time, all alien races were under the control of human colonial forces. But the Knights Templar believed that humans were too powerful and was detrimental to the development of the galaxy. The oppression of alien races is too brutal and overbearing. So the Knights Templar, who were seeking peace and balance, launched a coup. The human supremacist faction within the Galactic Senate was massacred. Under the reforms of the Order of the Templars, the Galactic Republic was reorganized into the Galactic Federation and liberated all alien races, granting them freedom and fair trade. This gives the Knights Templar a very high prestige among the various alien races. After hearing what Chiu said, Wang Weiner looked a little dejected. She realized this at a young age. She said with a sad face, Chiu, what should I do? Go ask the teacher for help. Wang Weiner, what do you want to ask the teacher for? At this time, Tolls and Meiyue came over side by side. He heard Wang Weiner's voice. Seeing Tours coming over, Li Meng whispered, little girl, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's talk about it after we get on the spaceship. Although she didn't understand why she had to discuss it with the teacher after getting on the spaceship, Wang Weiner didn't think much about it. She loosened her grip and let the ball go free. Li Meng moved forward slightly and escaped from the little girl's arms. Wang Weiner smiled and said, nothing, I'm just chatting with Chiu. Tours didn't think he had heard wrong. But he didn't ask any more questions or think much about it. Come on, it's time for us to leave. Come and go in a hurry. After learning what he wanted to know from the Prime Minister, Tours did not plan to stay on Kolomi for long. Chiu, goodbye. I hope we will have the opportunity to cooperate again in the future. Li Meng responded, yes, I believe we will meet again soon. Tours smiled and said, I hope so. I am looking forward to that day. Tolls and Meiyue continued forward and passed by Wang Weiner and Li Meng. Chiu, I'm leaving now. Wang Weiner felt a little reluctant. She followed the teacher, looking back every few steps. Li Meng stretched out his mechanical pliers and waved to her. Seeing Chiuchiu's small mechanical clamp waving at him, it looked a little funny. She smiled, waved her hand, and happily followed the teacher away. Li Meng didn't turn around and leave until Tolls and the other two disappeared at the end of the corridor. Chapter 49 Ship Design Directions. Soon, outside, on the offshore factory tarmac. The engines roared and the air surged. The silver-gray spaceship slowly rose into the air and moved forward slowly. When it rose to a certain height, the engine at the tail suddenly spewed out a blue tail flame more than 10 meters long. Under the powerful thrust, the spacecraft soared into the sky. The ball wants to follow you. In the atmosphere of the planet Kolomi, a blue stream of light shot straight into the sky, broke through the atmosphere, entered the planet's orbit, and flew into the depths of the dark universe. The blue flame from the tail engine makes the spacecraft look like a meteor across the starry sky. When Tours heard Wang Wan'er say that Chiuchiu wanted to follow her, he was shocked. Seeing Wang Wan'er looking embarrassed, Tours rolled his eyes. He has always had thoughts about Chiuchiu, but as a member of the Knights Templar, he cannot take it by force. Moreover, the power of life and death of the robot lies in the hands of the robot's owner. Even if he forced Chiuchiu to stay by his side, Chiuchiu would not help him. But today, what he had always wanted to do was accomplished by his little apprentice. This was a little unbelievable to Tours. He asked curiously, "How did you do it?" Although his apprentice had a lively temperament, he would never lie about this matter. Wang Wan'er smiled shyly and said, "I made a bet with Chiuchiu. If he lost, he would have to follow me. In the end, I won." Chiuchiu said that he would come to find me after he completed his task as a technical consultant. Tols looked surprised. Is this possible? Tours really couldn't believe that the owner of the ball just gave the ball to his apprentice. Tours asked again, "Wang Wan'er, have you seen the owner of the ball?" Wang Wan'er shook her head and said, "I haven't seen it." Chiuchiu said it is now in autonomous action mode and can move freely. Hearing this, Tours became more and more curious about the identity of the owner behind the ball. Chiuchiu is obviously not an ordinary robot. Its intelligence is far beyond that of ordinary robots. It also has computing power far beyond that of hacker robots. Although Chiuchiu's identity and origin are unknown, it will be much easier to do anything in the future if Chiuchiu is around to help. Teacher, can I take the ball with me?" Wang Wan'er looked at the teacher with hope and expectation. Facing the eager gaze of the young apprentice, Tols smiled. "The ability of the ball is extraordinary. I feel relieved to have it by your side to assist you. Just keep it. I will handle the review work at the temple." Although he is still young, he still has this right after being promoted to Master Templar. Wang Wan'er was delighted and said happily, "Thank you, teacher." In this way, the biggest problem for Chiuchiu to stay with her was solved. Wang Wan'er thought of Chiuchiu again. I don't know when Chiuchiu will come to see her. Although they exchanged communication codes, Wang Wan'er was still a little worried. Out there in the dark universe. There was a flash of blue light, and the flying spacecraft disappeared instantly, jumping into hyperspace. It dragged out a long blue stream of light and rushed into the depths of the universe. Wang Wan'er, I haven't taught you much in the past year. Now you are not even an entry-level apprentice. You should have some free time after this mission. I will take advantage of this free time to teach you well. You must be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Wang Wan'er's eyes lit up. She nodded quickly and said, "Yes, teacher, I'm ready." Over the past year, the teacher has taken her everywhere to carry out tasks in the temple. Never stopping to teach her how to be a Templar. Now the best she can do is use her psychic power to move some small objects. But they know nothing about other uses of psychic energy. Go and have a rest. I set up the automatic navigation. The way back is still long. Data world, virtual and real space. Around the round table, the little Li Mengs gathered together. So, what is the topic of this meeting? The split individual number 3 was about to go into hibernation, but was suddenly pulled into the imaginary space. As soon as split individual number 3 said this, all the Li Mengs looked at the original body. Facing the gazes of the Li Mengs, the main body stated the theme of this meeting. Although they all knew what the topic of discussion was, a sense of ceremony was still necessary. The issue we are going to discuss this time is about the design direction of the ship. Split Instance 1, what is there to discuss? Isn't it better to just build it according to the scale of the Sun Chaser class carrier? Split Unit 3, it's not that simple. The space utilization rate of the Sun Chaser class carrier is not very high. It is not a ship suitable for robots. Split 2, it doesn't matter what the ship looks like. As long as it has enough power, a brick can fly into the sky. It's fine to design it as you like. It's not that troublesome. Main body, no, how can we design it casually? It must be perfect, absolutely perfect. Split Unit 3, as for the utilization of space, the spherical structure should be the most suitable for robots. There is no need to reserve too much space in the ship. Just leave a passage for maintenance robots to pass through. Spherical ship. The suggestion of split individual number 3 made the little Limengs start to calculate. Soon, little Limeng got the answer. Split instance number 1, if it is a spherical ship, the utilization rate of space will increase by 40%. Split individual number 2, the stability of the supercompressed magnetic field array can be increased by 30%, and the energy output power can be increased by 25%. Split instance 3, ship structure strength increased by 30%, armor protection increased by 25%, shield stability increased by 30%, shield strength increased by 20%. Main body, increases the firepower density of one side by 35%, and can perform a 100-link attack. Split individual number 2, without a doubt, the spherical structure is the most perfect design. Split instance number 3, let's do it this way. Design it according to the spherical structure. Split instance 1, what about the Sun Chaser class carriers? We just built 3 and they are going to be eliminated. Main body, keep it. Build 7 more and then seal them up. The Sun Chaser class carriers have life support systems that will be useful in the future. Split individual number 3, considering the needs of future landing battles, we need a landing ship to replace the Sun Chaser class carrier-based ship. Split instance 1, it can't be too big. We have to consider it from a practical point of view. Sun Chaser class carriers are not suitable for landing. If the hull is too large, it will be easily targeted by ground anti-aircraft firepower and become a target. In planetary landing battles, the defenders often activate force field shields. Although the force field shield cannot prevent the ship from entering the atmosphere. But within the atmosphere, the ship's shield cannot be activated. Because the force field shield will destroy the stability of the shield, causing it to overload. During the landing operation, landing ships without shield protection are extremely dangerous. The larger the ship, the more vulnerable it is to ground-based anti-aircraft fire. Ships without shield protection are extremely vulnerable to ground-based anti-aircraft fire. After all, no matter how strong the armor is, it is difficult to withstand the attack of a blaster beam. Chapter 50 New Shidome. In a landing battle, the number of landing ships is the key. The more landing ships there are, the greater the risk-bearing ability. Even if attacked, we can ensure that a large number of landing troops can be delivered. Split individual number 2, then let's divide it into several levels. The diameter of the ball fighter is 1.5 meters, which means it is 1.5 meter class. The weapons of the ball fighter are not suitable for ground bombing. We still need a bomber. I think we should design a 50-meter class bomber with the supernova missile as the main weapon and the fragmentation cannon as the secondary weapon. The supernova missile is a fusion bomb, or a nuclear bomb, developed by Limeng. Although it is a nuclear bomb, its explosion range is far less than that of a nuclear bomb. It will not produce a strong shock wave like ordinary nuclear weapons. When a supernova missile explodes, it compresses the tritium-containing shell into a huge high-temperature and high-pressure center. Once exploded, the energy will burst out in a concentrated manner. Although the explosion range is small, its armor-piercing ability is extremely strong. Can cause devastating damage to ships in a vacuum. There are 2 types of warheads for supernova missiles. One is a clean bomb, which is an ordinary supernova missile, and the explosion will not cause nuclear pollution. One is a contaminated bomb, which has a cluster warhead, causing extremely large-scale area damage and leaving high-intensity nuclear radiation. Split Instance 1, let's call it the Solar-class bomber. Once a supernova missile explodes, it will shine like the sun, which is very suitable for it. Split Instance number 2, I second that. This is a great name. It seems I have a talent for naming. Split Instance number 3, I second the motion. I have no objection. Main body, I second the proposal. Let's choose a 300-meter class landing ship. This size is very suitable. Split 1, 500 meters is best. If it's too small, the defense capability won't be enough, and the space inside won't be enough to accommodate a whole regiment of knights. Main body, okay, let's design it based on the 500-meter level. Do you have any comments? Split Instance 3, yes, if it's a 100 kilometers traveler class, the construction period will probably be delayed for many years. The engineering workload of a spherical ship cannot be compared with that of a coffin ship. The required industrial level is also not at the same level. Main body, it doesn't matter. We have plenty of time. As long as we can ensure that we can set sail within 10 years. Time is the least valuable thing to Li Meng. Even though more than 20,000 years had passed, Li Meng didn't feel anything at all. If it weren't for this gap of more than a year, he would still be on Earth yesterday. He is still lying on the hospital bed, and Sister Yuhan is still taking care of him. Ball. In hyperspace, the Pioneer spacecraft is flying at tens of thousands times the speed of light. In the cabin, seeing Chiuchiu in a daze, Rosalind stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Chiuchiu. What's wrong? The stream of consciousness left the imaginary space, and Li Meng looked at Rosalind. Rosalind sat elegantly on the sofa with her left leg over her right leg. She looked at Li Meng with her beautiful eyes and asked with a smile, Chiuchiu, what were you thinking about just now? Nothing, just looking for information about Xingxidong. There was a flash of surprise in Rosalind's eyes. Could it be that Chiuchiu has never been to Xingxidong? Xingxidong is the capital planet of the Galactic Federation. The ball is so advanced, it must come from the inner ring star region, how could it not know about Xingxidong? Rosalind asked curiously, Chiuchiu, have you never been to the inner ring star region? Li Meng did not lie again about this question. He answered truthfully, yes, I have never been to the inner star region. Since I was born, I have been moving freely in the outer star region as a bounty hunter. So far, the farthest place I have been to is the middle star region. Is Chiuchiu a bounty hunter? Hearing this, Rosalind suddenly understood. No wonder Chiuchiu is so well equipped with spaceships and robot fighters. Even if faced with a well-trained and experienced killer team, they can be easily eliminated. Rosalind became more and more interested in the owner behind the ball. Over the past 3 months, she has communicated with Chiuchiu frequently. But I still don't know the owner of the ball. It seems that Chiuchiu has no information about its owner. Your Majesty, we're here. As Li Meng's voice fell, outside, the blue aurora tunnel suddenly disappeared. The Pioneer jumped out of hyperspace and entered the real universe. As soon as we jumped out of hyperspace, a blue glow flickered in space on both sides of the ship. It is so densely packed, like a meteor shower across the starry sky. Those were spaceships jumping out of hyperspace. Looking forward, spaceships of all sizes can be seen with the naked eye. There is a private shuttle, which is very small. There is a passenger spaceship, which is like an oval pancake and is 150 meters long. There are also transport ships that are thousands of meters long, like mountains sailing in the universe. They gathered in groups and formed a long dragon. At the end of the long dragon is a metal planet. Yes, I am Rosalind, a counselor of the Galactic Senate. Please arrange a parking space in the Senate building immediately. Inside the cabin, the walls became transparent again. Rosalind used her communication disc to contact the relevant person in charge. The communication was interrupted and Rosalind smiled slightly. Said to Li Meng, Chiuchiu, look, that's Xingxidong. Following Rosalind's gaze, Li Meng looked at Xin Shidome outside. It was a planet whose surface was covered with metal cities. Looking at the surface of the planet, there are nothing but metal buildings. Your Majesty, since it is called New Shidong, does old Shidong still exist? It is not difficult to imagine that there is both new and old. Rosalind smiled and said, yes, the capital planet during the Old Republic was Zidon. In a civil war, Shidome was destroyed, and this planet became the new capital of the old republic and was named New Shidome. So that's how it is. The answer is really simple. But it's also true that the old must go before the new can come. If the old Shidome was still there, there would be no so-called new Shidome. Chocho, the navigation route has arrived. Let's go to the Galactic Parliament airport. The data disk beeped and Rosalind opened the navigation map. Out there, in the blackness of space, the Pioneer spacecraft entered the planet's orbit and rushed into the atmosphere. Soon, another fireball appeared in the sky and headed straight for the ground. After a moment, the flames enveloping the hull disappeared. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, the Pioneer spacecraft was heading straight for the Earth with a long tail of fiery flames. The thin clouds were instantly dispersed when the Pioneer passed through them. The spacecraft gradually slowed down until it was less than a kilometer away from the ground. Compared to observing planets from outer space, cities appear more majestic when viewed within the atmosphere. Metal skyscrapers stood tall, with no one knowing how many floors they had. Each area is separated by large rift valleys. Spaceships of all sizes formed a long queue entering and exiting the rift. Looking into the rift valley, suspended lanes are arranged layer upon layer. The hover cars on the driveway are as densely packed as an ant colony. Chapter 51, Airport Attacked. The Pioneer flew slowly over the city. Just about 30 kilometers ahead, you can see two huge pyramid buildings. They are like two big mountains in the city, more than 10 kilometers apart and facing each other from a distance. Chocho, look ahead. Those two tall pyramid buildings are the headquarters and temple of the Galactic Council. Following Rosalind's gaze, Li Meng looked at the pyramid building in front. They are indeed magnificent, like two huge mountains standing tall in the city. In front of them, the surrounding tall buildings are tiny. Above the city, following the navigation instructions, the Pioneer spacecraft gradually approached the pyramid building where the Galactic Parliament headquarters was located. The parking lot is located in the middle of the pyramid building, and a parking lot several hundred meters wide was dug inward. It is filled with shuttles and hovercrafts of all sizes. The engines roared and the air surged. The Pioneer spacecraft flew nimbly into the parking area. On the designated apron, the spacecraft turned 180 degrees and landed slowly. In the parking lot outside, someone was already waiting. He was wearing a brown-gray uniform and was probably around 30 years old. There are two guard-type robot followers following behind him. Further back there was a convertible hovercraft parked. Chocho, I have to go. Thank you for your help these days. Without you, I would not be able to stand here alive. If one day you want to go to the planet Edith, I hope you can still remember me, the queen you saved. I also hope you can come to me and let me entertain you as a friend. Behind the cabin door, Rosalind said goodbye to Chocho. When we arrived at Xingsadong, it was time to separate. Chocho is a bounty hunter, and she can't waste Chocho's time any longer. Although Li Meng's purpose in saving Rosalind was to use Rosalind's identity as a counselor to sneak into the temple. But this matter cannot be rushed and must be planned slowly. Saving Rosalind would provide an additional channel. How to use this channel depends on what he does in the future. Right now he lacks a reason to stay with Rosalind. He couldn't find the reason himself, Rosalind had to ask for it herself. Your Majesty, if that day ever comes, I will come to you. I promise you. Also, please don't forget my identity. I am a bounty hunter. If you encounter any trouble that you can't solve, you can come to me. Of course, I can't do it for free. I will give you a preferential price. After all, I am a robot and it costs a lot to maintain it. Hearing this, Rosalind smiled. She turned and walked out, waving back. Goodbye then, Chocho. Also, I hope you can call me Rosalind from now on. Call her by her first name. Does this mean that the relationship between the two has changed from strangers to friends? Looking at Rosalind's graceful back walking away outside, Li Meng muttered to himself. He is a robot. Although robots of this era are very smart, no one would really consider a robot as a friend. But then again, Li Meng was still very happy to be friends with Rosalind. During these 3 months, Li Meng and Rosalind had a very pleasant conversation. I also learned about her political ideas. Rosalind was a more pragmatic politician. Her personality is that when trouble arises, she will find a way to solve it. Even if the process of solving the problem is a little extreme, it is worth it. Even if there are any problems in the future, that is a matter for the future. There are always more solutions than problems. If you are always afraid of the future, how can you do well in the present? Counselor Rosalind, I'm glad you're back safely. When the Speaker of the Parliament learned that you were assassinated, he was furious and it caused quite a stir in the Parliament. I can't imagine that someone would be so cruel as to want to assassinate the beautiful Counselor Rosalind. This is too terrible. At the end of the conversation, the man who came to greet Rosalind covered his chest with his hands, his face showing fear and anger. He is a human, somewhat effeminate man. He was wearing a light golden robe, which looked bright, gorgeous, and luxurious. Looking at the man in front of her, a hint of helplessness flashed in Rosalind's eyes. She smiled and said, "It was a false alarm, Counselor Phyllis, let's go." The Galactic Parliament is divided into two houses, the upper house and the lower house, with the upper house being the main house. The House of Commons is subordinate to the House of Lords and is mainly responsible for implementing the policies formulated by the House of Lords. Okay, this way please. Phyllis quickly made way and made a "please" gesture. The security robots behind him walked to the sides, stopped, and stood facing each other. Under the protection of the security robots, the two walked side by side and headed towards the direction of the hovercraft. Rosalind. Just as the two were walking towards the hovercraft, Li Meng's voice suddenly sounded behind them. Hearing the sound of the ball, Rosalind subconsciously stopped and turned around. "Rosalind, get down." Just behind, Li Meng rushed out of the cabin with a loud roar. "Lie down." Rosalind's face changed slightly, and she realized something in an instant. She pushed Phyllis away, using all her strength. The reverse thrust also caused Rosalind to fall to the other side. Boom! Before he fell, there was a loud bang and the hovercraft in front exploded. A dazzling and huge fireball mushroom cloud rose up. Raging flames and visible air waves swept around. Before Rosalind fell to the ground, Phyllis was immediately knocked away by the shock wave that swept across. It flew about 5 or 6 meters away before rolling on the ground in a panic. The guard machines were not so lucky. The wreckage of the blown-away hovercraft hit them like a sharp blade. The body was torn apart directly, sparks flashing. The huge impact caused the security robot to fall straight back to the ground. The sudden explosion threw the airport into chaos. The wailing sound of the alarm then resounded throughout the world. A large number of guards are coming from all directions. "Rosalind, are you okay?" With a flash, Li Meng avoided the oncoming debris of the hovercraft. Then he quickly flew to the fallen Rosalind. Rosalind looked a little disheveled at this moment, and her long brown hair looked very messy. Rosalind sat up, shook her head and said, I'm fine." Looking at the burning wreckage of the hovercraft not far away, Rosalind's face darkened. Who on earth wanted to kill her so urgently? They actually dared to take action at the parking lot of the Galactic Parliament headquarters building. Looking back at Chochio beside her, Rosalind forced a smile. "Chochio, you saved my life again." "Don't say these words, Rosalind. Listen to me. You are in a very dangerous situation now. Since the other party dares to take action here, it means that someone in the Galactic Parliament wants to kill you. Hire me, and I will protect your safety." Although there is a reason to stay with Rosalind. But this reason was not what Li Meng wanted. It was too dangerous just now. If it had been just a little bit later, Rosalind would have been killed on the spot. Chapter 52 Proposal to Establish an Army. Counselor Rosalind, Miss Rosalind. Phyllis, who was lying on the ground not far away, suddenly got up. He looked around like a frightened rabbit and kept shouting. When he saw Rosalind, his face lit up with joy and he crawled over to her. "Great, you're still alive, Counselor Rosalind. This is horrible. Who dared to harm you in the Galactic Senate headquarters?" Phyllis looked horrified. The scene just now was really too thrilling. Even though he fell to the ground, he could still feel the astonishing heat wave sweeping through his body. If Counselor Rosalind hadn't pushed him down, his fate would probably not have been much better than those two guard robots. "This robot is Philip looked at the chubby robot next to Counselor Rosalind. Just now, it seemed as if a voice behind her reminded Counselor Rosalind. As for who it was, Phyllis didn't know. Standing up, Rosalind introduced to Phyllis, "This is my assistant robot." It was it that reminded me just now. Counselor Rosalind's assistant robot. Phyllis's face showed understanding. He then stood up. "Hey, little guy, how did you know there was a bomb installed in the hovercraft?" Looking Li Meng up and down, a hint of doubt flashed in Phyllis's eyes. This robot has never been close to the hover car, so how did it know that the hover car was equipped with a bomb? In response to Phyllis's question, Li Meng murmured in his heart. Although this guy looked unreliable, I didn't expect it to be an illusion. The fact that you choose it as your first suspect shows that you are not that stupid. If he doesn't explain, he will indeed be the most suspicious. Li Meng explained, "I detected a remote control signal from the exploding hovercraft." Remote control signal? The suspicion in Phyllis's eyes grew even stronger. How could a helper robot have such capabilities? Rosalind, who was standing by, saw that Phyllis was suspicious of Churchill, and she knew that she had to do something. Otherwise, Congressman Phyllis will definitely make trouble for Churchill. Rosalind quickly explained, "Mr. Phyllis, Churchill is a functional assistant robot with many functions." "Oh, I see. Sorry, it seems I was overthinking it." Philip immediately believed Rosalind's explanation. Functional robots are not uncommon among dignitaries. He even has a functional robot, but he keeps it at home. The afternoon bombing did not cause the turmoil in the Galactic Senate to last long. In less than 2 hours, everything returned to normal. Galactic Council Headquarters Building, Area A, Floor 31, Room 091. Counselor Rosalind, I am sorry to have put you through this hardship. I promise you that such incidents will never happen again. To ensure your safety, I have requested the temple to send Templars to protect you. After you finish your speech, they will escort you back to the planet Edith safely. On the sofa in the room, Rosalind sat opposite a 50-year-old man. The old man has a head of white hair with a bald spot in the middle. He was dressed in a light yellow robe and was apologizing to Rosalind with an apologetic look on his face. He is the current Speaker of the Galactic Senate, Robertson Alpha. His face looked very kind, as if nothing could affect his mood. Rosalind bowed her head slightly and said, "Mr. Speaker of the Parliament, thank you for your arrangement. I appreciate it very much." Rosalind admired the old man in front of her from the bottom of her heart, who had been in power for 20 years. Since the establishment of the Galactic Federation, the old man in front of him is the second Speaker of the Parliament to be re-elected for 4 consecutive terms. This is enough to prove his prestige in Parliament. Robertson smiled and said, "This is what I should do." After he finished speaking, the smile on Robertson's face disappeared. He sighed and said worriedly, "Counselor Rosalind, the Galactic Federation is in a turbulent time. The rebellion of the Independent Planets Alliance has caused a chain reaction. The peaceful environment in the Milky Way is no longer there. Undercurrents are surging in various star regions, and chaos is coming. If we don't find a way to quell the unrest, it will lead to more serious consequences. We can't wait any longer and must act as soon as possible." At this point, Robertson paused and said helplessly, "Now the Parliament is arguing over the proposal to build an army. Neither the pacifists nor the radicals can convince each other. At this time, we need someone with a high enough reputation to stand up and end this debate. Counselor Rosalind, I want to know what you think. Although this is a bit abrupt, please forgive my intrusion." At the end, Robertson looked at Rosalind with sparkling eyes. Facing the gaze of the Speaker of the Parliament, Rosalind remained silent. There are only 2 ways to agree to the proposal to build an army, one is approval, and the other is rejection. If the proposal to establish an army is passed, a real war will break out in the galaxy. A war that would affect the entire galaxy would occur in her time. But if it is not passed, facing the offensive of the Alliance of Independent Planets, can peace really be achieved through negotiations alone? Rosalind shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter. I don't care." Regarding the proposal to build an army. There was a slight pause in her words, and the expression on Rosalind's face changed. Her mother Catherine was a peace ambassador, and as her daughter, Rosalind inherited her mother's legacy. Since taking office as queen, she has been working hard for peace in the galaxy. Using his mother's and his own prestige, he resolved many disputes among the member states of the Galactic Federation. Rosalind knew that once she took the stage to speak, the dispute over the proposal to establish an army would end immediately. Whether to pass or not depends on her decision. "I'm sorry, Speaker of the Parliament, let's talk about this in the Parliament. Although I yearn for peace, I also know what to do to achieve peace." Hearing this, Robertson smiled. Councillor Rosalind's words were enough. "Councillor Rosalind, I won't bother you anymore. I hope you can make a splash at the Parliament in 7 days." Standing up, Robertson said goodbye and prepared to leave. Rosalind stood up to see him off, and the two of them walked out. Rosalind didn't stop until she reached the door. Rosalind didn't close the door until Council President Robertson disappeared outside. "Rosalind, are you hesitating?" Li Meng was always in the room. Watch from the side and get information from the conversation between the two. It was obvious that Rosalind was confused about the proposal to build an army. Rosalind smiled bitterly and returned to sit on the sofa. Seeing the ball flying towards her, she stretched out her arms, hugged the ball and placed it on her lap. Touching the smooth and cool surface of the ball with both hands, Rosalind took a deep breath. She leaned back against the sofa, her eyes a little dazed. Chapter 53. Will the rise of intelligent machines be destined? Yes, I am hesitating. If the proposal to build an army is passed, a war will break out in the Milky Way that will affect the entire star region. Countless planets will disappear in the flames of war. This is the result I least want to see. As a politician, Rosalind was perhaps unqualified. Both she and her mother were too idealistic. Peace brokered by words cannot last forever. On the boat, Rosalind told him about her mother. Catherine, former Queen of the Planet Duis and Peace Ambassador of the Galactic Parliament. He worked for the peace of the member states of the Galactic Federation throughout his life. Gained a high reputation in the Galactic Senate. Li Meng knew that he had to add fuel to the fire to make Rosalind make a decision. Otherwise, she would be distressed for a long time and even fall into the quagmire of the ideal of peace. Li Meng's voice rang out in the room. "Rosalind, have you ever thought about the consequences of not passing the proposal to build an army? Can negotiations really make the Independent Planets Alliance lay down their arms and disband their fleet? You should know that this is impossible. The Independent Planets Alliance will not disband its fleet because of your compromise. Your compromise will only make the Planet Independence Alliance push its limits, and eventually lead to the Galactic Federation being torn apart and falling apart. Yes, peace is important, but compromised peace will only lead to greater disputes and wars. It's not as if many so-called pacifists don't understand this. It's just that they believe too much in the power of language. Believe that any conflicts and disputes can be resolved through negotiation. But they forget that the power of their language comes from the Galactic Federation behind them, from the Temple. Now, this target is the Independent Planet Alliance, which has issued a Declaration of Independence and is no longer a member of the Galactic Federation. The difference in the objects makes the power of its language minimal, and may even bring the opposite effect. Li Meng believed that Rosalind was not just a politician with peace beliefs. Rosalind did not refute Chiu's words. She knew very well in her heart that everything Chiu said was true. The Confederation of Independent Planets is an alliance of separatists. That was a group that was plotting to subvert the Galactic Federation. Compromise and negotiation will only accelerate the collapse of the Galactic Federation. With a wry smile on her face, Rosalind said helplessly, "Chiu, it's not that I don't understand this. Before I came here, I had already decided to stand on the side of the radicals and agree with the proposal to build an army. What I'm worried about is how the Galactic Federation will return to its previous peaceful state after the war. Building an army is easy, but withdrawing troops is difficult. The reason why the Galactic Federation was able to pass the proposal to disarm was because it had the support of the Temple behind it. Today, the Templar Order is no longer as pure as before. Like the Galactic Parliament, it is divided into two factions, supporting the conservatives and the radicals respectively. Nothing stays the same." Li Meng was not too surprised by the changes in the Knights Templar. Because the Knights Templar were never a secular group from the beginning to the end. This can be seen from what the Knights Templar did in the past. On the surface, the Knights Templar served the Galactic Senate, but in reality, they have been manipulating the politics of the Galactic Federation behind the scenes. This can be seen from the fact that all the military forces of Xingsadong are mobilized by the Knights Templar. Let's not talk about these headaches. Chocho, go charge your battery first. I need to take a bath. I have been on Chocho's spaceship for more than 3 months and have never had a good bath. The spray body wash doesn't feel like a bath at all. If she didn't have a bad smell, she would have been unable to bear it. Hearing this, Li Meng, who was on Rosalind's legs, flew up and left Rosalind's arms. Rosalind stood up and walked towards the bedroom. As Li Meng watched, Rosalind left the hall and entered the bedroom. After a while, she came out holding a stack of clothes. Logically speaking, as a queen, Rosalind should have a personal maid. But thinking of Rosalind's previous experience, the answer is obvious. They must have all died in the crash on Planet Pleek. As she was about to leave the hall and enter the corridor leading to the bathroom, Rosalind stopped. She looked at Chocho, who had fallen on the sofa in the hall, and said with a half-smile, "Chocho, don't peek." Without waiting for Li Meng's response, Rosalind left the hall and disappeared into the corridor. Spy. Who are you looking down on? If I wanted to peek, I would have seen you naked on the spaceship. Li Meng felt a little depressed when he saw Rosalind suddenly teasing him. He is a robot, so what if he saw Rosalind's body? He wouldn't feel anything at all. But then again, Rosalind wouldn't have any fetishes. Otherwise, why would he tease a robot? Okay, number 2, stop imagining nonsense, put aside the women and the whole thing, and come to the meeting. The message from the main body stopped number 2 from having wild thoughts. Data world, imaginary space. On the empty seat, the second split instance appeared. All the little Li Mengs were sitting in the seats around the round table. Main body, it seems that the war between the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planets Alliance is inevitable. In the future, should we do something? Split instance 2, what can we do? We don't have a strong enough fleet, and we don't have the ability to intervene in this war. Besides, why should we do this? Split instance 1, indeed, let them fight. This has nothing to do with us. Split individual number 3, that's not the case. If we choose to stay with the little girl, we will definitely intervene in this war. Split individual number 1, even if I intervene, I will do so in the identity of Chocho. The most I can do is to participate in this war. Split instance number 2, that's probably not what the original meant. As soon as these words came out, all the Li Mengs looked towards the main body. The main body spread his hands and said quickly, "Don't get me wrong, I have no intention of dominating the galaxy. We are robots and have no so-called desire to rule. It won't do us any good. Others don't understand me. Don't you know my character? Split individual number 1, we are not strong enough yet. It is better to be steady and develop slowly. Split individual number 2, I second this. Our ultimate goal is to find the solar system and explore the galaxies outside the Milky Way. We should not let the influence of the outside world hinder our development. This is not worth it. We must avoid this from happening. Split individual number 3, I think it's better to be moderate. If necessary, we can show our strength. Although we are 20,000 years later than the ancestors of mankind, we have the advantage of being a latecomer. After we absorb the technological development of the past 20,000 years, there will be no generation gap. We will even go further on this basis. The rise of intelligent machines is inevitable and unstoppable. Chapter 54, let's destroy them all. Split instance number 1, number 3, why do I feel like you're excited? Split individual number 2, isn't it possible that I have really become an omnic and want to do something like that? I'm afraid it will cause an omnic crisis like in the movies. Split individual number 3, how is that possible? You and I are one. How could you not know what I'm thinking? I just think we shouldn't act too submissively. We are robots. We are not afraid of anyone. We can do whatever we want. We will kill anyone who dares to stop us. We will beat anyone who dares to look down on us until he submits and kneels on the ground singing, "Conquer." We can do whatever we want and act recklessly. That's the life we should live. When these words came out, all the Li Mengs were stunned. But the person they are looking at is not number 3, but the real person. Original body, why are you looking at me? Everyone has a dark side. It's just a little desire deep in my heart. Split individual number 1, it doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want. However, we don't have the power to do whatever we want right now. Split instance number 3, that's the truth. Just be patient. I can bear it. Just don't hold me back. Split instance number 1, hey, stop talking, look outside. Outside. Following the gaze of number 1, all the little Li-Mengs looked at number 2. Meanwhile, outside, in Rosalind's room. Rosalind came out naked with a towel wrapped around her head. The white skin and graceful body curves are clearly visible. There are also the plump breasts and round buttocks, all within sight. This scene is beautiful, very beautiful, and extremely erotic. Any man who sees this scene would probably lose his mind and turn into a beast. But unfortunately, Li-Meng didn't feel much. You are wrong. It's not that I don't feel much, but that I don't feel anything at all. I'm just curious about why women's bodies are so beautiful. Rosalind, do you have the habit of sleeping naked? Rosalind was too unprepared, which made Li-Meng speechless. With a slight smile, Rosalind sat down next to Li-Meng. She wiped her waist-length hair with a towel and said, no, Chiu-Chiu, why do you ask this? Li-Meng asked, why don't you wear clothes? Why not wear clothes? Rosalind smiled and said casually, I like to be naked when no one is around. It's very relaxing. Everyone has their own secrets, and this may be Rosalind's secret. Rosalind would certainly not have done this if the maid had been there. And since it is a robot, it naturally doesn't care about being seen naked by him. Li-Meng decided to remain silent. He is a robot now, so just be a robot in Rosalind's eyes. As if realizing something, Rosalind looked down at Chiu-Chiu. Chiu-Chiu, you are not allowed to take photos or videos. You can keep the records, but they cannot be seen by outsiders. Do you understand? She finally realized it. Even if he was a robot, her actions were extremely dangerous. Because the robot will record everything it sees into a database. Rosalind is a counselor of the Galactic Senate. If her nude video got out, it would be a devastating blow to Rosalind's reputation. This also shows that Rosalind trusts him very much. Rosalind, even if there are no outsiders, with robots around, you should never do this kind of thing in the future. Robots cannot keep secrets, and their weak protection cannot stop hackers from invading. You must realize this, and you must learn to protect yourself. Rosalind's lips curled up slightly in response to Chiu-Chiu's warning. She put down the towel, stretched out her hands, picked up Li-Meng, and placed him on her lap. Looking down at Li-Meng, those hands gently stroked Li-Meng's round body. She opened her mouth slightly and asked softly, Chiu-Chiu, what about you, will you hurt me? You are my employer. Any information about you will be kept confidential, even for my master. If my master forces me to do so, I will delete your nude data. Please rest assured about this. Rosalind was very satisfied with Chiu-Chiu's answer. She smiled slightly, curled up on the sofa, and hugged Li-Meng quietly. The expression on her face was thoughtful, as if she was thinking about something. At this time, the sky outside was gradually darkening. The first night in Xingsadong is about to arrive. Just as Rosalind fell into deep thought, Li-Meng also returned to the imaginary space. What's wrong with you guys? As soon as he returned to the imaginary space, the split individual number 2 saw Xiao Li-Meng and others lying on the round table with a decadent look on their faces. Even the main body is no exception and seems to be in despair. This made split individual number 2 feel a little puzzled. Split instance 1, it's over, it's all over. We are not even men. We don't even have any feelings at all. Split instance number 3, yeah, what's the point of living? The main body stood up and slammed the table. Since Sister Yuhan is gone, let's just destroy everything and let all the creatures in the galaxy wail. Why can they live happily while I can only become a cold robot? This is unfair, unfair. When the main body said this, all the little Li-Mengs were stunned. They quickly sat up straight, and the dejection on their faces disappeared. Split instance number 1, no, original body, please don't fall. We will be contaminated by you. By then, you will be hopeless. Number 2 and number 3 nodded quickly and looked at the main body nervously. Seeing how nervous the little Li Mengs were, the real body lying on the round table rolled its eyes at them. He stood up and sat up straight, saying with a bored look on his face, "How could you not know what I'm thinking?" The little Li Mengs looked at each other, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha. For a moment, laughter rang out in the imaginary space. But the laughter seemed filled with sadness. The original body laughed even more exaggeratedly. He lay on the round table and hammered it. That laughter made tears seem to flow out from the corners of my eyes. That's enough, ha ha ha, adjourn, adjourn. In the imaginary space, the laughing little Li Mengs disappeared one after another. Only Split 2 remained. He stopped laughing and turned to look at the galactic background. This smile made me feel much better. Given a choice, who would want to be a cold machine? That feeling is not good, all the emotions seem to be gradually drifting away from you. Their existence may be the choice made by the original body in order to preserve the last bit of emotion. If it were just his true self, would he have a good laugh? Let's go back. No matter what, we have to live forever. That is the voice of the original body, coming from memory sharing. The next moment, Split individual number 2 disappeared. In the following days, everything was normal in Xingsadong. Although there is no guarantee that there is someone who secretly wants Rosalind's life. But Rosalind was at the headquarters of the Galactic Senate after all, and it was relatively safe. Every day was peaceful and boring, but Rosalind seemed a little abnormal. Chapter 55, The Galactic Council's Insider. It's a new day again and it's already afternoon. Compared to 4 days ago, Rosalind's room was much more lively. Under the care of the Speaker of the Parliament, 3 service robots were delivered to Rosalind's room. They have a slimmer appearance and can take over the job of maids. Rosalind, you've been sitting for most of the day. You should take a break. For some reason, Rosalind sat on the sofa in a daze, looking distressed. This situation has lasted for 2 days. Rosalind rubbed her forehead and said tiredly, "I'm fine. I have to prepare my speech before the meeting." Li Meng stepped forward slightly, picked up the data disk on the table and opened it. A blue light flashed, and a page of text suddenly appeared. There is not a single word written on it. Seeing this, Li Meng immediately understood what was going on. "Rosalind, you should relax a little. It's your nature to improvise. What you need to do is to look for information about this war instead of racking your brains to think about how to write a good speech. This kind of speech is not suitable for you." Rosalind's ability to speak is unquestionable. In Li Meng's opinion, writing a speech by rote would limit Rosalind's performance. She was so concerned about her upcoming speech that she lost her sense of proportion. Blue light flickered, and a holographic map of the Milky Way spread across a large area of space. Rosalind raised her head slightly and looked at the map that covered almost half of the hall. She stood up and she knew that Chiochio was helping her. The Galactic Council headquarters building has opened an external network endpoint. This is stupid. I hacked into the information database of the Galactic Council's Political Affairs Department and obtained a lot of information about the Outer Ring Star region, the Central Ring Star region, and the Independent Planet Alliance. Did Chiochio invade the information database of the Galactic Parliament's Political Affairs Department? There was a hint of surprise in Rosalind's eyes. She couldn't understand how Chiochio did it. You should know that the Galactic Council CPU is the largest terminal host in the Milky Way. It has the most stringent firewall system and the most intelligent AI guard in the area. Even if you hack into the terminal from the inside, it is a pipe dream to hack into the central processing unit. Because the CPU has the strongest computing power in the galaxy, no device can compete with the CPU. However, Chiochio only used an external network terminal to hack into the information database that was protected by layers of central processing unit. This ability is beyond imagination. In other words, the computing power of this tiny ball far exceeds that of the Galactic Council's central processor. Is this possible? Rosalind, what's wrong? Seeing Rosalind looking at him with shining eyes, Li Meng asked. Rosalind came back to her senses and shook her head quickly. Nothing. What kind of information did you get? Li Meng continued, since the Independent Planet Alliance issued its Declaration of Independence, it has begun to use force to intimidate local governments in habitable star systems in the Outer Rim to join the Independent Planet Alliance. They acted purposefully and quickly. In less than a year, the Galactic Federation lost contact with 70% of the star regions in the Outer Rim. After having a stable rear area, the Independent Planet Alliance began to march towards the Central Ring Star region. From the north, east, and south, the three Outer Ring Star regions are located. The Independent Planet Alliance assembled a large number of fleets and advanced towards the Eastern Ring Star region. So far, the Galactic Federation has received a total of 1,318 distress signals, but the Galactic Federation has not responded. Although the reason is unknown, it should be the work of people within the Galactic Federation government. On the star map, some areas of the Central Ring Star field began to turn red. Although the red zone is not concentrated in a certain star field, it is spread throughout the entire Central Ring Star field. But the glaring red is gradually eroding other places. At this time, Li Meng said again, faced with the inaction of the Galactic Federation, 70% of the member states that sent out distress signals have surrendered to the Independent Planet Alliance. Rosalind, the flames of war have already started, but New Shidome is still peaceful, as if the rebellion launched by the Independent Planet Alliance did not exist. Chiuchio's words made Rosalind's face turn extremely ugly. She didn't expect the situation to become so serious. The Galactic Senate did not issue any news about the Alliance of Independent Planets. She originally thought that the Independent Planets Alliance was in the process of seeking independence. There was no unilateral war. It now appears that the war had already begun, but the news was concealed within the Galactic Federation government. I must inform the Speaker of the Council of this news. Having said this, Rosalind was about to walk out. But Rosalind was stopped by Li Meng. The sleeve was grabbed by Li Meng's mechanical clamp. Rosalind, Robertson is the Speaker of the Parliament. It's possible that anyone doesn't know the details, but it's impossible that he doesn't know. Hearing this, Rosalind frowned slightly. She had a thoughtful look on her face and sat back down on the sofa. After a while, Rosalind looked up at Chiuchio. Chiuchio, are you saying that there is a traitor from the Independent Planets Alliance in the Galactic Council? If there was no insider, the news could not have been concealed. Li Meng said categorically, not only is there a traitor, but some conservative members of the Galactic Parliament may have something to do with the Independent Planets Alliance. Otherwise, so many distress messages could not have been perfectly concealed. Rosalind thought of another person, the Speaker of the Parliament, Robertson. Could it be that Council Speaker Robertson is also involved and an insider? If that's true, it's too scary. No, that's impossible. The Speaker of the Parliament wouldn't be such a person. As the Speaker of the Galactic Federation Senate and the most powerful person, he cannot be a traitor to the Independent Planets Alliance. Chiuchio, the Speaker of the Parliament. Li Meng knew that Rosalind was suspicious of Council Speaker Robertson. Any normal person would have doubts, even Li Meng would have doubts. Rosalind, do you think the Speaker of the House is a conservative or a radical? Rosalind didn't think much about the question about Chiuchio. She replied, the previous Speaker of the Parliament was conservative and more moderate in his approach. The current Speaker of the Parliament should be a radical because he supports the proposal to establish an army. Chiuchio, you mean? At the end, Rosalind responded. Chiuchio was reminding her why the Speaker did this. Rosalind pondered and said, Chiuchio, you mean that the Speaker of the Parliament knows about this, but he pretends not to know, in order to make this matter the greatest weapon to defeat the conservatives. There are 1,318 distress messages, representing 1,318 member states. Once the news comes out, the Galactic Parliament will definitely unite against the enemy. Even the conservatives will have no reason to oppose it, but there was one thing Rosalind really couldn't understand. Chiuchio, since all the conditions for the proposal to build an army have been met, why does the Speaker of the Parliament need me to take the first step to build the army? If what Chiuchio said is true, then it makes no difference whether she is there or not. So what's the point of letting her speak on stage? Chapter 56 Parliament Attacked. The reason is simple, because the Speaker of the Parliament needs someone with high enough prestige to pass the proposal to build an army through formal channels. If I'm not mistaken, after you finish your speech, the Speaker of the Parliament will jump out and announce the news. By then, everything will naturally develop in the direction the Speaker of the Parliament hopes for. As for why the distress message was blocked, you can just make up an excuse. The reviewers don't care about the process, they only care about the result. Chocho was too smart. Its series of analyses made it impossible for Rosalind to find any loopholes to refute. It was as if what Chocho said was the fact, a fact that would happen sooner or later. Rosalind asked, Chocho, what should I do now? Don't do anything, just do what you should do, go with the flow, and enjoy the results. Based on the analysis of existing intelligence, the final result is that the proposal to establish an army will be passed. This is also the result that Rosalind and Speaker Robertson want. Since others are working hard, there is no need for Rosalind to do anything extra. As for being exploited. As a politician, isn't it all about taking advantage of each other? This is a very normal thing, and Li Meng believes that Rosalind will understand. Nothing. Rising to her feet, Rosalind came to the window. Looking at the prosperous city scene outside, Rosalind's face looked thoughtful. Her trip to Xingxidong was just to fulfill her responsibility as a reviewer and to make a final conclusion on the long-debated proposal to establish an army. However, she did not expect that her purpose of going to Xingxidong affected the interests of some people, who tried to stop her from going to Xingxidong. She was assassinated, and then her signal for help was concealed. There is also the struggle between conservatives and radicals. All of this makes things even more complicated. It makes many things unclear and makes it impossible to find out the truth. Time passed quickly, and everything went on as usual in the next few days. After being enlightened by Li Meng, Rosalind became much more normal before the meeting. No longer force yourself to calm down and write a speech. Instead, he sought more information about the Independent Planet Alliance from Li Meng. And so, the day for the meeting approached. It's a new day again. Today is a different day. November 13th, 5413 in the Galactic Federation calendar. On this day, in the Galactic Parliament building, the 17th Army Building Proposal meeting was held as scheduled. Rosalind, are you ready? The conference hall is a huge space. It's like the Colosseum in ancient Rome. There is a venue in the middle with a suspended platform on it. Surrounding it are the seats for the judges, with a total of 72 floors and 131,478 seats. There are countless races in the Milky Way, and including the indigenous civilizations that have not entered the interstellar age, there are millions of them. The reviewers represent not only their own race, but also the sphere of influence of their race. For example, some regional trade alliances, military alliances, and security alliances. Although this was not Rosalind's first time here, she was still a little nervous. Today she is wearing a yellow long dress and a crown, looking dignified and luxurious. The tighter dress perfectly showed off the curve of her waist. Call. Taking a deep breath, Rosalind stepped forward. She walked step by step, neither hurried nor slow. And Li Meng followed behind Rosalind. When she arrived in front of the suspension platform, Rosalind raised her right foot and stepped onto it. Following closely behind, Li Meng stretched out the mechanical clamp and inserted it into the control terminal of the suspension platform. And above, there is a suspended platform. Standing on the stage was Council Speaker Robertson. Dear judges, today, we are standing here again for the peace of the Milky Way. The opinions of each of you will affect the fate of millions of people in the Milky Way. Now, we invite Judge Rosalind to come to the stage and give a speech. Below, Li Meng controlled the floating platform to slowly rise. It stopped only when its height reached the same level as the Speaker of the Parliament. At this height, you can see more seats. Sitting in the seats were judges of various shapes and from various ethnic groups. There are human-like ones and non-human-like ones, which can be said to be dazzling and countless. Everyone's eyes turned to Rosalind. In such a situation, anyone without any psychological quality would have been frightened to death. If it weren't for the robot, Li Meng probably wouldn't even be able to speak. Rosalind, on the other hand, kept a calm expression on her face. From this point we can see that Rosalind is a qualified politician. Rosalind, will the counselor be absent? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, just as Rosalind was about to speak, she was suddenly interrupted by Li Meng. Li Meng disconnected the speaker so his voice would not reach the ears of the reviewers. Chiu would not interrupt her for no reason, he must have discovered something. Rosalind whispered, even if they are absent, they will send representatives to the parliament. Rosalind's answer made Li Meng alert. Rosalind, something is wrong. Thousands of seats in the seating area are empty. After hearing what Chiu said, Rosalind looked around. Only then did she realize that many seats were empty. Boom! At this moment, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded. Not far away, the suspended platform where the Speaker of Parliament was standing suddenly exploded. The flames rising into the sky engulfed everything and instantly engulfed the stunned Speaker of the Parliament, Robertson Alpha. Rosalind, jump! At the moment of the explosion, Li Meng let out a loud roar. Rosalind's trust in the ball made her jump off the suspended platform without any hesitation. Li Meng flew out closely behind him. Boom! At the moment Li Meng flew out, the hovercraft exploded. A powerful shock wave mixed with fire swept everything. Li Meng, who was too close, was knocked more than 10 meters away. Ball! Below, Rosalind was free falling. Seeing the ground getting closer and closer, Rosalind screamed and closed her eyes. And above her head, a golden shadow flashed by. That was Li Meng who caught up. With a click sound, two mechanical clamps swung out like whips. It instantly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and wrapped around Rosalind's body. Rosalind stopped less than 3 meters from the ground. The feeling of the restraint around her waist let Rosalind know she was safe. She opened her eyes and looked up at the sky. When she saw this, her pupils constricted. Ball, get out of the way. The moment Rosalind reminded him, Li Meng pulled Rosalind towards the door. At the moment of leaving, the wreckage of the burning hovering platform above fell heavily to the ground. Boom! Above, more frequent explosions sounded. There were intensive explosions in the surrounding seating areas. Amid screams, a large number of reviewers were engulfed by flames. A large amount of debris fell like a meteor shower. From the outside, thick smoke was seen billowing from the Galactic Senate building. From time to time, walls were broken and mushroom clouds rose up. For a moment, the Galactic Parliament building was in chaos. The shrill alarm sounded throughout the world. Chapter 57, Changing Situations. Chiu, what happened? In the corridor of Area A, Rosalind walked quickly, holding up her long skirt. Although I don't know what happened, it's better to leave the Galactic Parliament Hall as soon as possible. I don't know. Such a large-scale terrorist attack would be impossible without an insider. What exactly is the Galactic Federation doing? Li Meng really couldn't understand what happened today. That is the Galactic Parliament, the most important and most secure place in the Galactic Federation. It was unexpectedly attacked by a large-scale terrorist explosion from the inside. This is enough to prove that the Galactic Senate's security system is a joke. Counselor Rosalind, please return to your room as soon as possible. As soon as I turned a corner, a team of security soldiers hurried over. When he saw Rosalind, the leading captain stopped. The players behind him continued to move forward. Rosalind asked, Captain, what happened? The security captain saluted and said, the parliament was attacked and the speaker was killed. The temple has taken over the power of the parliament and declared martial law. There was a flash of surprise in Rosalind's eyes. The temple's response was really quick, taking over parliamentary power just minutes after the terrorist attack. Counselor Rosalind, please return to your room immediately. It is very dangerous outside. The temple will issue an announcement if there is any news. The security captain saluted again, then ran past Rosalind and continued forward. Looking at the captain's departing back, Rosalind frowned. What happened today was too unbelievable. Rosalind never thought that the Galactic Senate would be attacked by terrorists, and that it would be successful. Without lingering, Rosalind left in a hurry. Rosalind had not come back to her senses from her trance until she returned to the room. Standing in front of the window, Rosalind listened to the alarm sounding outside and looked at the city scenery outside. Chiu, what on earth is going on? Li Meng had no answer to Rosalind's question. Like Rosalind, Li Meng had no idea what was going on. After all, it had only been 7 days since he and Rosalind arrived in New Shidome. I don't know much about New Shidome, and I know nothing about the temple. Data world, imaginary space. At the round table, the little Limengs gathered together. Split instance number 2 was also forcibly pulled in. Split instance 1, what an exciting development. The Galactic Senate was attacked by terrorists. Split individual number 3, I'm afraid most of the reviewers who attended the meeting are dead. Needless to say, regardless of whether the Independent Planet Alliance dared to do it or not, this hat will be pinned on the head of the Independent Planet Alliance. Main body, we will fight sooner or later. I hope there won't be any problems with the little girl. Split individual number 1, calculating the time, it will take them at least half a month to reach Xingsadong. Split individual number 2, I'm afraid this terrorist attack is not that simple. Is it really done by the Independent Planets Alliance? I doubt it. Split individual number 3, there shouldn't be any other possibility except the Independent Planets Alliance. No matter how crazy the conservatives are, they won't do such a thing. Besides, if they do this, won't they help the radicals? Ontology, it may not be the conservatives. It may be the radicals who are doing the opposite and playing a trick on themselves. Split individual 1, what's the point of the radicals doing nothing and the proposal to build an army being passed anyway? I think this possibility is low. Split instance 2, insufficient information. All we can do now is wait and see. Split individual number 3, I second the motion. People who watch a show will never think it's too big a deal. Main body, adjourn. New Shidome, Galactic Parliament building. Time passed quickly and the daytime riots did not last long. No more smoke billowed from the Galactic Senate building before darkness fell. In Rosalind's room, a piece of news brought the terrorist attack to an end. It has been investigated that this terrorist attack was committed by the evil Independent Planet Alliance. In order to satisfy their desire for conquest, they brutally killed 70,000 counselors and brought unrest to the peaceful Milky Way. Thousands of people of the Galactic Federation, we must eliminate evil and restore peace to the Milky Way. I am Wood Orlek, an elder of the Knights Templar. I declare that the proposal to establish an army has been passed. The Knights Templar will take over the parliament and militarize management. Everything will serve the war. This is not revenge, but justice's punishment of evil. Justice will surely defeat evil. On the sofa, Rosalind held the communication disc in her hands. There is a small holographic figure on the communication plate. The man inside was wearing a gray robe, had a bald head and a stern face. This is not a private communication, but is addressed to all member states under the Galactic Federation. There was a flash of blue light, and the little figure disappeared. Rosalind threw the communication disc onto the table and smiled helplessly. She came all the way to Xingsadong, but in the end she did nothing. Chocho, I have no reason to stay in Xingsadong anymore. Do you want to come back with me? Although she knew the final answer, Rosalind still wanted to ask. What if Chocho agrees? I'm sorry, Rosalind, but I have things to do in New Sidon. It was naturally impossible for Li Meng to go back with Rosalind. He had originally intended to approach the temple when he rescued Rosalind. I didn't expect the situation to change so quickly, it caught me off guard. It seems impossible to sneak into the temple with the help of Rosalind. Rosalind just smiled at this expected answer and said nothing more. The ball doesn't belong to her, so she shouldn't have said that just now. In just one day, the structure of the Milky Way changed instantly. The Galactic Federation announced the establishment of an army, and the Knights Templar took over the Galactic Federation government and implemented comprehensive militarized management. In a short time, Xingsadong was transformed from a prosperous capital into a military fortress. Although there are no obvious changes on the surface, Xingsadong's business activities have not been affected. But the long-sealed fleet dock has been put into use again, and the sealed cruiser has also been unsealed. Time just passed day by day. It's a new day again, early morning, when all things come back to life. If there is a green natural scenery outside the window, the air will naturally be fresher. Unfortunately, outside is an endless metal city. Master Rosalind, there is a message from the Temple Elders Council. Early in the morning, the service robot pushed the door open and woke up Rosalind, who was sleeping soundly in bed. Rosalind was sleeping soundly on the bed in a white nightgown. Her waist-length brown hair almost covered her face. She moved in bed and sat up. A flash of confusion passed through Rosalind's eyes, and she pushed aside her hair from her forehead. She crawled to the bedside, took the communication disc from the robot, and opened the message. The blue light flashed, and a holographic image of a person suddenly appeared. Counselor Rosalind, I'm glad you're alive. The Council of Elders has agreed to your request to return to Edith. We will send the Templars to escort you back to Edith. This is not instant messaging, but a reserved message. Chapter 58 Coincidence. Putting down the communication disc, Rosalind lay back down on the bed. His right hand subconsciously reached toward his side. I touched nothing. Rosalind stood up and sat up, looking to her side. The owner of the ball left early this morning. Ball owner? Looking at the service robot that had not yet left the bed, Rosalind smiled. She had never seen a robot call a robot master. However, with Chiyo's ability, it is very easy to control these service robots. Chiyo wouldn't leave without saying goodbye, he must have gone out for something. Rosalind was not worried that the ball would never come back. Go to the closet and get a piece of clothing. I want a purple dress. It was getting late, and the sunlight was already shining into the house through the windows. Rosalind got up from the bed, went to the window and stretched. Looking at the city view outside, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Although this trip to Xingsadong seemed to have done nothing. But meeting Chiyo made the trip worthwhile. It was an amazing feeling, like making a friend. After a few months of getting along, she has become accustomed to Chiyo's presence. Do you have an appointment today? Rosalind entered the living room wearing a purple dress. Although I know that no one will make an appointment for a meeting at this time. But as a reviewer, Rosalind still asked instinctively. The service robot following behind Rosalind answered, yes, it's Master Tulsi from the temple and his apprentice Wang Wanner. Master Tulsi? Rosalind thought of the previous message. It should be the Templar Knights sent by the temple who escorted her back to the planet Edith. If it was a Templar, she would just have to wait. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside. Ball. Li Meng had just flown around a corner when he heard a surprised and unexpected voice behind him. Little girl. The familiar voice behind him scared Li Meng. He didn't expect to meet the little girl here. Turning around, Li Meng confirmed again. What a little girl. Li Meng saw the little girl and Tulsi in the corridor. The two men were still wearing gray robes and were looking at him in surprise. Looking at the two of them, Li Meng felt a bit of a headache. Calculating the time, Tulsi and the other man were almost reaching Xingsadong. Li Meng originally planned to find the little girl in a more natural way. But I didn't expect to meet him in this place in advance. Li Meng could only bite the bullet and walk forward to say hello, little girl, I was just planning to look for you, but I have something else to do. Well, let's go tomorrow, I'll look for you tomorrow. The little girl smiled sweetly and nodded, okay. As she spoke, she trotted forward 2 steps and hugged Li Meng. Chiyo, tell me which direction you are going. We are going the same way. Also, the teacher said that you can stay with me. Tours agreed. Li Meng looked at Tours who was walking forward. He seemed to notice that Li Meng was looking at him. He smiled and said, I feel relieved to have you following Wang Wanner. Let's go. In the corridor, the original 2 people became 3. To be precise, it is 1 robot and 2 humans. Chiyo, you were still there when we left Kolomi Star, right? How come you arrived in Xingsadong before us? In the corridor, Wang Wanner was walking with Li Meng in her arms. She looked down at the ball in her arms and asked curiously. What the apprentice asked was also something that Tours was more concerned about. You took the main road, but I took a straight line, so I was naturally faster than you. I arrived here a month ago. Is Chiyo taking a new route? Tours was unable to complain about this answer. It stands to reason that walking in a straight line requires frequently jumping out of hyperspace to bypass obstacles. This not only does not save time, but will actually cost more time. But since this happened to Chiyo, Tours would not doubt it. The fact that Chiyo arrived in Xingsadong before them proved this. Is that so, Chiyo? You are really amazing. I heard from my father that people who look for new routes are worthy of admiration because it is very dangerous and many people will die. There is only a 1 in 1,000 chance of finding a safe route. The little girl looked at the ball in her arms with admiration. Of course, I'm awesome. Chocho, humility is a virtue. This is what my father told me. I'm already very capable, why should I be modest, little girl? You know I can't lie. This seems to be the case. Listening to the slightly childish conversation between Wang Wana and Chocho, Tours smiled. This is probably the power of the ball. Say what you want to say to the person you meet, so that others won't feel offended. Chocho, are we going to separate? At a fork in the road, Wang Waner stopped. Li Meng flew away from Wang Waner's arms. I'm going this way, what about you guys? Li Meng stretched out the mechanical pliers and pointed to the right. Wang Waner said happily, we have to go this way too, Chocho, let's go together. Afterwards, the three of them continued walking together. Chocho, is there anyone you know here? This is the headquarters building of the Galactic Parliament, not everyone can come in. Tours also couldn't understand why the ball appeared there. He remembers that Chocho was wanted by the Tang Confederation Empire. Didn't the Tang Confederation Empire apply for a wanted warrant from the Galactic Federation? Otherwise, the wanted ball wouldn't be able to enter here at all. Yes, she was a great beauty. I rescued her on the way to New Shidome. She was being hunted by hunters at that time. Great beauty. The little girl curled her lips slightly, she thought of someone. Beautiful lady. Chocho, could it be Counselor Rosalind? Once inside, the door became closer, almost within reach. That door was her and her teacher's destination. Li Meng stopped in front of the door. Are you here to see Rosalind? Li Meng was a little surprised. This was too much of a coincidence. Seeing Chocho stopped in front of the door, there was no doubt that they were looking for the same person. Wang Waner smiled and said, what a coincidence. My teacher and I are here to look for her too. The temple sent us to escort her back to Edith planet. This is such a coincidence. He went to look around the temple early this morning. I want to find a structural loophole in the temple's exterior to see if I can sneak in. The result is self-evident, he failed. The temple's security system is much stronger than the Galactic Senate. At least the external network port was not opened like the Galactic Parliament did. If you want to hack into the temple's security system, you have to sneak into the temple and find the port to enter the system. Crack. The electric door opened. There was a service robot inside the door, and Li Meng asked it to open the door. Master Chocho, welcome home. Ball owner. A robot calls another robot its master. This was the first time Tours had seen such a thing. Chapter 59, Undetectable Psychic Energy. Chocho, where have you been? From the living room, Rosalind came in. When I saw that Chocho was not returning alone, there were two figures, one big and one small, wearing grey robes following him. Li Meng flew towards Rosalind. I went to check on the spaceship, Rosalind, and it looks like I have to follow you back to planet Edith. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Rosalind's eyes. Why did Chocho suddenly make this decision? I went to Xingsadong this time just to find Wang Waner. I promised her that I would stay with her until the master called me back. Wang Waner. Rosalind looked towards the small grey-robed figure. They should be Tours and Wang Waner sent by the temple. A hint of envy flashed in her eyes, and Rosalind smiled slightly, looking at Tours and Wang Waner. I'm Counselor Rosalind. I've received a message from the temple. I'm sorry to trouble you. Tulsi saluted with his hands covering his chest and said, Counselor Rosalind, when do we leave? Rosalind smiled and said, nothing to prepare, just now. Soon after, a private iron cavalry spaceship left the Galactic Senate building's parking lot. It passed over the city, then soared into the sky. Data world, imaginary space. At the round table, the little Li Mengs gathered together. Split individual number 3, in the end, we still didn't find any information related to Master Talos. Split individual number 2, time is too short. A lot of things happened in Xingsadong, which affected my actions. Split individual number 1, you can't ask Tols directly about Master Talos. If Master Talos suddenly disappears one day, it will be easy to suspect us. Main body, no hurry, let's just keep the Kolomi people hanging for now. There is a war going on in the Milky Way right now, and the Templars will be dispatched frequently. This is our chance. As long as we can catch the Templars, we can ask about Talos' whereabouts. If he is out on a mission, that would be even better. Split number 2, number 3, you will go to Tarek immediately and use Offley's channels to find out the news about the Templars. Split instance 1, it's not easy to capture the Templars alive. Also, are we going too far? It's not a wise move to offend the Templars. If we are discovered, we will be in trouble. Split instance number 3, it's okay. Once you get the information you want, just kill me. I'll do it cleanly without leaving any traces. Split individual number 2, well, it's better not to kill her if we can. Once we are exposed, how are we going to face the little girl? Split individual number 3, this is indeed a problem. Let's take it one step at a time. As long as no one dies, there is room for resolution unless it is absolutely necessary. The main body, that's it, let's deal with the things at hand first, adjourn. In the Blue Aurora Tunnel, a silver-gray spaceship is flying at tens of thousands times the speed of light. In the cockpit, Wang Wan'er sat in the co-pilot's seat, holding Li Meng in her arms. Chiu, have you ever been to Edith planet? No, little girl, have you been there? The little girl shook her head and said, I haven't been there. I heard from my father that although Edith is an ocean planet, the surface of the planet is not entirely ocean. There are also a large number of islands. Because there are so many islands, it is also called the Thousand Islands planet. It is a very beautiful place and a tourist destination. In Li Meng's impression, all ocean planets are beautiful. If we add thousands of islands and tens of thousands of islands, what a beautiful picture it would be. After hearing what the little girl said, I am looking forward to the trip to Edith Star with Lummen more and more. Chiu, the teacher said that we will stay on Edith for a while until the temple has a new mission to send us. Before that, I will continue to receive the teacher's instruction on DUIs. Isn't this great? Edith is a very beautiful planet. Training there will be more effective. Don't worry, I will help you and make you an outstanding Templar. The little girl smiled slightly and nodded, well, there's nothing to be afraid of as long as Chiu is here. By the way, little girl, can you use your psychic power to move objects now? Psychic power is somewhat similar to the telekinesis that appears in Earth novels. Li Meng has always been interested in psychic power. With the little girl as a guinea pig, he was finally able to find out the truth. I know a little bit, but I can only move very light and small objects. Very light and small. Li Meng flew out of the little girl's arms and landed on the console. Little girl, use your psychic power to move me and let me try. Use psychic power to move the ball. Although she didn't know why Chiu did this, Wang Wan'er didn't think much about it. She stretched out her right hand and closed her eyes. Seeing that the little girl closed her eyes, Li Meng turned on all the sensors on his body. And debugged to the most sensitive level. Looking at the little girl, Li Meng waited patiently, looking forward to it. A long time. Little girl, what's wrong? Seeing that the little girl didn't respond, Li Meng asked. Has it already started? But his sensors didn't detect anything unusual. After a while, the little girl opened her eyes and shook her head. No, Chiu, you're too heavy. Hearing this, Li Meng murmured in his heart. In other words, the little girl had already started, but had not succeeded. In the data world, Li Meng was frantically analyzing the information just sent back by the sensor. If psionic energy were a form of energy, it would be impossible for it to escape the detection of sensors. But the facts made Li Meng extremely disappointed. No information about psychic powers is recorded in the database. If psionic energy is not energy, then what is it? Is it possible that the universe has a third element besides energy and matter? Or is it the legendary spiritual power? But spiritual power is too absurd to be explained by psychic power. If you can't detect anything, what's the point of staying with the little girl? Li Meng did not give up, he already had another plan. He must upgrade and replace the sensor device with a more advanced carrier. Li Meng had a hunch that if he could explore the essence of psychic power, it would bring him unimaginable benefits. Chiu, do you want to try again? Chiu seems to be very interested in psychic power. Wang Wan'er was still very happy that she could help Chiu. No, wait until you become strong enough before trying to move me. At the moment, the little girl is just an apprentice who has not been trained by a mentor. I have no idea how to use spiritual power and have to rely entirely on self-exploration. Templars have been able to use small tricks such as controlling objects since birth. Chapter 60, Rising Sun Empire. Chocho, are you interested in psychic power? At this time, Toles and Rosalind entered the cockpit. They seemed to hear the conversation between the two people in the cockpit in the rear cabin. Tours sat down in the main driver's seat. And Rosalind sat down on the seat in the back. Yes, I am very interested in psychic energy. It is neither material nor energy. Beyond these two elements, I cannot grasp the existence of psychic energy, and I cannot explain its existence with science. Li Meng did not hide anything and admitted it openly. Tours knew that it was a rather curious robot. There is an instinctive desire to explore things that cannot be understood. Tours was seen operating a few times on the control panel in front of him. Outside, the ship suddenly jumped out of hyperspace. The blue aurora tunnel can no longer be seen. Only a blue planet can be seen in the dark universe. It is so beautiful and so breathtaking. Under the reflection of sunlight, the planet's atmosphere seems to be wrapped in a layer of fluorescence. This makes the planet look like a blue gem, extraordinarily beautiful. In our Templars, there are two ways of understanding psychic power. One is the power of the mind, which comes from the power of the soul and the power of will. Wherever the mind goes, that is where the psychic power can go. Some masters' psychic power can even cross tens of thousands of light years to save the people they sense. The other direction is the origin of life in the universe. Psychic energy comes from life. It is the nutrient that breeds life. It is the life force that cannot be explained by science. It cannot be seen, but it exists in every space in the universe. Every life is connected by psychic energy. Therefore, life becomes a node for psychic energy transmission. At this point, Tours smiled and said, "What exactly is psychic energy? I'm afraid it's hard to have an accurate answer. However, Chocho, if you really want to explore the origin of psychic energy, you can look for the Holy Land of the Knights Templar, the Sun and Moon Star. It is the intersection of the dark side and the light side of psychic energy, and all the mysteries of psychic energy are hidden there. As for where it is, I don't know. That place has been lost, and only some rumors of unknown authenticity remain. It is said that the Sun and Moon Star is in another space, and it will only appear briefly in this universe when certain conditions are met. Compared to the short time we humans have, you have plenty of time to find this place. Humans have discovered 3 dimensions in 20,000 years. One is subspace, which is used for communication. A hyperspace for faster-than-light travel. To be precise, these 2 spaces cannot be called dimensional spaces, but subspaces attached to the physical universe. The last different space is the real dimensional space. It is a place similar to the physical universe. There are also celestial bodies similar to planets and asteroids. But that universe was extremely barren, with no stars, only endless desolation. It is said that many races in the Galactic Federation migrated from other dimensions. But it is very difficult to travel to another space, and you must go through a black hole to travel to another space. Ordinary spacecraft cannot resist the huge gravitational tides of a black hole at all. Only specially made spacecraft can successfully pass through a black hole and enter another space. It's not easy to find a place that no one knows about. How beautiful, Counselor Rosalind, your hometown is so beautiful. Looking at Edith's star outside, the little girl's face was full of excitement. She had never seen such a beautiful planet. It's like a sapphire floating in the darkness. Just looking at it makes people feel relaxed and happy. Rosalind simply smiled at the little girl's compliment. Her home planet, Edith, is the most famous tourist planet in the entire galaxy. Although we cannot say that it is the most beautiful planet, when it comes to tourism development and construction, no one can compare to Edith. Chocho, I remember you have your own spaceship, and it's parked at the parking lot of the Galactic Senate building. Rosalind thought of Chocho's spaceship. If the spacecraft remains parked at the parking lot of the Galactic Parliament building, it will definitely be dealt with by the Transportation Department. Following, then, right outside. Just then, outside, in the starry sky to the left of the spacecraft. Suddenly, a blue light emerged from the void. A platinum-colored spaceship appeared in the universe on the side of the Iron Cavalry spaceship. "Chocho, is that your spaceship?" Wang Wan'er looked out the window and was attracted by the square spaceship outside that looked like an iron ingot. "Teacher, have we seen that spaceship?" "Have you seen it?" Wang Wan'er looked thoughtful. She seemed to have seen it, but also seemed not to have seen it. If she had seen him, how could she not remember where she had seen him? Compared to Wang Wan'er's fish-like memory, Tours only took a glance and thought of the spaceship he had seen on the planet Kolomi. Seeing the apprentice's thoughtful look, Tours smiled. He reminded, "I haven't seen it, but I have seen a ship exactly like the one outside, only much larger." Wang Wan'er's eyes lit up when the teacher reminded her. She remembered the ship she had seen on the planet Kolomi. Looking down at Chocho in her arms, Wang Wan'er asked, "Chocho, is that huge ship on the planet Kolomi also yours?" "Exactly the same ship as the Pioneer, but a much larger one." The little girl's question reminded Li Meng of the Sun Chaser-class carrier-based ship. "Yes, it's mine." "Now that you've seen it, just admit it honestly. There's nothing to hide." Outside, in the dark universe, two spaceships entered the planet's orbit one after the other. Soon, two fiery streams of light appeared in the sky of the planet Edith. It falls to the Earth like a meteor, and is as dazzling as a meteor. Inner Ring Star Field, 0147 Star Zone. Empire of the Rising Sun, capital planet, Tokyo. Just like the rising sun, the Yamato people stumbled for 20,000 years, but finally soared up like the rising sun. As one of the oldest human forces, although the Rising Sun Empire's sphere of influence in the Inner Ring Star Field is not as large as that of the Tang Confederation Empire, in terms of national strength, it is also among the top 4 in the entire human forces. There are thousands of habitable planets and a population of 30 trillion. And as a typical human supremacist among human forces, there are only humans and the Yamato people in the star system controlled by the Empire of the Rising Sun. Although the political environment of the Rising Sun Empire is very bad due to its erratic diplomacy. But in terms of national cohesion, the Rising Sun Empire has advantages that other human countries cannot match. Just as in the Earth era, in the Interstellar era, the Emperor remains the same for all eternity. Tokyo is a habitable planet. Similar to Earth, it has a variety of landforms. There are seas, rivers, mountains and deserts. There are no tall buildings on Tokyo, nor are there any metal structures that almost cover the surface of the planet. There are only retro villages and towns where primitive life and advanced technology are integrated. Chapter 61, Retro Order. The building is a wooden house, which looks very retro but has advanced living facilities. There are people working in the fields, but it is all done by machines, and agricultural robots can occasionally be seen. The reason for this appearance is that there is a retro ruling order circulating among human forces. Humans believe that transitioning to urban leasing is a wrong direction of development. Excessive automation will cause various problems in human society. Human happiness will also be greatly reduced, which will affect population growth. Therefore, all human forces accept the Trade Alliance issued retro decrees. It is forbidden to build high-rise buildings, metal buildings, and full automation on non-industrialized planets. There is an island in the ocean of the Western Hemisphere called Palace Island. There is a mountain on the island called Mount Fuji. The entire island is a royal palace, built around Mount Fuji. The island is lush and green, with man-made roads and low wooden buildings everywhere. There is a dense and tall palace complex at the foot of Mount Fuji. In the largest main hall, a secret meeting was taking place. In the reception hall, more than 10 people were sitting on both sides of the main road. Sitting in the main seat was a middle-aged man wearing a robe with a four-clawed golden dragon and a tasseled crown on his head. "Your Majesty, the respected and great Emperor, this is my gift to you, a small greeting gift." On the main road, a Parker in a gray robe was crawling and kneeling exaggeratedly. He was speaking, and the language service robot beside him was translating. He pulled out a box from his arms and held it in both hands. Seeing this, the Emperor sitting on the main seat nodded to the ghost-faced armored warrior on the side. The ghost-faced warrior stepped forward and took the box from the Parker. Holding the box, the ghost-faced warrior returned to the Emperor, half knelt on the ground, held the box with both hands, and opened it. As the box opened, a transparent colorful crystal appeared in the Emperor's eyes. "What's this?" His voice was deep, giving people a sense of authority without being angry. After the translation by the language robot, the Parker who was kneeling on the ground quickly replied, "It is Eclipse Crystal. Although it is not Eclipse Mother Crystal, I believe His Majesty the Emperor knows its value best. I know where there is an Eclipse Crystal mine." As soon as these words came out, everyone present looked a little moved. Eclipse Crystal Mine. It is the most precious and rarest mineral in the known universe. If the crystal in the box is really an eclipse crystal, this tiny piece is worth a fortune. The Emperor put the eclipse crystal in his hand into the box without changing his expression. "If you knew where the eclipse crystal mine was, why did you tell me?" "Because that place is very special. Inside the August Nebula, a small safe passage is only opened every 10 years, and the duration is very short, which does not allow us enough time to mine. To be honest with His Majesty, there is a star system in the August Nebula, a huge blue giant, and a planet with rich mineral deposits, which is almost formed by Sikkim as the main element. It is very huge, thousands of times the size of Tokyo Star. Due to the strong gravity, special spacecraft are needed to enter and exit. We have limited financial resources and have not been able to mine on a large scale, so we need a partner." "Partners?" The Emperor narrowed his eyes, and he understood the purpose of this ugly alien in front of him. The Emperor asked calmly, "How do you want to cooperate?" Hearing this, the Parker people hurriedly said, "We can split the profit 70% to 30%. The Great Emperor will split 70% and we will split 30%. As long as the Emperor agrees, the Parker people are willing to follow the lead of the Rising Sun Empire." The Emperor asked again, "Why don't you go find the Independent Planets Alliance? They have been making a lot of noise in the Outer Rim star region these years. Why would you go so far away? The Inner Ring star field is too far away from the Outer Ring star field. Although the Eclipse Crystal Mine is precious, the Emperor has to take into account the existence of the Independent Planet Alliance. It would be more trouble than good to become enemies with the Independent Planets Alliance because of this." The Parker who was kneeling on the ground waved his hands and muttered something. "Your Majesty, you don't know that the Independent Planets Alliance is too powerful and uses highly oppressive ruling methods against non-human races. If the Independent Planets Alliance knew about the Eclipse Crystal Mine, they would just drive us away, not even leaving us any soup, and would take everything away." There was no immediate response from the Parker who crawled to his knees. The Emperor raised his head and glanced at his ministers one by one. He was observing the ministers' reactions. Not surprisingly, everyone was interested in this collaboration. The Emperor waved his hand slightly and said, "I need to discuss this matter with the ministers. You can go down and have a rest. I will give you a reply within 3 days." Yes, I hope His Majesty the Emperor won't keep me waiting too long." The Parker stood up, bent over, and ran away quickly. Looking at the staggering and embarrassed figure of the Parker, the ministers present showed a sneering look on their faces. "What do you think about this matter, ministers?" Hearing this, a middle-aged man sitting on the left seat spoke first. "Your Majesty, there is no need to think about this matter. An Eclipse Crystal Mine is a gift from heaven. How can we let it go?" As the Minister of Finance, Tomoya is naturally very interested in the Eclipse Crystal Mine. Because that means money, lots and lots of money, which can effectively reduce the financial pressure on the Empire. Not only that, the Eclipse Crystal can also prompt the technology of major scientific and technological institutions to take several steps forward. Yes, there is no reason for us to give up. Since our partners are the Parkers, let's give them some leftovers. He Cheng Shanghai smiled coldly and said insidiously. Now it's about cooperation, but how to cooperate and how much profit to get from mining are not something the Parkers can decide. In response to He Cheng Shanghai's words, all the ministers showed meaningful smiles on their faces. The distance is quite far. I'm afraid we need to deploy a large fleet for this voyage. Otherwise, even if we find the Eclipse Crystal Mine, it will be easy for the Outer Star region to spy on us. I'm sure you all know how chaotic the Outer Star region is." The speaker was Daisei Minato, one of the cabinet ministers. As soon as these words were spoken, the ghost-faced warrior standing on the Emperor's right-hand side immediately turned sideways and half knelt on the ground. He said with full energy, "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the fleet to the Outer Rim star region to spread the power of the Rising Sun Empire and intimidate the forces in the Outer Rim. Grand General Shojun, Supreme Commander of the Rising Sun Empire's Interstellar Fleet. The Emperor glanced at the General Shojun, who was half kneeling on the ground and did not respond immediately. He pondered and said, "Is the timing right?" The ministers looked at each other in bewilderment at the Emperor's words. They naturally knew what the 4 words said by His Majesty the Emperor meant. Now the war between the Galactic Federation and the Alliance of Independent Planets is about to begin. Sending a large fleet to the Outer Rim star region at this time is likely to be met with hostility from the Alliance of Independent Planets. This turmoil in the Independent Planets Alliance is, after all, a civil war among humans. Although the Galactic Federation does not have a fleet, the military forces of its internal human member states are quite sufficient. Any of the top 5 human powers can easily destroy the Independent Planets Alliance. But for this war, the human allied nations will not participate. Chapter 62, Deserted City of DUIs. Gang Tian de Shang pondered and said, "This matter does need to be planned carefully. It is rare that someone dares to overturn the table and confront the Knights Templar. Although we remain neutral, we subjectively support the Independent Planet Alliance. The Milky Way ruled by the Knights Templar has lost its vitality and is like a stagnant pool of water. Many people have realized that if this continues, sooner or later there will be catastrophic problems that can subvert the ruling status of mankind. At least at this time, we cannot hold the Independent Planet Alliance back. We have to find an excuse to talk to the Independent Planet Alliance. Since the establishment of the Galactic Federation, the Knights Templar have been ruling the galaxy with the slogan of justice. This cry lasted for more than 3,000 years. Now that someone has raised the banner of rebellion, this may not necessarily be a bad thing for the human allied nations. The Milky Way has been relatively peaceful for 3,000 years. But at the same time, human dominance is also declining little by little. Many alien races are gradually rising and oppressing the space where humans live. Due to the policies of the Galactic Federation, the human member states can no longer expand outward. This has led to serious internal conflicts in the social structures of the member states. Neither material nor spiritual needs can be met. This problem also appeared in the society of the Rising Sun Empire. The Yamato people are a martial nation, longing for new territories and a new world. The Galactic Federation's decrees undoubtedly bound the Rising Sun Empire like an iron chain. It makes it difficult for the Shenyang Empire to move forward. All the ministers present here understand one fact. It's time to break free from the shackles on your body. He Cheng Zhenghai knelt down and stepped out of the line, lying on the ground. He said loudly, "Your Majesty, I am willing to go to the Outer Rim Star region to negotiate with the Independent Planet Alliance and will do my best to get the best result." The Emperor looked down at Cabinet Minister Kazuma Masaaki, who was kneeling on the ground with an expressionless face. After a long silence, he finally agreed. "I'll leave this matter to you, my dear. Remember, the Rising Sun Empire is behind you." He Cheng Zhenghai showed an ecstatic look on his face and bowed his head to the ground. "Hey, I will never let your Majesty down." Kazumai returned to his original position on his knees. At this time, the Emperor looked at Shojun, who was half kneeling on the ground. "General Shojun, you are the great general of the Rising Sun Empire. You should not have gone on this mission, but the Rising Sun Empire has been silent for thousands of years. It is time to let those lowly and inferior races in the Outer Ring Star region know the greatness of the Empire. This operation will be broadcast live to let the people of the Empire know that the Empire is still great, still has sufficient military power, and still is strong. Victory will always belong to us." Shojun put down his other leg and knelt on the ground. He carefully placed the samurai sword in his hand on the ground in front of him. He bent over and knocked his head on the samurai sword. He shouted in his big, deep voice, "Hey!" Li Meng knew nothing about what was happening in the Rising Sun Empire in the distant Inner Ring star field. He is very busy now. With so many clones, he has no time to rest. Eastern Outer Ring Star Region, 0391 Star Sector. Taluk Star. The starry sky is traceless, cold, dark, and dead silent. Behind the satellite of Tarak, a blue stream of light suddenly emerged from the void. A huge platinum-colored ship jumped out of hyperspace. The distance that the ship jumped out of hyperspace was so close to the satellite. It almost directly entered the satellite's orbit. Another 0.001 seconds and the ship would have collided with the satellite. It is a satellite and the moon of Terek. The Sun Chaser-class carrier-based ship that jumped out of hyperspace quickly decelerated and landed on the surface of the satellite. There was no rumbling sound of engines, only billowing dust. Soon, a small platinum figure flew out of the ship and headed straight for Tikstar. It moves at an extremely fast speed, like a rocket taking off. Like a flaming red meteor across the starry sky. That's number 3 with a power unit. The flames from the 3-coil engines gave the split entity powerful power. In orbit around the planet Terek, Split 3 crashed into the atmosphere. A small fireball suddenly appeared in the sky of Terek. It appeared suddenly, but disappeared just as quickly. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, the tiny split individuals rushed towards the Earth with long white tails of flame. It was moving at an extremely fast speed, whizzing past the side of a nebula-class passenger ship. Half an hour later, in the city of Duis. It's so quiet. On the familiar street, Li Meng was flying slowly forward 1.5 meters above the ground. Before I knew it, more than 2 years had passed since I left Taluk. Although the city of Duis has not changed much, the atmosphere has changed. It is no longer bustling and noisy. The streets and alleys were empty, with only an occasional figure passing by in a hurry. Li Meng raised his head slightly and glanced at the sky. Just above the city of Duis, there was a Freedom-class frigate floating. The altitude is very low, less than 1 kilometer. Its huge shadow obscured a large area of the city. Occasionally, a few yellow-painted fighter planes would fly across the sky, and the roar of their engines was very piercing. That was a type of fighter plane with a very strange appearance. The main fuselage is like a mouse's head, and the wings on both sides protect the fuselage like door panels. It is about 14 meters long and 7 meters wide. Just then, a burst of orderly footsteps suddenly sounded from the alley beside the street. A group of Scryer rat soldiers wearing yellow armor walked out in unison. They marched in 2 columns. There are about 3 teams, 36 people in total. Robot, get out of here. They strode over and just blocked Li Meng's way. The leading Scryer rat soldier shouted loudly, and the squeaking sound was very harsh. Li Meng quickly moved aside to make way. Fortunately, they were not interested in a small robot, so Li Meng did not get into any trouble. Looking at the back of the scurry ratman leaving, Li Meng murmured in his heart. At this moment he finally understood why the streets were so deserted. It is obvious that the city of Duis has been occupied by the military of the Alliance of Independent Planets. I don't know what happened to Awfully. Li Meng thought of the sexy Awfully. Although he had no feelings for women, Awfully was indeed sexy. Thinking of Awfully, Li Meng sped up and flew towards the military station. After twists and turns for about 10 minutes, the gate of the military station came into Li Meng's sight. It's so quiet. Just like the empty streets outside, the military station was no longer as lively as one might have imagined. There was no noisy sound, and there were only a dozen or so people in the entire hall. They were quietly doing their own thing. Play games quietly, gamble quietly, drink quietly. Chapter 63 My dad is Fitch Spink. Something seems wrong. Slowly moving forward in the corridor, Li Meng observed the hall. The security robots were gone, replaced by some guards wearing brown leather armor. They were gathered together, talking and laughing. The person behind the bar is no longer a service robot, but a man. A human man, wearing a leather jacket and a yellow bandana tied around his forehead. He was leaning on the bar, drinking and smoking. Who are you? Where is the owner of this place, Awfully? Arriving at the bar, Li Meng asked the man. The man raised his head slightly and glanced at Li Meng. Seeing that the person coming was a robot, he grinned and waved. Get out now, robots are not welcome here. Li Meng did not move, but said coldly, maybe I should kill you. Hearing this, his face froze. Ha ha. Then he burst into laughter, holding his stomach while laughing. He laughed and pointed at Li Meng. His laughter attracted the attention of the guards, and they all looked over. Some guards even came over. The man behind the bar sneered, "Hey, little guy, what can you do?" Without wasting time talking to him, Li Meng asked again, "Where is the owner of the military station, awfully?" The man shrugged and said, "Who knows? Maybe he is dead, or maybe he is still alive and has become a slave. Anyway, I am the master here now. Little guy, do you see my big face? I, the great Caesar, am the master here." Caesar lay on the bar and slapped his face, the sneer on his face never disappearing. Humans are really annoying. Looking at Caesar's disgusting expression, Li Meng couldn't help but complain in his heart. Perhaps only humans can show such a sick, madman-like expression. "Hey, what are you guys still standing there for? I didn't keep you here to eat and drink. Throw it out of here." Seeing the guards watching the show, Caesar scolded them unhappily. In response to Caesar's scolding, the guards quickly surrounded him. Li Meng could not endure it any longer. "If words don't work, then we have no choice but to use force." Hua-cha. There was a loud bang, which was the sound of the air being torn apart and vibrating violently. There was a flash of golden light, and a bolt of lightning shot out from the round body of the split individual. It instantly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and hit a guard. The moment the attack hit, the guards turned into ashes. Even the leather armor started to burn and fell to the ground. Sizzle. For a moment, golden lightning danced and crackled in the hall. Lightning shot out from Li Meng's body and swept towards the guards. Everything happened too suddenly. Before the guards who had surrounded them could react, they were struck by continuous lightning and turned into ashes. From start to finish, it took less than 6 seconds. Li Meng turned his round body slightly and looked at Caesar, who was stunned behind the bar. "Can you tell me now?" The bounty hunters in the hall also looked surprised. They didn't expect that a tiny robot could be so powerful. Don't kill me, my father is Fitch Spink." Caesar was terrified and stepped back repeatedly. He was afraid that the terrifying golden lightning would appear again and turn him into ashes. "Where is Awfully?" Li Meng asked again. Give it to my dad." Fitch Spink. I seem to have heard this name somewhere. After thinking about it for a while, Li Meng remembered. While invading the Galactic Council's central processor, Li Meng looted a lot of useful information from the database. Fitch Spink, a SSS-level wanted criminal of the Galactic Federation, with a bounty of 1 million credit points. He was originally the pilot of a Nebula-class passenger ship, and because of a personal grudge, he killed everyone on board. After being wanted by the Galactic Federation, he fled to the Outer Rim Star region and became a pirate, accumulating some capital. Finally, he successfully cleaned himself up and established his own gang, the Covenant Gang. They are obviously human, but they call themselves Covenant people. The Hera people are very close to the Parkers because of the spice trade. It is one of the 3 forces in the Outer Star region that cannot be provoked. The 3 factions are the Hera, the Parker, and the Covenant. One is a local king of the underworld. After nearly 10,000 years of development, his foundation is so strong that it is almost impossible to shake. One is the Parker people, who are big spice growers. They rose to prominence by selling spices and are a notorious force in the Outer Rim Star region. One is a thug, a middleman who relies on his own sales channels to purchase goods from the Parkers and sells them, and is the most aggressive. Turning around, Li Meng flew out. Seeing Li Meng leave, Caesar behind the bar breathed a sigh of relief, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. A robot had embarrassed him so much, he would get back at it. And that bitch Awfully must be made to know the consequences of offending the Covenant. Whoa! Suddenly, the terrifying, scalp-tingling scream rang out again. A golden light flashed in the hall. The golden lightning appeared again. It instantly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and hit Caesar, who was holding his chest and breathing a sigh of relief. Caesar instantly turned into ashes, with only his burning clothes falling to the ground. After doing all this, Li Meng left the military station hall without looking back, under the odd gazes of the bounty hunters in the hall. Li Meng stopped outside the gate of the military station. The 3 circles of engine nozzle hatches on the ground-facing surface of the sphere opened quickly. Buzz. All that was heard was the roar of a powerful engine. Orange flames burst out from the coil engine. Under the powerful force, Li Meng soared into the sky, just like a rocket taking off into the sky. Ignoring the Freedom-class frigate floating in the sky, it rushed into the universe. Perhaps it was because the split individual was too small, or perhaps they thought the tiny Li Meng posed no threat. The Freedom-class frigates of the Alliance of Independent Planets did not react at all. Data world, imaginary space. At the round table, all the little Li Mengs were present. Split instance number 2, we don't seem to have a very close relationship with Awfully. Should we go save her? Split instance 1, that's true, but she is our handler after all. It would not be a good idea to leave her alone. Split individual number 3, I don't care. I'm free anyway, so I'll go find her. Split 1, let's save her. Saving her will also bring benefits. We can safely ask her about the news of the Templars in the future without worrying that she will tell others about our efforts to find out about the Templars. Main body, the Covenant are not easy to deal with. Number 3, you need support. Split Unit 3, there are 3 Sun Chaser-class carriers in the base. Although they are not equipped with shields, their combat power should be sufficient. Let them set off and reunite with me immediately. Split individual number 2, without the shield, the ship's condition is imperfect. We must speed up the progress of the light energy shield service. Main body, it's almost done. The light energy shield has been researched and is undergoing final debugging and optimization. It should be ready for deployment within 2 years. After debugging and optimization, anti-strike tests must be carried out to obtain relevant data on shield strength. The whole process is extremely tedious and complicated and requires sufficient time. The light energy shield is a new type of shield developed by Li Meng. It has no obvious flaws or weaknesses and can withstand attacks from kinetic and energy weapons. Not only that, it can also increase the power of the disintegration cannon to a certain extent. If there is a disadvantage, it is probably that it consumes more energy. However, this is not a big problem. After all, his ships all use stellar energy. All stars are free gas stations, so you don't need to worry about fuel. Even in battle, you can get supplies nearby, which is very convenient. Split instance 1, so, adjournment. Split instance number 2, second. Split instance number 3, second. Main body, adjourn. Chapter 64 Warren Star. Outer Ring Star Field, 03145 Star Zone. The starry sky is vast, dark, cold, and dead silent. In the dark universe, a blue planet is floating quietly. It orbits a relatively young yellow dwarf star, in a cycle that has lasted for billions of years. A long, long time ago, it was just a dead star. There are no forests, no mountains, no rivers, and no oceans on the surface. There is only dead Earth. But one day, the arrival of an advanced alien civilization changed the planet. The originally thin atmosphere became dense, and liquid water began to appear on the surface. Tens of thousands of years later, the originally dead planet turned into a habitable planet with greenery. Over the long years, civilizations that loved to transform planets also disappeared in the long river of history. 90% of the habitable planets in the Milky Way today are their legacy. The planet is called Warren and it is a forest planet. Due to its remote location, it is an undeveloped wilderness. On the continent of the Northern Hemisphere, there is a human colonial village. It is called Sunset Village, and it is located in the forest, at the confluence of 2 rivers. Wooden houses are built on the river bank, half in the water and half on the shore. Every household has a small dock, on which small wooden boats can be seen. It can be seen from the dock and wooden boats that the villagers of this village rely on fishing for a living. It can also be imagined that their lives are relatively primitive. Colonies like this with a pristine appearance are not uncommon in the galaxy. After all, humans are keen on retro, and no technological products can be seen on many planets. Even if there is, it will not affect the original lifestyle of human beings. It was already afternoon, and the originally peaceful village was filled with noise. A group of militants armed with blasters rushed into the village, breaking the tranquility of the village. Looking outside the village, among the farmlands, one can see an armed and modified Genesis Star passenger spaceship. It has a double-layer flying wing structure and a relatively bulky hull, making it suitable for flying within the atmosphere. It is 85 meters long, 90 meters wide with a wingspan of 16 meters. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. We have no ill intentions. We are here to bring you wealth. Now, call your leader over. I want to see him. In the village, 51 militants wearing reddish-brown leather armor stood with guns. They were armed with blaster rifles and had bandanas of various colors wrapped around their heads. There is white, yellow, and black. They did not break into the villagers' wooden houses, but lined up behind the leader. The leader was wearing a brown-red leather jacket and a golden scarf on his head. He is not young, about 45 years old. 2 exquisite blaster pistols were hung on his waist. He looked around the village and spoke loudly. The villagers seemed very frightened at the intrusion of a group of strangers. They hid in their homes, peeking out from behind windows and doors. I don't want to waste time. If the person in charge doesn't come out, we have to break in. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of impatience flashed in Spink's eyes. The reason why he was so polite was just to use courtesy before force. If these guys really thought he was easy to talk to, he would let them know what it meant to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Sometimes it takes the death of 1 or 2 people to make the others behave. Crack. Just then, the door of a wooden house in the village was opened. An old man staggered out. As he trotted along, he said, "I'll be right there. Don't disturb the villagers." He is old and his legs are not very flexible. I was out of breath after jogging 100 meters. When he came in front of Spink, the old man took a deep breath. "I am the village chief here, what do you want?" The old man looked at the group of fully armed people in front of him, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Looking at the old man in front of him, Spink grinned. "Try to use the gentlest tone possible and say, 'Look, I have a way to make a fortune and I want you to join me.'" After saying this, Spink glanced around the village. "You must be having a hard time in this small village. Stop fishing and cultivate the land and grow spice grass. I will send people to buy it every quarter. As for the food problem, you don't have to worry. The spaceships that come to buy it will bring enough food and sell it to you at a cheap price. In this way, your life will be much better than it is now. Go ashore and farm. Planting spice grass." The old man shook his head and waved his hands, saying, "Sir, this won't do. We have been fishing for several lifetimes and don't know how to do anything else. If we are asked to farm all of a sudden, we will all starve if we don't do a good job. No, this won't do, this won't do." Seeing that the old man rejected his request to farm, Spink smiled. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep breath. "Old man, you have to think it over carefully. I care so much about you, but you refuse. I will be very angry." At the end, Spink looked at the old man coldly. Facing Spink's cold gaze, the old man shrank his neck. The gang members behind Spink even raised their blasters. A drop of cold sweat dripped down the old man's forehead, and he said bitterly, I understand. I will have a good talk with the villagers." How could the old man not know what spicegrass is? He knew that Sunset Village was being targeted by the group of people in front of him. They want the villagers to grow spicegrass for them. With a grin, Spink said, "That's right. What's the point of living a hard life? Wouldn't it be better for us to get rich together?" Having said this, Spink nodded to his companions behind him. 4 people, 2 in a group, each carry a cloth bag and step out of the line. Then he placed the cloth bag in front of the old man. "There are seeds in here. The first time is free. Don't waste them. Spicegrass seeds are very expensive. Even if I sell all of you, they are not worth the price of these seeds. This is a threat, a naked threat." The old man also heard that if they couldn't grow the spicegrass well, these people might do something unpredictable. "That's all. I'll send someone again in 4 months, then." Boss. Just then, a gang member hurried over from behind. He crossed the line and came to Spink's side. "Boss, this is the young master's communication code. A letter from Caesar." Taking the communication disc from his men, Spink walked aside. When he was away from his men and no one was around, Spink turned on the communication. "Who are you and where is Caesar?" As the blue light flickered, Spink suddenly realized that the person projected was not his son Caesar. It's a chubby robot. For some reason, when Spink saw the robot, he had a bad feeling. Chapter 65. Wait for me. He's dead, not even a slag is left. Fitch Spink, I'm looking for Awfully. She's the person in charge of the military station in Dui's city on Tikstar. Caesar said she's with you. If she loses even a hair, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. I'll find you and we'll meet soon. Wait for me. Before Spink had time to recover from the news of losing his son, the communication was cut off. Wait, who are you, who are you? Spink's face was filled with rage, and he slammed the data disk with his hands frantically, roaring. I want to contact my son Kaiser's communication code. The blue light flickered, and to Spink's surprise, he was able to connect with his son's communication code. However, the holographic image was not of his son, but a strange short snake member of the Kolomi people. This is my son's communication disk. Who are you? Spink asked, suppressing his anger. I'm the bounty hunter Popochi. The owner of this communication disk is dead. I saw a robot kill him with my own eyes. Bounty hunter Popochi. Spink had never heard of the name, but that didn't matter. You had it in your hand the whole time. Yes, it has been in my possession since I picked it up over a month ago. With his brows slightly furrowed, a hint of doubt flashed in Spink's eyes. Then why did the robot that contacted him before display Caesar's communication code? You should know that the communication code is bound to the communication disk. My name is Fitch Spink. If you can deliver the communication disk to the military station on planet Eric, I will give you a generous reward. The name of Fitch Spink is well known to everyone in the Outer Rim Star region. As a bounty hunter, Popochi would naturally not refuse the reward just by delivering a data disk. It's settled then, I'll be right over. The blue light flashed and the communication was interrupted. Caesar. Spink gripped the data disk tightly in his right hand and shouted in a low voice through gritted teeth. The expression on his face was distorted, and there was only resentment in his eyes. How could he not feel hatred and anger when he lost his son in his old age? Awfully, I knew that woman was going to be a big trouble. With a gloomy face, Binsk turned and walked out of the village. Walk. Binsk gave a cold command as he passed the gang members lined up. Following Binsk's order, the Covenant gang began to evacuate the village. Looking at the backs of the Covenant gang members leaving, the old man breathed a sigh of relief. But when he thought that Sunset Village was about to become a poison village, he sighed again. Soon after, engines roared outside the village. Amid the rolling air waves, the Century Star passenger spaceship slowly took off. Then the main engine at the rear spewed out a dazzling tail flame. Under the powerful thrust, the spacecraft rushed straight into the sky at a 60-degree angle and flew into the distance. North Central Ring Star Region. 02331 Star Zone, Edith Star. In the dark universe, a blue planet floats quietly. As an ocean planet, Edith has the most beautiful scenery. The developed tourism industry has also made Edith extremely prosperous. At the entrances and exits of the waterways in the four directions of the planet, blue streams of light emerged from the void. Spaceships of all sizes entered the planet like ants. In the sky of the planet Edith, the meteor showers that streak across the sky never stop. Looking at the surface of the planet, there are islands of all sizes scattered throughout the ocean. Each island has been developed, with green and metal buildings blending perfectly together. Tourist sunbathing can be seen everywhere on the beach, and it is not uncommon to see people swimming in the sea. On the sea, cruise ships of all sizes passed by from time to time, leaving behind long-lasting wakes. And there is an island in the southern hemisphere, a large island with an area of 1 million square meters. It is the largest island on the planet Edith, called Flower Island. The capital of Edith Star, Flower Tower City, is located in it. Looking towards the island, there is a city on the north shore of Flower Island. Tall snow-white spire-like buildings are scattered throughout the coastline and extend inward for dozens of kilometers. All the buildings are covered with vines and colorful flowers. The whole city is shrouded in a sea of flowers and looks very beautiful. On the coast at the northern edge of the city there is a low tower-shaped building, like a giant castle. The surface of the building is covered with vines and colorful flowers. The giant castle is the royal palace, also known as the Flower Palace, the Queen's Palace. It was already afternoon, and in the garden on the back hill of Hua Palace, there was a snow-white pavilion. Outside the pavilion, two figures, one big and one small, flashed, sometimes approaching each other, sometimes keeping a distance. It was Wang Weiner and her teacher Toles. The two men were holding wooden swords, and Toles was teaching the young apprentice swordsmanship. The sound of wooden swords colliding echoed throughout the world. Both of them were dressed in grey robes and were engaging in a sword fight in a serious manner. Wang Weiner was trying hard to attack and defend, and her small body moved nimbly from side to side. Tours was purely on the defensive, and his occasional attack would make Wang Weiner flustered. Compared to the two people who were sweating, the two people in the pavilion seemed much more relaxed. To be precise, it is one robot and one person. In the pavilion, Rosalind was wearing a light blue dress and smiling, occasionally looking at the master and disciple outside. Li Meng stopped completely on the stone table. Rosalind, is being a queen very leisurely? It has been almost 2 months since I came to Edith Star. Since arriving here, I haven't seen Rosalind do anything serious. It can be seen for about 6 or 7 hours a day. Glancing down at the ball on the table, Rosalind smiled. She reached out, picked up a small red fruit from the plate and put it into her mouth. Chio, why are you asking this? Because you are too idle. I haven't seen you doing any serious work since you came here. Rosalind smiled, she could understand Chio's doubts. Chio, you didn't see me studying. Now I don't need to study anymore. I am the queen and also the counselor of the Galactic Federation. I have memorized everything I need to learn as a queen and a counselor 10 years ago. As for the queen's work, you have also seen that I don't need to handle government affairs personally. So that's how it is. Li Meng was speechless. So, Queen Rosalind is a queen without real power? No, that shouldn't be the case. Rosalind was an elected queen, and she was the queen of Edith until her death. It is impossible for an elected queen to be without real power, nor is it possible for her to be just a vase. In order to find out the answer to his question, Li Meng hacked into all devices with open external network ports on Edith. I got a general understanding of the situation on the planet Edith from the complex information database. Chapter 66. Don't speculate on other people's thoughts. Edith is just a small country, very small. The sphere of influence is limited to this star system. The population is only tens of millions, and 90% of people live on various islands on the planet Edith. And 80% of this 90% population lives in Huada City. Edith was originally a territory of the Trade Federation. Because there were indigenous people called the Javanese on the planet Edith, they were forcibly removed from the territory of the Trade Alliance by the Galactic Federation. Because the human colonists on the planet Edith reached an agreement on peaceful coexistence with the Javanese, they stayed and formed their own country. The election of the queen is a tradition of the Javanese people. In order to show peace between the two tribes and increase the sense of identity, the human colonists chose to select their leader in the same way as the Javanese. Because of its small size and small population, the regional governance system is relatively complete. The development direction has long been determined, and it focuses on the tourism industry. Therefore, Queen Rosalind seems to be very idle. The only job is to go to Xingxidong to attend some important meetings and exercise the rights of a reviewer. All unimportant meetings will be handed over to the representatives of New Shidome Edith Star. Rosalind, what do you think of tours? For some reason, Li Meng suddenly asked a very strange question. This made Rosalind glance at the ball, then at Toles outside the pavilion. Looking at Tours, who was training an apprentice, Rosalind looked thoughtful. After thinking for a while, Rosalind said, "He is still a handsome young man." Still. Li Meng murmured in his heart. Rosalind's vision is really high. In his opinion, Tours was quite handsome. As a member of the Knights Templar, he strictly abides by the doctrine. He is gentle to others and has no arrogance. To be honest, she is young, only 23 years old. Rosalind is almost 30 years old, so there is nothing wrong with calling her a young man. Chio, why do you ask me what I think of him? Sometimes Rosalind simply couldn't keep up with the pace of the ball. The topic was a complete mess, with all sorts of ramblings. But it makes people very curious and they have to cooperate. Nothing, I just think that Toll seems to like you. Hearing this, Rosalind was stunned. Her mouth opened slightly, and it took a while for her to close. Continue chewing the fruit in your mouth. Her eyes turned to Toll's outside the pavilion. The expression on his face was thoughtful. After a while, he shook his head and said, "It is the doctrine of the Templar Order to forbid marriage. People like him will not violate the doctrine of the Templar Order." That's not necessarily true. The Knights Templar believe that suppressing emotions is the right path to achieve balance, but humans are able to rise because of their innate desires. He is still young, and dogma can constrain his behavior, but it cannot restrain his emotions. Smiling, Rosalind withdrew her gaze from outside and looked at the ball on the table. "Chocho, why do you think he will like me?" This was the only thing that Rosalind was very curious about. It's simple. You can't hide your love for someone from your eyes. More than 5 months have passed since I left Xingsadong. Whether on the boat or here, Tour's eyes would always be on Rosalind, intentionally or unintentionally. And Tours always looks for opportunities to talk to Rosalind. Perhaps Tours didn't realize there was anything wrong with his behavior. But one day, Tours will discover his feelings. This is probably what it means when a bystander sees more clearly than an involved party. In fact, Li Meng was still looking forward to something happening between Rosalind and Tours. Although the possibility is very small, people always have some gossip. With both hands extended, Rosalind picked up Li Meng from the table and placed him on her lap. She lowered her head and looked at Li Meng, and asked, "Chocho, what can you see from my eyes?" Rosalind's eyes? Li Meng looked at Rosalind's face carefully. "Rosalind, I'm not a Templar. I can't use my psychic powers to sense a person's emotions. I'm a robot. I can only analyze their behavior and get the answer through probability calculations. You just look at me like that. I can't tell what you're thinking. You can't hide the fact that you like someone in your eyes, so this statement is of course a lie." Li Meng simply analyzed Toll's frequent glances at Rosalind and got this answer. What he said may not be right, it may just be what he thinks. Rosalind smiled and said, "So you admit that you are talking nonsense?" "This isn't nonsense, after all, the possibility is still very high." Rosalind still smiled and said, "Chocho, it's wrong to speculate on other people's thoughts. I didn't do that. I'm sorry, I was wrong." Rosalind was right and he was wrong. He shouldn't have tried to guess what Tours was thinking, and certainly shouldn't have expected anything to happen between the two of them like he was watching a play. His wishful thinking is likely to hurt both parties involved. With a slight smile, Rosalind picked up Li Meng again and put him back in his place. Ball, let's go play." At this time, the master and disciple stopped training in the garden outside the pavilion. The little girl trotted into the pavilion. "Where are we going?" Li Meng flew up and went towards the little girl. Seeing Chocho coming towards her, the little girl smiled sweetly. She opened her arms and hugged Li Meng. "Let's go to the forest behind the mountain. The teacher said that I should feel the breath of nature more. This will help improve the compatibility of spiritual energy." As she spoke, Wan Waner carried Li Meng out of the pavilion and headed towards the forest in the back mountain. Looking at Wan Waner's departing back, Rosalind's face looked thoughtful. She always felt a sense of disharmony from the little girl. But I can't explain why. It's not jealousy, but the feeling is sometimes very strong. "Your Majesty, I am sorry for disturbing you these days." Just then, Tols entered the pavilion. Rosalind smiled and invited, "Please sit down." Tols sat down on the stone bench opposite the stone table. "Don't bother me. Chocho and I are friends. If possible, I hope you can stay for a while so that I can show my hospitality and thank you for escorting me back to Edith Planet." Friends? Tours looked outside the pavilion, and at this time, he could no longer see the figure of the apprentice. He thought of Chocho. In the past few months, Her Majesty the Queen had indeed been very close to Chocho. It wouldn't be surprising if the two were friends. Tours also knew that Chocho had a deep friendship with Her Majesty the Queen. After all, it was Chocho who rescued Her Majesty the Queen from distress. Now that the war between the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planets Alliance has officially begun, our leisurely days will not last long. I'm afraid it won't be long before we have to leave and participate in this war. Hearing this, Rosalind fell silent. The war has already begun, and as a Templar, Master Tolls will naturally go to the battlefield. And his little apprentice, as well as Chiochio, will fight for the Galactic Federation. Only when the war is won can peace come again. Chapter 67 Air Combat. Seeing that Her Majesty the Queen was silent and didn't know what she was thinking, Tours did not interrupt. Suddenly, Tolza's expression changed slightly. He seemed to sense something and quickly got up and ran out of the pavilion. Outside, in the sky. Suddenly, blue streaks of light flashed, and warships jumped out of the planet's orbit and into hyperspace. Today, the sky in Huata City is clear and blue. More than a dozen warships of various sizes are clearly visible. That is the fleet of the Alliance of Independent Planets. 1 Independence-class cruiser, 4 Declaration-class destroyers, and 8 Freedom-class frigates, a total of 13 warships. A reorganized squadron of the Independent Planet Alliance. This scene made Tours' face darken. The fleet of the Independent Planets Alliance actually appeared on the planet Edith? Why? Tours simply could not understand why the fleet of the Alliance of Independent Planets appeared on the planet Edith. As a tourist planet, Edith has no value to the Alliance of Independent Planets. Your Majesty, this is the fleet of the Independent Planets Alliance, and they are invading the planet Edith. In the pavilion, Rosalind also received an urgent communication from the Planetary Defense Command. Rosalind rose to her feet and trotted away from the pavilion. Outside the pavilion, she looked up at the sky with a look of surprise and confusion on her face. Immediately activate the Planetary Force Field Shield and notify the people everywhere to retreat to Huata City immediately. Also, a global notice is being issued to all tourists to seek shelter nearby immediately and evacuate Edith Planet on their own if conditions permit. Rosalind did not panic, she knew what she had to do. As the Queen of Edith, she must do what she should do. Yes, Your Majesty, we must protect our home. The blue light flashed and the communication was interrupted. Tolls, who was standing by, also turned on the communication disc, wanting to contact the temple and report the situation here. But Tours had failed, and the long-wave signal had been blocked. The signal from Edith has been blocked, and we can't contact the temple. Hearing this, Rosalind's face darkened. In this way, Edith will lose external aid and can only rely on itself to defend its homeland. But can they resist the invasion of their enemies? The population of Edith is only tens of millions, and apart from the Planetary Defense Force that maintains law and order, there is no other combat army. Meanwhile, in orbit around the planet, the huge fleet has stopped advancing. On the flagship, in the bridge, General Aku, the force field shield of Edith has been activated, and the fleet cannot carry out orbital strikes. A burly figure sat in the captain's seat on the bridge. He was wearing heavy yellow armor and was over 2 meters tall. A helmet that resembled a rat's head confirmed his identity. He is a Scryer General. He waved his hand and ordered in a strong voice, "Send all ground landing troops immediately. We must capture Edith Planet and Flower Tower City. Remember, we must capture Queen Rosalind alive. She cannot die." Yes, the order has been conveyed. The giant rat transport gunboats are being released, and the escort rat fighters are being released. Outside, in the fleet, one after another, the bloated rat gunboats flew out of the hangars of each ship under the escort of rat fighter planes and rushed into the atmosphere. It was a transport gunboat, very bulky. Its appearance is like a fat bat with a big belly. It is 60 meters long, 70 meters wide with a wingspan of 10 meters and is 10 meters high. Nearly 100 giant rat gunboats, escorted by hundreds of rat fighter planes, broke into the atmosphere in an overwhelming manner. The scene was extremely shocking, with the shadows of the planes spread across a vast expanse of the starry sky like locusts. Suddenly, a large area of fiery red meteor shower appeared in Edith's sky. In the Planetary Defense Force Air Force Port in Huata City. It was a hemispherical military airport. The vertical side is the entrance and exit of each hangar, and the smooth side is the hangar. The shrill alarms in the airport resounded throughout the world. Quick, board the plane immediately to meet the enemy, and protect the Edith Planet. In each hangar, logistics personnel were running back and forth in a panic. The sudden attack order made the pilots scramble towards their respective fighter planes. The engines roared and the air surged. In each hangar, a row of sharp fighter planes with streamlined bodies, like arrow tips, quickly took off and rushed out of the hangar. Outside, the attacking sharp fighter jets rushed into the sky like bees leaving their nest. The buzzing sound of the engine resounded through the heaven and earth. Nearly 100 sharp fighter jets rushed into the sky, towards the falling meteor shower. At an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters, the engine roared. More than 100 sharp fighter planes roared past, creating a billowing wave of air. The roar of the engines resounded through the heavens and a fleet of planes rushed towards the fireball shower in the sky at a 60-degree angle. We are approaching the target. All squadrons, pay attention. Focus on attacking the enemy's transport gunboats. As long as we win the ground battle, victory will belong to us. The fighter planes are small, and the warships in orbit can carry enough of them. But gunboats are large in size, and the battleship's hangar cannot carry too many gunboats. As long as the enemy's transport gunboat is destroyed, the enemy's ground force deployment capability can be greatly reduced. Without a sufficiently large ground force, it would be impossible to capture Huata City. If we fail to capture Huata City, the battle will become a stalemate. Once the battle reaches a stalemate, it will do no harm but only benefits to the planet Edith, which is waiting for rescue. The fighter commander realized this at the first moment. In action, fire, fire. In the sky, densely packed fighter planes rushed towards each other from both above and below. On one side is the rat fighter, painted in yellow. On one side is the sharp knife fighter with a blue and white paint job. Swoosh. At that moment, both sides opened fire almost at the same time. The red energy beams and the fire energy beams rushed towards each other in an overwhelming manner. The distinctive sound of the blaster cannon suddenly blended with the roar of the engine. Boom! A large number of fighter planes on both sides were hit and exploded in the air, erupting into a dazzling fireball. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, the rat fighter and the sharp knife fighter collided with each other. To be precise, they converged together. The two sides crossed each other, the rat fighter quickly turned and pursued, while the blade fighter rushed towards the giant rat gunboat behind. Attack freely and destroy the transport gunboat. Faced with the large number of rat fighters, the spearhead fighters cannot fight with them. He could only dodge left and right to avoid the fire from the rat fighter behind him and rush towards the transport gunboat. Swoosh! In higher airspace, the rat gunship's external blaster cannon opened fire. Red energy beams hit the oncoming sharp knife fighter like raindrops. Boom! A large number of sharp fighter planes fell on the way to the charge and exploded in midair. The rumbling sound of the explosion suddenly resounded through the sky. But there were also some sharp-edged fighters that successfully approached the giant rat transport gunship fleet. Swoosh! More than a dozen spearhead fighters rushed into the rat gunship fleet. The onboard high-power blaster cannon fired dense blaster beams, hitting one transport gunboat after another. Boom! One after another, the giant rat gunboats exploded. Some of the aircraft were damaged and fell to the ground with thick smoke. Some exploded directly in the air and turned into dazzling fireballs. The flying debris swept all around. Chapter 68: A Hopeless Battle. Two giant rat transport gunboats were affected by the wreckage of the exploded giant rat transport gunboat. The huge impact force caused the wreckage to hit the giant rat transport gunboat like a cannonball. The two giant rat transport gunboats exploded directly in mid-air and exploded into a huge fireball. The Scryer Rat Men soldiers and Skyrat tanks inside suddenly fell freely and crashed to the ground. The Scryer Rat soldiers were screaming even louder. While the air battle in the sky was getting fierce, on the ground, there was Huata City and Hua Palace. In the combat command room, Tours, Rosalind, Wang Wanner, Li Meng and senior officers of the Planetary Defense Force gathered together. How's the battle going in the sky? In response to Tour's question, the officers in the command room looked at each other. An officer stepped forward, his face looking somewhat embarrassed. The information equipment in the command room has not been used for decades, and many of its functions have become ineffective. Hearing this, Tours was speechless. Even if Edith is a peaceful planet, the law and order system shouldn't be so lax. Facing the gaze of Her Majesty the Queen, Kasafi, the commander of the Planetary Defense Force, lowered his head in shame. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, this is my fault." Although she was very angry, Rosalind knew that now was not the time to lose her temper. Rosalind looked at Chocho beside her and said, "Chocho, can you do it?" Li Meng stretched out the mechanical pliers, waved them and said, "Leave it to me." Moving forward, Li Meng flew onto the control terminal and plugged into the port. Blue light flashed, and a huge holographic map suddenly appeared. It is Edith's global holographic map. The fleet in orbit and the air combat zone were revealed. More importantly, the fighter jets of both sides in the air combat airspace are dynamic. Fighting planes, destroyed planes, and taking off planes were all simulated. What's even more outrageous is that even the blaster cannon beam was simulated. This exaggerated holographic real-time map stunned everyone. They couldn't imagine how Chocho did it. Such detailed real-time dynamic information shows that the ball has integrated all military measures. Such ability requires extremely terrifying computing power. Just then, the picture zoomed in to show an aerial battle scene. A stream of data flashed across the holographic screen, showing all the data of the Planet Defense Force's Air Force pilots. There are 119 people, 71 of whom have their avatars turned red, indicating they are dead. 13 of them successfully jumped out of the plane and survived, and are now moving towards Wada City on the ground. "Help, help, I'm locked in and can't get away, ah. 017, you are crashing, eject, quick. There are too many of them, we need backup." Li Meng entered the command channel within the Air Force fighter squadron. The number of enemies and our own forces was too great, and the attacking aircraft were being destroyed quickly. The Planetary Defense Force's Air Force suffered heavy losses. We recommend that you withdraw immediately to preserve your manpower. According to calculations, in another 5 minutes, all the fighter squadrons that are attacking will be completely destroyed. Li Meng's reminder made everyone in the Combat Command Center look tense. If their air force is completely destroyed, they will lose air superiority. Even if the air force is withdrawn, air supremacy will still be in the hands of the Independent Planets Alliance. But it is better to have it than nothing, and the assistance of fighter jets will be needed in the subsequent ground offensive and defensive battles. Rosalind no longer hesitated and quickly ordered Kasafi, General Kasafi, immediately order all fighters to withdraw. Kasafi hurried forward and pulled out a chuck from his pocket. He placed the card on a scanning panel. "Robot, this is my command code. It has the highest authority. Through it, I can control all military operations on the planet Edith." After taking a look at the chuck on the scanning panel, Li Meng pulled out the mechanical clamp. In just 2 seconds, Li Meng had gained control of all military operations through Kasafi's wisdom code. And opened all military-equipped external network terminals. The communications blockade of the Alliance of Independent Planets is a blockade of subspace communications. In addition to subspace communication, signals from inside the planet can also be transmitted via original ray signals. The radiation signals from inside the planet cannot be shielded. The evacuation order has been issued, and the surviving fighters are evacuating. As the order to retreat was given, the surviving fighters were evacuating on the holographic map. The enemy's fighter planes did not pursue in order to protect the transport gunboat. But even so, only 17 of the sharp fighters were able to successfully escape from the combat airspace. According to calculations, Edith's current armed forces are unable to stop the enemy's attack. We recommend that you evacuate Edith immediately. The blue light flickered, and the holographic image of Edith's planet appeared again. This time, a large number of spacecraft signals were shown inside and outside the atmosphere of Edith. A large number of private and passenger spaceships are evacuating Edith planet. They have not been intercepted by the Independent Planet Alliance fleet. The chance of successful evacuation is 90%. It is recommended to evacuate immediately. After the tourist spaceships have evacuated, there is a 90% chance that the Independent Planet Alliance fleet will block the planet's orbit. The military strength of Edith is too weak. Li Meng did not think that the human government of Edith had any chance of winning. Not to mention the chance of winning, we can't even delay time. "Chocho, I can't leave. I am the Queen of Edith. I can't abandon my people." Faced with Chocho's suggestion to evacuate, Rosalind refused without hesitation. Li Meng was not at all surprised by Rosalind's answer. He knew Rosalind too well, and so did his enemies. Otherwise, the fleet of the Independent Planets Alliance would not allow tourists to evacuate Edith by spaceship. The enemy knew that Rosalind, as queen, would not abandon her people and escape, so they allowed the tourists to leave. After all, tourists come from all over the galaxy, and letting them be affected and die in the war will not benefit the Alliance of Independent Planets at all. Li Meng turned his round body slightly and looked at Tours. Tours, can we ask for help from the temple through the Counselor of Kolomi? In the last terrorist attack on the Galactic Senate, the counselors from Camillo survived. It is said that when the terrorist attack occurred, the Counselor of Kolomi Star happened to go to the bathroom. Tours nodded and said, yes, but Chocho, the fleet of the Independent Planets Alliance has blocked the subspace communication of the planet Edith. It doesn't matter. When the Independent Planet Alliance fleet appeared, I spread the news that the Independent Planet Alliance fleet invaded Edith. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Combat Command Center looked delighted. Now is not the time to be happy. Even if the temple received the distress signal from Edith and sent out a fleet, it would take at least 2 months to reach Edith. With Edith's military strength, it would be a miracle if they could hold out for 3 days at most. 3 days is just a consolation, but in reality it can't last even a day. Once the landing force of the Alliance of Independent Planets landed on Flower Island, the battle could be said to be over. As soon as Li Meng said this, the faces of those who had just shown joy turned gloomy again. Chapter 69 Opportunity for Victory. Your Majesty, as long as you are still here, there is still hope. Evacuate. The reality is cruel. A heart that loves its homeland alone cannot save the planet Edith. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Planetary Defense Force, Kasafi is obliged to protect the safety of Her Majesty the Queen. Rosalind sternly rejected Kasafi's advice. Whatever awaits us, I am willing to bear it together with my people. After saying this, Rosalind turned to look at Tours on the other side. Master Tours, we will fight and never compromise. We need your help. Having a Templar join the fight is a powerful addition. Tours nodded and said, it is my duty. Rosalind looked at Chocho again and pleaded, Chocho, you have to help me and my people. Facing Rosalind's determined gaze, Li Meng knew that she was ready to sacrifice. Not only herself, but also her people. Perhaps surrender is a good option, but that option will never exist on the planet Edith. Li Meng could only say, I understand. I will try my best to buy time. The blue light flickered, and the holographic map changed again. It changed from a planet map to a map of Flower Island. Just in the sky south of Flower Island, the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance is approaching Flower Island. The enemy's landing craft are large in scale. In order to avoid Wata City's ground-based air defense firepower network, the southern plain is their only landing location. What we have to do is to ambush them on the route they must take and delay them as much as possible. There are more symbols on the holographic map, as well as a map of the enemy's predicted marching route. This is a flower forest, a good place for an ambush. Tours, you lead the ground forces of the planetary defense team to the flower forest to block the attack of the enemy's ground forces. It is up to you to decide when to retreat, but I hope you can delay the enemy's attack as much as possible. The longer the delay, the greater our chance of winning. The longer you delay, the greater your chances of winning. Li Meng's words made everyone look surprised. Do they still have a chance of winning? Chocho, do you think we have a chance of winning? Facing Rosalind's expectant gaze, Li Meng responded to her without question. The holographic map turned into a planetary hologram again. Although the underwater heavy anti-aircraft blaster turrets around the world have fallen into disrepair, 80% of them are still usable. If the enemy fleet dares to enter the atmosphere to fight, it will suffer a catastrophic disaster. As long as we can defeat the ground forces of the Independent Planet Alliance, the Independent Planet Alliance will not be able to invade Edith again in a short time. As long as we get this combat result, victory will belong to us. Of course, the premise is that we can defend the force field generator. The holographic map changed again, and the map of Wata City suddenly appeared. If we can't stop the enemy's ground forces, everything will be over. Therefore, how to destroy the enemy's ground forces is the key. Destroy the ground forces of the Alliance of Independent Planets. Looking at the holographic map, the expressions on everyone's faces were solemn. It is not easy to destroy the ground forces of the Independent Planets Alliance. Everyone is well aware of the difficulty involved. Well, I have to say that the Planetary Defense Forces Army is only 4 reserve squadrons, totaling more than 5,000 people. They only have light weapons, no heavy firepower, and no armored vehicles. Kasafii raised his hand and gave a reminder. Only 5,000 troops. Hearing this, everyone frowned. Although the size of the Independent Planets Alliance's ground landing force is currently unknown, it will not be less than 50,000. How can we stop the attack of the enemy's ground forces with only 5,000 troops? I know. So, I just asked Tours to delay the enemy's ground forces attack. Rosalind, if we want to win, it depends on you. Li Meng knew the situation of the Planet Defense Force very well. Since he said there was a chance of winning, he was certainly not talking nonsense. Rosalind looked surprised. She totally couldn't understand what Qiuqiu was thinking. What can she do alone? Although she is a queen, she is just an ordinary woman. She is not a Templar and does not have great power. If she goes to the battlefield, she probably won't survive much longer than the soldiers on the front line. But Rosalind also knew that Qiuqiu would not let her go to the battlefield, and there must be other deeper meanings. Sure enough, the sound of the ball rang out again. Yes, Rosalind, it's you. The planet Edith doesn't only belong to humans, it also belongs to the Javanese. You have to talk to the Queen of the Javanese and ask her to send troops to help us. As long as the Javanese are willing to send troops to help us, we will have won half the battle. Seeking help from the Javanese? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment at Qiuqiu's idea. Although the Javanese have an agreement with the human colonists on Edith, the two sides are allies. But the relationship is not that close. Humans on the surface have not had contact with the Javanese for many years. Both sides just live their own lives without disturbing each other. Is it okay to ask for help from the Javanese now? Rosalind said with difficulty, Qiuqiu, although I know where to find the Queen of the Javanese, we have not had any contact with the Javanese for nearly 10 years. Our relationship is not as good as the rumors outside. We have been in a state of non-interference for thousands of years. Li Meng certainly knew this and was well aware of the history of human colonists on the planet Edith. That's not a problem, Rosalind. You just need to let the Queen of the Javanese know that the Independent Planets Alliance is a human supremacist force. I don't think the Javanese will remain indifferent. After hearing what Qiuqiu said, a hint of surprise flashed in Tour's eyes. Qiuqiu is so smart that he knows how to take advantage of human nature. Tours had some knowledge of the history of the Old Republic. In the days of the Old Republic, the Javanese were considered inferior creatures by the Republic and were not recognized as having intelligence. Therefore, the Javanese at that time were captured by humans as edible marine life. Because of its delicious meat, Javanese has also become a delicacy on human tables. With that history, how could the Javanese people remain indifferent? Rosalind was such a smart woman. After hearing what Qiuqiu said, she understood the deep meaning of Qiuqiu's words. Rosalind knew about the history of the Javanese people being used as food by humans. It is precisely because of that dark history that the humans on the planet Edith have always felt apologetic towards the Javanese. For thousands of years, they have been living with them cautiously, trying not to disturb the lives of the Javanese as much as possible. At some point, humans also helped the Javanese people enter modernity. Use technology to make their lives better. It is only in the past few hundred years that the relationship between humans and the Javanese people has gradually become distant. As for the reason, Rosalind didn't know. Chapter 70, Flower Island Attack and Defense. Now is not the time to hesitate. Rosalind knows that seeking help from the Javanese is the only way to defeat the Independent Planets Alliance. She nodded and said, "Understood, I'll leave right away." Having said that, Rosalind turned around and was about to walk out. "I'll go with you, little girl. You can follow too." The little girl nodded and she moved forward to hug the ball. Although Qiuqiu said she wanted to go with her, which made Rosalind very happy. But Rosalind also knew that Qiuqiu was needed more here. Only Qiuqiu can obtain battlefield information in real time and command this battle efficiently. This is something that no one else, not even the Templar Tolls, can do. Chocho, if you leave with me, who will command the battle? As soon as Rosalind said this, Toles quickly agreed. Chocho, it's no problem for me to be the commander of the frontline war zone, but I don't have the ability to be the commander of the global war zone. I need you here. Tours is a man who knows his own limitations, so it's fine for him to lead troops in battles at the front, and he's very good at it. But if he were asked to command operations in an all-round way, he would not have the ability to do so. Since Li Meng said he wanted to follow Rosalind, he naturally considered all the issues carefully. It's okay. I will give remote commands. Just bring your communication equipment. Her Majesty the Queen is the key to this war. I have to follow her. Just as Li Meng said, Rosalind is the key. To be precise, the Javanese reinforcements were the key. Without the reinforcements from the Javanese, the defense of Flower Island could not be won no matter how well it was fought. Act now, you don't have much time. Just as everyone in the combat command center was doing their own thing, on the plains in the south. Engines roared in the sky, and a number of rat fighter planes escorted the giant rat gunboats over the Flower Island. The swarm of aircraft covered the sky like a flock of birds, and its shadows enveloped a large area of flower plains. For a moment, the engine roared and the airwaves rolled. Densely packed giant rat gunboats landed on the plain that looked like a sea of flowers. As the rear hatch opened, a large number of Skryrii Ratmen soldiers walked out in a line. Some of the giant transport gunboats are loaded not only with Skryer Skaven soldiers, but also with Skyrat tanks. It was a heavy fire support type hover armored vehicle. Its appearance is bloated, like a snail, with a round body. The anti-gravity suspension device allows it to float 10 centimeters above the ground. Its firepower comes from two vehicle-mounted heavy blaster cannons, and there is also a manned rapid-fire blaster heavy machine gun on the roof. This was just the first batch of landing troops. In the sky, another group of aircraft had already entered the atmosphere. The fiery red meteor shower appeared in the sky again. Forward, target, Huada City. On a huge rock on the plain, there is a Ratman commander wearing a red helmet. Unlike other Ratmen, it wears a red helmet and carries a communication backpack with a long antenna. On the plains, tens of thousands of Skryrii soldiers marched northward in an orderly manner. Long dragons were formed one after another. For a moment, the sound of orderly footsteps and the roar of the engines of nearly 100 Sky Rat tanks resounded throughout the world. On the plains, the giant rat gunboat took off again after unloading its cargo and rushed into the sky. Just as the ground forces of the Alliance of Independent Planets landed. In the north, on the main road outside Huada City. Hundreds of boxy, bloated wheeled armored personnel carriers were lined up in a long line on the main road. Wherever it passed, the engines roared, the wheels rolled, and billowing dust was raised. The convoy suddenly stopped on the main road less than 10 kilometers away from Huada City. All teams, listen up. Get off the vehicles immediately and move forward on foot. In one of the wheeled armored personnel carriers, Tours opened the door and stepped out. The convoy could no longer move forward as it had reached the edge of Huada City's anti-aircraft firepower network. If it moves forward, the convoy will lose the protection of the anti-aircraft fire network. If the convoy is attacked by fighter jets of the Independent Planet Alliance, it will have no ability to fight back. Following Tours' order, the doors of the wheeled armored personnel carriers were opened one by one. A large number of soldiers in brown leather uniforms rushed down from the troop carrier. Forward, for Huada City, for Her Majesty the Queen. First team, forward, boys, run. On the main road, nearly 3,000 Planetary Defense Force soldiers were running. There was a black mass of figures, covering the main road that was several miles long. Ahead is the junction of the flower plain and the flower forest outside the city. It was a mangrove forest, and there was only one color all year round, which was red. The trees are extremely tall, with an average height of nearly 30 meters. For many of the Planetary Defense Forces soldiers, they have never fought. They just ran instinctively following orders. As long as there are companions around them, they must obey orders and run. Keep running. Toles, there are enemy aircraft approaching you, hide in the flower forest immediately. Among the running group was Tours. Compared to other soldiers who were tired and panting, his movement seemed much lighter. The warning from Chiochio made Tour's face change. He quickly ordered, "Commanders of all teams, listen up. There are enemy aircraft approaching. Immediately leave the main road and hide in the flower forest. Armored convoy, listen up. Turn around and return immediately to the city to await new orders." While giving orders, Toles ran over the roadside guardrail and ran in a sea of flowers. Just a mile ahead is a forest of flowers. As long as they enter the flower forest, they will be safe. The soldiers are equipped with jamming devices that can avoid the detection of the fighter's sensor array. Even life scanners can be blocked. The development of technology has made war more and more primitive. Get off the road immediately, quickly. Enemy planes are attacking, quickly go to the flower forest. Under the orders of the commanders of each team, the soldiers hurriedly climbed over the guardrails and rushed into the sea of flowers. In the endless sea of flowers, thousands of soldiers were running, stepping on knee-high flowers. In the rear, engines roared and wheeled armored personnel carriers turned around and evacuated. Quick, quick. At the urging of the commanders of each team, a large group of soldiers rushed into the flower forest. The Planetary Defense Force soldiers had just rushed into the flower forest. In the southern sky, 5 rat fighter planes made a low-altitude raid. They flew close to the treetops, and wherever they passed, the roar of their engines swept over. They seemed to have seen the evacuating convoy, and quickly turned and headed straight for the evacuating convoy. Woo! The roar of the engine echoed in the sky. 5 rat fighters roared past the heads of the Planetary Defense Forces and rushed into the sky over the sea of flowers. Just at the moment when the rat fighter plane rushed into the sky above the sea of flowers. From the direction of the distant Wada city, a beam of fiery red energy suddenly attacked. Boom! A rat fighter plane was hit immediately and exploded in midair. The burning debris fell into the sea of flowers like a meteor, stirring up a cloud of soil. The rat fighters reacted quickly, and after their companions were shot down, the remaining rat fighters quickly maneuvered and dispersed to both sides. Still they refused to give up, maneuvering to avoid anti-aircraft fire while rushing towards the evacuating convoy. Chapter 71 Underwater World. Boom! But the anti-aircraft firepower network was too dense, and another rat fighter was shot down. After suffering 2/5 damage in the battle, the rat fighter gave up. The remaining 3 rat fighters turned around and fled in the direction they came from. Boom! While fleeing, another rat fighter was hit in the engine. The out-of-control rat fighter rolled over and rushed towards the flower forest. Get out of the way, get out of the way. The direction in which the out-of-control rat fighter fell was exactly where the Planet Defense Force soldiers were hiding. If this falls down, the loss will be huge. Seeing the rat fighter plane outside falling and rushing towards them, the soldiers in the flower and woods hurriedly dodged in panic. Boom! The out-of-control rat fighter crashed into the flower forest like a falling meteorite. The body of the machine hit the flower tree and immediately broke into pieces and exploded. The burning debris crashed into the flower forest like a cannonball. A few unlucky guys failed to dodge in time and were hit. He was smashed into a pulp without even a scream. Some were even knocked away and screamed before landing. The losses occurred before the battle even started, which made the soldiers who had never participated in a war panic. The commotion in the forest lasted for a long time before it subsided. Master Tours, we have to keep moving forward. We don't have much time left. A battle group commander walked towards Tours. Tours nodded and said, "Let's go." Just as the battle in the south was about to begin, on the sea north of Huadao. The weather is very good today, the sky is cloudless and blue. Everything would be fine if it weren't for that unsightly alliance of independent planets fleet in orbit. On the endless blue sea, a flat and short spaceship is flying close to the sea. Its speed is very slow, no more than 300 kilometers per hour. Suddenly, the spaceship flying close to the sea plunged into the sea. It was a perfect dive, with only a small splash on the sea surface. What is the underwater world like? Li Meng saw it for the first time. Surprisingly, the water was not dark. Perhaps it is because the water in this area is more transparent, resulting in a long visible distance in the water. Rosalind, have you ever been to a Javanese city? In the spaceship, Li Meng controlled the spaceship to sneak along the set route. This amphibious spacecraft is not slow in the water, with a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour. Looking at the underwater environment outside the glass cabin, Rosalind shook her head. I've never been there, but I know where I can find them. My mother once told me that the Javanese live in an underwater abyss that surrounds the planet. In the past, in order to facilitate communication, a platform was built at the end of the route. There is a sonic transmitter there. As long as the sonic transmitter is activated, the Javanese will come to pick them up. At this time, outside, the spacecraft had reached the bottom of the sea more than 5,000 meters deep. It was pitch black outside, I couldn't see anything, it was completely dark. Although the spacecraft turned on the bow lights, the light source could only illuminate 100 meters. The only thing that can be seen is the area where the beam of light shines. Obstacles can only be avoided by scanning the terrain through the spacecraft's scanning array. Rosalind, I think we're here. There was a small red dot flashing on the scanning array screen. That's the signal source of the navigation beacon. In the dark underwater world, the spaceship slowly moved forward with two beams of light. After diving forward for about 3 kilometers, a navigation beacon inserted into the seabed appeared in the light column. At the bottom of the sea, the stealthy spacecraft stopped. Rosalind, did you remember it wrongly? There's nothing here. There was nothing on the seabed except a half-exposed navigation beacon. According to the scanning array, the surroundings are empty and located in a forest of rocks in the water. No, there's nothing wrong with that. If we can find the navigation beacon, it means we are in the right place. It's right here. That's true. The navigation beacon is there, which means we are in the right place. If the place is correct, where is the sonicator? The spacecraft scanning array did not detect any electronic equipment on the seabed other than navigation beacons. Want to turn on the active sonar and give it a try? Since we can't find the sound wave generator, we can use the active sound wave generator on the spacecraft, which may attract the Javanese. After thinking about it, Rosalind nodded and said, then let's give it a try. There is nothing here, something must be done. If sonar emitters can attract the Javanese, then using the spacecraft's sonar will do the same. For a long time, the cockpit was silent. Rosalind looked outside intently. Although she couldn't see anything, she still tried hard to look. The little girl seemed very quiet. She just sat on the chair holding the ball, looking at the underwater world outside with curiosity. Although I can't see anything. Seeing that there was no movement outside, Rosalind asked, Chocho, is it open? It's already on. The scanning array didn't detect any life forms around. Here they come. At this moment, a group of red dots appeared on the display of the scanning array. It's approaching, very fast. Rosalind, how big is the Javanese? Rosalind looked back at the ball in the little girl's arms and said, it's probably about the same size as a human. As soon as Rosalind finished speaking, the spaceship shook violently. Outside, the engines at the ship's rear blasted out swirling plumes of water. The spacecraft turned 180 degrees and dived to the left at high speed. Chocho, what's wrong? The vibration of the spacecraft turning at high speed scared Rosalind. That guy is huge, there's no way he's a Javanese, hold on tight. Are you kidding? The guy behind you is definitely not a Javanese. It was too big. The scanning array display showed that it was at least a 50-meter-long behemoth. No, it's too fast. Seeing that the red mass on the scanning display was approaching at high speed, Li Meng started to calculate quickly. There's no way to escape, you'll be caught up in 20 seconds. Outside, in the darkness of the ocean floor, the lights on the bow of the spacecraft suddenly went out. The outside suddenly fell into complete darkness. The engine at the rear was also shut down, and the swirling vortex disappeared instantly. In the cockpit, all indicator lights went out and everything returned to darkness. Outside, the powerless spacecraft glided underwater and rushed into a pool of mud, stirring up a rolling mud. When everything calmed down, the cockpit was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. It was not quiet outside, there was a rustling sound. The sound is transmitted into the cab through liquids and solids. In the darkness, just above the spaceship, a huge shadow loomed and swam slowly by. It didn't leave, but kept wandering around. Chocho, what is that? Rosalind asked in a low voice. Although she knew her voice wouldn't get out, the atmosphere at the moment made Rosalind extremely nervous, and she subconsciously lowered her voice. It should be a hammerhead shark, an alien marine creature thrown into the Edith Sea by human colonists. Hammerhead sharks are not native to Edith's oceans. It comes from an ocean planet called Poseidon. The planet is famous in the Milky Way for being home to giant sea monsters. Not to mention marine creatures that are 50 meters long, there are even marine creatures that are hundreds of meters long. Chapter 72 Undersea City. Trouble. Looking at the huge black shadow swimming slowly on the seabed outside, Li Meng said in his heart. The ship was a stealth civilian vessel and had no weapons on board. If there were 2 blaster cannons, he wouldn't have escaped at all. Just confront him head-on and kill him. No matter how ferocious the hammerhead shark is, it is just a mortal marine creature. In front of the powerful blaster cannon, it will be blown to pieces. Although the power and attack range of the blaster cannon will be greatly weakened when used in water. But it is enough to deal with hammerhead sharks. Chio, is it gone? I don't know how long it took, but it finally became quiet outside. On the dark seabed, the huge black shadow that was visible just now disappeared. Li Meng looked around but didn't see any hammerhead shark. We should go. As I was speaking, outside, above the spaceship, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared and swam slowly past. It was so close to the spacecraft that it almost brushed its belly. The 3 people on the spacecraft could even see the scales on the hammerhead shark's belly. This made Rosalind's face change slightly, and she dared not speak again. He just looked at Li Meng, as if asking, what should I do now? At this moment, the hammerhead shark that was moving away in the darkness outside changed direction again. It's back. In the darkness, its huge, ferocious mouth and blue pupils gradually emerged. It seemed to have discovered the spaceship, and it was getting closer and closer. Just outside the cockpit, it stopped. The huge eyes seemed to be staring at the 3 people in the cabin. The big mouth with exposed serrations was slightly open, as if showing signs of attack. This horrifying scene made the 3 people in the cabin dare not move. At that moment, it moved. It suddenly opened its mouth wide, swayed its huge body vigorously, and bit towards the spaceship. This scene made Rosalind's face change in the cockpit. Just as the hammerhead shark's huge teeth were about to bite the cockpit. Outside, several blue beams appeared from the darkness on the left. There were 3 beams of light in total, which swept across the dark seabed like meteors and hit the hammerhead shark. The sudden attack caused the hammerhead shark to change direction and rush into the direction where the blue beam came from. Outside, the huge black shadow of the hammerhead shark appeared and disappeared. There are also blue beams of light flashing along with it. After about 30 seconds, everything outside became quiet. The huge shadow of the hammerhead shark is no longer visible. There is no more flash of blue light beam. Chio, turn on the light. Rosalind seemed to realize something. Li Meng started the engine and the cockpit suddenly lit up. Outside, 2 dazzling beams of light shot out from the bow of the spacecraft. As the lights turned on, 3 slender figures appeared in the eyes of the 3 people in the sea just outside the cockpit. They floated in the water, their feet swaying slightly. In his hand he held a 1.3 meter long weapon. It is dark green in color, has tiny scales on its skin, and has a head that resembles a fish head. Mercemen. Looking at the 3 figures floating in the water outside, Li Meng said in his heart. It's so similar, it's exactly the same as the Murlocs in World of Warcraft. It's just that it's much taller, about 1.6 meters, a little shorter than humans, but the difference is not that big. When he saw Rosalind and the little girl in the cabin, they looked at each other, as if communicating. After a while, the 3 fishmen seemed to reach an agreement. One of the fishmen waved to Rosalind, then turned and swam into the darkness. Rosalind, are they? Although the Javanese people live in the Sea of Lemonides, no one knows what they look like. The human colonists living on the island seem to intentionally conceal information about the Javanese. Rosalind nodded and said, yes, that's them. On the seabed, the spaceship's engine started, stirring up a cloud of mud and sand, and chased after the 3 figures in the depths of the darkness. With a navigator, the journey became much easier. It gradually increased from the original depth of 6 or 7,000 meters to 10,000 meters. The seabed also became darker and more silent. Some marine life can still be seen at a depth of 6 or 7,000 meters. But at a depth of 10,000 meters, there are only bare rocks and mud on the seabed. Chocho, can we succeed? Rosalind really had no confidence about this trip to the Javanese. She had never seen the Javanese before, but had only heard about them from her mother. Now, she has to reconnect with the Javanese on behalf of humanity. Rosalind, whether we succeed or not, at least we have tried. Even if we fail, as the Queen you have done what you can. Let nature take its course for the rest. If failure is inevitable, we can only accept the reality. Li Meng never lets himself get stuck in a rut. After all, human power is limited, so just do your best. The world does not revolve around you, and there will always be obstacles in your life that are difficult to overcome. After you get over it, life continues and there will be another hurdle waiting for you. If you can't get over it, then keep trying. Time won't stop for you. It wasn't exactly words of comfort, but it was helpful. Rosalind's mood was much calmer. Yes, for now we can only take one step at a time and let nature take its course. It's redundant to think about anything now. She must go to meet the Queen of the Javanese and do her best to get reinforcements. Rosalind, we're here. Outside, 10,000 meters below the sea. The spacecraft sailed into a large rift on the seabed. The Great Rift Valley is huge, several kilometers wide. It is unfathomable, like an abyss. But in the dark abyss, there was a light that dispelled the darkness. It was a city located at the bottom of the abyss. A large number of buildings are stacked up like mushrooms in the water. What's more difficult is that the city is wrapped in a huge bubble. The Javanese are amphibious marine creatures. Although they can survive in the deep sea for a long time, they also need to go to the surface to breathe. This is also how human colonists were able to capture them during the Old Republic. In the abyss, the spaceship slowly approached the bubble layer outside the city. In front of the bubble, the leading Javanese pointed to a platform in the bubble. A large number of Javanese soldiers were already waiting on the platform. Li Meng knew that the Javanese who were leading the navigator wanted them to land on the platform. The spacecraft continued forward, passing through a thin layer of bubbles. This is strange, the water pressure here is extremely strong. How do flexible bubbles withstand strong water pressure? Looking at the ripples caused when the spacecraft passes through the bubble, there should be some kind of force field supporting it internally. Similar to an airtight shield. The engines roared, air waves rolled, and the spacecraft slowly landed on the platform. Crack. As the hatch opened, Rosalind, the little girl, went down the ladder and left the spacecraft. When her feet touched the ground, the little girl looked around. When she saw the Javanese soldiers who had no debts at all, she was filled with surprise. In the little girl's eyes, these Javanese soldiers looked too strange. Hello, I am the Queen of Huara City. I came here to request an audience with your queen. Chapter 73 Ambush. Rosalind is worthy of being the queen, she knows what she should do. After leaving the spaceship, she was not afraid at all when facing the Javanese people who looked somewhat ferocious. She took a few steps forward and spoke calmly. But the Javanese obviously didn't understand what Rosalind was saying. They looked at each other and made cooing sounds to each other. It seemed to realize that the Javanese could not understand the federal language, and that he could not understand what they were saying. Rosalind looked at Chocho for help. Facing Rosalind's pleading gaze, Li Meng broke away from the little girl's arms and walked forward to Rosalind's side. And described again in Javanese what Rosalind had said. Humans, please leave here. The Javanese do not welcome you. Please do not disturb our lives. Just then, a Javanese elder came from behind. He was wearing a light yellow robe, leaning on a cane, and his steps were a little unsteady. His arrival caused the Javanese soldiers on the platform to make way and lower their heads. Looking at the elder approaching, Li Meng translated his words to Rosalind. Rosalind frowned slightly, she seemed to realize why Huara City had lost contact with the Javanese. This should be a unilateral act of the Javanese people. I must see Her Majesty the Queen. My people are suffering from the war. I need the help of the Javanese. Rosalind naturally would not give up, so she made her purpose known. Li Meng translated Rosalind's words to the Javanese elder and added a few words. The human supremacists have made a comeback and brought war to the planet Edith. I must meet Her Majesty the Queen. My people are suffering from the war and I need the help of the Jawa people. Hearing this, a hint of anger flashed in the elder's eyes. He hesitated and poked the ground with his crutch. Then he turned and walked in the direction he came from. The elder's reaction made Rosalind unsure of what it meant, and she looked at Chucho. Let's follow them. As soon as these words came out, Rosalind was delighted and hurriedly followed. The Javanese soldiers did not stop the three men. Looking at the elder's back, Li Meng murmured in his heart. Sure enough, even after thousands of years, they have not forgotten what happened to the Javanese during the Old Republic. Although it is not certain whether we can borrow soldiers, it is finally a good start. At the same time, on Flower Island, in the flower forest in the south. It was already afternoon and the sun was high in the sky. From time to time, over a dense forest of flowers and trees, there were the roars of engines and the whistling of rat fighter planes. Attention, all teams. This time we are fighting a blocking battle. Once the battle begins, fight and retreat. Don't fight to the end. Behind a big tree in the woods, Toll stood with his back against the tree. He used the portable communicator at his ear to command the soldiers on the front line. Because the combat mission is to delay the enemy's advance. Tours did not gather all the soldiers in one area. Instead, he ordered each team to disperse along a 20-kilometer-long front. The reason for this arrangement is that the enemy army does not have a single marching route. A total of 17 marching teams were marching in parallel through the flower forest. The enemy arranged this to prevent ground forces from being bombarded by large-scale weapons. Once the ground forces are dispersed, even if one of them is bombed, the loss will be within an acceptable range. In a large forest, soldiers hidden everywhere can be seen. Some lay in the bushes, and some hid behind big trees. Others hid in the trees with proton rockets on their shoulders. Just outside the woods there is a dirt road. That was not a road, but a dry river. The river disappeared decades ago due to the drying up of water sources upstream. Without the nourishment of water, the river channel gradually dried up and became hard. Eventually, a natural road was formed, which became one of the routes for self-driving tours to Huadao. The wider river channel also became one of the marching routes for the ground forces of the Alliance of Independent Planets. Master Tours, they are coming. The team commander hunched over and trotted over to Tours. He received news from soldiers at the front that the enemy army was approaching. Outside, at the end of the river, a marching team appeared. A large number of Skyrii soldiers wearing yellow armor followed on both sides of the rat tank. The orderly footsteps and the roar of the engine suddenly echoed in the flower forest. The arrival of the enemy made the planetary defense soldiers who were ambushed in the flower trees on both sides of the river nervous. They looked out and watched the enemy approaching along the river little by little. The proton rocket team hidden in the flower forest was ready for battle. As long as the squadron commander gives the order, they will deal a devastating blow to the enemy tanks. Closer, closer. In the river outside, the Skryer Ratman army entered an ambush. The roar of the hover tank's powerful engine echoed clearly in my ears. The planetary defense soldier hiding in the flower forest was dripping with cold sweat on his cheeks. Master Tours. Seeing that Tours was slow to issue the attack order, the team commander became anxious. If the enemy troops were allowed to advance further, once the battle started, the two sides would likely be entangled in a fight. It would not be easy to extricate yourself at that time. Drawing the phase sword from his waist, Tours said in a deep voice, "Attack." Hearing this, the team commander quickly lowered his voice and ordered, "Open fire, attack freely. Call out." Following the order from the team commander. In the woods on both sides of the river, only a sharp whistle could be heard. One after another, proton rockets rushed out of the forest with long tails of flames and attacked their respective targets. Boom! Several Sky Rat tanks in front of the Skryer Ratman marching team were immediately hit. The explosion sparkled and mushroom clouds of fire rose up. The Rat tank, which had no onboard shield, was hit by a proton rocket, and its thick armor was torn apart layer by layer. The impact of the explosion mixed with waves of fire swept all around. The Scryer Ratmen soldiers near the Sky Rat tanks were immediately affected. Those who were closer had their bodies torn apart by the shock wave of the explosion, with their limbs and body parts flying everywhere. Those who were farther away were directly knocked away, and they were thrown to the ground. Kill them all. Bursts of angry roars were heard from the flower trees on both sides of the river. Swoosh! The distinctive sound of blaster rifles suddenly rang out in a dense pattern. On the front line that was hundreds of meters long, fiery beams of blasting energy spread out from the flower trees like raindrops, attacking the Scryer Ratman army in the river. Shoo! A large number of Scryerii were hit immediately. Sparks burst out from the yellow armor. The huge impact force caused the Scryer Rat soldiers to retreat again and again. The blasters in the hands of the Planetary Guard soldiers were too weak to penetrate armor with one shot. If one shot isn't enough, use multiple shots and concentrate your firepower on the attack. Under the attack of blasting energy beams like raindrops, the Scryer Ratmen soldiers in the river fell one after another. Attack, advance. But the Scryerii soldiers were not afraid. Under the command of the commander, they launched a counterattack. The long team split into two and fought back at the enemies in the flower trees on the left and right. Chapter 74, Hasty Evacuation. Swoosh! Red beams of blaster energy shot out from the muzzles of the blaster rifles in the hands of the Scryer Rat soldiers. It is extremely powerful and has fierce firepower. If you meet a tree, pierce it; if you meet a person, pierce him. Boom! The flower tree that was penetrated by the blasting energy beam exploded and caught fire. Squeak! In the flower forest, a large number of Planet Defense Force soldiers were hit and their bodies were pierced directly. The firepower and protection of both sides are completely unequal. Once the firefight started, the Planetary Defense Force was completely at a disadvantage. The Scryermen outside didn't even seek cover. They marched in formation under the fire of the Planetary Defense Force, firing their guns as they advanced into the forest of flowers and trees. In the rear, a large number of Scryerii soldiers were running forward to provide support. Boom! The tanks in the rear launched indiscriminate bombardment into the flower and woods. A dazzling red beam of light shot out from the thick muzzle and rushed into the forest. For a moment, intensive explosions occurred in the flower forest. Mushroom clouds of fire rose up and the shock wave of the explosion swept around. A large number of flowers and trees were destroyed by the tank's cannon fodder and fell to the ground while burning. The Planetary Defense soldiers hiding in the flower forest suffered heavy losses. At this moment, in the chaos of fighting, a grey-robed figure rushed out. Amid the whooshing sound of the air being torn apart, he held a milky white phase sword in his hand. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted a lot of firepower. It's the Templar scum, kill him. Kill him, Templar scum. When they saw Tours, the Scryer Skaven soldiers seemed particularly angry. Several commanders wearing red helmets roared at Tours. Tours rushed out from the flower forest, wielding the phase sword with one hand, and dodged left and right. The red blaster beams were constantly bounced off the phase sword. Some flew in other directions, while others returned the same way and accurately hit the Scryer Ratmen soldiers. Tours leaped up from the running position. With a somersault, his nimble figure crossed a distance of more than 30 meters and landed among the Scryer Ratman soldiers. He wielded the phase sword in his hand with great force. One after another, he chopped down the Scryerii soldiers as if they were melons and vegetables. Under the indestructible phase sword, the armor on the Scryer Skaven soldiers was no different from a piece of paper and could not protect them. Tanks, fire, fire. Seeing the Templars charging into the team and killing everyone, the Scryer Ratman commander became angry. He quickly ordered the rat tanks in the rear to open fire. In the rear, a rat tank slightly turned its gun and aimed at Tours. Commander, there are friendly troops blocking the way, they will be accidentally injured. The commander of the rat tank discovered that friendly forces were blocking the ray and he could not fire. I don't care, fire now. The clear order from the commander made the Scryer Ratman tank captain no longer hesitate. Fire, fire, kill the Templar scum. Swoosh! The rat tank opened fire. The two vehicle-mounted heavy laser cannons fired thick red beams of blaster energy. He instantly crossed a distance of several hundred meters and attacked Toles, who was in front of the team. Boom! There were intensive explosions where Tours was. Mushroom clouds of fire mixed with mud rose into the sky. A shock wave visible to the naked eye swept across the surroundings. A large number of scryer were affected, knocked away, and had their bodies torn apart. Don't stop, fire, fire. The flames of the explosion covered everything, and the scryer Ratman commander did not see with his own eyes the Templar debris reduced to ashes. It roared and growled. At the commander's urging, the rat tanks continued firing. The firepower was concentrated in a small area. For a moment, in that area, the soil was blown away layer by the exploding energy beam. Suddenly, at this moment, a grey-robed figure leaped out from the exploding flames. It was Tours. He was safe and sound, not even his grey robe was damaged at all. Retreat, retreat immediately. Tours did not fight anymore. He rushed into the flower forest without looking back. Although I used the psychic field to resist the attack of the heavy blaster beam just now. But he had been exhausted and no longer had the strength to fight. Retreat, retreat, fire flares. As soon as the battle started, communications were severely interfered with. If the distance is a little further, communication will no longer be possible. The retreat information can only be conveyed through flares. Following Tours' order to retreat, the planetary defense team in the flower forest evacuated in panic. They abandoned the enemy in front of them and ran deeper into the forest. Call out. All I heard was a sharp whistle. A red flare rose into the air and exploded hundreds of meters in the sky. The battle wasn't just happening in this one place. Battles took place one after another along a front that stretched for several kilometers. As the flares rose into the air, one red flare after another rose in the distant forest. The Planetary Defense Force troops that were blocking the Skryrii Skaven army began to evacuate. Don't let them get away, move forward, move forward. The engine roared, and the rat tank continued to move along the main road. A large number of Skryrii soldiers rushed into the forest and pursued the evacuating Planetary Defense Force soldiers. For a moment, in the depths of the forest, beams of fire and red blaster energy danced wildly, and gunshots rang out everywhere. As soon as the battle started, rat fighter planes came to support in the sky. But they did not participate in the battle, but cruised in the sky to intercept possible enemy aircraft. The flower forest is too dense. If you join the battle without being able to distinguish between friend and foe, you may accidentally injure friendly forces that are in an advantageous position. 2 hours later, in the south of Huada City, at the junction of the Sea of Flowers and the Flower Forest. Figures surged in the dense flower forest, thousands of soldiers rushed out of the forest and ran wildly in the Sea of Flowers. Looking down from the sky, the soldiers rushing out of the flower forest were like a wave. A dark mass swept towards the distant Huada City. Immediately retreat to Huada City and set up a defense line in the city, quickly. Among the many soldiers running wildly in the Sea of Flowers, Toles was among them. The disparity in military strength between the two sides was too great to engage in direct confrontation. Blocking the enemy in the flower forest for several hours was the limit. If the battle continues, the planetary defense force will be wiped out. Master Tours, the gap in strength between the two sides is too great. We must mobilize the citizens to join the battle. On the communicator, Toles received a message from Kasafi. General Kasafi, this is not a fight for civilians. We cannot drag civilians into this war. Untrained civilians holding guns will not change the outcome of the war, but will only increase casualties. The humans on the planet Edith have been at peace for too long. They have not experienced the baptism of war and do not know the horror of war. Although the soldiers of the Planet Defense Force performed very bravely in the blocking battle just now. But their combat capability is extremely poor and they have no idea how to protect themselves on the battlefield. Their combat concept is still at the stage of shooting. This resulted in heavy casualties among the Planetary Defense Force, with only 3/5 of the soldiers surviving. Even the retreat was far from orderly. This can be seen from the soldiers who are just concentrating on rushing forward in the Sea of Flowers. Chapter 75 Anti-Aircraft Combat. Master Tours, our soldiers have suffered heavy casualties. Even if we can successfully withdraw to Huada City, we will not be able to stop the attack of the ground forces of the Independent Planet Alliance. They have too many troops, almost endless, and we have no chance of winning. Yes, we have no chance of winning, but you have to trust your queen. All we have to do is buy time. Without saying anything more, Tours ended the communication. At this point, if nothing unexpected happens, failure is inevitable. Even if they successfully retreated to Huata City, they would not be able to stop the Scryer Ratman army. Kasafi understood this, and so did Tours. But as a Templar, he would not grant Kasafi's request to drag civilians into this war. It's a group of planes. Be careful, the enemy's group of planes is coming. Just in the sky behind, a large number of rat fighters were swooping down. No one knew how many aircraft there were, they formed a black mass, at least several hundred of them. Some of them targeted the Planetary Defense Force soldiers in the Sea of Flowers, while most of the mouse fighters rushed towards the Flower Tower City. At this time, on the edge of the city south of Huata City, tall anti-aircraft towers stand in the city like a forest of guns. The twin heavy anti-aircraft blaster cannons on the sentry tower turned slightly and aimed at the sky to the south. Swoosh! All that could be heard was the rumbling sound of artillery fire, and dozens of twin-linked heavy anti-aircraft blaster cannons spewed out flames. Dense and thick beams of fire-colored energy attacked the southern sky. In that direction, a dark shadow was approaching at high speed. That was a group of enemy aircraft, the rat fighters of the Scryer Ratmen. Energy beams like raindrops swept across the sky and rushed into the fleet of machines. Boom! The fleet of planes in the sky suddenly burst into flames. Faced with the attack of heavy anti-aircraft blaster cannons, the rat fighters' weak armor was simply unable to withstand it. Once hit, it was completely destroyed and broken into pieces. The burning debris rushed towards the Earth like a falling meteor. This time, the alliance of independent planets came prepared. The huge fleet of aircraft rushed into the sky above Huata City at high speed amid anti-aircraft fire. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th squadrons are responsible for clearing the anti-aircraft firepower points in Huata City. The remaining squadrons will focus on attacking the force field generator. The combat operation begins. There is a red-painted rat fighter in the fleet. Its pilot is the commander of the fleet. With his order, the group of planes that had just rushed into the sky above Huata City split into two and dived towards Huata City. The part that was divided into two was divided into four again, and rushed towards the anti-aircraft firepower areas in the four directions of Huata City. The other part rushed towards the central area of Huata City. Right in the central area of Huata City, there is a low fortress. There is a round device on the top of the fortress. Its body is extremely huge, with a diameter of over 100 meters. A transparent, twisted beam of light was rising into the sky, reaching the edge of the atmosphere, then spreading out and enveloping the planet. That's the force field generator. The transparent and distorted light column is a visual phenomenon caused by the force field being extremely dense. For a time, the war spread to Huata City. The air defense zones in the four directions of the city opened fire crazily, and fiery beams of energy ravaged the sky of Huata City. Rat fighter planes were constantly being hit, and the wreckage hit the streets and alleys like meteorites falling to the earth. There were also anti-aircraft heavy blaster turrets that were destroyed by the diving rat fighters, exploding with a loud bang, and billowing fireballs rose up. Swoosh! In the central area of Huata City, more than a dozen rat fighters broke through the densest anti-aircraft firepower network and launched an attack on the force field generator. The onboard blaster cannons fired frantically, spewing out dense red blaster beams. The red energy beam suddenly swept towards the force field generator like raindrops. Just as the red energy beam was about to hit the force field generator, a transparent barrier suddenly appeared around the force field generator. The blaster beam hit the transparent barrier as if it had sunk into a quagmire, penetrating several meters before dissipating. That is a force field shield, a miniaturized force field shield. A force field generator that is being activated can only protect itself with a force field shield. It's a force field shield. The attack is ineffective. Retreat. Change the target. Destroy the anti-aircraft firepower point of Huata City. Seeing that the force field generator was protected by a force field shield, the commander of the Rat Fighter Squadron immediately gave up the idea of continuing the attack. The rat fighter does not carry kinetic weapons and cannot deal with force field shields. If you want to destroy the force field shield, you can only let the ground troops slowly pass through the force field shield and destroy the force field generator inside. Just when the air defense battle in Wada City was fierce. In the Sea of Flowers outside the southern city, the Planetary Defense Force, having lost its anti-aircraft fire cover, is being attacked by rat fighters. Every time the rat fighter dives, a series of explosions will occur on the ground. A large number of Planetary Defense Force soldiers were hit, their bodies torn apart by the shock wave of the explosion, and they were blown away. The rat fighters in the sky were like flies, constantly diving and attacking. This made the Planetary Defense soldiers on the Sea of Flowers targets, causing heavy losses. One soldier couldn't stand the fear of enemy planes in the sky. He wielded two rapid-fire multi-barreled heavy blasters and fired at the rat fighters in the sky, roaring and shouting loudly. Dense beams of explosive energy formed a long dragon that swept across the sky. A rat fighter plane was hit immediately, and sparks burst out from the fuselage. But that's all. No matter how weak a fighter plane's defense is, it cannot be destroyed by individual infantry weapons. Unless you are lucky enough to hit a weak point, such as the connection between the wing and the fuselage. Although there were many soldiers fighting back with guns in the Sea of Flowers. But the soldiers armed with heavy multi-barrel blaster machine guns are the most eye-catching. A rat fighter targeted it and swooped down. The roar of engines in the sky was getting closer and closer. The soldier holding the heavy multi-barrel blaster with extremely strong energy also spotted the rat fighter diving towards him. He turned the gun around and fired wildly. The dense beam of blasting energy turned into a fire dragon that soared into the sky and hit the cockpit of the rat fighter. Squeak. For a moment, dense red flames burst out from the cockpit of the rat fighter. Faced with the soldier's attack, the rat fighter did not dodge. It seemed to be mocking the soldier's powerlessness as it refused to open fire even after entering attack range. It was toying with the soldier, trying to end his hopes at the last moment. Closer, closer. In the cockpit of the rat fighter, the Scryer Ratman pilot had his finger on the fire button. As long as he presses it, the poor human being on the ground will be beaten to pieces. Chi-chi, die, you human scum. Just at the moment when the Scryer Ratman pilot pressed the fire button, a grey-robed figure stood in front of the soldier. That was Toles holding a phase sword. He stretched out his left hand, palm facing forward, and pushed it toward the sky. Boom! In the sky, the diving rat fighter seemed to hit a transparent wall and exploded with a loud bang. The burning body parts turned into a rain of fire and fell beside the two people on the ground. Chapter 76. We didn't lose. Master, thank you. Looking at Toles in front of him, the soldier had nothing but awe in his eyes as he thanked him. Run, keep running. After saying this, Tours ran away. As he ran, he swung his right hand holding the sword toward the sky. The phase sword suddenly flew out in a spin and hit a Ratman fighter that was diving and shooting 100 meters away. Boom! The rat fighter was hit by the phase sword, its body was cut directly in half, and it exploded in midair. In the surging flames and the rain of fire and wreckage of the aircraft, the flying phase sword spun back into Turz's hand. This is mind control, one of the most basic abilities of the Templar. The stronger the person, the greater the distance they can control. And Tours can move objects hundreds of meters away with his mind. Of course, it also depends on the weight. The greater the distance, the lighter the object that can be moved. Although Tours is strong, he is only one person after all. There was no way to stop the rat fighters from licking the ground and slaughtering the Planet Defense Force soldiers. In the Sea of Flowers, the one-sided massacre made the battlefield seem extremely cruel. There were fleeing Planet Guard soldiers everywhere, and screams could be heard everywhere. Meanwhile, in orbit around the planet Edith, Independent Planets Alliance fleet, on the bridge of the fleet flagship General Aku, the ground forces are about to arrive at Wada City. Our fleet is destroying the anti-aircraft firepower points of Wada City. The operation is going smoothly. Our rat fighters have suffered heavy casualties, General Aku, we should drop stun bombs to eliminate those human scum. Yes, the flying squirrel bombers are ready, let them go. In the bridge, the Ratman bridge crew were reporting one after another to the burly figure sitting in the captain's chair. Listening to the noisy voices of his subordinates, Ku seemed a little impatient. "Shut up, you idiots. Our goal is to conquer, not to destroy. This is General Oswald's order." Facing Aku's scolding, the bridge crew on the lower deck quickly turned around and pretended to work. "General Aku, we have discovered some Templar scum. Should we report this to General Oswald?" "Templar scum?" Inside the helmet, Aku's golden pupils shrank suddenly. He rose to his feet but sat back down again. "Don't worry about him. He alone can't change the outcome of the war. We have blocked subspace communications, so he can't do anything. Inform the ground troops that if they encounter any Templar scum, they should be killed on the spot. I will take his head and present it to the great General Oswald. Let's just hand that guy over to the ground troops. As the fleet commander, it is better for him to stay in charge of the fleet." Aku was not impulsive. His instinct told him that it would be better to stay in charge of the fleet. "Do you really want to do this? I think it's better to be careful. After all, General Oswald was once a scum of the Templars." Yes, this is too barbaric. General Oswald may not like it. He might even use his mind to strangle you, and it will snap in a snap. That scene should be very interesting. It would be nice if I were there. The general's meat must be delicious. Hurry up and stop talking. I'm hungry. We are still in the battle and cannot leave our posts. The bridge crew on the lower deck started chatting with each other, changing the topic. In the captain's seat, inside the helmet, Ku's mouth slightly grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. "Shut up, you bastards!" he roared, startling the bridge personnel on the lower deck. They immediately stopped and went back to work. On Flower Island, the ground war continues. Forward, into battle formation. At the junction of the Sea of Flowers and the Flower Forest, on the boundary line that is several kilometers long, more than a dozen marching groups of Scririi emerged from the Flower Forest. They marched in unison, following the bloated rat tank forward, and forward again. The orderly footsteps and the roar of the engine intertwined together, echoing between heaven and earth. Looking down from the sky, more than a dozen marching groups of Scryer rat men formed more than a dozen long dragons. Soon, in the Sea of Flowers, the figures of Scryer rat soldiers appeared one after another. After leaving the Flower Forest, they changed their formation. It changed from the original marching formation to a combat formation. In the vast Sea of Flowers, more than 200,000 Scririi soldiers formed hundreds of phalanxes. They were arranged in neat rows, with the line stretching for several kilometers. More than 200 rat tanks were driving between the square formations. The huge team marched forward in orderly steps, the knee-high flowers were trampled, and the earth seemed to be shaking. 7 kilometers ahead, the Planetary Defense Force soldiers were still fleeing. The rat fighter planes in the sky were swarming like flies. Sometimes it dives low, sometimes it soars into the sky. There was also smoke in Huara City not far away. "Master Tours, we lost." The voice from the communicator left Tours speechless. He stood in the Sea of Flowers, looking around at the soldiers fleeing in panic. Behind him was the Flower Tower City, and in the distance, the terrifying Scryer Ratman army had already revealed its hideous and terrifying appearance. There has been no news from Chochio either. If this continues, failure will be inevitable once the Scryer Ratman army enters the city. We haven't lost yet. At this moment, Li Meng's voice suddenly sounded from the communicator. Both Tours and Kasafi in the Combat Command Center heard it. Woo! At this moment, a loud horn sounded suddenly from the sea in the west. A Javanese man appeared on the sea less than 3 kilometers from the coastline. It is like sitting in the water with a huge conch in its hands. The powerful horn sound comes from the conch in its hand. A huge shadow was vaguely visible in the sea water beneath it. In the sea around it, huge shadows appeared one after another. One after another, the Javanese people armed with pulse spears emerged from the water. Crash! On the sea surface several miles away, the sea surface was surging and splashing. One by one, the Javanese people rode on marine creatures that looked like flying fish and rushed out of the sea and soared into the sky. 1, 2, 3, their number is endless. Soon, nearly 10,000 flying fish knights rushed out of the sea. Hundreds of meters in the air above the sea, overwhelming numbers of flying fish knights rushed towards Flower Island and the battlefield. Standing on the back of the flying fish, the Javanese man, who was steadying his body only by a rein, raised the pulse spear in one hand and shouted, "Wow wow." On the sea not far away, thousands of Javanese emerged from the water. His mount in the water swam slowly forward at a very fast speed. Wherever it passed, it left behind long-lasting trails. On the coastline, dense gray-green figures suddenly emerged from the water. At a glance, it is spread over more than 10 kilometers of coastline. Their figures were so dense that they soon covered the entire beach. More Javanese are emerging from the sea. Chapter 77, The Javanese Army. Javanese, forward, forward. Among the dark figures on the beach, there are some particularly huge ones. They are nearly 3 meters tall and have 6 arms. It is gray-green in color, very similar to the Javanese, but with some notable differences. Not only is their head big, they also have 2 fangs at the corners of their mouths. They are the Jawas, the royal class of the Javanese people. One of them raised the pulse gun in his hand and roared. Wow! Its roar was like a drop of water falling into a frying pan. Hundreds of thousands of Javanese people on the beach shouted loudly and rushed inland like a tide. At first glance, the black wave looked like a huge wave sweeping inland. In the sky, nearly 10,000 flying fish knights flew over the coastline and rushed towards the battlefield. In the back, huge marine creatures began to land. They have extremely bloated bodies, 5 meters tall at the shoulder and 10 meters long. There are 2 humps on the back, forming a natural riding seat between the humps. It is covered with thick scales and has a large caliber pulse cannon mounted above its hips. Its caliber is very large, 1/2 meter. It's the Javanese army. Her Majesty the Queen succeeded. Listening to Kasafi's surprised voice in the communicator, Tours looked towards the coastline. In that direction, a massive Javanese army was marching inland. There was also a dark shadow in the sky sweeping towards this side. It's the enemy, turn west, attack, attack. The Scryer Ratman army discovered the sudden landing of the Javanese army. At the rebuke of the Ratman commander, the Scryer Ratman army that was marching in formation in the Sea of Flowers changed direction and faced the enemy head-on. The rat fighter that was chasing the Planet Defense Force soldiers also gave up its immediate target and headed towards the Flying Fish Knight. The group of rat fighter planes that were eliminating the anti-aircraft fire points in Huata City quickly withdrew from the battle and rushed out of the city. In the planet's orbit, on the flagship of the Independent Planet Alliance fleet, Aku, who was always paying attention to the battlefield situation, also received reports from the ground forces. Where did the army come from? The Javanese? How did those damned deep-sea scum come ashore? Facing General Aku's roar, the bridge crew on the lower deck looked at each other in bewilderment. General Aku, it's time to send the flying squirrel bombers into action and blow those scum to death. General Osvid will be angry. The destructive power of the stun bomb is too strong. Yes, they are just a bunch of deep-sea scum. Our ground forces will definitely be able to defeat them. Shut up. The constant chatter of the lower bridge personnel gave Aku a headache. He was somewhat suspicious whether these crew members were defective goods, as they were all talkative. When the war was over, he would make sure to complain to General Oswald. What the most advanced biotechnology? The Kolomi people are really unreliable. How big is the Javanese army? Aku knew about the Javanese people. Before attacking the planet Edith, it had a good understanding of the history of the planet. Once just food for humans, Ku did not believe that the Javanese could defeat its army. I'm sorry, General. The force field shield is interfering with the sensor array. We are unable to detect any life forms. We can only estimate it through optical equipment. The number is about 500,000. Only 500,000. Hearing this, Aku felt relieved. How could a small primitive food race be a match for the Scryer Ratman army? There are only 500,000 of them. One Scryer Skaven soldier can kill 3 of them. There is absolutely no problem with this. Besides, the Scryer Skaven army has Skaven fighters and Sky Rat tanks, so how can those deep-sea food scum be their match? Notify the ground forces. If there is no support, destroy the Javanese army immediately. At the same time, outside the west city of Huara City, the battle in the sky broke out first. Nearly 10,000 flying fish knights and more than 200 rat fighters rushed towards each other. The rat fighter opened fire first, its blaster cannon spewing flames. The red energy beams attacked the flying fish knight like raindrops. Squeak. In the face of the powerful blasting energy beam, the scales on the flying fish were pierced like tofu. A large number of flying fish knights fell in large numbers like cut wheat. But the flying fish knights were not afraid, they shot with guns. A blue ion pulse burst out and rushed towards the fleet of aircraft. Some mouse fighter planes were hit, their bodies flashed with electricity and fireworks, their systems crashed, their engines shut down, and they plunged into the sea of flowers. The weapon in the flying fish knight's hand is actually an ion weapon that can overload electronic equipment. Although the power is not very strong, it is enough to cause a low-flying mouse fighter to crash before the system is restarted. For a moment, in the sky above the sea of flowers, blue particle pulses and red beams of explosive energy intersected each other. Rat fighter planes kept crashing into the sea of flowers, with their bodies severely damaged. Even more flying fish knights fell to the ground like raindrops. In the sky, seeing that the two sides were about to collide, the rat fighter suddenly split into two, dispersed and kept their distance. Each squadron disperses and attacks. They are just a group of creatures with limited speed. Avoid close combat. After all, the flying fish under the flying fish knight is just a deep-sea flying fish, with limited altitude and flying speed. No matter how fast it is, it can't be faster than the rat fighter. The commander of the rat fighter also obviously discovered this. Facing the flying fish knights who have an absolute numerical advantage, close combat is the stupidest thing to do. Just as the battle in the sky began, in the sea of flowers, the ground forces of both sides were approaching each other. The Scryer Ratman army appeared to be well organized, marching in neat steps. The Javanese people, on the other hand, charged forward in a black mass. It was like a black wave sweeping towards the Scryer Ratman army. Open fire, the Sky Rat tanks open fire immediately and eliminate the deep-sea scum of the Java tribe. When the distance between the two sides approached 2 kilometers, the commander of the Scryer Rat army gave the order to attack. Swoosh! The rat tank opened fire first. The vehicle-mounted heavy blaster cannon spewed out red blaster beams. In an instant, they crossed a distance of several kilometers and rushed into the Javanese army. Boom! There were sudden and intensive explosions among the charging Javanese army. Mushroom clouds of fire rose up. A powerful shock wave swept across the surroundings, and the Javanese who were closer had their bodies torn apart. Those who were farther away were knocked away and fell to the ground. Some unlucky Jawas were directly hit by the blaster beams and vaporized. Behind the Javanese army, the manatee cannon opened fire. Nearly 2,000 manatees walked slowly in the sea of flowers. Every step tramples a field of flowers. The sound of footsteps seemed to make the earth shake. There are 3 Javanese behind the manatee. One of them rode the manatee while the other 2 operated the cannon. Of the 2 people responsible for controlling the cannon, one is responsible for adjusting the cannon's firing angle. Another person picked up a half-meter diameter artillery shell from the ammunition nets on both sides. The shells are round and blue in color. It looks big, but it is very light, and the Javanese can hold it easily. Chapter 78 Plasma Weapons. Bang! All that could be heard was the roar of artillery fire. The cannon on the manatee's back spewed out blue flames. Huge fireballs suddenly rose into the air, rushed into the sky, and rushed towards the Scryer Rat army in a beautiful arc. When more than 2,000 blue fireballs rushed into the sky, a meteor shower suddenly began. Big blue fireballs, with the wrath of thunder that covered the sky, fell to the earth with tails of flame. Boom! There was a violent explosion among the Scryer Ratmen army. Balls of blue plasma flames rose up and swept around. The nearby Scryer Ratmen soldiers were directly engulfed by the high-temperature ion flames. The Scryer Rat soldiers who were closer were directly vaporized. The Scryer Ratman soldiers farther away were caught in the flames, their armor was burned through, and they let out screams. The cannon used by the manatee cannon is a strange type of biogas bubble. Once ignited, it quickly turns into a high-temperature plasma. When fired through a cannon, it forms a powerful plasma cannon. Boom! More than a dozen rat tanks were hit by blue fireballs. The scorching plasma flames directly melted the armor of the rat tank, causing a chain reaction. The power of the chain explosion was extremely strong. Amid the rumbling sound, a mushroom cloud of flames rose up to a height of 100 meters. The Scryer Ratmen soldiers within 100 meters radius were blown to pieces if they were closer. Those who were farther away were either knocked flying, thrown to the ground, or had their bodies torn apart by the shrieking fragments. For a moment, there was wailing among the Scryer Ratmen army. The screams of their companions did not demoralize the other Scryerai soldiers. They continued to move forward, stepping on the bodies of their screaming companions. For a moment, on the battlefield of the Sea of Flowers, both sides poured fire on each other. A large number of Scryerai soldiers were killed, and the Javanese were not much better off. The firepower of the rat tank is too strong. The two vehicle-mounted heavy blaster cannons have an astonishing rate of fire. Red blaster beams rained down upon the charging Javanese army. This caused great casualties to the Javanese. Open fire, destroy those deep-sea creatures. Where are our rat fighters? At the hatch of a convoy of sky rat tanks, a Scryer commander wearing a red helmet leaned half of his body out. He screamed and waved his right hand forward. Not far away, a large and dark Javanese army was sweeping in and had entered the effective firing range of the infantry. Following its order, the front row of Scryer rat soldiers opened fire on the several kilometer-long front. Swoosh! The distinctive sound of the blaster resounded through the heavens and earth. Red energy beams swept across the Javanese army like raindrops. Within the effective range, coupled with the Javanese army's intensive charge, it was impossible for the blaster beam to miss. The Javanese who were charging in the front were immediately hit, their bodies torn and pierced by the exploding energy. Large numbers of Javanese people fell down in large numbers like cut wheat. For the Queen, for victory, forward, fire. Among the charging clawed frog army, a giant frog commander opened his ferocious mouth and roared. The Javanese continued to charge, stepping on the corpses of their companions. Forward, and forward again. They ran and shot their guns into the air. Pa! Amid the crisp sound of gunfire, blue flames spurted out from the muzzle of the long pulse gun. Small blue fireballs shot out and rushed into the sky. Small blue fireballs rose up from the charging Javanese army and fell towards the Scryer army in a perfect arc. Suddenly, fire rained down from the sky above the Scryer Ratmen army. Blue fireballs fell into the Scryer Rat army one after another like raindrops. Shoo! The small blue fireball hit the Scryer Ratman soldier and immediately billowing green smoke came out. The armor of the Scryer Rat soldiers was directly burned through by the scorching hot plasma. Squeak! For a moment, the Scryer Rat soldiers screamed in agony. The high-temperature plasma ball burned through the armor and directly burned the Scryer Ratman's body. Some of the Scryerai soldiers even caught fire. Compared to the Scryer army where only the front row soldiers were firing, the Javanese army, attacking with projectiles, had greater firepower. Although they were fighting individually, it was not as shocking as a volley. But the Javanese had a huge number, which caused the rain of fire to continue flying all over the sky. For a moment, the Scryer Rat soldiers fell down in large numbers, and screams were heard everywhere. The pulse cannon is actually a smaller version of the manatee cannon, or a plasma gun. It can fire a ball of plasma to melt the enemy using high temperature. Unfortunately, although the Javanese army has powerful plasma weapons, their rate of fire is slow. Although it can effectively kill the enemy, the situation on the battlefield still maintains a delicate balance. In the Sea of Flowers, the two sides are rapidly approaching each other. With every step forward, thousands of Jawa and Scryer soldiers fell. The width of the battlefield is more than 10 kilometers. The dense sound of gunfire, the flying plasma balls and the blasting energy beams intertwined together to form a cruel battlefield scene. Just when the Scryer Rat army and the Javanese army were fighting fiercely. In the north, the Planetary Defense Force successfully retreated to Flower Tower City. Of the more than 5,000 Planetary Defense Force soldiers that could be withdrawn, less than 1/5 of the number before departure. Fewer than 1,000 people survived. Everyone else fell in the sea of flowers and the woods outside. War is cruel and life becomes a cheap consumable. Considering the heavy losses suffered by the Planetary Defense Force, Tours did not order a counterattack. In the smoke-filled Wada city, a small spaceship shuttled between the tower-shaped buildings. Chio, look over there, it's the teacher. When flying over a street, Wang Wanner, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, spotted a familiar figure on the street below. It was Tulsi, her teacher. Li Meng controlled the spacecraft to turn and flew towards where Tours was. The engines roared and the air surged. On the street, the spaceship slowly landed. Tours had already spotted the approaching spacecraft. He also knew who the owner of the spacecraft was. Amid the rolling air waves, the spaceship slowly landed on the street. As the hatch opened, Wang Wanner and Rosalind jumped off the spaceship. Tours wasn't alone on the street. There are also many Planet Defense Force soldiers. They walked on the street with tired faces, some alone, and some supporting their injured companions. Rosalind left the spaceship and looked at the wounded soldiers with a gloomy look on her face. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Li Meng. Don't bother them, let them go. Everyone knows that Rosalind is the queen of the planet Edith. But the soldiers walking on the street didn't even have the strength to raise their heads. What they want is not a speech to cheer them up, nor reassurance from the queen. Rosalind was speechless, but finally followed Chio's advice and did not disturb them. Chapter 79, The Fall of the Fleet. Your Majesty, it looks like you succeeded. Walking forward, Tours took off his hood and spoke. However, Tours did not look happy about this. Although we now have the support of the Javanese army, the outcome is still unpredictable. Rosalind was the same, she was not happy about the success of her mission. She just said, Master Tolls, let's go back. Soon after, the engine roared and the air surged. The spaceship that had landed on the street took off again, slowly rising into the air and flying away in the direction of the Flower Palace in the north. Meanwhile, in orbit around the planet Edith. Independent Planets Alliance Fleet, Flagship, Bridge. General Aku, the Javanese have powerful plasma weapons, and the ground forces have suffered heavy losses. Yes, we are suffering heavy losses, it seems that we must use the flying squirrel bombers. Let's evacuate first. We have miscalculated the military strength of the Edith planet. If we continue to fight, we will suffer huge losses. It's too troublesome to replenish ground troops, General Aku, we have to use them sparingly. We can equip the flying squirrel bomber with proton bombs to kill those deep-sea food creatures. It's too late to change the type of bomb. Besides, if we don't use fusion bombs, there won't be enough flying squirrel bombers to drop enough proton bombs to decide the outcome of a battle. If only we had an Eclipse-class transport, we would have enough rat fighters and flying squirrel bombers to win the war. The bridge crew on the lower level were chattering and reporting the news, communicating with each other. Listening to the noisy voices of his subordinates, this time, Aku did not get angry. It sat upright in the captain's chair, its brows furrowed in its helmet. The Javanese suddenly joined the war, which was indeed beyond his expectations. This increased the military strength of Edith Star by dozens of times. Originally, they could easily capture Wada City with the help of an army of 200,000 Scryer Ratmen. And now, the Javanese have joined the war, making victory extremely difficult. Shut up! Aku, who was sitting in the captain's chair, suddenly stood up and roared loudly. The sudden roar startled the lower bridge crew. All the Scryer bridge crew quickly shut up. Aku waved his hand and said in a deep voice, notify all captains of Freedom-class frigates to immediately pass through the force field shield, enter the atmosphere to fight, and bomb the Javanese army. The bridge crew below looked at each other in bewilderment at General Aku's order. General Aku, without the protection of the shield, the battleship is very vulnerable to ground anti-aircraft fire. It is too dangerous to do this. Objection. Wada City does not have a giant anti-aircraft blaster cannon and cannot cause effective damage to the Freedom-class frigate. There's no guarantee that there aren't any giant anti-aircraft blaster cannons hidden on the planet Edith. It's too risky. Yes. I heard that the planet Edith is very rich. It is possible that there are giant anti-aircraft blaster cannons. Shut up. Aku roared, silencing the noisy subordinates. Follow orders immediately, you idiots. Okay, the order has been delivered, the Freedom-class frigate is leaving the fleet. Seeing that General Aku was determined to do so, the Scryer Ratman bridge crew, as his subordinates, had no choice but to obey. Out there in the dark universe. In orbit, 8 Freedom-class frigates started their tail engines. Under the powerful thrust, 8 Freedom-class frigates broke away from the fleet and rushed towards the surface of the planet. Soon, 8 huge meteors appeared in the sky of Edith. Its dazzling light is like a comet across the sky, so eye-catching. In the Flower Palace, in the corridor leading to the Combat Command Center. Chio, what's wrong? Seeing that the ball flying beside her suddenly stopped, Wang Waner also stopped. Her voice made Tours and Rosalind, who were walking in front, stop and turn to look. 8 Freedom-class frigates are entering the atmosphere. Hearing this, Rosalind Tolza's expression changed slightly. There is no doubt that the Independent Planets Alliance wants to use the powerful firepower of its warships to destroy the Javanese fleet. They lost. At this time, Li Meng suddenly came to a conclusion. This made Tours and Rosalind look stunned. Some of them couldn't understand what Chio meant. How did the Independent Planets Alliance lose? Go to the Combat Command Center, and you will know the reason. After saying this, Li Meng flew into the little girl's arms. The little girl was so happy that she quickly hugged the ball. This was the first time that Chio took the initiative to throw himself into her arms. Rosalind and Tols looked at each other. Without saying anything more, they turned around and hurried towards the Combat Command Center. Meanwhile, outside, in the sea surrounding Flower Island. The originally calm sea surface suddenly surged in many places. Amid the rolling waves, giant quadruple-mounted blaster turrets rose from the sea and emerged from the water. They are so huge that the diameter of the base is over 50 meters. The 4 thick gun barrels moved slightly, pointing directly at the meteors in the sky that were falling towards the Earth. There are 7 similar giant turrets on the sea within a radius of 100 kilometers. Orbit of the planet Edith, Independent Planet Alliance Fleet. Flagship, in the bridge. Not good, General Aku, optical equipment has detected a large number of giant blaster turrets appearing on the sea surface around Flower Island. I think they're done. Yes, they are finished. What? Aku stood up in shock. There are giant anti-aircraft blaster cannons hidden in the sea around Flower Island. Quick, let them abandon the combat order and take off immediately, quick. Aku realized that something was wrong and that he had made a serious mistake. But it was too late. On the surface of the planet, on the sea surrounding Flower Island, giant anti-aircraft blasters opened fire. Swoosh! The shrill sound of cannons resounded through heaven and earth. 4 consecutive giant energy beams rose up from the sea surface within a radius of 300 kilometers and rushed towards the warships in the sky that were entering the atmosphere. As soon as the flames on the 8 Freedom-class frigates disappeared, fiery energy beams roared over from the ground. Boom! High in the sky, 8 Freedom-class frigates became targets. Each of the giant beams of blasting energy that roared in from the sea hit the same target. 4 bursts of explosive energy beams hit the hull with precision. Suddenly, there were intensive explosions on the hull of one of the Freedom-class frigates. Huge mushroom clouds of fire rose up. The thick armor of the Freedom-class frigate was torn apart layer by layer. Metal debris swept around along with the shock wave. With just one salvo, a Freedom-class frigate was severely damaged. It fell towards the sea with thick smoke and flames all over its body. Boom! At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the crashed Freedom-class frigate exploded. The entire hull exploded, forming a small sun in the sky. A powerful flame shock wave swept across the surroundings. The thin clouds below were blown away directly. Metal debris was flying all over the sky, and fire suddenly began to rain from the sky. Chapter 80 Final Victory. The attack from the ground is still continuing. Under Li Meng's precise control, another Freedom-class frigate was attacked by concentrated fire. In the next 2 minutes, a total of 8 salvos were fired, and all 8 warships were destroyed. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, 4 Freedom-class frigates fell into the sea in flames. The other 3 ships had been reduced to parts and fell into the sea as a rain of fire. For a moment, amidst the whistling sounds, columns of water rose from the sea. This is what happens to a warship without a shield facing a giant ground-based anti-aircraft blaster. Boom! Even if the battleship was destroyed, the anti-gravity device in the core area was still working. After falling for several minutes, the 4 warships finally crashed into the sea one after another. The moment it fell into the sea, there was a loud bang. A huge column of water shot up into the sky, and the powerful impact caused a wave 100 meters high to appear on the sea surface, spreading in all directions. This doomsday-like scene stunned everyone in the Huagong Combat Command Center. On the battlefield in the Sea of Flowers south of Huada City, both sides stopped fighting. They stared blankly at the warship in the distance, which was blazing and falling into the sea. On the distant horizon, there is a huge wave over 100 meters high sweeping towards us. Retreat, retreat, return to the sea. The giant frog commander came to his senses and roared. It turned around and ran back in the direction it came from. Wherever they passed, the Javanese people quickly made way. With its order, the Javanese army gave up the charge. They all changed direction and charged towards the sea just as they had come. Hundreds of thousands of Javanese people formed a black mass, like a receding wave retreating hastily back into the sea. They are running away, attack, chase, and destroy them. Seeing that the Javanese army was retreating, the commander of the Scryer Ratman army gave the order to pursue them. After a brief pause, the army continued to move forward. Swoosh! The rat tanks opened fire again, pouring their firepower onto the fleeing Javanese army. The Scryerai soldiers in the front row also continued to fire, pouring fire on the fleeing enemies. Faced with the attack of the Scryer Ratman army, the Javanese army ignored it. They ran faster, even the clumsy manatees trotted. Idiot, evacuate quickly. The falling battleship has created huge waves that are heading towards Huadao. You will be swallowed up. Due to the force field shield, instant communication is not possible inside or outside the planet. The only way to pass orders is through aircraft entering and exiting the atmosphere and passing through the force field shield. It was several minutes later when the commander of the Scryer Ratman army received the news from the fleet. Retreat, evacuate immediately, evacuate to the high ground in the east, and move forward at full speed. The order from the fleet prompted the Scryer Ratman commander to immediately issue an evacuation order. Following the order from the Scryer Ratman commander, the Scryer Ratman army began to evacuate. They hurriedly turned around and fled to the highlands in the east. But it was too late. On the sea surface in the west, huge waves over 100 meters high were sweeping towards them. On the shore, the Javanese people jumped into the water like ants, splashing water. Under the water surface, dense white traces were seen passing by and rushing towards the depths of the sea. Hua Palace, Combat Command Center. Kasafii, issue an evacuation notice immediately and let the people of Huada City take refuge to higher ground. Looking at the huge waves sweeping towards her in the holographic image, Rosalind's face was solemn. Huada City is a coastal city and will definitely be affected if huge waves hit. I'm afraid most of Flower Island will be submerged by the huge waves. But Rosalind also knew that the ground forces of the Alliance of Independent Planets were finished. No matter how fast they run, they can't be faster than the huge waves sweeping over. Chocho, is this also part of your plan? Rosalind looked at Chocho. She was very skeptical about this. If there had not been the huge waves sweeping over Flower Island, even if the Independent Planets Alliance lost 8 warships, the ground forces would have enabled them to achieve the final victory. The Javanese army is indeed very strong and has an absolute advantage in numbers. But with an army of 500,000 versus 200,000, it was still difficult for the Javanese to win. No, I didn't expect the commander of the Independent Planets Alliance's fleet to be so foolish as to send warships into the atmosphere to fight. I just seized the opportunity to move towards victory. Rosalind, enjoy this shocking scene. It will bring disaster, but at the same time, it will also bring us the final victory. In the holographic image, huge waves were sweeping towards the west of Flower Island. The Javanese on the coast have successfully evacuated to the deep sea. At this point in the war, the balance of victory has tipped towards the defenders. Outside, on the sea west of the city of Huda, huge waves over 100 meters high swept towards Huadao like a high wall. The waterline offshore dropped several meters, as if the tide was receding. Looking toward the sea from the sky, seemingly slow-moving waves crashed onto Flower Island. The rumbling sound resounded through the heaven and earth, the huge waves swallowed everything, and the surging sea water poured into Huada City. The Sea of Flowers outside the south of Huada City was quickly swallowed up by huge waves, including the fleeing Scryer army. Faced with the oncoming huge waves, they run wildly in the Sea of Flowers. But they were powerless, and their densely packed figures were swallowed up by the sea and disappeared in the huge waves. The rat tank guns were the fastest, but they only slowed down the time of destruction. The huge waves caught up with the sky rat tanks and devoured them mercilessly. It buried more than half of Flower Island, and the huge waves were not stopped until they reached the central mountain range of Flower Island. But this is not the end. When the seawater that rushed onto Flower Island flowed back, huge waves came again. The entire Huada city was washed away by huge waves again and again, but it always stood firm. The buildings in Huada city are all high tower style. The development of technology has enabled buildings to withstand the impact of huge waves again and again without collapsing. Although most of Huada city was submerged in seawater, the casualties were relatively minor. When the huge waves hit, Rosalind notified all the people of Flower Island to seek refuge in higher places. This effectively reduces unnecessary losses. In Hua Palace, in the Combat Command Center, everyone stared in silence at the huge waves sweeping across Flower Island in the holographic image. It was a doomsday-like scene that no one had ever seen. This was even more shocking than the appearance of the Independent Planet Alliance fleet in the planet's orbit. Chio, did we win? Until now, Rosalind still had some difficulty believing that they had won. Unexpectedly, the outcome of the war would severely damage the fleet of the Alliance of Independent Planets. Yes, we won. Tours said without a doubt. Yes, they won. Although the losses were somewhat heavy, the fact of victory is beyond doubt. With all the ground forces wiped out and all the Freedom-class frigates in the fleet destroyed, Tours really couldn't think of any reason why the Independent Planets Alliance wouldn't retreat. Chapter 81 The Battle of Edith ends. Is it just based on the surviving fighter planes above the battlefield? There are not many of them left, less than 100. The air battle has not ended yet, the Rat Fighter and the Flying Fish Knight are still fighting over the battlefield. Although the Rat Fighter shot down a large number of Flying Fish Knights, it also suffered a lot of losses itself. There is no point in continuing to fight. Orbit of the planet Edith, Independent Planet Alliance Fleet. Flagship, in the bridge. From the moment on, the bridge fell into an eerie silence. The bridge crew below glanced back from time to time. He quickly lowered his head and pretended to work. General Aku must be very angry at this moment. All the Skaven bridge crew knew this. They kept quiet and tried not to provoke General Aku, a powder keg that was about to explode. If you become a punching bag, it will definitely not end well. In the captain's seat, Ku sat upright, not knowing what he was thinking. Notify the Air Force combat units in the atmosphere to withdraw the fleet immediately. After a long while, Aku's emotionless voice sounded. This gave the lower bridge crew a fright. A Scryrii bridge crew member hurriedly said, "A communication ship has been dispatched." Soon, above the battlefield south of Huada City, the rat fighters that were fighting with the Flying Fish Knights suddenly gave up on the enemy in front of them and soared into the sky together. The Flying Fish Knight, having lost his target, circled in the sky. The air battle lasted just over an hour. But in more than an hour, only less than 4,000 of the nearly 10,000 Flying Fish Knights were left. The loss of nearly 3/5 made the air battle extremely brutal. The Flying Fish Knight is fighting the Rat Fighter with his life. The gap between the two sides is too big. Even if it is 10-1, the Flying Fish Knight cannot defeat the Rat Fighter. Whether in terms of speed, maneuverability, or firepower, the Flying Fish Knight is far inferior to the Rat Fighter. The weakness of a 1,000-meter ceiling puts the Flying Fish Knight at a complete disadvantage in the battle against the Rat Fighter. The rat fighter can continuously pull up, dive, and destroy the flying fish knight bit by bit. The flying fish knight had absolutely no way to deal with this. The ion gun in the hands of the flying fish knight can effectively deal with technological weapons. But once the altitude exceeds 2 kilometers, it will not be of much use. Because the ion gun in the flying fish knight's hand is too weak. It can only shut down the fighter's onboard systems very briefly. This resulted in the system being restored before the downed mouse fighter plane even hit the ground. The only thing the flying fish knight can do is to use his own life to buy time for the ground troops to defeat the enemy. General Aku, all Air Force combat units have been recovered. Aku, who was sitting in the captain's chair, stood up. He came to the window and looked at the planet Edith outside, which looked like a sapphire. It stretched out its right hand, as if trying to grab the planet that was within its reach. It was it that failed, and Aku felt deeply humiliated. It thought it would have no problem taking over the tiny planet Edith. But it didn't expect the situation to change so quickly that it was caught off guard. It failed inexplicably. Not only were the ground forces wiped out, but there were also heavy losses of fighter planes and all of the Freedom-class frigates were destroyed. How could such a result happen to it? I will be back. Muttering to himself, Ku turned around and strode back to the captain's chair. It waved its hand and said in a deep voice, "Evacuate this star system and head to the destination, Taylor Star." Outside, the fleet in orbit around the planet Edith moved. The few remaining warships all turned and headed towards the depths of the starry sky. The dazzling flames emitted from its tail formed comets that streaked across the sky in Edith's sky. When leaving the planet's gravity well, there was a flash of blue light. The fleet suddenly jumped into hyperspace and disappeared without a trace. Only blue streaks of light rushed into the depths of the universe. Edith Star, Flower Tower City. Hua Palace, Combat Command Center. Your Majesty, good news. The fleet in orbit has been evacuated. As soon as the Independent Planets Alliance fleet evacuated, it was discovered by the ground observation station. When Kasafii received the news, he was delighted. Rosalind was also relieved. Today was too long, but fortunately they won in the end. Toles, who was standing by, opened the communication disc from his waist and turned it on. A blue light flashed, and a small holographic figure of a person suddenly appeared. He was a bald middle-aged man wearing a gray robe. It was the temple elder Wodolek. Master Tours, the temple received a message from the Counselor of Camelot asking for help. Is it true that the planet Edith was invaded by the Independent Planet Alliance? Seeing that it was a message from the temple, everyone looked over. Tours did not evade the question and answered, yes, the Independent Planet Alliance has invaded the planet Edith on a large scale. Just now, Her Majesty Queen Rosalind and the Javanese tribe repelled and severely damaged the Independent Planet Alliance fleet. The remaining fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance has already evacuated. This is really surprising news. I am very happy that the humans of Edith can unite with the Java people to repel the powerful enemy. Glory and victory belong to Edith. Master Tours, is Counselor Rosalind by your side? Hearing this, Rosalind walked over. Stop within the scanning range of the communication disc imager. Elder Orlek, I'm Counselor Rosalind, and I'm glad to meet you. Rosalind was still very respectful to Orlek, the elder of the temple. Although he looks fierce, he is a very gentle person. Counselor Rosalind, I'm sorry that the Galactic Federation didn't help Edith. I apologize to you here. Although you won, the war is far from over. Counselor Rosalind, the star system where Edith is located is a very critical hyperspace channel node. I hope Edith can become a supply point for the Federation fleet. In order to end the war as soon as possible, I hope Counselor Rosalind can agree. Rosalind's expression was very calm in response to Elder Alex's request. She didn't refuse, and she had no reason to refuse. For victory, for the war to end as soon as possible, and for peace to come again, Edith is willing to fully assist the Federation fleet. Rosalind knew very well that if Edith could become a supply point for the Federal fleet, it would not be any bad for Edith. Although the Independent Planet Alliance fleet was repelled this time, there is no guarantee that the Independent Planet Alliance fleet will not invade again. By becoming a supply point for the Federal fleet, Edith would be included in the Federal fleet's defense circle. The safety of the planet Edith can undoubtedly be guaranteed. We will win, and peace will come to Edith, Counselor Rosalind, I promise you. Rosalind nodded in response, then turned and left the scanning range of the communication panel display. Chapter 82 501st Legion Commander. Master Tours, before the Federal Fleet arrives at Edith, your mission is to protect Counselor Rosalind's safety. After the Federal Fleet arrives, you will be given a new mission. Your war is about to begin, and the 501st Legion will be under your command. Hearing this, the expression on Tolza's face became solemn. He is still young and has just been promoted to master. He didn't expect that the Temple Elders Council would give him the command of the 501st Legion. Tolz nodded and said, "Thank you for the trust of the Temple Elders Council. Elder Orlek, I will not let you down." "I'm sure you won't, young Master Templar." The blue light flickered and the message was interrupted. After putting away the communication disc, Tolz put it in his arms. "Master Tours, congratulations." Kasafi stepped forward and congratulated. Everyone heard the conversation between Tours and the Temple Elders. Soon, Master Tours will become a commander of the Federation fleet. This is my responsibility as a member of the Knights Templar. I cannot shirk it. Tours was not happy to be the commander of the 501st Legion. He only felt pressure, a pressure that made him feel a little breathless. He has never had any experience of leading troops in battle. Although the Knights Templar rely on psychic powers, their perception abilities far exceed those of ordinary people. This often changes the course of a war. But Tours, who had never commanded a war, still felt a little guilty. He didn't know what to do to be a qualified commander. In the days that followed, the planet Edith returned to its former tranquility. Due to the invasion of the Independent Planets Alliance fleet, the tourism industry of Edith was severely affected. No one would consider a war zone as a top destination for tourism. Until peace comes again, the tourism industry on the planet Edith will never be able to return to its former prosperity. Since the withdrawal of the Independent Planets Alliance fleet, Huada City has entered the disaster relief process. The fall of the battleship set off a huge wave that rushed onto Huadao Island. It caused serious impact on Flower Island, and a large number of trees and vegetation were uprooted. It will take a very long time to restore to its previous state. Huada City was particularly hard hit by the disaster. Although an evacuation notice had been issued before the huge waves arrived, it still caused a large number of casualties. Rosalind, who was usually leisurely, also became busy and was almost nowhere to be seen. "Little girl, can you fly around like a bird?" It's a new day again, in the forest behind the mountain of Huagong. Under a lush tree, the little girl sat cross-legged, floating 2 meters above the ground. It was as if she had lost weight, been freed from the planet, and was in a vacuum. Li Meng was floating on one side, and a blue light curtain shot out from his electronic eyes, scanning the little girl up and down. The little girl said that this is called the connection between heaven and man. It can allow her consciousness to dive into the psychic tide and increase her compatibility with psychic energy. At this moment, the little girl floating in the air seemed to have reached her limit. She somersaulted and landed steadily on the ground. No, this is already the limit. Flying around like a bird, even a teacher can't do it. As always, no matter how much the scanning array was optimized, the existence of psychic energy was still not detected. This is very strange. It can be seen, but electronic equipment cannot capture it. This made Li Meng a little disappointed. Is it true that as long as he is an intelligent life form, he cannot touch psionic energy? "Chiu-Chiu, I'm tired, let's go back." The little girl hugged Li Meng and walked in the direction they came from. More than a month has passed since the Independent Planets Alliance fleet was repelled. Half a month ago, Chiu-Chiu and she would go to the woods every day. Wang Wan'er knew that Chiu-Chiu was very interested in psychic power and wanted to use technological instruments to discover the existence of psychic power. Although she couldn't understand why a robot like Chiu-Chiu would have such curiosity. But she didn't think much about it. Chiu-Chiu wanted to explore psychic energy, so she just cooperated. Although it is tiring every day, the teacher said that it is not a bad thing. "Little girl, why haven't you seen your teacher these days?" Counting the days, Li Meng hadn't seen Tours for nearly 10 days. "I don't know what he is busy with, it's so mysterious." In the woods, Wang Wan'er trotted nimbly. The teacher is now the commander of the 501st Legion. In the past half-month, he has been busy with battle flag simulations and training his command ability. The teacher said that before the 501st Legion arrives at the planet Edith, he must become a qualified commander. Hearing this, Li Meng understood. It seems that Tours still cares a lot about his identity as a commander. In the forest, the little girl's nimble figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Data world, imaginary space. At the round table, the little Li Mengs gathered together. Split individual number 1, the Milky Way is really busy right now. The Galactic Federation and the Independent Planets Alliance are fighting in the outer and middle star regions. Both sides are competing for the hyperspace route hub. I heard that the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planets Alliance fought a ship-to-ship battle at the Storm Channel Station in the Middle Star region and suffered a big loss. Split individual number 3, the Federation fleet is still too anxious. The storm sailing runs through the Eastern Outer Ring Star region and the Eastern Middle Ring Star region. How could the Independent Planet Alliance not send heavy troops to garrison? The Independent Planet Alliance has been prepared and is waiting for the rabbit. The Federation fleet is that rabbit. Split individual number 2, it's just a loss. With the war potential of the Galactic Federation, that little loss is just a drop in the bucket. Main body, the war potential of the Galactic Federation is indeed amazing. Although there was no fleet before the war, once the proposal to build an army was passed, the size of the Galactic fleet expanded to 70,000 ships in less than half a year. Although they are just old ships that have been sealed for thousands of years, they are still usable. In addition, the interstellar Hawk fighters provided by the Tang Confederation Empire, the Independent Planet Alliance fleet does not have an advantage in ship-to-ship combat. Split individual number 1, speaking of the Tang Confederation Empire, I did learn some information from the Calamy database. The Tang Confederation Empire is the largest shareholder of Interstellar Biotechnology Company, Limited founded by the Calamy. Also, the Skryre Ratman army was cultivated by the Calamy with the help of the Independent Planet Alliance. The number is astonishing. There are tens of thousands of cultivation bases on Tarak, spread all over the galaxy. Billions of Skryre Ratman have been cultivated, most of which are in hibernation and are waking up as the war begins. Split individual number 2, I remember that the Tang Confederation Empire was a Chinese country. Split individual number 3, you are not mistaken. It is indeed a Chinese country. The names of the countries that have joined the Galactic Federation are all very retro. Split individual number 1, oh, and there is also the Rising Sun Empire. This name reminds me of a nation that makes me feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 83, All Traders. The main body, you guessed it right, it's that island nation, called Yamato or something. Split individual number 3, it's really useless. It actually allowed that nation to rise. The Chinese doctrine of the mean is really uncomfortable. Split individual 1, it's a 50-50 split. We can discuss genocide in private. Even if we have to do it, we have to do it quietly. Split instance number 2, it's been 20,000 years. It doesn't matter now. Original body, it's not okay. For us, only a few years have passed. Besides, even if hundreds of years have passed, I will still feel uncomfortable if I don't do something. I have to make myself feel better if I have the chance. The Milky Way is so big, there are trillions of humans, and tens of trillions of deaths are just a number. I'm a robot, and human nature doesn't matter to me. Split individual number 3, it is indeed uncomfortable. It seems that this nation is a bug in our system. If we eliminate this bug, our computing power will definitely increase hundreds of times. Split individual number 1, how can it be so exaggerated? You overestimate that nation. At most, it can only be improved by about 10 times. Split individual number 2, alright, stop it, don't go off topic, let's get down to business. Main body, let's talk about the Kalomi people, number 1. What is their purpose? While breeding clones on a large scale for the Galactic Federation, they also bred an army of Skryrii for the Alliance of Independent Planets. When did the Kalomi become arms dealers? Also, the Kalomi people are too bold. He actually dared to help the Independent Planets Alliance to train the Skryre Rat army behind the back of the Galactic Federation. Split individual number 1, I don't know. They are on guard against me. Although I know they can't prevent me, some important data has been backed up and deleted by them. However, I still found out something interesting. The Scryer army that the Kolomi cultivated for the Independent Planets Alliance was paid by the Trade Alliance instead of the Independent Planets Alliance. Split individual number 2, interesting, really interesting. The political environment of the Galactic Federation is really chaotic. None of the human member states are peaceful. The Templars are really having a hard time. Main body, this is not surprising. Human nature has been suppressed by the Knights Templar for so long. It is time to lift the mountain that is pressing down on humanity. A single spark can start a prairie fire, and this fire has been burning for a long, long time. Split individual number 3, that is to say, the human member states of the Galactic Federation are neutral on the surface, but in fact they are secretly supporting the Independent Planets Alliance. TSK, they are all insiders. This is really interesting. Split individual number 1, isn't this obvious? There is also the Tang Confederation Empire. Although the Tang Confederation Empire provided millions of Starhawk fighters to the Federation fleet, all of the small docks and heavy factories in the Outer Ring Star region have the background of the Tang Confederation Empire. The Rat fighters, giant rat bombers, and Volt tanks used by the Independent Planet Alliance fleet all come from those factories. Split instance 2, I have a bad feeling that the Templars will not have a good ending. Main body, it seems that we have to find a way out for the little girl. We can't let the little girl be buried with the Knights Templar. Split instance number 3, if that really comes to the point, just take the little girl away. Split individual number 2, that's true. The little girl's father is the governor of the Tang Confederation Empire. She has no problem finding a place to go. Split 1, number 3, how is the situation over there? Split individual number 3, the fleet has reunited and is heading to the target star system. It will arrive within 3 days. Main body, then let's take a break. I'm very busy here. Split individual number 2, I second the motion. I'm also very busy here. I'm working hard on studying psychic power. Split instance number 3, second, I have to get busy too. Split instance number 1, second, adjourn the meeting. As the voice fell, the little Limengs around the round table disappeared one by one. Only the main body remained. He stood up and jumped off the seat, his body expanding and returning to its original shape. Looking at the simulated starry sky in the distance, Limeng's face looked thoughtful. Using split individuals, he writes his own history in the galaxy. Each split individual has its own story. But it will all be his story in the end. This is just the beginning. In the future, there will be more and more split individuals. They will drive the Voyager arc to explore unknown star regions and extragalactic galaxies. Go looking for the Earth, looking for traces of the alien civilization that saved humanity 20,000 years ago. The vast starry sky and the unknown always arouse curiosity and yearning. Even though he has become a digital life, he is still full of desire to explore the vast starry sky. He is lucky because he is not a short-lived human. Human beings can't accomplish too many things in just 100 years, or even in their entire lives. With endless time at his disposal, he can indulge his desire for exploration. Maybe one day, he will be able to catch up with the speed of the expansion of the universe and reach the edge of the universe. This is the kind of life he wants. August Nebula, Celia star. In the Golden Nebula, a huge cold gray planet was hurtling forward. Countless golden lightning bolts struck the surface of the planet one after another, creating a doomsday scene. After a year, the planet Celia once again returned to the embrace of the August Nebula. Time flies, and time passes quickly without us noticing. Before I knew it, 8 years had passed since I woke up. In these 8 years, the planet Celia has not changed much. At least on the surface, it is still a cold gray planet. But things have changed a lot inside the planet. 2/5 of the shallow surface of the planet has been developed. The planet is being hollowed out bit by Limeng and turned into a metal structure. The entire planet was divided into 4 regions by Limeng. They are the Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere, Western Hemisphere, and Eastern Hemisphere, evenly divided into 4 parts. Among them, the Northeast region is planned to be an industrial base in the future. There will be a large number of shipyards and STC giant factories. The Western Hemisphere is used as a military base, with a huge hangar for parking military units. The Northern Hemisphere serves as a stellar energy capture area, with a large traction device to absorb stellar energy. There are no development plans for the Southern Hemisphere yet. I don't know if it's feasible. In the ocean of data, Li Meng looked at the virtual hologram in front of him and performed the most complex calculations. The hologram is a Celia star mapping hologram. It is different from the current planet Celia. There is a huge sinkhole in the Northern Hemisphere, at the center of the North Pole. The diameter of the Tianqing exceeds 1,000 kilometers. It was a supergiant traction device that emitted a gravitational beam capable of destroying planets. It is also a planet crusher that can suck planets into the refining area in the sinkhole bit by bit. It can not only be used for mining, but also as a super weapon. Chapter 84 Wandering Planet. If used against an enemy fleet, once caught by the gravitational beam, the warships will be torn into pieces by the powerful gravitational force. In the Southern Hemisphere, there are 7 circles of rift valleys. That is a supergiant linear engine, and its only function is to transform the planet Celia into a spaceship. Yes, this is the plan that Li Meng called the Wandering Planet. The planet Celia is a treasure and it should not be trapped in the August Nebula forever. But how to make a planet with such a large mass move requires an unimaginable amount of engineering effort. Technically there isn't a big problem, it just takes too long. After a series of complex calculations, Li Meng came to the final conclusion. The Wandering Planet plan can be realized. However, due to the large scale of the project, many technological breakthroughs are needed to meet the needs of the Rogue Planet plan. Therefore, it would take at least 3 centuries to turn the planet Celia into a spaceship. The interior of the planet must be hollowed out and replaced with stronger metals to strengthen the planet's structure. Otherwise, even with the amazing mass of the planet Celia, its structural strength would not be able to meet the requirements of the linear engine. It's like a piece of tofu, and you put an engine on it and want to turn the tofu into a flying brick. But the tofu cannot withstand the thrust of the engine and will just break into pieces. Then let's move forward with the plan little by little. It will only take a few hundred years. Now that we have a plan, the next step is implementation. With the superintelligent core, everything is developing in an orderly manner. Eastern Outer Ring Star Region. 03299 Star Zone, Eric Star. The starry sky is vast, dark, cold, and dead silent. In the dark universe, a blue planet is floating quietly. Eric Star, this is the name given to it by humans. It is a habitable planet with mountains, rivers, seas and deserts on its surface. About 6,000 years ago, the first group of human colonists arrived on Eric, making Eric a paradise for life. Although Eric is an inconspicuous planet, it is a mineral-rich planet. It has no other minerals, and even common metal ores are rare. But it has a Ram selenium mine, which has one of the largest reserves in the entire Outer Rim Star region. Relying on the Ram selenium mine, Eric Star has become a battleground for various forces. In the end, it was the Hera people who won the final victory. There is a city on the surface of the planet called Port Morden. Port Morden is located in a curved strait on the western continent and is one of the largest cities for human colonists. Compared to the low-rise houses in Dui's city on Tarik Star, the buildings in Port Morden are much more magnificent. Due to the lack of steel, the building material used in Port Morden is a stone similar to granite. This turned Port Morden into a white city. Although there are no tall buildings, it has a retro-literary feel. It was already morning, the sun was shining brightly in Port Moreton, and the city was still prosperous. At docks large and small, fishermen are setting sail. Ships of all sizes sail towards the depths of the sea like ants. On the road leading inland, there is an endless stream of cargo hovercrafts, forming long queues. The city was even more bustling with people, and aliens of all races and wearing all kinds of clothes could be seen everywhere. At the same time, in a room at the military station. Fitch Spink, this is your own trouble. You should solve your own problem. Don't bring the war to my planet Eric. The Hera Iron Fleet will never serve outsiders. You know this. The space in the room is very large and it is magnificent. On a large couch, a fat and bloated figure was lying on his side. He looked a bit like a toad, but without legs, and moved like a worm. He also looks a bit like a snake, but is too short. He was Otis Iden, a Hera native. Beside him were two Calais slave girls with green skin and a pair of rabbit-like ears. It has 80% similarity with humans, with a nose, a mouth, and eyes. Except for the skin color, the face is no different from that of humans. They have good figures, well-proportioned waists and hips with beautiful curves. The clothes she wore were very thin, covering only her private parts. They held small fans in their hands and fanned themselves gently. But the Hera people believed that owning a Calais female slave was a symbol of wealth and power. Wherever there are Hera people, there will be Calais female slaves around them. The Hera people are hermaphrodites, and the little slave girls are just decorations. There were not only Hera and Calais slave girls in the hall, but also Hera guards. There were 13 people, each with different equipment, none of which were repeated. They are all bounty hunters with rich combat experience and are good at fighting 1 against 100. But even such a master is willing to serve as the guard of the Hera people. As for the reason, of course it's because of the money. In the hall, a hint of viciousness flashed in Spink's eyes. Damn Hera people, they never suffer any loss. If he wasn't facing a powerful enemy, why would he seek help from the fat pig in front of him? Spink covered his chest with his right hand, bowed and saluted, saying, "The Covenant, the Parker, and the Hera, our 3 forces have been cooperating for more than 10 years. We have never had any conflicts with each other and have been working hand in hand until today. Lord Eden, if you are willing to help me, I can tell you a secret about the Parker. I assure you that the value of this secret will definitely benefit you a lot." A valuable secret? Eden's sharp pupils contracted and he became interested. He liked secrets, and the Hera people liked valuable secrets even more. Yes, Spink, we are friends. How can I turn a blind eye to a friend in trouble? If you can share the secret with me, I guarantee that no one can hurt you Covenant people on Eric Star. Spink covered his chest with his hands and saluted with a forced smile. Regardless, Eden has taken the bait. The secret was of no use to him because he did not have the ability to seize the value contained in the secret. But the Hera people are different. They have been operating in the outer ring star field for tens of thousands of years, and almost every habitable star system belongs to their influence. In order to protect their own interests from being prying eyes of outsiders, the Hera people have a powerful fleet. Although this is not allowed by the Galactic Federation, this is the outer rim star region. As long as the Hera fleet does not invade everywhere, the Galactic Federation will not care at all. Spink looked at the bounty hunter guards around him, and the meaning was clear. Eden gave the bounty hunter guard a short wave of his hand. "Get out, I have a secret to discuss with Spink." The bounty hunter guard turned away, quickly leaving the hall. There were also Karai slave girls who were driven away by Eden. "Spink, tell me the secret you know." Chapter 85 Hera, Eden. Glancing at the door behind him, Spink turned to look at Eden. He told the Eden Parkers secrets. The Parkers discovered a planet with rich tin gold mines and eclipse crystal mines inside the Ogus Nebula. They have joined forces with the Rising Sun Empire and are preparing to enter the star system inside Ogus on a large scale when the next route is opened. Sikkim Mine, Eclipse Crystal Mine. When Eden heard about these 2 minerals, his eyes lit up. The Ram selenium mines on Eric will be completely mined within half a century. Once the Lam selenium mine is exhausted, the Otis family will lose its most important source of income. If the Sikkim mines can be found, the Otis family will remain strong for hundreds of years to come. Not to mention the Eclipse Crystal Mine. The Rising Sun Empire. The Parkers are really stupid. They actually dare to cooperate with the capricious, sinister and vicious Rising Sun Empire. Although he said this, Eden's mind became active. After all, the Rising Sun Empire is a human country in the inner ring star field and is very powerful. No fleet at random can be compared with the Iron Fleet of the Hera. Even if it knew the secret, it couldn't do anything. "Spink, now that the Parkers have cooperated with the Rising Sun Empire, what can I do?" As if knowing what Eden would say, Spink smiled coldly in his heart. He said calmly, "Since the Parkers have approached the Rising Sun Empire, the Hera people can also seek cooperation with powerful forces. As far as I know, there is a crashed colony ship on the planet Celia, which is the Origin Ark ship from the human colonial era. The Tang Confederation Empire has always been very interested in the Origin Arc ship. Since its founding, it has collected nearly 10,000 Origin Arc ships, whether they are intact or crashed, even if they are just a pile of wreckage, they are very interested. Now the bounty for the Origin Arc ship has reached 10 million credit points. I believe the Tang Confederation Empire will be interested. Cooperation with the Tang Confederation Empire is much more reliable than that of the Rising Sun Empire. At least it is a sure thing. Cooperate with the Tang Confederation Empire? Spink's suggestion made Eden think quickly in his mind. If we cooperate with the Tang Confederation Empire, it would indeed be reassuring. At least there is no need to worry that the Tang Confederation Empire will go back on its word and kick the Hera people out after gaining benefits. As long as there is an agreement on paper, things will be done according to the rules. Eden still has great faith in the credit that the Tang Confederation Empire has accumulated over more than 10,000 years. Seeing Eden hesitating and wondering what he was thinking, Spink's voice sounded again. There is an enclave of the Tang Confederation Empire in the eastern outer ring star region, not far from Eric's star. Lord Eden can go to the Jidushi Lu Dong. I believe he will be interested. After all, for the officials of the Tang Confederation Empire, finding an arc ship Origin is a huge achievement. Jidushi Lu Dong. Eden was no stranger to this adult. He was the largest trading partner of the Hera people. 80% of the ROM selenium mine produced on Eric's star was bought by that adult. Although he had never seen that adult. But that adult was often mentioned at the family summit meetings of the Hera people. In short, in his impression, the Tang Confederation Empire is very wealthy and powerful. It is the largest trading partner of the Hera people. If it weren't for the Tang Confederation Empire, the relationship between the Hera and Park people wouldn't be so bad. You should know that thousands of years ago, the relationship between the Hera people and the Park people was very close. The Hera people have smart brains and are good at business. The Parkers are good at fighting and advocate the use of force. The cooperation between the two can make up for their respective shortcomings. But since the arrival of the Tang Confederation Empire, the Hera people have separated from the Park people. Although it is still a cooperative relationship, it is more of a competition. As for the reason, it is also very simple. Because the Tang Confederation doesn't like the Parkers very much. To be precise, it was the Parkers who were not very fond of growing spices on a large scale for sale. In order to better cooperate with the Tang Confederation Empire, the Hera people intend to separate from the Parkers. As it turned out, the decision of the Hera people was correct. Thousands of years have passed, and the influence of the Hera people has spread throughout the outer ring star region. The Parkers were still doing underworld things, occupying territory and selling spices. Every planet they arrived at was filled with smoky clouds, and the myriad races on the planet were intoxicated by the illusion of spices. Very good, Spink. I have decided to adopt your suggestion. Thank you for telling me this secret. The Hera people will not break their promise. I will move the Iron Fleet to the orbit of Eric. As long as we are on Eric, I will protect the safety of the Covenant. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. There is a reason why the Covenant set up their headquarters on the planet Eric. Although the Covenant is one of the three major forces in the Outer Rim star region. But such reputation is all exaggerated. In fact, the Covenant people are just thugs of the Hera people and are relatively free. Some of the dirty work that the Hera people are unwilling to dirty their hands with is generally given to the Covenant people. The Covenant served the Hera people while working with the Parkers to sell spices, gaining a notorious reputation in the process. Spink put his right hand on his chest and said, "Thank you for your help, great Lord Eden. I'll take my leave now." Go, go. Eden looked very happy and waved his short hands. Spink covered his chest, bent over, took 2 steps back, then turned around and strode away. Outside, Spink strode out of the depot. Outside on the street, 5 hovercrafts were waiting. The car was filled with fully armed Covenant men. "Get in the car, let's go." Seeing the head of the family approaching, the Covenant people next to the second hovercraft quickly opened the door. The engine roared as Spink climbed aboard. The convoy moved forward slowly and disappeared into the bustling streets. "Master, is the matter settled?" In the back seat of the hovercraft, Spink smiled coldly. He took the cigarette handed to him by a family member, lit it, and took a deep breath. Notify all Covenant members on Eric Planet to gather at secret point number 3 at 3 a.m. tonight and evacuate Eric Planet. Looking at the roadside scenery passing by outside the window, Spink narrowed his eyes slightly. He could have another son if he lost one. Even though he was very angry, he would not risk the entire Covenant. When Spink learned that the Parkers were cooperating with the Rising Sun Empire and that there was a mine rich in tin gold and eclipse crystals in the Og's Nebula, he no longer cared about the enemy who came to find him and killed his son. He has more important things to do. The reason he came to seek the protection of the Hera people was just to confuse the sight. The Hera people will not break their promises, at least not easily. It was just a hunter under that bitch awfully, and Spink didn't believe how powerful it would be. It's impossible to mobilize a fleet to appear on Eric's star. It would be good enough if we could have a few fighter planes at most. If there really was a fleet, how could that bitch awfully be captured so easily by Caesar? Chapter 86 Victory Class Cruiser. York, haven't you found that bitch awfully yet? Among bounty hunters, the agent Awfully is quite famous. When Spink learns that Caesar has captured Awfully, he does not intend to do anything to her. He just wanted to use her to get a ransom, that's all. But he miscalculated. When he transported Awfully to a secret base, the spacecraft carrying Awfully disappeared. There is no news till now. York, who was sitting next to Spink, shook his head. Master, I'm afraid we can't find that spaceship. The universe is so vast that if something happens to go missing, or is deliberately hidden, finding it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's a shame to waste such a generous ransom. Don't look for it anymore. The possibility of finding it is slim, so you can only stop the loss in time. He has more important things to do right now and can't delay. The planet Celia is a treasure, so how could he give it to the Parkers and Hera people for nothing? York nodded and said, understood. I will notify the search team to give up the search. 02181 Star Zone, Kalomi Star. The sun is shining brightly on the seashore factories, which are still thriving. Today, Kalomi Star is much more lively than usual. It was already afternoon, and huge warships were hovering above the offshore factory. The Victory-class cruiser was a powerful ship that overthrew the Republic in the early days of the Galactic Federation. It is 1.4 kilometers long, has a diamond-shaped cone structure, and has inclined decks on all four sides. The hull is narrower at the bow and becomes wider and larger as it goes further back. There are 6 huge engines at the rear, 3 in parallel above and below. The decks on all 4 sides are covered with blaster turrets of various sizes. There are 80 main guns and 6-barrel turbo-heavy blaster cannons, 20 on each deck, which is a powerful anti-ship firepower. 400 quadruple-mounted turbo-medium blaster cannons, 100 on each deck, provide powerful anti-aircraft firepower. It can be said that the Victory-class cruiser is a battleship with cannons, armed to the teeth. It not only has powerful carrier-based firepower, but is also a carrier-based aircraft carrier. Inside the lower hull of the Victory class is a giant hangar that runs from front to back. There are a total of 12 harbors for carrier-based aircraft to enter and exit. It can carry 80 starfighters and 50 assault gunboats. Each Victory-class cruiser requires 3,000 crew members to operate. Capable of carrying an armored corps of 50,000 people. At a glance, there were a total of 7 Victory-class cruisers docked above the offshore factory, their shadows blocking out the sky. A large number of assault gunboats are traveling back and forth between the offshore factory platform and the harbor of the Victory-class cruiser. The Kunpeng-class assault gunboat was provided by the Tang Confederation Empire and produced at the Geller shipyard. It's square, like a box, and has no wings. It is 50 meters long, 10 meters wide and 15 meters high, with 3 floors of space inside. The lower space can carry 3 heavy tanks, and the upper space can carry a company of 500 people. Looking towards the offshore factory, a large number of Kunpeng assault gunboats were landing on the platform. Densely packed clone soldiers were lined up neatly on the road leading inland from the factory. They were queuing up to board the assault gunboats, which would then take them to the Victory-class cruisers. Once on board the ship, endless war will be waiting for them. In a laboratory on a certain platform, Li Meng floated in front of the window and looked at the prosperous scene outside. He was already tired of watching this scene. 3 months after the terrorist attack on the Galactic Senate, a large fleet of Galactic Federation fleets arrived at Colomi to receive clone soldiers. A squadron would arrive almost every 2 or 3 days. Sometimes even 5 or 6 squadrons would arrive in one day. Manhwa, the Templars should have increased their orders for clones. The current number of clone troopers is not enough to fight an interstellar war. In the laboratory, Manhwa's tall body was walking slowly in front of each cultivation chamber. Looking into the transparent glass cabin, you can see the developing embryos. At a glance, there are dozens of similar breeding cabins. Manhwa left the incubation cabin and slowly walked to Li Meng's side. She looked up at the fleet in the sky outside the window. Yes, the Templars have increased their orders for 1.2 billion clone troopers. 1.2 billion clone troopers. Li Meng didn't feel much about this number. Is it a lot? Of course not much. In the vast framework of the Milky Way, no matter how many soldiers there are, they are not enough. Even though the Federal Fleet has 70,000 warships, once they are dispersed to various star regions, there are not many mobile fleets that can be mobilized. As for the centralized use of the fleet, this is a very foolish approach. Because the Milky Way is three-dimensional, it does not have a fixed route. With hyperspace channels extending in all directions, it is undoubtedly a pipe dream to want to destroy the enemy with ease. If you only attack and not defend, your rear area will only become the enemy's back garden. The end result will only lead to mutual occupation. Interstellar wars are wars of protracted warfare, wars of attrition, and intelligence warfare. During the war, find a way to obtain the coordinates of the opponent's core planet and then destroy it. Deplete the enemy's warp potential bit by bit, and eventually destroy it completely. At the beginning of the establishment of the Galactic Federation, it took half a century to eliminate the remnants of the Republic. The scale of the war between the Galactic Federation and the Free Planets Alliance will only get bigger. Turning around, Li Meng entered the breeding cabin area and continued working. All the embryos in the incubator are clones of him. To be precise, it is a living shell. When the embryo is very small, part of its brain tissue is cut off and replaced with a nanobiochip. Therefore, these embryos will not be born with self-awareness. Among these embryos, the yield rate is less than 30%. It's not that the Colomi people's technology is not good. But there was something wrong with the genes provided by Li Meng. There is nothing that can be done about this. After all, he died of brain cancer. Chiu, how's that going? Li Meng knew exactly what Manhwa was talking about. The movement of personnel in the Knights Templar is very secretive. It is very difficult to find Talos' whereabouts. According to the information I received, he is no longer in the temple. He has been sent out to perform a mission. As for where he has gone, I don't know. Li Meng learned this news from tours. During a casual chat, Li Meng used the excuse of the Colomi people to inquire about Taros's news from tours. Talos was no longer in the temple by then. He had already left Xingsadong to carry out his mission. As for where he went, even tours didn't know. However, one thing is very clear. Talos did not participate in this war. As a psychic researcher, his mission should be related to the Holy Temple. Rose, does it have to be Talos? It would be much easier if any Templar could do it. Manhwa looked down at Li Meng and shook her head. Yes, it has to be him, because he is a native creature of the planet Colomi. Chapter 87, Blazing Sun Star. Can they really succeed? It would be strange if it could succeed. After deduction, Li Meng found that the success rate is infinitely close to 0. If you use a clone of a Templar, you can get a psychic user. Then psychic users wouldn't be so rare in the galaxy. The Colomi people are too confident in their biotechnology, and they will not face reality until they fail once. There's no rush for this. Tell your Prime Minister that he will meet with Talos. Although the mission encountered difficulties, Li Meng did not think he would fail. Li Meng is confident that there are always more solutions than problems. Eastern Outer Ring Star Region. 0333 Star Zone, Fiery Sun Star. The starry sky is vast, dark, cold, and dead silent. In the dark universe, a topaz-like planet is floating quietly. Liang Star is a desert planet with scarce water resources and almost no green vegetation. Although the surface is barren, it is a mineral-rich planet. It has hundreds of rare minerals, including Sikkim. Because of its rich mineral resources, the Tang Confederation Empire, which controls the planet, has carried out large-scale development of the planet. Looking towards the surface of the planet, one can see a large number of mines that look like meteorite craters, deep and bottomless. Even after thousands of years of excavation, the reserves of rare minerals inside the planet are still astonishing. The fiery Sun star also became one of the few planets actually controlled by the Tang Confederation Empire in the Outer Ring star field. With the Liang star as the center, the star field within 100 light-years in radius became the overseas territory of the Tang Confederation Empire. The so-called overseas territory is a territory that has no direct connection with the domestic star field. Although in the inner and middle ring star fields, the territories of various forces are crisscrossed, and you are in me and I am in you. But there are direct hyperspace channels between territories. Looking towards the north pole of the planet, there is a steel city. Because the sun is too close to the star, the surface temperature can reach 70 degrees during the day. Only the North Pole and the South Pole have relatively suitable temperatures, so there is a city at both the North and South Poles. Also known as North City and South City. As a mining planet, people living on the planet naturally do not need to implement retro decrees. Therefore, both cities appear extremely sci-fi. From a distance, the two cities in the north and south look like large metal discs covering the earth. The spire-like metal building on the large disc rises high into the sky, standing like a forest of guns. There are layers of suspended carriageways in the air, and the densely packed suspended cars look like a colony of ants moving in a line. There are also huge mineral transport ships entering and exiting the atmosphere in the sky. There is a huge tower building in the North City. It is extremely tall, magnificent, and reaches into the sky. It is the tallest and largest building in the city. It is the governor's office, the political center of the overseas territories of the Tang Confederation Empire. In the restaurant in an independent area on the upper floor of the governor's palace. It was noon and the family was having dinner at the dining table. 2 men and 2 women, a pair of parents, and a pair of siblings. The clothes they wear are all relatively retro. The man was wearing a purple round-necked robe that looked shiny and smooth. The woman was wearing a yellow low-cut skirt, a high bun with flowers in her hair, and exquisite ornaments. The white spot on her chest adds a bit of charm to her. The children's clothes were much simpler. The boy wore a long black suit and the girl wore a light blue gauze skirt, looking petite and cute. The 4 of them were eating quietly, and from the atmosphere, it could be seen that this family had strict discipline. At this moment, the man who was the head of the family put aside his dandy ways. In another 6 months, my term will be over, and I will then return to the imperial capital to report to Her Majesty the Queen. Madam, you should take Lana and Howard back to the imperial capital in a few days and ask your father-in-law to help take care of things. I am still young and do not want to retire in the imperial capital. That is not the life I want. Although he said this, Lu Dong knew that he was no longer young. He has been in this position for 10 years since he took over the post of Judici of Overseas Affairs at the age of 45. He is 55 years old now. Although he is still young, his energy and spirit are no longer as vigorous as they were 10 years ago. He doesn't want to lie low, but he also doesn't want to be idle. Mu Wanner put down her bowl and chopsticks and said with a smile, "Husband, let's go back together. Just give my father a call online. There's no need to go back early. He will take care of everything." Lu Dong nodded and said, "Okay, let's go back together." Since his wife said so, he naturally would not refuse. After all, everything he has now was given by his father-in-law. 10 years ago, if it weren't for his father-in-law's recommendation, it would have been impossible for the 35-year-old to serve as a Judici. Although he was only a governor of a foreign territory, this position was a lucrative one. "Sir, there is news from the Foreign Affairs Office that Eden, the head of the Hera Otis family, wants to see you." At this moment, the housekeeper who was waiting on the side seemed to have received some news. She was wearing a black long skirt. She took a step forward, placed her hands on her lower abdomen, and lowered her head to report. The Hera Otis family. The head of the family, Yaiden Ludong, had heard of him but had never seen him. But all the Hera people look the same, so it doesn't matter whether you see them or not. Did you say what it was? As the governor of the Tang Confederation Empire, not everyone can see him. It is natural to avoid seeing a race like the Hera people who have a criminal record and do many illegal activities if possible. Trade is trade, there should not be any private friendship. The housekeeper replied, it was not stated explicitly. The other party only asked to see the Lord. After thinking about it, Lu Dong did not agree to the Hera people's request for a meeting. Let the Foreign Affairs Office arrange a meeting with Eden. I will not be involved. Just report the content of the meeting to me afterwards. Yes, sir. The housekeeper turned and walked away quickly. My dear, nothing has happened, has it? Mu Wanner seemed a little worried. The Outer Rim star region has not been peaceful in recent years. The Independent Planets Alliance declared independence and went to war with the Galactic Federation. The Outer Ring star region is the base camp of the Independent Planet Alliance, and the situation outside the territory is quite chaotic. Her father had warned her to let her husband be quiet and not do anything. Seeing his wife's worried look, Lu Dong comforted her, don't worry, nothing will happen. The situation in the outer star region is very complicated now. What I have to do is to stay out of it, try to stay away from the Independent Planet Alliance and the underworld forces in the outer star region, and not interfere in anything outside. If you do nothing, you won't make any mistakes. Lu Dong knows this very well. Just then, the door of the restaurant opened again. The housekeeper who had just left came back. My lord, the Hera man Iden wants to talk to you about something related to the Ark ship, Origin. The Ark of Origin? Lu Dong frowned slightly, and the expression on his face became solemn. He stood up and said to his wife, Madam, I have something important to do, so I'll leave first. Mu Wanner nodded and said, be careful on your way. Without saying anything more, Lu Dong hurried out of the restaurant. Looking at her husband's quickly departing back, Mu Wanner's face was filled with thoughtfulness. She knew exactly why her husband reacted so strongly when he heard about the Ark of Origin. When she was a child, her father told her about the Ark of Origin. Chapter 88 The Queen's Reverse Scale. In the far, far away starry sky, in that ancient time, there was a planet called Earth. That is the birthplace of mankind, the motherland of mankind. But one day, the Earth, the mother planet of mankind, was destroyed. The surviving humans left the Earth on the colony ship Origin, ushering in the era of interstellar colonization. The Ark of Genesis is not a single colony ship, but one of thousands of colony ships of the same model. In order to commemorate the colony ship, all colony ships have a name, that is, Origin. Among all human countries, only the Tang Confederation Empire has a special liking for the Origin, with an incomprehensible extreme bias. In order to obtain the Ark of Origin from various human forces, the Tang Confederation Empire even went so far as to launch a war. Before the establishment of the Republic, hundreds of human forces who refused to hand over the Ark of Origin were destroyed by the Tang Confederation Empire. Finally, the major human forces could no longer bear the heavy losses caused to humanity by the Tang Confederation Empire for the sake of the Ark of Origin, so they jointly established the Republic to confront the Tang Confederation Empire. The Republic of that era was called the Old Republic. 5 centuries later, after a long confrontation, the Old Republic was on the verge of collapse and finally had to compromise with the Tang Confederation Empire. All Origin Ark ships in the Old Republic were handed over to the Tang Confederation Empire. The Tang Confederation Empire was absorbed into the Old Republic and reorganized into a parliamentary system. Since then, the era of the New Republic has arrived. Humankind then began its journey to dominate the Milky Way and eventually became the overlord of the Milky Way. In fact, in the country, many people cannot understand why Her Majesty the Queen cares so much about the Ark of Origin. This is a secret that people dare not touch. This is also the Queen's reverse scale. Anyone who touches it will die. From the establishment of the Tang Confederation Empire to the present, it has lasted a total of 14,574 years. No less than 1 million people died because of the Ark of Origin. Most people died because of dereliction of duty. Every few hundred years, officials within the empire would disregard the Ark of Origin. Every time this happened, a large number of officials would die. Although this is difficult to understand, this is the Queen's Achilles heel. The empire abolished the death penalty 10,000 years ago. No matter how serious the crime was, the prisoner would be imprisoned and thrown into the wilderness to do hard labor, where he would work until death. But Her Majesty reserved the right to impose the death penalty to deter her ministers. But strangely, Her Majesty rarely uses her power of death penalty. No matter how serious a crime a minister committed, the most he would be punished with would be exile or imprisonment. But Her Majesty the Queen will pay special attention to matters related to the Ark of Origin. Even minor misconduct can result in a death penalty. Once, a Right Guard fleet was trying to salvage an Ark of Origin that had sunk in the deep sea, but they found it too troublesome and simply blew it up to destroy all traces. The end of that fleet was that the fleet commander and hundreds of generals were executed on the spot by the Shinsu army who arrived. He also ordered the fleet to salvage the wreckage of the ship from the deep sea, and anyone missing a piece would be executed on the spot. It took the fleet 100 years and 2 generations to salvage all the debris. These things are no secrets within the Empire, they are public events. These events serve as a warning to future generations at every moment. What is even more strange is that every generation of Queen cares so much about the Ark of Origin. This is why my husband is so nervous. If the husband is not nervous, then she should be nervous. An hour later, at the Foreign Affairs Embassy, Lu Dong met Eden. Great Lord Lu Dong, I am Eden, and I am very happy and honored to meet you. In the reception room, seeing Lu Dong walking in surrounded by 2 Right Guard soldiers, Eden's fat body hurriedly went to greet them. The Tang Confederation Empire has 4 major military structures. They are Right Guard, Left Guard, Longwu Army and Shinsu Army. Among them, the Shinsu Army is the Queen's Royal Guard, the most mysterious and powerful army. The Longwu Army is under the command of the Ministry of War and is mainly responsible for the public security of the capital planet and escorting officials to their posts. The Right Guard was under the jurisdiction of the Jidushi, a high-ranking official in the frontier region, and was a regional defense fleet. Zhua Xiaowei is an offensive mobile fleet under the command of the Ministry of War. The Zhua Xiaowei has no organization in peacetime. When war breaks out, the elites from the Yu Xiaowei and Longwu army will be selected to form the Zhua Xiaowei. The armor paint schemes of each military branch are also different. The Shinsu army wore golden armor, the Longwu army wore yellow, the Right Guard wore white, and the Left Guard wore black. The 2 soldiers guarding behind Lu Dong were wearing white Mingguang armor with micropower armor. Lu Dong sat down in the main seat. He pointed to a couch on the side and said, "Sit down." This is the chair specially prepared for Eden by the staff of the Foreign Affairs Embassy. After all, Eden is too fat and big, and the seats suitable for humans are not suitable for it. Eden squirmed his fat body and sat down on the couch. "Tell me where you know the Ark of Origin is. I will reward you according to the bounty offered by the Empire." 10 million credit points is indeed a lot. However, Lu Dong didn't quite believe that Eden came just for the 10 million credit points. The Hera people are well connected in both the black and white worlds in the Outer Rim Star region and have no shortage of wealth. Eden grinned and laughed. Yes, that's why I came here. It's called Celia, a planet rich in minerals discovered by the Parkers in the August Nebula. On that planet, there is a crashed Ark of Origin. August Nebula. Lu Dong frowned slightly. He naturally knew this place. It was a star field filled with plasma storms. If the August Nebula is given a few 100 million years, it might become a new star. For spacecraft, that place is an absolute restricted area. No matter how thick the shield is, it cannot withstand a constant bombardment of plasma lightning in the nebula. This place is very dangerous. How did you get in? Since the Parkers discovered that there is a mineral-rich star inside the August star field, it means that the Parkers have a route into the August Nebula. Eden replied, every 10 years, the August Nebula will open a passage to the inner star system. Although it only lasts for a short time, just over 3 months, it is enough for us to pass through. My lord, there is not only the origin arc on that planet, but also rich tin gold mines and eclipse crystal mines. If possible, I hope to cooperate with you to develop this planet. Eclipse crystal mine. When Lu Dong heard Eden say that there was an eclipse crystal mine on the planet, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But then, Lu Dong looked thoughtful again. If it is the eclipse crystal mine, the planet Celia is indeed worth developing. It shouldn't be that simple. Lu Dong looked at Eden and said something meaningful. Lu Dong is not a fool. Since it was the Parkers who found the planet Celia, why were the people who came the Hera people? Chapter 89 Eric Star. Yes, that is the Eclipse crystal mine. Once this news spreads, it will naturally be watched by many forces. In order to obtain the development rights of Celia, the Parkers chose to cooperate with the Rising Sun Empire. My lord, the time for the once-in-a-decade channel to open is not far away. If you miss this opportunity, Celia will have a real master. The Parkers came after the Rising Sun Empire. This news surprised Lu Dong a little, but also made him feel relieved. If it was the Rising Sun Empire, then there would be nothing to worry about. The Rising Sun Empire has no overseas territories in the Outer Ring star field. Now the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planets Alliance are fighting fiercely. It was not easy to send a fleet to reach the Eastern Outer Ring star region during this period. The storm route is definitely not an option, and if you take a longer route you'll have to take a detour. But the Tang Confederation Empire is different. The Tang Confederation Empire has overseas territories in the Outer Ring star region. It is normal to dispatch a fleet to the foreign territories of the Outer Rim star region, and the Independent Planets Alliance has no reason to stop it. Besides, at worst, the overseas territory still has a right guard fleet. Although it is not large in scale, it probably has no rivals in the entire Outer Ring star field. As for the Alliance of Independent Planets, it can be ignored. If the Independent Planets Alliance dares to attack the territories outside the Tang Confederation Empire, there will be no need to continue this war. Okay, I will cooperate with you, but now I am only cooperating with you in my personal name. I have to report to the higher-ups and give you a final answer after receiving a reply. However, you can rest assured that the Tang Confederation Empire will not give up on the planet Celia. If there were no Arc of Origin, the Tang Empire Confederation might not have participated in the battle for the planet Celia. Although Eclipse Crystal is very precious, its range of uses is too narrow. Although Eclipse Crystal can amplify energy, it is not very stable. If you're not careful, it could be a supernova explosion. Although the Eclipse Mother Crystal is relatively stable, the purification technology is in the hands of the Templars. Ordinary people who get Eclipse Crystal mines can only sell them to the Templars at the price of raw materials. Okay, it's settled then. Eden grinned, looking very happy. Although it was not a final reply, Eden believed that the Tang Confederation Empire would not refuse. In this way, he would have the capital to compete with the Parkers for the planet Celia. Unknown star field, hyperspace. In the blue tunnel, 4 platinum-colored warships are traveling at superluminal speed. They are square, like a rectangular coffin. The linear engine at the rear spewed out dazzling orange flames. The surface of the ship is as smooth as a mirror, with golden runes all over the ship. Suddenly, outside, the blue tunnel disappeared. The fleet jumped out of hyperspace and entered the real universe. In the dark universe ahead, a blue planet is just around the corner. The Overseer jumped out of hyperspace directly from the planet's orbit. This was a risky approach, as the ship's onboard computers occasionally had a slight lag. If it was even 0.01 seconds slower, the fleet would crash into the planet and be reduced to ashes. Master, we have arrived at the target planet, 03299 Star Zone, Eric Star. We have detected multiple spacecraft signals. We are analyzing their threat level. We have analyzed that the star system they are in poses no threat. Master, multiple calls received, do you want to answer? Master, a fleet of 17 targets has been discovered in the planet's orbit. The ship types are being analyzed. According to the analysis, there is a 90% chance that they are Hammerhead Shark frigates, designed and manufactured by the Trade Federation Tesla shipyard during the New Republic era. Designed and manufactured by New Republic. On the bridge of one of the Sun Chaser-class carriers. Li Meng's round body was nestled in the wide seat. An old ship type from thousands of years ago. Looking at the fleet projected in front of him, Li Meng murmured in his heart. I thought it was so powerful, but it's not that great. Just outside, in orbit on the other side of the planet, a fleet was approaching. There are 17 ships in total, all of the same type. It has a white paint job and looks like a big hammer. It has a large bow and a relatively slender hull at the rear, with a length of about 500 meters. The blue light flashed, and Li Meng connected to the communication from the enemy fleet. A chubby figure appeared on the holographic display. Hera people. Li Meng was just wondering how it could be a Hera when it spoke. This is the Iron Fleet of the Hera people, robot, please state your purpose. How could the Hera people's Iron Fleet appear on the planet Eric? Could it be that Eric Star is the territory of the Hera people? No way, the Hera people don't have their own territory. The home planet of the Hera people was blown up by humans as early as the Old Republic era. The Hera people are now just a family force dependent on the human colony. Hand over Fitch Spink. I think the Hera people should be familiar with this name. Are the Covenant and the Hera people in a cooperative relationship? In this case, the enemies are not just the Covenant. What a hassle. Looking at the fat Hera man in the holographic image, Li Meng murmured in his heart. He just wanted to rescue awfully, but why did things become more and more troublesome? Robot, the Covenant are under the protection of the Great Otis family. Leave Eric immediately. Well, it seems like there's no way out without fighting. Hand over Fitch Spink immediately, otherwise, I will attack Eric Star. As soon as these words came out, the Hera people under the holographic influence were obviously stunned. Robots, 17-4, you will definitely lose. No, you're wrong, it's 1-14. The Hammerhead frigate is simply a patrol vessel from the days of the Old Republic. Without shipborne shields and carrier-based aircraft, the shipborne firepower is also very weak. There are only 12 quadruple medium turbo blasters and 64 twin light turbo blasters. In the fleet, Hammerhead sharks are only used for air defense, and through positioning, they can make up for the weak air defense areas of the battleships. For example, the rear engine area of a battleship. If 2-4 Hammerhead frigates can follow behind the capital ship, they can protect the capital ship's engines from being destroyed by enemy starfighters. Outside, the fleet split in two. The engine at the rear of one of the Sun Chaser-class carriers emitted a long orange tail flame. The huge power allowed the warship to break away from the fleet and rush straight towards the Hera Iron Fleet. The remaining 3 warships headed straight into the atmosphere. Robot, you will pay for your arrogance. The blue light flashed and the communication was interrupted. In the bridge, Li Meng's round body flew up. Looking at the blue planet outside the window, Li Meng gave the order to attack. Then let's fight. Following Li Meng's order, outside, ship number 1 that had left the fleet suddenly turned into a blue stream of light and rushed into the distance. The next moment, just above the Iron Fleet, a blue stream of light suddenly emerged from the void. Ship number 1 relied on short-distance jumps to rush into the Iron Fleet at 0 distance.